Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was S-rank hero in My Hero Academia? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Meeting. Shoyuta wanted to be mad. He'd expected to be mad. In all honesty, Shoyuta had been simmering in slowly increasing levels of anger for at least a week. He'd started by being irritated a week ago when a testy and exhausted owl had interrupted his class to drop an official-looking roll of parchment on Shuta's lap before turning to Kota and the birdseed the boy kept in his desk. He'd then been mad 2 days ago when he was sitting on a plane on his way to England and away from his responsibilities. He'd progressed to being angry 4 hours ago while walking across the most obnoxious lobby he'd ever seen to meet people with the fakest smiles he'd ever seen, and Shoyuta worked in UI. While occasionally having to meet with the Hero Commission, anger had been a foregone conclusion from the beginning. If his family didn't want his squib ass when he was born, not to mention his mother's and grandfather's, then they shouldn't want him now. But Shoyuta had also been curious. Just a bit. Because they hadn't wanted anything to do with him before, and his limited interaction with Japan's magical world said that shouldn't have changed. Hizashi had always liked to say that it was Shuta's curiosity that led him to underground heroics, as much as his intolerance for idiocy and desire to help those that so often got missed. Regardless, he'd entered the bank angry. 3 hours after sitting through this ridiculous meeting with the English Ministry of Magic, Gringotts Bank, 3 teenagers, and sundry other adults whom apparently had no purpose, and Shoyuta felt safe in saying he was no longer mad. Which was a shame, because mad would be much easier to handle. No, Shoyuta was downright pissed. These ministry wizards had brought him across the damn globe to try and use his mother's bloodline to gain access to the Black family accounts for reparations. Apparently, Shoyuta was a direct descendant, even if from a squib line, while Potter, one of the teenagers, was named heir only through the will of an escaped convict. The same convict who'd also removed the only other people with black blood from the family tree in a way that was so permanent that it actually topped what had been done to Shuta's squib grandfather, Marius. Shoyuta didn't like being dragged across the ocean, away from his hell class. Hizashi said they were doing fine, which was impossible. The man must be lying. Shoyuta didn't like the thought of paying for reparations for a ministry and bank he wasn't a part of, all for a fight he's also played no part in finishing. The significant amount they assured him would be left over for personal use didn't really change his mind, and it wasn't suspicious at all how they knew exactly how much was in a private account. He also didn't particularly like the part where the vast majority of people in this room, particularly Madame Hopkirk and her superior pious thickness, were clearly planning on the squib being too dumb to ask the right questions. He loathed, however, with a coiling fury, the part where 2 teenagers and 1 thin red-headed man in worn robes were the only people who seemed remotely on the legal heir's side. And that included the kid himself. 17 was still a ducking kid no matter what their backwards laws said. Potter looked like he wanted to say nothing more than duck the money, throw it at Shoyuta, and go hide under a particularly thick blanket for the next month or 6. Shoyuta was pretty confident in his assessment of the kid, since Potter's eyes kept drifting over to Shoyuta, no matter who was speaking at the time. And Cammy, those eyes. They were a brilliant green that shone only more starkly against the purple and white paleness of his skin. Shoyuta knew exactly how tired you had to be to get bags like that. They also shone with a look that Shoyuta had only seen as Eraserhead. Only seen when someone was so sure no help was coming that right up until the end they couldn't truly buy into the idea that they were actually being saved. The look was filled by a hope worn thin with resignation and tempered by ravenous hunger. What was really interesting, in a holy shit please notice this warning sign kind of way, was that Potter had flinched, ducked, and hid behind the massive red-headed teenager, Weasley, when Shoyuta had tried to follow custom and shake the kid's hand. The motion was practiced and smooth with a very neat cover-up as the last teenager, Granger, took complete control of the conversation with one of the cleanest redirects Shoyuta had ever seen. Shoyuta was sure no one else had flagged the teenage trio's behavior. Even the other redhead who had been introduced as Mr. Weasley, none of the trio had flinched from this man. Shoyuta had been watching. Potter's reaction was enough to cut into Shuta's initial anger. Damn his curiosity, but no one had told him that he would be meeting family, even if only distantly and in the eyes of the law. As the meeting started, Shoyuta had attributed Harry's response as potentially logical, considering Shoyuta was some strange, unknown family member being brought in to take the kid's inheritance. A little aversion would be more than fair. But that look, but the hope, please maybe don't hurt me, lingering in the kid's eyes, and the tired love protection hurt him and burn etched into the faces and hands and spines of the other two teens. These weren't normal emotions, and they weren't normal actions. They weren't normal now, and they weren't normal after Hisashi, Namiri, and Oboro had tracked him down to the locked closet in his second-worst foster home the year after his grandfather's death. Shoyuta slowly tuned back in just in time for a ministry sycophant, Hopkirk with the grating voice, to finish her speech about how they were sympathetic. But ultimately, this solution was for the best, since Potter needed to focus on matters other than rejuvenating an old house and managing the payments that were only natural in occurrence with his duty to the ministry. The responses across the table were far more interesting to Shoyuta than the witch's actual words, since, even though magical seemed to be predominantly quirkless, they all had some very physical tells. Granger was visibly bristling, while Weasley the younger was turning a red more reminiscent of chili peppers than tomatoes. Mr. Weasley was echoing the shade, but also maintaining a stiff posture, subtly trying to distance himself from the ministry toadies who projected a smug self-satisfaction that was almost completely overwhelmed by the smug violence the goblins were projecting. Potter was watching Shoyuta. Shoyuta caught the kid's gaze this time. Quite the feat, considering how fascinating the worn wood of the table had previously been to Potter whenever Shoyuta had looked back. Shoyuta grinned at the kid, a wide grin full of teeth that would have had his class sweating buckets and Hisashi heading for the hills. Harry Potter just smiled, a little hesitantly, a little faintly, but sincerely. And yes, Shoyuta decided, thinking back on the last several speeches and explanations, being mad might have been easier to manage. But he was now really quite a bit closer to incandescent fury. This was a child who had never even met Shoyuta, yet looked at him with eyes of weeping steel and standing oceans. He took a moment to weave the fury under his skin, forcing into a lattice that made him stronger, clearer, fiercer. Made him into Eraserhead instead of Shoyuta or even Aizawa-sensei. Because this wasn't just about inconveniencing Shoyuta now. This was a child who walked with a pro-hero's vigilant gait, yet sat gaunt with a posture of woven wire and shattered ice. "So let's see if I have this straight," Shoyuta said in a low, clear voice, palms on the table in front of him. He immediately had all eyes on him, since he'd been mostly silent so far, though he really only felt the weight of Potter's. "You want me to sign this document, the one that was sitting by Shuta's elbow which he refused to touch, that the bank has so lovingly prepared, stating a blood claim granting me lordship over the Black family dash fiscal lordship. Mr. Potter would still retain political power held under trust. The political ramifications of being Lord Black require significant interaction with magic and the ministry, and spending extended time in the magical world can be quite uncomfortable for squibs, right?" Shout blinked, before deciding to ignore both the sudden requirement of guidance for Potter, despite him being a legal adult in their world, and the statement about squibs that could either be a subtle threat or casual bigotry. The two were so often difficult to distinguish. "Right, so I get access to finances, pay reparations to the bank and the ministry, take control of the rest of the funds, and return to Japan a little richer with no other lasting interaction with the magical world." Potter looked down when Shoyuta mentioned going back to Japan. Shoyuta hadn't wanted to punch someone this badly in weeks. Correct. Thickness C looked proud in that way. Elderly women were proud when their tiny puppies actually managed to get the hang of going to the washroom somewhere other than their recently redone floors. Gringotts will, of course, exchange the gold for Muggle Japanese currency at the correct rate and fee. Hardskull, on the other hand, looked like he was about to get away with murder. Shoyuta was very familiar with that look. When it came to people with mutation quirks and apparently goblins, overconfidence was often found in the lines of the hands. Of course. Shoyuta stared at the gold inlay of the ceiling. "Excellent." Hopkirk practically squeed. "If you'll just sign dash, no." There was dead silence for 4 heartbeats, and then Thickness C looked down bushy eyebrows. "I beg your pardon, I wasn't finished. There are a few other things that I want to make clear." Shoyuta kept his voice as bland as possible and tried not to smirk as various shoulders relaxed. Potter was refusing to look up, but Granger was studying him with something sharp in her gaze. Shoyuta got the most chilling sense that Nezu would like this girl. These reparations are necessary because of the war with Voldemort. He ignored the flinch of every single adult in the room. That Potter one. This time, Potter flinched. Shoyuta reached out to tap the much larger roll of parchment that held the details of the reparations. He'd been given a brief amount of time to look at it during an earlier break, though it was notably in English, which failed utterly as a potential power play because Hisashi adored English and Shoyuta adored Hisashi, and had maybe learned an entire language, so the man would have someone to talk with about Western songs. Shoyuta had skimmed the parchment with the ease of a long-time teacher and the experience of a long-time hero. The wizards had left him in the leaky cauldron alone, with only a patronizing warning about war damages. Shoyuta had cased the shit out of Diagon Alley. He may not have magic, but he had common sense, stealth skills, and an imposing glare. Shoyuta had context. He traced down the page, finger rasping slightly on the material. Gringotts is, if I'm understanding things correctly, asking for payment in the order of 1 dragon, 1 broken vault, 1 act of theft, structural damages to the building itself, and damages to reputation. And also for the pay of goblin soldiers, chairs knocked over in the lobby, the chains that had held the dragon, and many other things. Shoyuta didn't think he'd need those to make his point, though. He moved on. All accrued during the war that Potter was fighting against a tyrant. The goblins were neutral. Hardskull's voice was rocky and absolute. Shoyuta just nodded. Yes, because I can see how the possibility of working for a blood supremacist who doesn't even like half of his own species, much less one that is, for whatever stupid reason, often already looked down upon, is a good strategic role. But well done. It's worked, and here we are. Shoyuta bared his teeth right back at the creature. But that's hardly my point, and certainly not my business. I'm more curious about the fact that according to the Black family documents, not the one sitting by his elbow, the one sitting on Shuta's lap that he hadn't wanted anyone to tuck away in an effort to be helpful, Potter's inheritance came due on his 17th birthday, meaning that the vault he broke into and out of, belonging to Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, was already Potter's. This is fact according to the formal disownment and banishment that Sirius Black enacted, before his death, that reclaimed any family vaults the woman had in her possession. Since the vault in question was a black vault, then Potter stole out of his own vault. I hardly imagine he's going to press charges against himself. The damages dash. Ah yes, the damages. Shoyuta took great pleasure in cutting the goblin off, clearly seeing his affront at a mere squib doing so. Shoyuta had seen how the wizards looked down on the creatures during interactions, and was certainly not above being petty enough to do the same, knowing his being a squib would only increase the insult. I would imagine that a hole in the wall created by a dragon is very conspicuous. The trial must have well attended. As this is a goblin matter and guilty party is hardly in question, we prefer keeping the matter in-house, Hardskull gritted out. Shoyuta flicked his eyes to the other wizards involved. Yes, I can see how putting the savior of the wizarding world on trial for crime he committed to save said wizarding world might be uncomfortable. Hardskull's growl wasn't quite loud enough to cover Weasley the Younger's snort. The Goblin Nation does not care about wizarding comfort. The boy broke into our bank, regardless of what he stole, released our dragon, and damaged our reputation. He must pay for that, at least if he wants further access to his family legacies. Shoyuta would give Hardskull credit for delivery and general ferocity. Several of the wizards again, not the teenagers what the duck, were grimacing and shifting uncomfortably. Shoyuta was not. He'd been trained by Nezu. Shoyuta grinned wide. Yes, I can see what damage a couple of teenagers could do to your reputation. I imagine the knowledge that one teenager, the savior of the wizarding world no less, being so unsafe on your premises as to be unable to make a withdrawal from his own account in an ordinary manner probably wouldn't be much help. Even worse, Shoyuta rested his head on his hand, staring directly at Hardskull. The idea that he might not have even known the account was his, that would certainly show shoddy service. There was a moment where Shoyuta liked to think that everyone was admiring the squib's sheer cheek, or, as Hisashi liked to put it, Shuta's ability to be a little shit. Ahem. Potter and Weasley the Younger whipped their heads around to stare at Granger the moment she made the sound, who ignored them in favor of staring at the ceiling. There's also the matter of the dragon. Quite illegal, using a dragon in such a capacity, goes against all sorts of international treaties. And the condition of the poor creature. Well, Charlie Weasley was just telling me that his dragon reserve was up in arms. I understand the goblins do quite a bit of trade for rare ingredients with the reserves, and also with ethical potions companies, schools, and creature preserves. Forget Nezu. Shoyuta like this girl. Granger blinked at the ceiling before turning to the younger Weasley. Luna was mentioning to me her plan to write to Newt Scamander for Charlie. Apparently Scamander is an old family friend and did quite a bit of work with dragons back in the day to make sure the deer was recovering as much as possible. The young witch's eyes slid back to Hardskull, not backing down a whit at his expression as she continued innocently, quite a shame if the extent of Gringotts' involvement was widely publicized. I'd imagine some of those trade agreements might just dry up. Shoyuta nodded as Granger inclined her head to him, clearly inviting him to continue. Shuta's shoulders twitched, the weight on them seeming much heavier with her regard. But he folded his second hand under his chin and blinked his dry eyes at the fuming goblin representative. If that's settled, Hardskull gave a snarl but didn't interject, so Shoyuta counted his win and moved on. Then I believe all we need to do is address the charges on behalf of the ministry. Hopkirk tittered. There are no charges, Mr. Aizawa. The reparations are a way for Mr. Potter to do his duty to the ministry as a member of an ancient family dash. Beyond saving the ministry. Shoyuta interjected. Beyond saving the ministry. Hopkirk blinked. Do you even have the power to authorize that? Shoyuta asked with a raised brow. He knew a stooge when he saw one. Even if their explanations about filing and across departments in these trying times held any weight. Thicknessy puffed up his chest. As the Minister of Magic candidate, Weasley the younger coughed. You've done such a great job as minister already that I'm sure you're a natural choice for re-election. Shoyuta did his best to channel Nemuri into his tone, particularly when she was staring down an asshole who thought she was dressed inappropriately despite drooling for over 20 minutes. I was under the imperious curse. Thicknessy looked down his nose at Shoyuta, who bared his teeth in his wildest grin just to see the man shudder. That's mind control. I know. Not even from his lurking in Diagon Alley. Shuta's grandfather had told many stories about his family, never believing that Shoyuta should be coddled after seeing the darkness that already existed in his own parents. No one had ever been prouder of him than Grandfather Marius when Shoyuta had decided to be a hero. I'm certainly not judging you for leading an entire government against a couple of school children already busy fighting a villain. That seems well beyond my capability as one man, and I'm sure your completely recovered and functioning legal system has already come to the logical conclusion. Not the correct one, maybe, but only Granger and maybe a wide-eyed Potter caught that distinction. Must be the only two raised muggle if they weren't disregarding the squib in the slightest. Shoyuta leaned forward, knowing his eyes were glowing just faintly from the faint movement of his hair. I am, however, judging you for trying to steal money from a child who won the damn war for you. He's 17. Hopkirk flinched under the full force of Shuta's red glare. Now, and when he killed Voldemort, sure. There was a moment of silence after the collective name-associated flinch where it sunk in, hopefully since apparently wizards and witches were pretty thick, that this squib knew quite a bit more than might have been expected. They'd left him, overnight, in their main thoroughfare, only a hop, skip, and jump away from the seedier area of Nocturne. Child's Play was unable to convey the ease and speed at which Shoyuta had learned things. Granger was the one to break the silence with a softly spoken, 11. Excuse me. Shuta's class would have literally fallen into battle formations at his tone. He was 11 the first time he was attacked by Voldemort. Granger also ignored all the adults flinching, at least if we're looking for the moment when Harry first used his own agency to defeat him. Weasley the younger nodded, his hand conspicuously absent from the table and likely resting on Potter's knee. I say the time when he was 2 shouldn't count. I get that the killing of his parents was the first time Harry and Voldemort met, but it's not like Harry remembers the event. Well, without a Dementor present, he reached over and ruffled Potter's wild hair, receiving a tiredly amused and barely even half-hearted swipe in return. Probably all his mum anyway, that. Can't imagine this idiot doing anything great at 2. Hardly a genius, is he? Granger's hand ducked under Potter's casual sweep to tug deliberately at a black lock. True. I'd hardly say his saving people thing started that early. Potter leant into his taller friend, smirk unfolding under the warmth in their voices like a ducking sunflower. I'd say we go with 14. That's when I was kidnapped from school during a life-threatening tournament I'd been illegally forced into competing. The one that an entire government of people couldn't find a way for me, a fourth year, to not participate. Granger moved in for the kill shot. If Shoyuta was furious, the girl was livid, though she buried her anger under a layer of composure so thick even Nezu would be impressed. Oh, I don't think so. Since the ministry is so intent on being involved, we should hardly put the start date of the war at the time when the ministry was still in denial and running its smear campaign against Harry. No, we should probably go with 15, when a bunch of teenagers and Voldemort himself broke into the ministry. Granger interrupted herself and tapped her chin with her wand. Wait, no, that won't do. Headmaster Dumbledore was the main force against Voldemort then, wasn't he? No, really, I think we must choose the moment that Headmaster Dumbledore, as Voldemort's largest adversary, was murdered right in front of Harry. Harry was 16 then. She then calmly clasped her hands in her lap, staring intently at the ministry officials while both Weasleys stared at the ceiling in order not to break the moment with inappropriately timed cheers or laughter. Potter looked like he wanted to hug the girl, then clearly decided what the hell and threw an arm over her shoulders. His face darkened when he looked at the glowering officials, and the arm turned protective. Shoyuta watched that particular interaction out of the corner of his eye, refusing to turn his head from the officials. The officials that were now, officially, a threat. Leaving. Chapter Summary. Aizawa defends Harry from stupidity and Harry defends Aizawa from much the same. At least 2 dramatic exits are had. Chapter Notes. The response to this story had been overwhelmingly positive. Thank you. I have the first few chapters in various states of written, so I promise that there will be some more content as I find time to edit. One more chapter after this one before Harry gets to Japan. Shoyuta let the silence sit. He let it grow and swell and wrap around the throats and of the officials who sat in their gilded chairs while pretending nothing was wrong. They wouldn't be able to maintain that illusion for much longer. What? Shoyuta kept his voice calm with the ease of someone used to running a classroom of 21 heroes. There were no replies other than some awkward shuffling and sliding glances. Clearly, no one wanted to follow the teenagers' blatant implications of child soldiers and ministry incompetence. So Shoyuta repeated himself. What? Thickness opened his mouth, and Shoyuta suddenly didn't care what the man was going to say. Well, he hadn't really cared before, but now he just wanted to punch the man on principle, in the jaw, and also the gut. Shoyuta deliberately ignored the panel of stooges to half-turn and face Potter, shifting his obvious focus without ever letting the officials out of his range of vision. Kid, do you have a lawyer? We can get you a lawyer. Hell, if we can't trust one of these lot, I know someone. A very vicious someone. Nezu had gotten his law degree at the same time as his education degree. Shoyuta didn't think the principal knew much about magic, but he'd be thrilled to learn. Beyond that, Nezu would move both literal and figurative mountains to remove a kid out of a situation as toxic as the one Shoyuta was suspecting this was, particularly one of Shuta's kids, and annihilating corrupt agencies was probably the creature's favorite pastime. That's hardly necessary. Thickness cut himself off under Shuta's sudden glare. You all agree that this kid, this legal adult, can be trusted to win your war for you yet can't be trusted to handle his own money? This is a stick-up under the guise of politics. A lawyer is absolutely necessary. Thickness stood, hands slamming on the table, and Shoyuta was done. He tried. He'd been good. But the level of idiocy and casual cruelty at this meeting was driving him up the damn wall. Despite the lack of quirk or true physical threat, Shoyuta reacted and flashed his eyes, hair thrashing above his head. He heard a couple of gasps. Clearly no one had really done any research on quirks other than the Granger girl, but almost all of his attention was on Potter. Potter had also stood, but only once Shuta's quirk had activated. What's more, he'd done so in a hard, jolting motion that resembled a flinch more than anything else. And the boy had his wand out, lowered, but still pointing in the direction of Shoyuta. Shoyuta had been a hero long enough to recognize the signs of a flashback. He just didn't think he had the time or place to talk his pseudo-cousin down among these monkeys. This was particularly the case when Shoyuta was pretty sure that it was his own quirk that had triggered the reaction. Fortunately, Weasley the Younger had barely taken a step forward when Potter shook his shaggy head, wand disappearing. Sorry. Sorry. The boy spoke directly to Shoyuta, one hand reaching up to rub at the back of his neck. Voldemort had red eyes. You just startled me. Potter's smile was wan, too long in the face and too embarrassed for Shuta's liking. But the hero made a mental note and was about to say how absolutely fine the reaction was, how impressive getting it under control so quickly was, when Hopkirk started shrieking. See, this kind of reaction is why the boy can't be trusted. He almost attacked a defenseless squib over red eyes. That kind of violence can't be catered to with the black fortune or power. Duck this. Shoyuta paused a moment as all eyes swiveled to him, including the very tense trio. He took that moment to realize that yes, it had been himself who'd spoken, and that yes, he very much agreed with his own sentiment. Duck this, Shoyuta repeated. We'll try again tomorrow or something. Today, I'm taking my cousin somewhere that we can talk, and he can recover from his perfectly legitimate trauma response. Thickness stood tall, wand out, and very much not pointed at the table. I don't think you have the power to do that. He sounded snide with a dash of smug. Shoyuta barely had time to clock Hopkirk raise her wand subtly amidst the sudden motions of her companions and a faint yellow light start weaving towards Shuta's direction when his words shifted and he staggered. Hardskull said something about a dishonorable act and how the Goblin Nation would accommodate another meeting on a different day, but Shoyuta was too busy trying to readjust to the sudden pressure of the room, now thick like molasses and slowly winding vines. Potter stood in front Shoyuta, having arrived so quickly that Shoyuta briefly considered the possibility of apparition, or whatever wizarding teleportation was called. Potter's wand was raised and his back was to the hero, anger tumbling around the boy. And Shoyuta suddenly got it. He'd seen the boy. He'd understood what boy had gone through, objectively. He'd seen the warning signs for abuse and PTSD in flashing neon. He'd seen the broken edges and exhausted youth. But he hadn't really connected the child-ducking soldier and war veteran to the broken boy that was his cousin. He did now. He did now that he saw the fear in the other wizard's flinches and the apprehension in the goblin's barred teeth. He did now that he saw the two teenagers immediately at his sides, wands out and ready to flank their leader however the duck this played out. He did now that he saw Harry Potter armed and ready, power visibly rippling the air around him, all to protect a man who not only reminded him of his adversary, but that he'd only met hours ago. The savior of the wizarding world was defending a squib from the wizards that ran their world. All because Shoyuta had defended him. And maybe a bit because it was the right thing to do. And while Potter seemed very disinclined to defend himself, he apparently had no trouble defending others. Shoyuta nearly snorted as he thought of the aforementioned people-saving thing, and briefly mixed the wild black hair standing in front of him with crazy green curls. He did actually snort when he imagined the look Hisashi would give Shoyuta later when he described this moment. It was only hypocrisy if Shoyuta acknowledged it, right? He didn't step out from behind Potter, because Shoyuta had experience with overprotective heroes dancing on the edge of trauma. Shoyuta did, however, place a palm gently on the kid's back, biting back a growl that would make Hound Dog proud. The kid wasn't just gaunt, he was bony, and he shouldn't be so willing to lean into the touch of a man he barely knew. Keeping his palm firmly pressed to Potter's denim jacket to let the kid know Shoyuta wasn't leaving, Shoyuta leaned just slightly around the small frame to look the various officials in the face and point one finger of his free hand at them. You all agree that Potter here ended the war, largely through his actions at Gringotts and Hogwarts. You all agree the item he stole was really ducking dangerous, and the world is better off without it. You all agree that destroying this thing not only directly ended the war, but had to be done on a moral and magical ground. You all agree that Harry Potter killed the monster that had killed hundreds, if not thousands of people, saving the wizarding world and the Muggle one alongside, and earning him the title the Man Who Conquered. Shoyuta grinned as Potter turned into the pressure of the hand on his back slightly, though the kid didn't move his wand from the ready position. This tells me one thing, and one thing only. Lord Black is a hero, title and all. Shoyuta felt the flinch roll through Potter's body but didn't have time to address it, didn't really want to in current company. Granger tensed beside them, though, and Shoyuta thought she might have understood his angle. Shoyuta removed his hand to cross his arms, standing just off and behind Potter and raising a single brow. I certainly hope this meeting won't interfere with his paycheck. Equipment, first aid, lodging, danger pay, aftercare. Those are all part of the legal requirements for hero work. He has seen a doctor, right? What about therapy? The therapy requirements are quite strict over here, from what I understand. There was a somewhat awkward silence where the only things that could be heard, somehow, possibly by means of magic, was Granger's beaming and Potter's confusion. Thickness managed to get out around clenched teeth. Those are not our laws. I sure hope everyone sees it that way. Sure you don't want to drop the political thievery just in case? Shoyuta didn't give the man time to respond, just reached down to grab Potter's sleeve and drag him back a couple steps. As soon as Potter figured out that Granger had already linked armed with Weasley and started walking out of the room, he was happy to leave, guarding their backs as they went. Several corridors away, Potter finally turned around properly and stared at the gentle hold Shoyuta now held on his wrist. Problem children were prone to wandering off and finding trouble. Potter stared long enough without speaking that Shoyuta had time to decide that the Granger girl really was exceptionally clever. She was openly talking about whether or not her blackmail on some Skeeter woman should be used to spin the story now or later, before Potter tugged back enough to let Shoyuta know that he wanted to stop walking. Why? Shoyuta sighed. I'm a hero. Potter smiled, slowly. Yes, I gathered that. I'm also a teacher. Of heroes. Potter's only movement was a slow blink. That I didn't know. Shoyuta sighed again, running a hand through lanky hair that had fallen out of its bun. You're my cousin. He waved his free hand at Potter's sudden frown. I don't care about blood or any of that shit. Grandfather Marius was the only person in my family that gave a crap about me, and as much as he hated his birth family, he was the first to teach me to judge the individual. And you, kid, you got a crap hand. I'm not leaving my cousin to face this idiocy alone. A sharp grin spread out across Shuta's face as he got them walking again, before the other teenagers were out of sight. Especially not my baby cousin. That got the predicted squawk, but it quickly settled into a pensive silence that reminded Shoyuta of his earlier comment about doctors. The kid wasn't walking straight. He had an odd little shuffle that screamed old leg injury to the pro. But you're going to leave. Potter tensed his arm as he spoke, quite conversationally, but didn't pull away. I am. Then dash. Look, kid, do you want to stay here? Really and truly, not just for a couple of people? Because if that's your ministry, I've got to say it looks like a shit show. Potter let out a burst of laughter that sounded a bit like shattered glass. You have no idea? Then I say you've more than paid your due. I'm hardly going to force you, but I think getting away, even if just for a while, would do you a world of good. There was another pause, though this one was mainly full off Shoyuta deliberately not looking at the boy he was still tugging along. You want me to come with you? Back to Japan. Potter didn't sound incredulous. He sounded monotone. Shoyuta didn't sigh this time, didn't want it to sound like he was frustrated. He remembered the starved hope in Potter's eyes, and the flinches. Shoyuta wasn't the best person to deal with feelings and stuff, but he did get that repeating the very true reasons about him being a hero and the kid being his cousin weren't exactly right for the moment. Yeah, kid, I want you to come back to Japan with me. I want you to meet my husband and our cats and even my hell class. I think you'd get along frightfully well, to be honest. Shoyuta waited a beat, not looking for a response from Potter, but more looking for the right kind of gumption in himself. I want you. Potter yanked on his arm so hard that Shoyuta briefly thought he'd badly miscalculated. It took the entirety of that moment to realize that Potter had shifted their grip so that Kid was clutching at Shuta's hand, and the yank had been to force Shoyuta to meet drowning eyes. I met Ron on the train when I was 11. He shared his lunch with me. I didn't even know Hermione when Ron and I went to save her from a troll in the school bathroom. She lied to protect us. Afterwards. A lunch and a lie. They followed me though, hell, Mr. Aizawa, and that is not the half of what I do for them. Potter held up a small toy trunk that he'd retrieved from the pocket of his jacket. Everything that I love is either people or in this trunk, and there's no more than a handful of things in the trunk, less now that my godfather's broom broke. And that's another. I knew my godfather for less than a day, which was less time than I actually knew he was innocent, and I was prepared to go live him. Craved living with him. Mione says I'm attention-starved, and sure, I am. but I'm also possessive. It was one of the traits I feared in Tom above all others because it was one I understood. I know you're a good man, and not just because you're a hero or because you stood up for me, but because I can feel the magic in you, buried deep but still there, reaching out to my own. I know what bad magic and bad men feel like, Mr. Aizawa. I believe you and your offer, but you need to know, a home is one thing I've never had. Hogwarts was the closest I got, and even then, it was never safe. Offer this to me, give it to me, and I won't let it go. I won't be able to. Shoyuta didn't hesitate this time, reaching out with the hand wearing Hizashi's ring to cup Potter's face and lean in until their foreheads brushed. Then you'd better call me Shoyuta, kid, and prepare for some major coddling by Hizashi. Potter's face glowed like someone had set off a flare in the dead of night. He took a rattling breath, then tugged their hands to get Shoyuta moving again towards Granger and Weasley, who'd stopped several doors away where they could pretend not to be paying attention while still being close enough to help, like the good seconds they were. It's Harry, then. Is Hizashi? Harry said the name slowly to try and get the strange syllables right. Your husband? Will you tell me about him? Sure, kid. If you tell me what exactly a troll is and why it was in school full of children. Arthur Weasley stayed behind. He was tempted to follow, to leave this accursed room, but he'd been useless so far and figured that taking in the various reactions might be helpful at a later date. At the very least, he'd learned all sorts of things to help Kingsley win the election instead of thickness. There had always been several distinct advantages to working in a department that most see as useless, and invisibility was frequently one of them. No cloak needed. By the time he walked out half an hour later, Arthur was willing to admit that he might have had a second reason for staying. He couldn't help but think that George and even Percy might get a much-needed smile from seeing the memory of poor, diminutive Arthur Weasley setting fire to every single ministry document on that table and walking away before anyone even remembered his name. His son was dead. The ministry could go screw themselves if they thought for one bloody second that they were harming another one of his children. Exit plan. Chapter summary. Nezu has connections. Aizawa passes several tests, and Harry picks a name. Chapter notes. Your comments have been so lovely. This is the last England chapter for at least a while. Hizashi and Eri are next. 7:08 p.m. Aizawa. I need the paperwork for hero recovery and rehabilitation. Full course. Therapy, counseling, physical exam. Nezu, of course. Not for yourself, I take it. Aizawa. Also passport, citizenship, and adoption paperwork. And a hero license, probably provisional due to different country laws, though backdating would be optimal. Nezu. Manageable. Aizawa. I'm bringing my cousin home with me. Aizawa. They're not getting him back. Nezu. I'll need the personal details to get started. Aizawa. Potter Harry. Nezu. Oho. 11:32 a.m. Aizawa. How the duck do you know the queen? Nezu. She has excellent tea. Aizawa tucked his phone away and let his head thunk back into the sleek material of the car. He was tired and refused to go down one of Nezu's habit holes. Refused. The three teens with him in the back of the rather nice car the queen had provided hadn't actually said anything yet, all eyeing each other trying to figure out who'd speak first. It wasn't a problem they normally had. Shoyuta hadn't let the three of them out of his sight all night and was well accustomed to how easily they played off each other. Even if the anticipating each other's sentence thing was kind of creepy, keeping an eye on them had been surprisingly easy, since Harry seemed to have had the same idea. The teenager kept reaching out to tug at a piece of Shuta's clothing or bodily turning so he could track Shuta's movements more easily. Hermione and Ron, as they'd insisted on being called, had watched Shoyuta just as intently, if a little less possessively. They were definitely evaluating Shoyuta, though he was pretty sure he'd gained more than a few points when he'd stepped all of 4 feet into Grimmauld Place before grabbing his cousin and noping right out of there. He'd taken them to a Muggle hotel where he trusted the water and didn't feel like his grandfather's stories were going to come to life and smother them all. He'd gotten a suite to cater to both his and Harry's protective tendencies, which really wasn't too much of a problem since the kids all insisted they'd be fine sharing a bed. While Shoyuta was pretty sure that only Ron and Hermione were in a relationship together. Not that he would judge, he had to admit that the three of them reminded him of the way he, Hizashi, and Nemuri would collapse onto the nearest surface after a bad case or rough week at school. He also made a mental note to watch for issues surrounding codependency and separation anxiety. Just in case. We just met with the queen. Ron sounded shell-shocked still. Hermione giggled. I wouldn't have thought you'd care, Ron. Isn't that a rather muggle thing? Yeah, but we met with the Queen. Like, in person, Harry grinned, pivoting slightly to meet his friend's eyes. Heck yeah, we did. They stared a moment before high-fiving and falling back into their seats with only slightly hysterical laughter. The important thing, Hermione spoke with an annoyed tone even as her face lit up with how happy her boys were, is that the Queen solved our problem. Well, her, Principal Nezu, and Mr. Aizawa. Shoyuta felt them turn to him but didn't open his eyes. Why? The duck. Does my Japanese boss know the Queen of England? There wasn't laughter this time, though Shoyuta could feel the smirks in the air around him. Ron, it had to be Ron. His hands were huge, patted Shoyuta on the knee. We call it the Potter luck with a dash of the Harry effect. The luck means whatever happens will be either really good or really bad. The effects show up when it also gets really weird. Shoyuta wanted to groan, but there was something strained in Harry's laughter, so Shoyuta opened his eyes instead. And yup, their emerald in his eyes was sharp enough that Shoyuta knew his answer to this sort of but not really a joke actually mattered. Leaning forward, Shoyuta poked Harry between the eyes, snorting when the boy went cross. I'd to try and follow Shuta's finger. You aren't to be unsupervised with Nezu or the problem child. Shoyuta titled his head and considered his own words for a moment. For at least the first 2 meetings each. Some chaos keeps the Hellions on their toes. The last evolved into a mutter, but it didn't really matter. Harry bounced a little in his seat next to Shoyuta, leaning ever so slightly onto Shuta's shoulder. Who's the problem child? Shoyuta sighed. One of my students. He's a very good person and would one day be a very good hero, but he's also a villain magnet. Shoyuta huffed. We actually tested him for a secondary quirk at the beginning of the year. Hermione huffed a laugh into her hands, and Shoyuta immediately latched onto the distraction. He really didn't need to contemplate the light in Harry's grin or the thought of what the 2 problem children could get up to together. So you think it will work? Shoyuta asked. Hermione tugged on her blue sleeves thoughtfully. I do. The goblins will renegotiate on separate terms with someone else heading the exchange. Bill, Ron's brother, works with the goblins and said some of the higher-ups weren't too pleased with Hardskull joining in with the ministry like that. So that should get sorted without too much trouble. She paused a minute, staring at the folder on the seat next to Shoyuta, before her eyes hardened and she met his stare head-on. And we need to leave, the 3 of us. She gestured with a waving hand. The press is getting ridiculous and the ministry needs time to sort itself out. Ron snorted. That's a high order. Possible, though. Harry ignored his friend's attention to stare out the window at passing buildings, fingers tapping out a rhythm on his thigh. Kingsley wrote to me this morning. The owl came before you were up. Said he supported the idea if it was what I wanted, and he'd keep me updated. Shoyuta reached over and tapped Harry's hand. He looked over then gave a lopsided grin. Sorry. Kingsley fought with us in the war. A good man, and the other candidate for new Minister of Magic, and the one more likely to win. Hermione reached out for Ron's hand. Kingsley doesn't have the Imperious Curse to come back from, and is a war hero as much as Ron or I. Between him, Mr. Weasley, Percy, and a couple of others, I'm sure in a couple of years they can have the ministry up and running again. Ron snorted. See, even you think it's going to take years. Harry just frowned. Mione, didn't you want to be on that list? I know you hadn't exactly decided, but weren't many of your career choices ministry-related? Before they turned out to be a bunch of spineless cowards, sure. Her lip trembled and Ron drew her closer. I'm just not ready to forgive them for what they did to you. To us. And I know I should help in the restoration, but I really just want to go find my parents. I'm not thinking much beyond that. Shoyuta was stopping that right there. He leaned forward to grab Hermione's free hand and cover it in both his own. You don't need to do anything you don't want to do. You became a war hero before you even turned 18. You've already given the ministry and the magical world in general more than you should have had to, and it's enough. Hermione started to tear up, and Ron looked at Shoyuta approvingly. The hero sat back, uncomfortable with the tears, but needing to clear one more thing up. Now, what's this about your parents? Do you need any help? There was a moment of silence that stretched much longer than Shoyuta thought it should. You know, Potter all but drawled. I think you might be the first adult who's ever asked us that, and then actually meant to either actually help or respect that we might not want. Interference. Shuta's hands spasmed briefly and shoved them into the pockets of his long dark coat. There was too much rain here. That's terrifying. And stupid. Hermione laughed softly, if a bit shakily. You're not wrong. She drew in a deep breath. My parents are in Australia. I wiped their memory and set them up with new identities before I went on the run with Harry. Harry's knuckles were bone white where he was digging his fingers into the seats, using the folds of Aizawa's coat to block them from view. Hermione's weren't that much better as she stared defiantly at Shoyuta, who really didn't have anything to say. All the magic and casual cruelty of the last few days, and this was what finally rendered him speechless. He must have taken too long to respond, because Hermione continued, wringing her hands together under Ron's. They were muggles and connected to me. Voldemort would have hurt them. Badly. And I didn't do it without their permission. They didn't want to get involved in the war, didn't really want me involved, but they were happy enough to get out of danger. Shoyuta inadvertently tuned the witch out, not because he didn't care about the rest of her plans to find her parents or Ron's decision to go with her, but because Shoyuta was suddenly and abruptly thrust back into being angry. Her parents had chosen to forget their daughter, to send her into a war knowing she might die and never be remembered. Then they'd had their daughters set up their new identities, which, sure, would have been easier with magic, but they let their daughter take the blame and responsibility of that decision on her shoulders alone. Shoyuta didn't know her parents' stories or quirks or stances on heroes, but he was suddenly very sure that their intelligence was nowhere near their daughters if they let Hermione go without a fight. He was also sure this wasn't going to end as well as the girl hoped. Shoyuta silenced Hermione's babbling and Ron's surprisingly gentle support with an abrupt shove of his hands into the deep pocket on the inside of his coat, coming up with a set of documents provided by a queen's aide courtesy, somehow, of Nezu. He handed the top two envelopes to a surprised Hermione and Ron. Hermione sucked in a breath when she read the first document, while Ron flipped through with a small frown on his face. Japanese citizenship? Hermione asked. So you'll always have a second option. Shoyuta leaned more heavily on his cousin as Ron shot Harry a look. His are little more involved since he's getting put under my guardianship until he's 18 and needs the citizenship a little faster. Yours will get you in the country as wards of UA, though you'll need to jump through some hoops once you're there. Shoyuta jumped just a little when he felt Harry's cold hand cover and squeeze his. The boy refused to meet Shuta's gaze, but the hero suddenly realized he'd passed another test. If Shoyuta was angry at Hermione's parents for abandoning their child to a war, Harry was livid. Hermione was one of the most precious things in his life. If Shoyuta was understanding things correctly, a bare handful of people who never faltered or hesitated in standing with Harry. Hermione's parents had not only had the family Harry had always craved, but Hermione was that family. Harry would never forgive them for hurting her, even if he never told her that, particularly since she didn't seem to see anything wrong with the situation. Harry hadn't thought Shoyuta would be mad at Hermione for erasing their memories, and he wouldn't have been, exactly, even if she hadn't had permission, because she was a child at war, though there would have been a long discussion on consent in stressful situations. But Harry wanted to know if Shoyuta saw things Hermione's way or Harry's. As the mop of black hair brushed against his neck and his cousin settled directly on his shoulder, Shoyuta figured he'd passed well enough. He also decided that he was damn tired, and if Harry was going to leave his head there, then it was fair game. Shoyuta dropped his own head onto Harry's hair with a little thump that didn't shift Harry whatsoever. I'm not an idiot. Those two are attached at your hip. If I want you to stay in Japan, and I do, England doesn't deserve you, then I need to make sure there's space for them in Japan. Harry hummed, but it was a happy hum, so Shoyuta continued in a low voice barely audible over Hermione and Ron discussing plans for Australia and Japan. Sides. I can imagine Zashi's and Namuri's reaction to me moving to a different country they're barred from, and it's not pretty. Zashi? As in Hizashi, your husband? Harry asked, equally quietly. Yes, though he still would have followed me before we were married. Harry huffed a laugh, and the two sat quietly listening to the other teenagers talk. Harry smelled like some kind of polish and the shampoo from the hotel. There was also a faint sour, rot scent that spoke of low, continuous desperation, which made Shoyuta want to throw the kid at Hizashi and Eri and let them hug the scent away. Ron laughed, loudly, a little while later only to be shushed by Hermione. Sorry, but is he really asleep? Harry hummed. Not really, but I don't think he's exactly awake either. Which was accurate. You seem pretty comfortable there, mate. Ron's voice was sly and teasing. Shoyuta felt his pillow shift slightly, but his cousin didn't really move, so Shoyuta didn't either. He feels like serious. Harry's tone was low, like a confession. I mean, I'm not getting them mixed up or anything. But the magic in his core, I know he can't access it, but the magic feels cool and dark and protective, like Sirius. Like it won't hurt me. Hermione and Ron paused, clearly exchanging an almost audible glance. You've always had a knack for people, mate, Ron replied, equally as soft. Even without his defense yesterday, and the thing with the Queen and the plan today, I'd still be willing to take your word for it. Thank you. Harry fit oceans of sunlight into those two words. Mischief crept in, however, as he continued in a clear effort to switch the conversation. So what are our names going to be? Names? Hermione and Ron spoke in sync, and Harry snorted at them. Yes, names. The plan is basically to make us underground English heroes, right? Then transfer us, or at least me, to Japan as an escape from a bad case and disguise our magic as quirks. So we'll need hero names. Hermione clapped. It's such a simple yet clever solution and will explain most of the after effects of being in a war. I can't believe that I didn't know most magical governments have a few Aurors, or their equivalents act as heroes to protect the statute from muggles and muggle from magic. Yeah, amazing, Mione. I'm with Harry. Names. It could be something Quidditch related. Ronald. If you name yourself something with either Chudley or cannons in it, I'm breaking up with you. There was a groan and Shoyuta felt his pillow shake with suppressed laughter. We should look at our specialties and what we're good at. We'll have to focus on one or two things to disguise our magic effectively as a quirk. I'm going to be the Marauder. Harry sounded firm, yet still somehow vulnerable. Shoyuta liked the first and wanted to murder the second. That's perfect. Hard dash. The witch was cut off as Shoyuta jumped upright, eyes glowing, staring at the creature digging its claws into his thighs. Mione. How did Crookshanks get here? Ron asked, suffering lacing his words. Hermione's sigh was resigned. I haven't the foggiest. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa. The claws released somewhat as the monster cat turned to face Harry, who was laughing and giving the beast chin scritches. He's part Nezu, Ron. He's a magic cat. Why shouldn't he be here? Because we're in a moving car thing that going pretty fast? That belongs to the Queen? This is by far the ugliest cat I have seen. Shoyuta said in a deliberate deadpan. And it was true. Crookshanks had long, uneven fur that might have once been orange, but was now more various shade of brown than anything else. He had a scar over one eye that rendered it a milky white, one missing ear, a kink in his tail, and was missing 3 different toes on 2 different feet. I love him desperately. By the time they made it back to the hotel, Shoyuta had a new furry best friend. The fierce loyalty of a fellow cat lover, the eternal respect of a redhead who'd never seen anyone tame the beast that quickly, and the knowledge that his cousin's low chuckles felt exactly like a purring feline. The day had been very productive. Overall, he deserved his nap. Arrival. Chapter Summary. Harry and Aizawa arrive in Japan. Harry meets Aizawa's family and doesn't panic. The unicorns may help. Chapter Notes. The support has been amazing for the crossover. Your comments are lovely and heartening. Here's some good family feels. The class is next. Harry staggered off the plane, thoroughly unimpressed with both the mode of travel and language potions in general. Zawa. Harry loved nicknames, and the man's expression had been hilarious even if he'd adjusted unfortunately quickly, was laughing at Harry. Harry knew this for a fact, even if he wasn't really opening his eyes enough to see the man. A gentle hand slowly slid over Harry's elbow and guided him away from the throng of people disembarking, and Harry was already slightly in love with the way Zawa kept touching him, kept reaching out slow and obvious, and never turned annoyed or angry if Harry flinched and shied away. Harry could feel the pressure from hundreds of breaths and the heat from hundreds of bodies dissipate with each step they took. He opened his eyes to a blurry Zawa and frowned, only for the taller man to huff and reach out an indistinct hand to tug Harry's glasses down from his head and onto his nose. Ah! Harry rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Zawa didn't roll his eyes, but his lips did twitch upwards ever so slightly. Planes that much worse than your usual method of travel? The blood drained from Harry's face as his stomach absolutely roiled. No, no. Flu is bad. Porkies are worse. Don't do either. Zawa raised an eyebrow. Sighing, Harry lowered his hand from his stomach, reasonably certain he wasn't about to. Loose the paltry plane lunch. I mean, I'd absolutely rather fly on my own, but the plane wasn't too bad. I think it was mostly the language potion. Honestly, fly on your owl, right? Not now. The potion worked, though? Zawa went to run a hand through his hair and stopped when he met the bun he'd thrown it in for the trip. Harry frowned, rolling the sound of Zawa's Japanese words through his mind. He had absolutely no idea what language he'd been speaking previously. Yeah, it did, Harry said slowly, though it will take some practice to reliably switch between Japanese and English. I'll understand both, but I'll need to focus on my response. Good. Zawa studied Harry for a moment longer, particularly the hand that had crept back over Harry's stomach, before digging into the black briefcase the hero had brought as his carry-on. He pulled out a small purple vial and held it out to Harry. Stomach soother. Hermione said you could have it once you could reply to me fairly easily. Harry snatched the vial and gulped it down, reveling in the magic that unfurled through his body with sweet, sweeping eddies. He shuddered, then pouted. Didn't tell me that. Didn't tell me that the language potion would feel like 6 angry giants yelling phrases into my brain for hours, and while clog dancing on my stomach. Either. Zawa blinked at that description, then huffed, pulling out his phone, warded against basic magical proximity by a rune figure that Hermione had developed for her parents, to check messages. Maybe she didn't know. It's not like she and Ron needed one for Australia. Harry squinted at his poor, ignorant cousin. Hermione knows everything. He sighed. And I guess I know why she was so smug that they could take incremental potions while I had to do the full does at once. Looking around while Zawa typed on his phone, Harry squinted again at the sign a couple feet away. He stopped when he felt Zawa's eyes on him and looked up into the taller man's face. What? Is the squinting a glasses problem or a language problem? Zawa asked. What? I mean, I'm probably at about a 10-year-old's understanding of writing. I'm going to need to do a lot more practice of that on my own. The potion only does so much. Zawa continued to stare with dark eyes, so Harry kept talking. And I'll need to do that with the spoken language, too, a bit. I mean, I have the basics, but no slang and no understanding of etiquette and shit like that. Don't call etiquette shit, and you'll be fine. Harry brightened. I can swear in 2 languages now. Zawa closed his eyes briefly before putting his phone away. Try to avoid doing so around my students. They're already picking up English swears at an alarming rate from Zashi and Yagi. He focused in on the smirk that was growing on Harry's face and abruptly turned, starting to walk down the hall back into the throng of people. Harry followed, absently enjoying the way his new long coat swished while walked, kind of like robes, but not as long or in the way nearly as much. He was interrupted from idly, wondering if he could spell it to flare dramatically like Snape's robes always had. That seemed like a fun effect for a hero costume, right? By Zawa calling back to him. Harry looked up to the tall figure just a few steps in front of him. What? When's the last time you had your prescription checked? Harry had really hoped Zawa had missed that, though he was getting the sense that Zawa missed very little. Maybe it was a hero thing? Harry had never met any other heroes, because Zawa thought Harry already was a hero. But it seemed like a good skill for heroes to have. Decent observational skills had saved his life a time or 3, even if they were always inconvenient in other people. Zawa had apparently taken Harry's silence as the answer it kind of was, since he sighed again. I'll add it to the list. There's a list? Harry's voice was laced with incredulousness and a hint of apprehension which, naturally, Zawa also caught. Yes, it mostly consists of paperwork we need to get finished at the moment, and a couple of appointments. I'll send it to you as soon as we get you a phone so you can add to it. They walked in silence for several moments, with Harry in the middle of convoluted thoughts about cousins who wanted to give Harry things as if they were a given and also wanted Harry's input about said things. He was deep enough in those thoughts that he barely paid attention as they walked through a connecting hallway in the terminals and thus almost missed the window. The huge window. The entire wall to Harry's right was glass. Previously, all that Harry had been able to see out the various windows was a lot of tarmac and airplanes with the occasional helicopter thrown in for variety. This window faced the other side of the airport, So while there was the edge of parking lot, there was also sky and forest and city line. This was Japan. This was the place that Harry's cousin offered Harry as a home. This was the place Harry could live that didn't have the scars of a Dark Lord, where an entire society wouldn't expect Harry to be the only one to fight. He was excited. Excited as he hadn't been since a half-giant had told him that magic was real. And he was nervous because that had turned out to have one giant ducking catch. Leaving England had been gut-wrenching in a way Harry hadn't expected with how sick he was of the wizarding world and England in general. He figured that was the fault of the goodbye party. All the Weasleys had been there. Mrs. Weasley had been there with her crushing hugs and murmured words on how she'd had 2 sons living out of the country already, and if visiting expectations weren't upheld, she'd come to him. Don't think she wouldn't. Mr. Weasley had been there with his quiet pride and calm claps on the back. Bill had been there with his tired eyes, bright scars, and happy smile. Fleur had stood at Bill's side with her bright hair and sparkling eyes. Charlie had been there with his booming laugh and protective stance, and George with his desperate reach, broken laugh, and jokes that might not be jokes of how surely Japan could use a joke shop. Percy had been there with his gentle and hesitant nod, and Ginny with her quiet, harsh instruction to look after himself because she expected all her brothers to be okay, which meant the world and then some. Andromeda had been there, holding baby Teddy, with tears in her eyes and kindness in her heart and promises to keep in touch and keep involved. Teddy had cooed and waved and turned his only tuft of hair black as night. McGonagall and Kingsley had been there with fierce pride and assurances that Harry had done enough, so he should let the 2 of them take care of things now. Hagrid had interrupted with large tears and larger hugs that had only stopped when Neville stepped in demanding information on Japanese plants, and Luna had patted Harry's arms and told him the Nargles were much better in Japan, but to watch out for Rackspurts. Never had Harry felt so loved. He was glad, in a way, that they weren't allowed past airport security. Harry might not have left if he'd been able to stay wrapped in their embrace for longer, but seeing the green and blue and gray out the Japanese airport's window felt like permission to breathe. Harry turned away from the window, absently realizing that he must be making Zawa wait. He turned back to the glass a moment later, determinedly staring at a passing crow in order not to cry. Zawa was standing several feet away, angled away from Harry, once again checking his phone. The pose didn't feel impatient, though, and really, it was a stance that Harry recognized. He'd used it before, after all, and quite frequently in the tent, to try and give Hermione and Ron a moment of privacy. Zawa was far enough away that Harry could have his moment, but close enough that he could watch for trouble and head off anyone who tried to cause a disturbance. Harry, out of the corner of his eye, caught the man giving a death glare to an employee who had been thinking about approaching, likely to shoo them along. Zawa had done the same earlier, when Harry and Hermione and Ron had said goodbye. Their flights had been timed close enough that the 3 of them had an extra half-hour to sit together. Harry half on Ron's lap, Hermione pressed into Harry's side, arms wound so tight around together that Harry couldn't really tell whose was whose and cared even less. Zawa had stood several feet away, looming, daring anyone to say a damn thing. No one did. When Hermione and Ron were gone, he'd been alone. Zawa sat next to him, not touching, just there, and starting talking. Harry doubted he'd remember much about the man's class, despite all the stories Zawa had managed to fit into 40 minutes. Harry would always remember the man's rasping voice, however, and the feel of his thin wrist when, 20 minutes in, Harry had reached out a shaking hand, desperate for just one more point of contact. Harry didn't love Zawa. That would be stupid. Even if the man told both the Ministry and the goblins to duck off. Even if the man was pissed that an entire society had a kid fight their war. Even if the man had gotten Harry out and then made sure Hermione and Ron could come too. It would be stupid to trust an adult, especially one Harry didn't know. Especially one who was only connected to Harry, though the Blacks whose relationships tended to fester. Harry wasn't stupid. He didn't love Zawa yet. Harry took a deep breath that rattled through his bones and released it through his nose. His hand trailed the glass as he approached Zawa, then grasped onto the man's sleeve as they continued down the hallway. They'd made it down a fancy escalator and passed a sign that, to Harry's rudimentary knowledge, said something about exits and meet-up points. They didn't need baggage since Harry had shrunk everything. When Harry stuttered to stop, "I forgot to panic about meeting your family," Zawa snorted, and shoved him lightly in the back. Yes, I imagine having a bit of an emotional breakdown and getting an entire language pounded into your brain might be distracting. Look, Yamada loves everyone, and Eri's a sweetheart. You'll do fine. Harry might have said something, but he was too busy watching something in Zawa shift, as if every line of tension in his body had just loosened a few degrees. Dad! A little pale blur came shooting from the left and bundled right into Zawa's knee. The man didn't miss a step, just bent down and scooped the little girl up into a tight hug, pressing their foreheads together. She laughed, tangling her hands in Zawa's long white scarf, and then laughed again when another tall man with long blonde hair came over and wrapped them both in a hug. Harry smiled and tucked his hands into his pockets. Zawa's family fit him, in a weird way. More of a balance than an overwhelming similarity. At Zawa's call, Harry turned from where he'd been unconsciously mirroring Zawa's earlier protective pose. Harry, this is my husband, Yamada Hizashi, and our daughter, Aizawa, Yamada Eri. Zashi, Eri, this is my cousin, Potter Harry. Eri took one look at Harry and wiggled down from Zawa's arms to tuck herself behind Hizashi's leg. She peeked out, and Harry distantly heard Zawa curse, something about forgetting red eyes. And Harry did see the red eyes. But he also saw the little horn, the white hair, and the pink cat sweater. He saw the fear in those eyes and saw that the fear was of him. Harry wasn't okay with that. He plopped down, sinking into a cross-legged position in the middle of the floor, not moving his eyes from the little girl in front of him. Your hair is the same color as unicorns. Harry got a soft gasp and smiled softly. Eri inched forward, still tucked behind her father's leg. Really? She was so tiny. Tinier than anyone in the DA, tinier than little Colin Creevy with his camera, tinier than the first year's Harry let cry on his shoulder when Umbridge started expanding her detentions. Really? Harry paused. He considered the statute of secrecy. He considered the paperwork detailing his new quirk. He considered the airport full of color and noise, and he considered the two wands tucked into his sleeve that he didn't always need. You want to see? By the time he'd managed to turn a little ball of white light into a proper unicorn prancing around his open palms, trailing small sparks and streaks of glitter, Eri was all but pressed against his knees, palms out as if to touch. He got another little gasp when, with barely a thought, the unicorn split into two and they started running up her arms and dancing circles around her small frame. She spun around, loosing a step. Eri didn't flinch away when Harry braced her with one gentle hand, but she did step back, smiling only a bit when one unicorn bumped her on the cheek with its snout. You have a really pretty quirk. Her voice was soft, more directed to the figure of light pawing at her hand than Harry. Harry knew that tone, knew the sorrow pain my fault that grew between her words like dandelion roots. An emotional breakdown and getting an entire language pounded into his brain wasn't enough of an excuse to not know about Zawa's daughter. Why hadn't Harry paid more attention? What if he screwed this up? So instead of looking up, instead of trying to take his cue from Zawa, Harry looked to this 7, maybe 8-year-old girl and said, "It's hurt me a lot." Her gasp was different, this time. Somehow, and her head jerked up to meet Harry's gaze for the first time. Really? Harry breathed on whispers and unicorn tails. Harry looked into ruby-red eyes and nodded. He thought of basilisk venom in his blood, dragon fire licking his arms, screams pouring from his throat. He thought of green light arcing at his mother, targeting his friends, aiming for his heart. Light that he remembered every time he looks in the bloody mirror. The words got stuck in his throat and tumbled out in one misshapen and mangled, "Yeah." His next attempt was better. But want to know a secret? Harry nodded as solemnly as he'd ever seen a child move. It also brought me my brother and sister, and a whole entire family just for me. Harry finally checked on Zawa and saw a small smile that contrasted with his husband's weepy beam. Harry couldn't have been screwing up too badly. He gestured, softly, to the two men, remembering something about villains and adoption in the girl's backstory, something you can probably understand. Huh? She looked at Harry's hand, then the unicorn in hers, then at her father's, and repeated the process at least 2 more times before she dropped the unicorn, which dissipated into the air, and flung small arms around Harry's neck. The force wasn't exactly a lot, but Harry really hadn't been expecting it, so he rocked back pretty significantly. Yes, I have Dad and Papa and Deku and Lemillion, and I helped Lemillion with my quirk, because that's what heroes do. Harry gently wrapped one arm around Eri so her weight was completely supported, let her warmth seep into every ache in his bones, and looked to Zawa in complete and utter panic. The bastard laughed at him, silently, but did keel down beside the two and ran a hand down long, pale hair. That's right, Bug. We love you, quirk or no quirk. But you did use your quirk to help Decca bring you to us. She transferred her octopus arms to her dad, but stopped partway to pat Harry on the head. You have pretty hair, too. Harry blushed, but ignored the smirk Zawa sent his way as the man began carrying his daughter to the exit. Thanks. Harry ducked his head as he accepted Hizashi's hand, and the man pulled him up with surprising ease. He kept his head down to hide the pout as much as the blush. Yamada was also a giant, and that just wasn't fair. Really think that should be the other way around, little cousin. The man was bright. Eri's always been real sensitive about her quirk, and every little bit of affirmation counts, and I somehow think that was a whole big bit. Harry shuffled his feet, but fell into step with the man. I didn't really do anything special. Yamada just laughed, a deep, free sound that didn't have quite the sadistic edge of his husband's. Sho was right. You absolutely are a hero. Harry didn't flail, but only because he was an experienced soldier, damn it. Hizashi, thankfully, didn't bring anything else about the moment up, just calmly gestured to things around them and offered quick explanations as they left the airport and started walking to the car park. The man was buzzing with energy. Harry could feel it in the man's core. For all he didn't have even a drop of magic, yet Yamada kept each motion contained. It took a few more minutes for Harry to clue into what was bothering him about the man. The tension in Hizashi's shoulders was big hint, as was Zawa's previous frequent use of the word loud to describe his husband. Look, Harry stumbled when Yamada immediately stopped talking and turned when Harry spoke. He cleared his throat and tried again. Look, you don't need to be careful around me. Not like you're being. I know Zawa must have told you some things, probably a lot of things, but, well, noise and energy really isn't an issue. I lived in a dorm room with 4 other boys. As long as no one's screaming murder in the middle of a dead silent room, I'm going to be fine. Yamada stopped, and though he didn't get any louder, his smile slipped into something little more genuine. Thanks, little cousin. He then slipped his arm through Harry's and started pulling the teen along at a faster pace, an extra bounce in his step. It's fine. I just don't like the idea of being the reason someone doesn't get to be themselves. Harry took a deep breath, really feeling the toll of the last few days as the air pushes his lungs out. And I appreciate it. You trying to be careful of my triggers, trying to make this work. I know it can't have been easy on you to have this random cousin dropped on your lap. Yamada laughed again, and this time it shook his entire body. I'm making a concentrated effort not to call you a kid, little cousin, since I suspect that with all the crap shows hinted you've gone through, you really don't feel like one. But I'll tell you this now, and the man grinned wide beneath orange sunglasses. You may be the kid he's gone the farthest geographically to adopt, but you're hardly the only one. Just wait till you see him with his little class of terrors. What's this about my terrors? I thought they were being little angels. Zawa asked, rather sardonically, as Harry and Yamada finally caught up to Zawa and Eri at a crosswalk. Zawa eyed their linked arms, but ultimately didn't say anything, so Harry decided to ignore it too. Yamada looked Zawa dead in the eye. I lied. They're demons. All of them. Even the quiet ones. Especially the quiet ones. Zawa nodded as if the order to the universe had been restored, and they all managed to walk about 6 feet before Hizashi's loud, "Wait," had Eri giggling, Zawa sighing, and several passers-by turning their heads. Harry just grinned, an expression that grew when Yamada turned to the teen and asked, "You said you shared a dorm room with 4 other boys, as in, one room?" "Yup, your poor teachers." Zawa winced. "It's not like that here." Yamada took over. Classes are given a dorm building with 8 rooms to a floor, and each student gets their own room. Yamada and I have an apartment in the city, but we're not there much anymore. We mainly stay in the teachers' dorms. We have a suite there with room for Eri. You'll get a room in both apartments. Yamada jumped in before Harry could comment. Sho also has a tendency to stay in the 3A dorms. He has a smaller suite there with 1 guest room that's technically Eri's, but really belongs to whichever student is having a rough night. Because Sho's a softie, ducking Zawa's swing was easy for Hizashi, particularly with the way Zawa had to suddenly shift to accommodate a lurching Eri. You mean we get to keep him? And the unicorns? Eri pointed at Harry, eyes wide. Yes, Zawa replied instantly. Yamada opened his mouth, probably, at least judging from the way concerned-eyed flicked to Harry, to say something about how the situation was a bit more complicated than that. But Zawa stared both Harry and Yamada down before simply turning and walking away. Listening to Yamada whine and pout at his husband, even as Eri leant over Zawa's shoulder to tell Harry all about her room and the plushy unicorn that she couldn't wait to show him, Harry didn't think he'd mind being kept very much all. Introductions. Chapter Summary. Harry is introduced to Aizawa's Hell class and explanations aren't really given. Sleeping bags and former number 1 heroes appear. Chapter Notes. Harry meets the class. There's a lot of sizing up going on. Interactions will come next. Thank you for all your lovely comments and support. Harry stared at 20 teenagers as they stared back at him. It was hilarious. A couple of them had tried to talk to him, namely Ida and Yayarozu, who'd introduced themselves as class reps, and a loud exploding boy who hadn't introduced himself but Harry badly wanted to throw at Ron. The redhead was not only crazy strong but would have a grand time beating a noisy Malfoy into the ground. There were a few other interesting interactions, such as the frog-like girl suggesting Harry might not speak Japanese, no kidding, he was as English-looking as they came, and a green boy by the window who was muttering about logical ruses, which, while Harry didn't exactly know his cousin well, was probably a very reasonable concern. Zawa, meanwhile, was asleep in a giant yellow sleeping bag a few feet to the side of the man's desk. Harry was sitting at said desk, having his own grand time messing with students by responding to every little thing with an affable grin. Zawa hadn't even looked at Harry when the teacher had entered, though cool fingers had carted through Harry's hair as Zawa walked behind the desk. Harry's presence was thus legitimized to the students before Zawa had crawled into his sleeping bag and ignored everyone. Harry wasn't judging. Saving the world had been exhausting when it was the only thing he did. Zawa apparently worked 2 jobs, Hisashi had 3, plus fatherhood and a sudden trip to England for some yelling and kidnapping. The man deserved some sleep. Harry was also pretty sure Zawa was only 60% sleeping and 40% messing with his class, a ratio that likely changed depending on his mood or lesson plans. Sirius would have loved this man. Harry didn't. Not yet. The bell rang and Zawa sat up without removing his sleeping bag, staring at the suddenly very quiet class. The pink girl waved, calling out a welcome back to Zawa, which sent a cascade of greetings through the room. Harry had to blink and take that in, though his smile didn't fall. Probably became more genuine, to be honest. He'd forgotten how colorful Muggle classrooms were. Witches and wizards generally didn't have quirks, certainly not physical mutations, so Harry had little practical experience with the sheer variety of people in the room. He also didn't have the slightest problem with it. The Dursleys had always been very proud of their helpful little quirks that amplified natural abilities like Vernon's work with numbers and Petunia's green thumb. They'd placed mutant quirks in the freak category right along with magic. So of course, Harry loved mutant quirks. One of the kids was part bird. How cool was that? Harry had made it personal policy to actively believe the opposite of everything Vernon said. This policy had led to finding acceptance with his duality and lack of care of gender in a partner, developing a love for Indian curry and spicy food in general, and adoring modern art that didn't look like a damn thing. Harry also liked this class. They were unique and strong, and clearly appreciated Zawa as they should. They were also a team. Harry had led the DA. He'd led a rebellion, those months on the run. It had been impossible to sit here and not study this class, to not see how their interactions with Harry and Zawa and each other worked. The moment they'd walked into the room and seen Harry's shoulders had tensed, bags had shifted, looks had been exchanged. No one had gone back to sleep. No one had turned their back on him. No one had talked about anything important. He also rather thought that the reason that he'd only been questioned by several students, in a specific order, Ida and Yayarozu first and formally, Explodo Boy to test Harry's mettle, Pinky to socialize it out of him, even if she'd forgotten to give her name in her excitement, was that Zawa was so obviously there. Quirks were basically unknown to Harry, so he had no idea how these kids would fight. Not really, but he knew they'd fight together. Oh, there were groups, several of them, with the 2 main focuses seeming to be Explodo Boy and Green Bean. But no one in the class was left alone, particularly with him as an unknown in the room. Even the quieter ones had people running hands down their arms or warm greetings directed their way. This class had been through some shit, and they weren't about to let it happen again. Harry approved. Zawa apparently did too, because he actually let the greetings go on for a full minute before flashing his eyes and getting the class to settle down. Mike said you were all proper hellions. Don't think I didn't notice the new curtains in the dorms. Pinky and a boy with yellow and black hair shifted guiltily. But you've done well on your assignments, so good job there. There was a collective sigh of relief. Sensei. Ida's hand shot straight into the air. If you're back, who is sitting at your desk? Are they a new teacher? The boy punctuated his question with an odd arm movement. Zawa opened his mouth but closed it, turning to Harry with a considering look on his face. Harry didn't like that look. No, you can speak Japanese? Someone yellowed out from the back of the room, though Harry didn't look to confirm which student. He did face the room briefly in order to give a sunny smile. Yes. He then turned back to Zawa and repeated, no. Zawa didn't look deterred. In fact, he looked possessed. Situational awareness, maybe? Or exit plans? No. Harry had done enough teaching. Damn it. You've been in this building less than an hour? How many exits have you clocked? Am I supposed to pretend ignorance of Nezu's vent system? A long purple-haired kid exchanged glances with Green Bean. What these kids really needed lessons in was subtle communication. They were good at working together. Sure. But if they choreographed every move so clearly, no. No. He wasn't doing this. Zawa blinked, before actually pivoting his body to more squarely stare at Harry. Did you break the rules? Rules? Zawa hadn't actually given him any real rules. There would be some for patrols, but they planned to wait a week before starting those, so rules hadn't exactly been established yet. Harry saw Zawa's eyes dart over to the muttering Green Bean and remembered. He let out a laugh that surprised some of the students. People probably didn't laugh at Zawa often, particularly if he thought they'd broken a rule. Even one as arbitrary as no meeting the problem child or principal without supervision. No, Zawa. I haven't talked to Nezu yet. The expression on the kids' faces when he called their teacher Zawa to his face was priceless, as was their synchronized shift to look at Zawa, who didn't react in the slightest. You left me alone with Mike. I put Vince and Devious Principal together from his stories, and from the new version of the Marauders map that Harry had filling itself out in the inner pocket of his still awesome coat. Hermione and he had dissected the hell out of the Marauders map in that tent, and while tracking everyone in this building would be difficult with their lack of magical signature, the basic physical mapping spells weren't too hard to apply. Zawa nodded, probably figuring there was a spell or two involved. So, exits. Harry looked blandly back at him. There are a lot of windows in this building. Zawa just grinned and, I'm planning something grin, and Harry let his head slip off his hands and thump into the table. It was lovely, solid table with cool metal to rest against his cheek against. I'm telling Mike you're being mean to me. If I plant the idea of a fluent English assistant, I don't think he'll care. Which true? Sensei? That was Pinky again. Harry needed a seating chart, Zawa sighed, stepping behind and running his fingers through Harry's unruly mop again. A motion that Harry really couldn't help leaning into. This is my cousin, Potter Harry, from England. He was a fully licensed pro hero over there until a case went bad. He tugged on Harry's hair, through no fault of his own. Cue terrifying glare at class. You will not be questioning him on this. Cue rapid, if sulky, nodding. He's got a provisional license here, like yours, though he'll be going on more active patrols with me and only auditing the occasional class to make sure he's caught up on Japanese regulations. He looked at the wiggling class and then at the clock. You have 1 minute to ask your questions. There was a lot of noise before Zawa finally pointed to a round brunette in the back. How long is he staying, Aizawa-sensei? Zawa let his full grin break and Harry watched the entire class, even Explodo Boy, shiver. Forever. England wasn't taking care of him, so they're not getting him back. The hum of the lights were the only thing audible until Purple Boy copied Harry and dropped his head onto the desk. Kidnapping is bad, Sensei. That's not really how that works. Yayarozu sounded uncertain, like previously she'd been sure, but now really wasn't. It's not? Green Bean asked, and had the entire class turn to stare at him. The boy went bright red and ducked back to his desk. Of course it's not. Harry just waited till Green Bean looked back up and winked. I mean, I'm okay with it, and Zawa already got Eri and the queen to agree, so. Harry shrugged, leaning back until his head hit Zawa's chest. Oh, look. Zawa interjected before anyone actually transitioned from wide eyes and mutters about the queen to actual questions. Time to go. Wouldn't want to be late for Cementos. They left, because they were well trained. But there were many backwards looks. Zawa dropped himself to sit on the edge of his desk and face Harry. You know the queen thing was Nezu, right? Harry tapped his fingers on the metal before looking up at Zawa with his carefully innocent expression. Well, yeah, but this was more fun. Plus, now they're even more wary and in awe of you. Zawa paused for a moment to study Harry's expression before handing him a jelly pouch with a grin. We should go to the staff room next. Absolutely. Harry levered himself up only to turn around when he got to the door. Wait. He pointed to the sleeping bag. That's a thing, right? Yes. Like in the staff room too? Yes. Zawa was looking at him like Harry was an idiot. "K." Harry walked over to the bag and took out his holly wand. He picked the bag off the floor after a few quick waves and muttered spells. Zawa accepted the bag slowly, but his eyes widened the moment he felt the much softer material. Harry nodded. It should also automatically adjust to the perfect temperature. Before Zawa could respond, Harry cast a duplicator and color changer before putting away his wand. Arms now full of a fluffy red and gold sleeping bag, Harry was ready. Zawa looked at the sleeping bag he was still petting softly, then at the one that was literally spilling out of Harry's smaller arms. You're my favorite. Hizashi's been replaced. Cool. Will he be in the staff room so I can tell him? He'd better be. Harry considered pulling up a chair as he watched the teenagers of Class 3A mill about on the ground of Gym Theta. He had to admit, the facilities at UA were amazing. Harry would always love Hogwarts and her halls, but there was an entire mini-city in this gym, and that deserved at least a little awe. He was learning a lot watching the mini-heroes, both from the glass where he could see the square acting as their start line, and from the monitors that showed all different parts of the city. It was a rather simple exercise of capture the flag, where the main complication was the distribution of students. Sometimes the teams were even, sometimes one was significantly outnumbered, sometimes there were 2 teams, sometimes there were 5, sometimes they started at the same time, sometimes one team had a 5-minute lead. All Might had just called a 10-minute break for rehydration, and Zawa was muttering to himself about reaction times from where he was writing notes beside Harry with help from various monitors. The electric door swooshed open and Harry heard oddly delicate, yet heavy footsteps approach. Catching the reflection of the former #1 hero in the glass, Harry decided to wait for Zawa's reaction. Aizawa, there are a few adjustments I want to make to the next lineups. I thought I'd check in and see if you had anything to change as well. Zawa held out a hand and All Might plopped a sheaf of paper in them, content to let the underground hero page through. Harry could feel the very tall, so unfair, man's stare, but it was more curious than anything else. The man had been in the staff room earlier, so had gotten Zawa's spiel about Harry being an English underground hero in need of relocation, as well as a dose of the Black Cousins dozing on a flustered Hizashi. While Harry could turn and talk to the man, he felt that watching Bird Boy have an animated conversation with the Green Bean was far more interesting. Harry imagined the conversation had something to do with Green Bean's previous strategy of breaking office lights to give Bird Boy's quirk more room to maneuver in the last round, though there was no sound, so Harry couldn't be sure. Better. I'd also switch Ishido up. She'd been with her friends in every round so far. Ah, thank you, Aizawa. Do you have any insights, Harry? Harry had made it very clear in the staff room that he preferred his first name. Being called by his last name felt too much like school, and he did not need the feeling of Snape's ghost breathing down his neck. I've always found the different approaches to heroics in other countries rather enlightening. Harry half turned from the glass. Your protege is good. Harry was not expecting the blush and the flustered hands of the former #1, nor the sudden appearance of blood. He didn't quite step forward in alarm, but did appreciate Zawa's resigned expression as he handed over a clean handkerchief. Young Midoriya has come quite far. The pride in Yagi's voice was very evident, if Zawa's rolling eyes were to be taken as evidence. Midoriya, is that the Green Bean's name? At the strange look Harry received, he hunched up his shoulders. What? You still haven't given me a class list or anything. You've given each of my students some ridiculous nickname, haven't you? Pretty much, Zawa. Harry chirped, before pausing to tap one finger on his chin. Well, not Ida and Yayarozu. They introduced themselves. An Explodo boy did call Greenbean Deku, but I wasn't sure if that was a name or not. If you didn't know who young Midoriya was, how did you know he was my protege? So they were just ignoring the coughing blood then. Excellent. Harry was happy to skip straight to the incredulous look. He had it on good authority, Ron's, that Harry had an excellent, just how are you so stupid / blind / unobservant face. Zawa certainly looked like he wanted to laugh. Greenbean soaks up your attention like a sponge, and you do have a tendency to give him extra smiles or pats. I wouldn't worry about favoritism quite yet, particularly with how the rest of the class seems to think it's cute, but the behavior is there. Why? Is it supposed to be a secret or something? Harry had to wait out Zawa's muttered, "Told you so," and some more flustered waving, thankfully without the blood, before getting an answer. No, not exactly. There was trouble with an old villain of mine and his successor a while back. It's definitely out there that I'm mentoring this batch of UA students, and perhaps young Midoriya in particular, but it hasn't been officially publicized. Harry hummed, looking between the gaunt cheeks of All Might and Zawa glaring a hole in the man's skull. Okay, I would like it known that I'm both smart enough to know that's not the full story, but also experienced enough to know that I don't need to know, and have hardly reached learn where all the bones are buried levels of trust. Instead of getting miffed at being called out, like Harry had been halfway expecting, All Might just smiled. Thank you, young Harry. I need to return to the students now, but I was hoping for the chance to say that I'm sorry you found yourself needing to leave your country. If you're ever missing your home language and don't mind an American accent, I'd be happy to have a conversation at any point. Harry blinked and the man was gone. Zawa let Harry turn back to the window and stare at the students as they started another round, though not before All Might had give Midoriya one quick head pat. 10 minutes into the round, Zawa called Harry over. We can use the lineups if you want to learn some names. Harry didn't respond, too busy staring at whirling colors through glass as lightning sparked from Midoriya's quirk, green lightning. Harry. Zawa didn't touch him, this time, but Harry could feel the man's presence radiating warmth all down Harry's side as he was joined at the window. All Might. Is he a good man? Yes. Zawa spoke slowly. A bit of a fool, but I believe he's good. The greater good type? Zawa crossed his arms, mirroring Harry, but looked up to the ceiling for a moment. I suppose. Can't say I've ever thought of it that way. Harry's stomach dropped like he'd taken another dose of that language potion, quite without his say-so. It took a moment of getting lost in the memory of blue eyes and being called my boy, and not being able to breathe under expectations and sorrow and apologies before Harry registered Zawa wasn't done. Certainly tries to save the greatest number of people possible. If was a little less greater good, he might even take care of himself. What? Zawa looked at Harry from the corner of dark eyes, hair almost completely blocking his gaze. That's why Midoriya is the guy's protege. The blood he was coughing up is from seriously damaged organs. All Might literally used his quirk until his body couldn't take it anymore. I appreciate their no person left behind mentality well enough, but both of them need to work on self-sacrificial tendencies. Harry's shoulders relaxed just a bit. It was enough that Zawa caught on, however, since the man slung an arm around Harry's shoulder and brought the team tightly into his side. Harry stayed still for all of a moment before melting into the contact. Zawa didn't ask about the questions. Harry didn't love his cousin. Not yet, but just nodded to his students. Sure you have no insights to offer? And well, Harry did, to his own surprise. What came out wasn't any of those insights, however. Mind still filled with the weight of lightning and green light, Harry met Zawa's eyes in the glass, ghosting over the reflection of his own thin face on the way. It's like someone combined Ron's strategy, Hermione's brilliance, Neville's earnestness, and Luna's ability to see what others can't, before forcing everything under my hero complex. Ducking hell, Zawa. That kid is not okay. Zawa sighed deeply, tightening his arm. He could have been watching Midoriya take hit after hit as distraction, so his teammates could get away, or he could have been watching the warped shadows dancing across Harry's cheekbones in the glass. We're working on it. Harry probably loved his cousin. Interference. Chapter summary. Harry knits. Izuka mutters, and interlopers are not welcome. The class learned some things. Chapter notes. Still lots of love. Please enjoy the moment when Harry and Izuku recognize a kindred soul. Harry sat in the back of Zawa's class and knit. He'd spent a lot of time in a tent learning that you can only be sacred, panicked, and desperate for so long, particularly when you were flying by the seat of your pants plan-wise and have trouble sleeping. As in you didn't want to sleep because nightmares and possession were both possibilities. So Harry had picked up some hobbies that didn't require potentially trackable magic and had gotten really good at sewing, wreath-making, astronomy, theoretical warding, and knitting. Hermione had thrown her parents' entire library into her handbag along with her magical titles, which happened to include her grandmother's crafting collection. He actually found knitting to be relaxing, particularly now that he could use magic. Mrs. Weasley had given him a few spells, but really, his magic just kinda went about helping. Zawa's gloves had apparently developed a weird texture that was useful in grabbing roof edges. Momo smiled at him as she placed another ball of green yarn at Harry's elbow. She, Uraraka, Midoriya, and Todoroki were in a group discussing a presentation they needed to give on an old villain next week. The entire class had split into groups for what was ostensibly a work period, but Harry had ignored the movement to continue hanging out in the back of the room. In the last week, Harry had developed a tendency to either loiter up front with Zawa, occasionally stealing the man's sleeping bag since the class hadn't seen Harry's own yet and wouldn't until the moment was perfect, or in the back of the class so as not to disturb anyone. Momo had been happy to chat with him occasionally, and Harry had found her several similarities to Hermione comforting. When she'd seen him knitting, she'd immediately started supplying him with yarn, despite Harry's protests that it wasn't necessary. It was nice, however. Harry was ostensibly part of Momo's little group, sitting close enough to comment as had been his habit over the last week. The class had been wonderfully welcoming, but Harry found himself more focused on his knitting today, knowing that it wasn't like Zawa was going to grade Harry. Analyzing the villain's movements might have been interesting, but the practice was hardly crucial what with his past experience analyzing and tracking Death Eaters. Besides, he was almost done with the scarf. It wasn't because he was nervous about his first patrol that night with Zawa. Not at all. Thanks, Momo. It's not a problem, Harry, the girl replied softly. Do you think you'll need another? Harry looked critically at his scarf, holding it up at eye level. No, I think I'm just about done. Uraraka reached out a hand to almost touch the material. It's so pretty. I didn't know you could create shifting colors like that, Momo. Momo frowned, eyebrows drawing down as she studied the soft, but rather plainly green wool she placed down on the desk. I don't think that's me. Ah. Harry blushed as he placed the scarf on his lap. No, it's me. Magic leaks into what I'm doing, sometimes. All the time. Midoriya gave a little bounce that had Todoroki placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. Sorry, just magic is such a cool quirk. It's so versatile. I mean, this clearly falls into the enhancements category versus the switching category, but the fact that it's just the color that changes is so subtle. Or maybe it's not. There could be other things that change. Perhaps the temperature or strength or texture. Harry laughed and Midoriya blushed. It's fine, Midoriya. I actually really appreciate your enthusiasm. It's been a while since I've been able to muster much on my own. It wasn't fine, exactly, since Harry was aware there were many holes in his claim that magic was his quirk, but it was hardly like someone was going to put a weird quirk together with an entire secret society of magical beings. Besides, Harry and Midoriya had discussed Harry's quirk in detail a couple of days ago, and the talk had actually been very useful in figuring out how to frame things. Harry had decided to split what he could do into two main categories, enhancing existing properties and switching properties completely. Harry figured this probably covered the basics of most charms and transfigurations, which were his main repertoire of attack and defensive spells, so he was good to go. Hopefully. Uraraka was nodding. I think Deka has a point. The gloves you made me are super warm, yet I never overheat in them. Todoroki blinked. He made you gloves? Yup. Uraraka beamed and reached into her back to pull out a pair of pink and black gloves. Midoriya chucked. You've been busy. Eri already showed me her scarf. She loves the little unicorns on it. Actually, she showed me Mike Sensei's scarf too, and I'm pretty sure the shade of yellow shifts to match the outfit of the wearer. Momo pulled her own deep red scarf out of her bag. I don't think I've noticed anything change about the color, but it is the softest scarf I've ever worn, and I don't think I did anything special with the yarn. Harry tried to fight down this blush. He hadn't quite realized how much knitting he'd done in the past week, even with magic to help him. So who's the one for? Uraraka tapped the almost finished scarf with a grin. Harry frowned again, considering, then held it up to a stuttering Midoriya and compared it to the boy's hair. I think it must be for Midoriya. Harry broke out into a smile now that that mystery was solved. Me? Well, I wasn't planning to knit today, so didn't bring anything, but then got a little antsy, not nervous, so just kinda started? I wasn't really paying attention. You don't mind, do you?
No.
Not at all. I just wouldn't want you to go out of your way. Harry stared at Midoriya for a moment, before nodding. Definitely for you. You don't seem like the type to expect to receive much for your own. Midoriya blinked before squaring his shoulders. Then thank you. He bulldozed over Harry's attempt to brush away the comment. Because you don't seem like the type who receives much thanks for your work. Right, well, fair enough. Harry replied, before frantically reaching for a distraction. Todoroki. The boy started. Do you want gloves or a scarf? I get something? The boy blinked slowly as Uraraka giggled. Of course. Momo gets a scarf because she offered me yarn while Uraraka gets gloves because she was coming to school with chapped hands and being cold sucks. Harry didn't notice that he rubbed his own hands together at this, burying them under piles of yarn. But the heroes in training all caught the motion. Midoriya gets a scarf because he needs nice things. The boy squawked even as Momo pat his shoulder in agreement. And you and Sato get something because you're part of the back row group that's been super nice to the strange kid lurking behind you in lessons. Harry stopped, head turning to Sato and his group up near the front of the class, remembering that it had been Sato's orange hat that Harry had been working on this morning. He'd forgotten it at the breakfast table when he'd gotten distracted by Eri, who'd needed help getting the nose on her unicorn drawing just right, which obviously required a magical model. Sato's getting a hat because his ears are always red when he comes to school. That's an option, too. Todoroki met earnest emerald eyes and then slowly dropped eyes to his hands, which didn't really have trouble with temperature because of the way his body supported his quirk. Hey, hat? He looked back at the open face of Harry. One with polka dots? Todoroki's voice was quiet and just a smidge hopeful. Uraraka giggled again, though not unkindly. Polka dots? My father once told me that polka dots were frivolous and attention-grabbing, and I was not to ever wear something so unfitting for a hero. And we want to piss this father off? Harry had turned serious, storms brewing in the eddies of his magic and the edges of his eyes. Always, answered Uraraka and Midoriya in perfect unison. Then, mate, you're going to get the most awesome, multicolored, obnoxious, polka-dotted masterpiece of a hat I can put together. Todoroki's smile was slow, but very sweet, and it was an absolute shame when the door to the classroom opened with a light bang and stole the attention of the entire class. Harry was on his feet immediately, reaction somewhat hidden as several others, including Midoriya and Bakugu, also rose. Harry was the only one to realize the newcomer was a witch, though, at least until he'd sent a quick signal to Zawa, who nodded even as he stepped forward to deal with the woman. Can I help you? Zawa asked in a tone that perfectly conveyed that he would like to do anything but. The strange woman gave a low bow. I am Murata Yuki. I'm looking for Potter Harry. It was remarkable how many of the kids, and not just the ones in the back Harry had been talking to, tensed at his name. They didn't all turn their heads to him or anything. Be you there? Was a distinct sense of the class putting their guard up, and at least 5 people shifted into a protective stance. Harry wasn't sure if it was because they were heroes, because he'd been added to their class this last week, or even because he was Zawa's, but the feeling of having so many people willing to stand with him bubbled in his chest and threw his magic happily as he made his way up the front. That would be me. How can I help you? Her eyes flicked to his scar, a move that Zawa caught if the man's worsening scowl provided any indication. I'm here to escort Hero Potter to the government building to discuss some of his past work and its current applications to Japan. Harry blinked, one arm absently out to stop Shoyuta from lunging at the woman. Murata had neatly avoided specifying which government building, or even which government, but Harry only really had one past work to his name, and that was Dark Lord vanquishing with a side of Dark Lord follower elimination. He didn't particularly want to do that again. Besides, Japan's last Dark Lord was several decades ago, and hadn't gotten nearly the headway that Voldemort managed. In fact, Japan had gotten some kind of commendation for their quick smackdown of said Dark Lord. Harry had checked, he sighed, but figured it was better to have more information than less. It was always useful to know what you were saying no to doing. And he had actually agreed to some teaching or work for the Japanese Ministry of Magic in order to get citizenship so quickly. All right. I mean, not even 2 weeks after my arrival seems a little tacky, but if you really need a baby hero to come tell you how to do your jobs that badly, Murata ignored his taunt, placidly stating, "I believe you are understating your capabilities," Harry hummed, picking up his bag from behind Zawa's desk and letting the yarn L in half. Completed project wind itself neatly and tuck into the bag. It wasn't so much a spell as desire his magic fulfilled, something that had become much more common with the Elder Wand thrumming against his skin. This was, however, the moment that Murata revealed just how young she was. Harry wasn't sure whether the ministry higher-ups had thought he'd bond better with a younger person, if they were currently swamped, or if Murata was just generally competent. Currently, however, she gasped. "That's not how your quirk works?" Harry and Zawa gave her matching raised eyebrows that conveyed exactly what they thought of her, almost slipping and using the word magic in front of a class of teenagers. Teenagers that were being actively trained to be observant. Fortunately for her, maybe, said teenagers were too busy being offended to catch the almost slip. "That's not for you to decide?" Midoriya, who'd apparently followed Harry back to the front of the class, said with a surprisingly fierce scowl. "It's his quirk, so he's literally the only person who knows how it works." "You're misunderstanding." Which? Mistake number 2. Never tell a teenager they're outright wrong when you don't already have some sort of trusted relationship. Hell, it was just bad professionalism in general. Harry could think of 5 other, better, ways of continuing this conversation, and he didn't even actually want the conversation to continue. Hero Potter's quirk is similar to my own. They're both part of a specific quirk grouping that manifests with significant similarities to the parents. As such, training is generally more standardized and limits more known. It was an interesting explanation, claiming the magic was a set of quirks that passed down with little deviation through family lines. Harry could see how it would work, particularly with a little bit of confundus here and there, even if Murata was explaining it poorly. "And our quirks don't work like that." Murata sounded very sure of herself. Harry crossed his arms. "Well, you had a proper education, haven't you?" "Pardon me?" Murata tugged on her jacket slightly. "A proper education," Harry enunciated slowly. "You know, that standardized training you were talking about. Training that didn't involve a megalomaniac chasing you through school. It's not like a megalomaniac really cares much for test scores and study time." "I was busy, thanks." Murata opened her mouth, but Midoriya beat her to it. "You two." Harry spun on his heels to face the green bean, who was looking at him with a searching expression. A quick flick of his gaze to Zawa showed that the man was wincing, so Harry decided to take things at face value. "Yep, it was the worst." Midoriya started nodding. "I know, right? Like, the threat of constant death was fine dash. It was not, problem child." Midoriya ignored Zawa with aplomb. "But then he started going after my friends and family, which was just dash rude." Harry took steps forward to sit on the edge of the nearest desk, giving a nod to Hagakure for invading her space even as he leaned forward towards Midoriya. "It's so rude." Midoriya actually threw up his hands. "Yes, I get that villains have to be all nefarious and troublesome, but really, it's just incompetent to cause chaos because you can't successfully target one person." "Oh, I agree completely. Like, how can everyone be so scared of this person/group/entity that can't even string together a proper attack?" Harry winced, reconsidering. At least at first. I mean, there was improvement, which sucked majorly, but still. Unintended consequences for all involved. So many. We had to move on to school grounds to keep us safe, which completely ignored the fact that the first attack was on school grounds. But no one ever talked about that. Izuku tilted his head and stared over Harry's shoulder in the direction of the dorms. "Mate, they only attacked your school once? I swear, every year except for one. The megalomaniac himself, or his merry band of minions broke into my school. 2 separate years they were there the entire time, just in disguise." Midoriya nodded, running a hand through his hair. "I get that. One of our megalomaniacs' protégés had a shape-shifting quirk. She could literally be anyone she wanted if she had some of their blood." "Rough?" Harry crossed his arms and looked in green eyes much darker than his own. And I bet everyone tried to tell you that everything was fine. Midoriya stuck his hands in his pockets. Fine and under control. Like, thanks, but that doesn't really stop the nightmares. Oh, don't get me started on the nightmares. There was some literal mind-duckery going on there. But even if there wasn't, you still need to be awake enough for classes? Wow, Potter, you look like shit. Here's 4 hours of homework to make extra sure you don't sleep, right? And you can't do badly on the assignments because you have a bright future if you work hard enough. I get that, I do, and disappointing people I care about is literally the last thing I want to do, but I'm trying to stay alive. I'm working very hard at that already. Harry played with the sleeve covering Umbridge's words. Yeah, because throughout it all you've always been positive you'd get to that bright future. Harry sighed. And all your worry is redundant because everything's fine and handled and not your problem. Midoriya snorted. Even though it literally is, Harry smirked back. And asking if they want the evidence to the contrary alphabetically or chronologically is apparently rude. Ruder than the people trying to kill you and your friends, certainly. They shared a look accented by bitter smiles. A look of appreciation for said friends mixed in with slight frustration born of the fact that said friends didn't quite get it. Couldn't, which was both wonderful and irksome at the same damn time. Harry lowered his hands, absently realizing he'd been gesturing as he spoke, and took in the dead silent class full of Midoriya's friends and Harryzawa who looked sad, like he couldn't figure out which boy to wrap in his sleeping bag and tuck into the corner of the classroom while he went to murder their problems. The slight red in Midoriya's cheeks and the barely visible shifting from foot to foot indicated the green bean had clocked the audience, too. They'd have to finish this conversation later, because someone might actually understand and Harry had not defeated a dark bloody lord by passing up opportunities. Harry flicked his eyes to Zawa and back before tilting his head slightly, grateful when he saw Midoriya narrow his eyes and give the slightest nod. Protecting loved ones always came first, even when that protection was from their own anger and frustration. At least you have Zawa, Harry sighed dramatically. I suppose. Midoriya accepted the pass as he stared thoughtfully at the ceiling, pausing just long enough for their beginning attempt to redirect the class atmosphere to have the most impact. Harry was impressed. Aizawa-sensei is pretty good in the megalomaniac has appeared somewhere he shouldn't be in everyone's panicking situations. He spends a lot of non-panicking time a sleeping bag, though. Harry physically waved the comment away. Pish. That's just modeling good sleeping habits, which we've already admitted are difficult. True. A smile tugged on Midoriya's lips as he leaned forward, eyes darting to either side as his classmates caught the motion. He even let me use the sleeping bag once. There were several actual gasps and Harry had to bite down a laugh. That was apparently well played. He'd have to up the ante. And he teaches you useful things. Useful. Tactics and observation and laws. So useful. How? Tell me how, is Midoriya. Harry stalked back the 3 steps to Zawa's desk, ignoring the gaping Murata to brush against Zawa's hip and steal his empty mug. How is turning dishware into small mammals supposed to be useful? Harry tapped into the magic of the Elder Wand, feeling absurdly gleeful to use one of the most powerful weapons his people had ever created for such a small spell, simply to make a class full of students feel better. With a flair he'd learned from Fred and George, Harry spun the mug in his hands and ended with a tan hamster. Midoriya gasped, but took the hamster without hesitation, happily showing the small animal to Kuda who'd crept up behind him the moment the rodent had appeared. Harry grinned and rested one hand on his hip. Tell me how that has ever saved a life. And I learned that trick from one of my only competent teachers. Murata shuffled forward, which was another mistake because it drew attention to her again, and followed it up with, your quirk doesn't work like that? Harry stared flatly, smile tucked back and away. I'm not the first of our people to not need a support item focus. Translation. Wandless magic was a thing, an uncommon thing, sure, in terms of traditional modern magic, but not unheard of in their society. The Japanese history of spiritual magic was also largely wandless, even if not heavily connected to English-style transfigurations. Really, Murata needed to calm down. Zawa clearly thought so too, since he actually extended an olive branch in order to redirect his still agitated students and stop them asking questions from this strange woman who'd entered their territory and kept insulting their new friend who literally made cute animals appear out of nothing. Pity the olive branch was coated in anger and pettiness. I'd like to go back to where you're taking my underage cousin. The class broke out in murmurs while Murata frowned. Underage? 17 is still underage, yes? Zawa narrowed his eyes. Black hair started to shift in a non-existent wind. Holy shit, dude. You're 17? Harry grinned back at Kaminari. Yep. Dude, that's basically our age. Midoriya leaned backwards around Kuda, who was cuddling the new hamster with something like awe on his face. How old did you think he was, exactly? Azui was the one who answered, one hand supporting her face as she leaned forward on her desk. It was hard to guess, Caro. The height says younger, but the eyes say older. Harry shrugged. Fair enough. Our records indicate that Hero Potter has been emancipated since age 14. Hitting the palm of his hand with a closed fist, Harry made a noise. Ah, the death tournament. Yeah, that makes sense. The death tournament. Zawa managed to speak with a truly remarkable lack of inflection. Ahaha. Yes, that. Harry made a conscious decision not to duck behind Midoriya and received a pat on the back from the boy for Harry's bravery. The rest of the class visibly straightened up at the frozen shadows in Aizawa's tone. It wasn't so much a death tournament as a school contest that everyone knew could, potentially end in death. The one that someone illegally entered you into? A red-eyed Aizawa asked. See, you do remember that part of Hermione's vendetta. I knew it had come up at some point. They stared at each other, Harry wide-eyed, Aizawa narrow-eyed, before Harry flinched first. Right. Nice talking with everyone. Todoroki, I'll get right on that hat. Expect it to be spectacular. Midoriya, we definitely have more to talk about, but nice sharing trauma with you. Let's do it without an audience next time. Kuda, the hamster had probably about 2 to 5 hours before it turns back into a mug. I'm not exactly sure how much power I put into it. Harry dash. Harry scooped his bag up from the floor and didn't run to the, once again, gaping witch. Gotta go, Zawa. Places to be and mysterious, potentially shady government officials to collude with. You know how it is. I'll meet you for patrol at the arranged spot. Promise? He'd made it to Murata, judged the likelihood of being able to hustle her out of the door and away from Zawa's reach to be small and growing smaller as the man reached for his capture weapon and latched onto the witch's wrist instead. Sometimes, you just had to be rude. Harry threw out a quick, "Love you, Zawa. Bye," before operating away. Half a city away, Murata and Harry appeared with a pop, several people outright staring at the two kneeling figures. Murata groaned but got to her feet first, staring around in shock once she realized that they were actually in the Japanese ministry. There are wards, how? Harry didn't answer. Hero Potter? The woman reached out a hand, but Harry looked up before she actually made contact, his face ashen white. I just told Zawa I loved him. Holy shit, I don't think I was lying. He flopped backwards to lie on the floor, the cool wood wonderfully firm and stable. Please tell me that whatever favor you need from me is ridiculously dangerous and likely to get me killed before 8 o'clock tonight. Patience. Chapter Summary. Zawa avoids a topic on patrol and Harry doesn't love him for it. Teapots and tea both make an appearance, but not together. Izuku starts planning. Chapter notes. So many lovely comments. Also, Izuku gets a part. There's section about Izuku and forgetting in the chapter. No more spoilers than that. That was inspired by a comment from several chapters back. I couldn't remember/find it, but hopefully that person is still reading and knows that I'm grateful and it found its way into the story. Shoyuta sipped at his coffee. He sipped at his coffee and stared at his cousin. The concern that had been weaving itself through Shuta's veins began to loosen as Harry shifted in front of the bench that Shoyuta had been sitting on for an hour, because it was a great surveillance spot. Not because he was worried, Hisashi. Shoyuta had entertained the thought, and perhaps several related thoughts, that Harry would be late to their first patrol together. Whatever the Japanese Ministry of Magic wanted with the boy could easily, and perhaps logically, detain him, even with Harry's clear lack of interest. Possibly because of Harry's clear lack of interest. And then there was the embarrassment factor. Shoyuta had seen Harry's eyes widen in the split second before he'd reached Murata and operated away. There was no way the kid had meant to say that he loved Shoyuta, though Shoyuta also suspected it wasn't a simple slip of the tongue that Harry could take back. Thankfully, the whole class had been in an uproar about the teleporting thing, and even more thankfully, the problem child had dominated said uproar by rambling about switching properties of matter and advanced quirk applications. Shoyuta himself had been too busy fighting off both the pleasant warmth of being so important to his cousin so quickly and the raging fire of being so important to his cousin so quickly. Kids should not get so attached that fast. What the actual duck? Shoyuta wanted to go back to England and crack several skulls. No, he wasn't being hypocritical because Shoyuta acknowledged his own trauma and the possible child-adopting tendencies that may or may not be related. Though Shoyuta might have to adjust his bet with Hisashi and Nezu, Midoriya was absolutely going to figure out the entire secret of magic on his own, sooner than later, if Harry kept throwing clues like apparition at them. Shoyuta sighed, ignoring the Harry's flinch even as it ate just a bit at Shuta's not entirely non-existent heart. He stood up from his bench, handing off the second cup, hot chocolate, because he'd noticed his cousin's sweet tooth and also didn't really want to deal with a war veteran hyped up on caffeine. Harry took the cup with cautious and adoring hands, wrapping all his fingers around the cheap paper and interlaced them on the opposite side. He also glanced at Shoyuta from the corner of his eyes, while partially obscured by his wild hair. Shoyuta was actually impressed with the gesture. It was subtle enough that most wouldn't have noticed the motion. Shoyuta was an experienced pro, however, and a large chunk of that experience was teaching. So he used one of his favorite teaching moves and ignored the obvious problem completely. "You're all kit up?" Shoyuta asked. Harry blinked, fingers flexing around his cup. "Yeah, these are dragon hide battle robes, gifted from Ron's brother the Christmas before everything went to shit. He pulled in some big favors at the Dragon Reserve where he works to get enough of the discarded skin to pull off 3 sets, but it definitely saved our asses more than once." Without bothering to hide his appraisal, Shoyuta took another look at the battle robes. They were flow-wide, but not excessively so, and Shoyuta had no doubt that Harry could move well in them. They were also clearly wizarding only for those who already knew what wizarding might mean, which Shoyuta supposed was important for the deal they'd stuck with the Japanese ministry. The shades of black and brown were also quite appropriate for the seedier part of the city they'd be patrolling. Underground heroes didn't tend to wear flashy colors, and while Shoyuta had been pretty sure his cousin wouldn't try something like that, Shoyuta had also completely forgotten to have that conversation with the kid. Harry's mouth quirked up. Hisashi approved them last night. Shoyuta ruthlessly stomped down the pleased hum that the thought of his husband and cousin getting along almost brought out, since that was hardly appropriate for a work night. "Good. We're not specifically hunting down anyone tonight. I'm not on an active case, but I've been asked to keep watch for a specific type of attack." Harry nodded, paying close attention, which Shoyuta appreciated. He knew from prior conversations and skulking about Diagon Alley to learn anything he could about the war that Harry was an expert in guerrilla warfare and was a dab hand at tracking. A regular patrol, however, wasn't something the boy had done much prior to tonight. Not that Shoyuta was particularly worried. They hadn't even technically begun and Harry's spine was already pulling straight as his head kept in constant motion to stay alert to any possible threat. Paranoia and survival instincts were generally pretty versatile in the heroics industry. Someone, or some group, has been stealing body parts. Fingers, mostly, but also ears, large chunks of hair, and the occasional foot. Harry blinked again, before tilting his head to stare more obviously at Shoyuta. "That's weird. That is weird, right? Please tell me that sort of thing isn't common with muggles these days." Shoyuta snorted. "It's weird. Particularly because all the victims are left alive. None of them can remember what happened, and it's happening all across the city. I haven't run into a case yet, but at this rate it's a matter of time." "Right. I'll watch out for a body thief. They're not taking organs?" Harry asked. Aizawa shook his head, long hair falling into his face slightly. "No, nothing of any apparent monetary value." "Huh. Well, I'm glad it's not just the wizards that get the weird ones." Shoyuta considered taking the low-hanging fruit. Such an easy transition into what the ministry wanted probably wouldn't just appear again. But he slipped his hands in his pockets and waited instead. It didn't take Harry long to realize what he'd said, if the suddenly hunched shoulders were anything to go by. It also didn't take long for determination to lace his spine. "Look, Zawa, problem cousin. Shoyuta brought Harry up short with the nickname, as intended. You don't need to tell me. I'd like to know, yes, and it would make looking after you easier. But we both know looking after you isn't the same as protecting you. You're a hero in your own right, no matter what your provisional license says. I'm here to help, not control, particularly since you've only known me for a couple of weeks and trust simply isn't built that fast. You can keep your secrets or talk at your own pace. It's your choice. Shoyuta looked up to meet eyes full of green oceans that had been tainted with lies for too damn long. He'd met serial killers with gazes Shoyuta felt more equipped to handle. Thanks, Harry said with all the quiet of a mumble and all the certainty of a shout. Shoyuta reached out to ruffle black curls, grateful when Harry leaned towards the touch instead of flinching away. They walked another block before Harry broke the silence. They're hiding something. The Japanese ministry, that is. They didn't do anything today, not exactly, just arrange times, locations, and potential syllabi for my seminars. We've settled on English combat, tracking, and warding magic, and talked a bit about how they'd like me to act if I ran into a magical crime while on patrol as a hero. They did nothing wrong. But your instincts were blaring, more like poking me with a damn stick every 10 minutes. Harry sighed, then ran a hand through his hair. Shoyuta stared at the darkening sky for a minute. Well, watch out then. I'll have Nezu keep an ear out for his contacts. If he knows the English queen, he damn well better know. Someone in the Japanese magical government. You don't think I'm just being paranoid? Leftover war instincts or general distrust of magical ministries or something? Shoyuta stopped. He turned to look at Harry and waited till the kid turned to face him as well. I have a husband who worked 3 jobs, a daughter who was held captive by abusive yakuza, a personal student who has spent his entire life being told his quirk makes him a villain, a problem child who breaks bones as often as he attracts villains, and 20-odd other kids I'm both teaching to be heroes and trying to ensure aren't traumatized beyond belief. Harry, you're absolutely being paranoid, but I will literally never tell you being paranoid is bad. I'm pretty sure being paranoid is my natural state of being. With a sharp nod, Shoyuta punctuated his point, then took a running start toward the building whose roof he liked to start patrols from due to its easy access to several other roofs. He wasn't quite fast enough to avoid hearing Harry's short, sharp bark of laughter, or his problem cousin mutter, constant vigilance. Constant ducking vigilance. Harry slammed the teapot down on the kitchen counter hard enough to set the china rattling. The students in the room, which was pretty much all of them since Shoyuta hadn't scheduled Harry's first patrol to run particularly late, either jumped or turned to stare. Or both. This does not disprove my point. It doesn't. Harry glared at the teapot, then at the room in general, before stomping off to the teacher's dorms with a dramatic flare of his robes. Shoyuta watched him go, then turned to stare at the teapot. There was a blue flower design on the spout that had him baffled. Ah, Yagi said from over where he was apparently leading an impromptu study session. Problems on patrol? Not at all. Shoyuta picked up the teapot and found it surprisingly warm to the touch. Kid has great instincts and exceptional situational awareness. At the last, he made sure to glow her just a bit at Kaminari and Ciro, who were much better than they used to be, but still had a tendency to get sidetracked. Like sparrows. Or squirrels. Is Harry okay? Asked Yaoyorozu, who was holding a non-related teacup in her hand. Not a scratch on him. Shoyuta was rather pleased with the obvious relief that went around the room, but couldn't help the little bit of disappointment that no one seemed to be picking up the actual thread of the story. No, wait. The problem child had stopped staring at the doorway Harry left through to stare at the teapot. Very deliberately at the teapot and not at Shoyuta. Midoriya finally looked up at Shuta's eyes with that quiet contemplative expression that the other teachers had, somehow, never learned to fear. Shoyuta, naturally, also didn't fear the leaps of logic and planning that usually followed, but he did have a firm personal policy that chaos was best enjoyed when he knew it was coming. Sensei. Midoriya paused, before nodding to himself and continuing. The hamster lasted about 4 hours, but from previous conversations I believe that human transformations last less time. Shoyuta let the silence grow along with his grin for a long moment. Thank you, problem child. He turned to Yagi, who was blinking in confusion. Do you know if Tsukachi is working tonight? Yes, I believe so. May I ask why? Because, Shoyuta threw over his shoulder, as he began to both walk away and wrap his capture scarf around the teapot in his hands. If I need to turn over a teapot to the police, I'm damn well going to do it to someone who will know I'm not lying when I tell them it's going to turn back into a mugger by the end of the night. Izuku closed Eri's door with a smile, letting one palm press flat against the wood. The little girl had badly wanted a story tonight, and Aizawa-sensei had long given Izuku permission to enter his and Mike-sensei's apartment in the teacher's dorm. Apparently, Izuku's magical bedtime superpowers were useful enough to net him blanket approval. He usually read to Eri before bed 2 to 3 times a week, but tonight had been just a little different than usual. Eri had been so talkative that they'd only made it through a single book, particularly when she was too busy explaining how her new cousin made the pictures in the book come to life. Izuku briefly considered being jealous. His funny voices really couldn't compare to moving images or illusions, but that really didn't last long. And it wasn't even just that Harry's quirk was so freaking cool. The images must be enhancements? Or maybe switching properties of the molecules or elements in the air. Harry was interesting. He was quiet and calm and always watching and had this kindness to him that Izuku was pretty sure Harry didn't even think was kindness. And well, that conversation in class. It wasn't even the conversation itself that sat in Izuku's mind like a purring puzzle, seeped in a kind of coy optimism that the usual lie for Dithor. Something's about to hurt my friend's problems never had. The similarities were breathtaking, and the possibilities of talking with someone else who'd actually had a megalomaniac chase them through school were staggering. Yet, it was the pause. That flick of green eyes and tilt of messy hair. That tiniest of moments where Izuku realized that Harry wanted to do exactly what Izuku wanted to do. What Izuku was suspected they'd both always done. Protect their people. Izuku hadn't had a lot of people growing up. Not good ones. Not ones that were his. He knew that he went rather far to protect his people. He's had long conversations with Aizawa-sensei, Hound Dog, Recovery Girl, and All Might. Izuku also knows that he's not going to change. Not really. He'll look after himself as much as he can, because it has actually sunk in that the people Izuku loves are hurt when he's hurt. But Izuku will always put people, particularly his people, first. He wants to be the #1 hero. He wants to protect people and give them hope like All Might. He wants to be the friend and hero his classmates say he is. He needs to keep them safe. He thinks people forget what he's already done. Sometimes, particularly since the mess with Shigaraki and One for All ended so spectacularly almost a year ago. A year of regular incidents and standard villains had seemed like outright peace. For all the country still bore physical scars, and the commission was frantically working on reform. It wasn't like his smiles and bounce and desire to learn and know and help were fake. It was just that they had deep roots. Izuku was quirkless, no matter that he now has several quirks. His happiness was so bright because it was so different from what he'd come to expect. Izuku would break bones, if that's what it took. He'd plot and plan, hide and skulk, manipulate and hack, even if no one had quite figured out his particular proficiency with those skills, though surely Nezu knew about the hacking. He'd just do it all with a smile so people wouldn't worry. Izuku thought Harry might get that. The others didn't. They forgot, which was fine, which was useful, which Izuku preferred. Aizawa-sensei didn't forget, never had. Aizawa-sensei who visited the grave of his childhood friends and lost his leg to keep them safe. Kaken didn't forget, never again. Kaken who'd seen Izuku standing broken in front of a desk buried in spider lilies in the morning, then seen Izuku standing with sharp shoulders in front of a bruised child in the afternoon. Ochako didn't forget, never would. Ochako who was Izuku's first friend, who saw him break an arm for a girl he'd never met and smile through it, who knew what it was like to grow up keeping discomfort, hunger, and sorrow quiet in order to protect those she loves. Izuku blinked and stepped away from the wood of Ares. Precious, beloved Ares, door. The wood had felt cool on his forehead, but if he lingered much longer he'd worry Shudo, who'd been in the kitchen when Izuku left. Izuku had almost made it down the hallway before he heard a sound. No. The shout was loud and drew Izuku's attention to the crack of light coming from the almost shut door to his left. No, Hermione, that's not what happened. Izuku could have kept walking. He was tempted to keep walking. Most of the class would expect that he, of all people, would keep walking. Izuku didn't keep walking. I panicked, Mione. This guy wasn't even a threat. Not really. He wasn't even baby Death Eater level. Just some random mugger who went after Zawa when his back was turned and bam. Teapot. I mean, it was pretty effective. A soft and slightly distorted male voice responded. Ronald. This time the voice was female and had a no-nonsense tone that Momo sometimes used in the middle of battle simulations. What? Bloody hell, Mione. So Harry turned a villain into a teapot. I don't see what the big deal is. The big deal is the panic. Izuku could barely hear her though the door and whatever device Harry was using to call his friends, but he could still hear the concern. So too, clearly, could Harry, who let the silence steep for a moment or three. I can't lose him, Mione. I like him. A lot. Zawa is so calm and protective, and he actually told me I could keep my secrets like it was completely reasonable to not demand everything of me within the first few weeks. I saw that mugger come at him and McGonagall's bloody teacups were on my mind because earlier I transfigured a mug. It wasn't even a teacup. Into a hamster because I thought it would make Zawa's class smile, and it did, and I can't lose him. I can't lose more people. I just can't. Izuku didn't stay to listen to the quiet, comforting murmurings that were too low to be picked up from his spot in the hallway. He picked his way slowly out of the apartment and began to plan his route through the 3A dorm. Technically, it was past curfew. Izuku didn't think Aizawa-sensei would mind, though. If Izuku sent the man a message, it would take about 20 minutes to return to the dorm and brew some of Momo's relaxing tea. Maybe closer to 30 if Izuku stopped by his room to get a stack of manga. The kind that had nothing to do with heroes and everything to do will feel good happy endings. 30 minutes should be enough time for Harry to calm down and for the call with his far away friends to run its course, though Izuku would lurk at the doorway again to make sure. Harry had said he wanted to talk later. After all, this was a potential friend who might actually understand, and Izuku had not become All Might's successor by passing up opportunities. Friendship. Chapter Summary. Shoyuta wants pancakes. Harry contemplates initiating a prank war. Izuku joins a squad that is not his own. Chapter Notes. Your comments make me happy. Thank you. Shoyuta watched his problem child lead his problem cousin to the 3A kitchen with a smile that Shoyuta hid in his coffee. Harry looked confused, but a sleepy kind of confused that was just a shade too soft to be wariness. Midoriya, on the other hand, looked smug. The smugness was hard to see, but was very present in the cant of his shoulders and the arm loosely supporting Eri as she babbled at both boys. Shoyuta would bet his entire stock of jelly pouches that Eri was a willing participant in Midoriya's plan to get her favorite cousin to the communal kitchen for Saturday morning breakfast. He'd also bet Hisashi's stock of trashy English novels that Harry, for all his legitimate paranoia, hadn't quite realized there was a plan yet. Knowing Midoriya, there were probably several plans. Shoyuta rather thought he'd let them play out. He'd been somewhat surprised to get the problem child's text last night about an upset Harry being taken tea in company, but only in that he figured it would have taken another week or so to get past the mutual wariness and aforementioned paranoia. Shoyuta had known from the start they would get along like two traumatized peas in a rather squished pod, but he'd thought there'd be more careful circling and feeling out and weighing words. The little back and forth in the classroom really hadn't changed his mind, particularly with Harry's later panic and withdrawal over the teapot incident. Tsukachi had capitalized the title in the report with far too much glee. The insane man had brightened when he'd seen Shoyuta and the teapot even before the explanation. He'd bet that the boys would either regret their forthrightness or fall back in order to re-evaluate the other. Instead, Midoriya had developed a plan and Harry had started making pancakes. If Shoyuta got to eat the pancakes, he would accept this turn of events gracefully and call the now-owed afternoon of being Nezu's personal walking device well worth it. How people should I cook for? Shoyuta spoke before Midoriya, whose head was currently burning in the fridge in search of juice. For you, me, Eri, and Midoriya. Everyone generally orbits into the kitchen on their own time on Saturdays. Anyone who'll be joining will be down by 10, but they'll make their own breakfast unless otherwise arranged. Midoriya hummed in agreement as Eri came and sat in Shuta's lap and buried her head into his chest in a way that proved how much she loved her new cousin and Midoriya both. She normally followed Hisashi's weekend sleep schedule, which contained at least an hour more sleep. With a nuzzle to her long hair, Shoyuta let his head rest gently on his daughter's as he watched Midoriya step around Harry and get plates and drinks ready. Harry turned away from the force of the other boy's beam, but kept sending quiet, perplexed looks back to Midoriya's obvious delight. Shoyuta let the warmth of the moment settle in his bones, deliberately not thinking about whether anyone had ever so obviously tried to befriend Harry before Midoriya. Specifically Harry, and not Harry Potter. Bakugo, for once, helped Shoyuta achieve his goal by interrupting the quiet and marching over to the counter, shoving Midoriya lightly away with his hip and a fairly quiet, "Move it, nerd." Shoyuta tensed as Harry did, the wizard turning around to the explosive boy entering his space and starting dead into Bakugo's red eyes. Bakugo, for all his temper, was an excellent, heroic student and would be an excellent hero. This was only reaffirmed as the blonde froze under Harry's stare, instincts clearly advising caution even as a familiar snarl tugged at the boy's lips. "I hope your redemption arc was better than Dudley's." Harry's words threw everyone, Bakugo most of all. "Excuse me, ducking extra?" Harry tilted his head as if the other boy was potentially mildly interesting, but had ruined his chances by being an idiot. Shoyuta wanted to snort, because he was pretty sure Harry had taken the motion from Crookshanks. "Dudley, my cousin. He was a bully who grew a conscience." "I thought Shoyuta and I were your cousins?" Eri asked with a pout in her voice. Harry turned, half his back to Bakugo. "You are, sweetheart. Though by my godfather and the Blacks, instead of my mom and the Evanses. Don't worry, I like you much better." He winked, then startled as Midoriya placed a scarred palm on Harry's arm. Kaken's redemption arc included a lot of therapy, good friends, some kidnapping, awkward heart-to-heart talks, anger management classes, detentions, and multiple fights in the dark. Shoyuta closed his eyes, wondering if he could let it go, but opened them again to see a wide-eyed Midoriya get smacked upside the head as both of his students refused to look at him. Shoyuta sighed. "Multiple midnight fights? Really? Not on school grounds. That doesn't make it better, nerd." Bakugo turned his back to Shoyuta and started reaching for the blender, the tips of his ears red. Shoyuta was just glad that one of them knew that fights away from UA and medical care and supervision weren't better, even if he still participated in them. That was still progress which Shoyuta, as their teacher, respected, clung to like Midoriya to his all-might comforter. Harry just blinked, but nodded, accepting casual violence as a way to work through issues without thought. How many siblings did he have by way of the Weasleys again? Good, because doing better by being better isn't enough if you don't fully acknowledge your actions. Harry gave a decisive nod and both boys stared at him. Shoyuta sighed again, only avoiding dropping his head to the table by way of his daughter in his lap. "I owe Hermione so much chocolate." Harry brightened at the mention of his friend and waved the wooden spoon around. "She's the best." He then tapped the end of the spoon against his chin. "And you're right. She's probably about 40% of my mental health and 60% of my sense of caution." Shoyuta was very aware. He was also aware that Harry probably didn't want to go into that conversation at all, particularly with a keen-eyed Midoriya writing mental notes and a wary-eyed Bakugo making defense plans. "She also has a great cat." Harry giggled, then looked surprised at the sound, which just made Eri giggle loud enough to change Harry's shock into fond sappiness. He pointed the spoon at Shoyuta. "You can't just like my friend because she has a great cat." Midoriya and Eri chimed at the same time. "Yes, he can." With a scowl, Shoyuta crossed his arms, now free since Eri had decided to scamper to her partner in crime, and looked quite pleased sitting on Midoriya's back with her arms flung over his shoulders. "Of course not. I also like Hermione because she's vicious." Bakugo interrupted Harry's response of glittering eyes and sharp teeth by making a shocked sound after tasting some of the batter that had been flying off Harry's spoon. The explosion boy quickly scoffed and turned away, though not before muttering, "Not bad." Midoriya and Shoyuta shared an impressed look. Bakugo demanded excellence of himself in all things, including cooking and baking. He was infamous for his excellent meals that he could occasionally be badgered into sharing, and his loud critiques of his friends' generally poor attempts. Harry stared at the boy, before nodding, clearly recognizing another cook. "I'll share my recipes with you if you'll return the favor. I've already learned that I won't be getting any from Zawa and Zashi's attempts at meals." Shoyuta let out a sound of protest, even knowing that was absolutely best. "But don't forget I can set you on fire if you explode at me." "Huh. Don't get uppity with me, for an extra." Bakugo didn't spark any explosions, because Shoyuta had 3 years to break him of that habit, damn it. But he did scowl menacingly. Harry didn't look impressed. Kakin. Midoriya had put Eri down, so he could stop forward with 2 hands raised, palm up. The little girl wandered over to Todoroki, who had just entered with Uraraka, and accepted the heterochromatic boy's head pats for a moment, before leading both students to seats next to Shoyuta and offering them muffins out of a basket previously filled by Sato. They took their seats, knowing better than to try and use the kitchen when Midoriya and Bakugo were scuffling. "Good morning, sensei," Uraraka chirped. Todoroki nodded towards where Bakugo was now threatening Midoriya with a teaspoon. "A normal Saturday. It will be good once I get my pancakes." A lie. He'd left his husband in bed, had his daughter and problem child and cousin and students safe in one building, and Shoyuta was ducking happy. Problem cousin. There will be no fire. "Pancakes, please." Harry looked to Shoyuta from where he was watching the 2 childhood friends bicker, clearly evaluating the relationship and determining that he didn't need to step in, which Shoyuta knew the kid had been prepared to do. He was glad that Harry could recognize the playful edge to the 2 boys' interactions and fights now mostly contained. There had been a lot of therapy and awkward heart-to-hearts. "I could turn his hair green?" Shoyuta closed his eyes again, but could still hear Bakuga's angry exclamation and Midoriya's delighted, "Really? You could set my father on fire." Todoroki continued to sip his tea as if he hadn't said anything. "That wouldn't really do anything, though. Your dad controls fire." Uraraka, bless her heart, sounded disappointed. "Fiend fire would probably work." Harry didn't even say it contemplatively. And yes, it probably would. Shoyuta reached for his neglected coffee and sipped it, letting the bitter flavor work its way into his bones. It wasn't hard to keep his face impassive, but it did get her harder as 4 faces of varying degrees of incredulousness and caution turned to him, waiting for a reprimand that never came. The 5th face had a mocking smirk that hid a bright and deadly understanding. Shoyuta wasn't worried about the current number 1 hero being set on fire, but he imagined Endeavor might find himself with green hair in the future. It never hurt to reinforce a redemption arc. After all, Shoyuta never minded when his students interrupted him. Not really. They knocked at his door for all sort of reasons, ranging from nightmares, to homework, to someone accidentally knocking down a wall. And it had taken him literal years to train them into both asking for help and to fessing up their mistakes so they could be fixed sooner. Complaining would be illogical. Still, some interruptions were more welcome than others. This firm, yet not panicked, knocking was definitely on the welcome side, despite the sound teetering on the edge of curfew. Staring at paperwork detailing hundreds of missing body parts wasn't enjoyable, particularly when there was a pattern staring Shoyuta in the face that he just couldn't see. His gut screamed that it had something to do with the attacks in the lower city, but he had no proof. Those attacks were far more vicious, to the point that no one except Nezu was even potentially willing to accept a connection between the body part thief, who almost always left their victims alive, and the possibly feral attacks that never left anyone alive. Regardless, a fire in the common room or a weepy teenager would be a welcome break. Shoyuta opened his door and blinked at Midoriya, Uraraka, and Hagakure, who were standing with determination in their stances. Shoyuta leaned on his doorframe and crossed his arms, assured by the lack of tears and panic that this was a conversation kind of interruption and not a catastrophe kind of interruption. He also nodded in greeting. "Hagakure. Problem child. Problem child protection squad president." Uraraka brightened and gave a fist pump. "Yeah, it's official." Midoriya scrunched his nose and looked at his friend, even as Hagakure giggled. "What?" he asked. Shoyuta just reached back into the apartment and swiped a set of documents from the table with the keys and Hizashi's headphones. He dropped the paperwork into Uraraka's waiting hands. Nezu approved the club's creation this morning. He apologized about the wait time. Something about having to rewrite some internal procedures. "What?" Midoriya repeated. Uraraka just patted his head before tucking the documents in pocket so Midoriya couldn't see them. She also turned serious eyes back to Shoyuta, who suppressed the urge to straighten his spine. "We also want to join the Harry's Kidnappers squad." Shoyuta stared at Uraraka, before sliding his gaze to the other 2, who both had their bodies firmly facing Shoyuta. "The what?" "We know it exists, sensei," Hagakure replied. "I overheard Snipe Sensei and Samintas Sensei talking just outside Gym Theta. Of course it was those two. Cementos and Hizashi had started a honest-to-God's book club with Harry after a couple of innocent questions about reading materials to familiarize himself with the language. They'd met the last 3 Wednesdays during lunch, and it was ducking adorable. Harry kept feeding Cementos English pastries, while the teacher prattled on about children's literature and somehow had the entire staff room reminiscing. Shoyuta preferred that method of bonding over snipes. Apparently, the two had started interacting after having both been using Gym Gamma for personal training. Some sort of game involving archery and brooms had been created that Shoyuta hadn't, for the sake of his tenuous sanity, investigated further. They were both trained adults, even if their smiles had made Shoyuta want to break out in hives and sleep for a week. Shoyuta hadn't even had to drop hints or explanations about Harry's past to recruit them for potential kidnapping. They'd both approached Shoyuta and Nezu after a staff meeting and made a couple comments about how lovely Shuta's cousin was and how well he fit in a UA. And was Harry going to teach any classes? Because they already felt like he was part of the staff and were prepared to act accordingly. Having trained, experienced, professional colleagues was the best, though Shuta's students were close to be trained professionals, and they certainly had more experience than most new graduates. Midoriya had a frown pulling at his freckles. I don't think Harry should go back to England, Sensei. He said some things that surprised Shoyuta a bit, though maybe not so much if they were things that Harry didn't realize were off. Like the fact that he shouldn't be expected to pay for saving his entire ducking society out of his own pocket. Anything I should know? Silence met Shuta's question for a moment, as lessons about required reporting and warning signs swirled through forest green eyes. Midoriya tilted his head. No, not yet. Shoyuta blinked, releasing himself from the weight of a strangely heavy regard, before his attention was dragged to Uraraka and her crossed arms. He's one of us now. The movement of Hagakure's clothes indicated she was nodding. Sometimes when no one's around he looks so sad, and he never forgets I'm there, and he has this support item that makes him invisible. We share tips and sometimes we sneak around spying on people, and I'm not losing my invisi buddy. All three of them stared at Hagakure for a moment, slotting that information in their existing knowledge of Harry and finding that it fit perfectly. Shoyuta grinned and was marginally pleased to see his students shift into ready stances even as Uraraka grinned back. Right, Shoyuta said, before stepping back and slamming the door in their faces. He leaned against the wood, feeling the cool material against his shoulder blades, even as he pulled out his phone and sent 3 names to Nezu with the caption HKS. He could still hear the girls squawking in the hall, before Midoriya hushed them and told them to check their phones. Whoa, that was Hagakure. We get an app. I guess that's how they'll let us know if we need to mobilize? Did we just join a secret society? This is so cool. HKS, huh? Harry Kidnapping Squad. Uraraka said. Glad we got the name right. Wait, Midoriya, how did you know there'd be an app? How many secret UA societies are you in? How many people are in the Deku Protection Squad? There was a moment of silence. Huh. Wait, get back here. Deku. Shoyuta was proud of his students. Windows. Chapter Summary. Harry learns something about Aizawa and has feelings. Aizawa has feelings of murder. Harry gets a surprising amount of comfort despite not talking about it. Chapter Notes. This chapter has a lot of feelings. Harry has a bit of a breakdown and then gets comforted. I hope you enjoy some Aizawa, Izuku interactions, and a surprise source of understanding. Shoyuta was in his sleeping bag under the window when he heard the door open. There was a pause, clearly felt even with his head buried under unreasonably soft material, and he instantly knew something was wrong. The pause wasn't the kind where someone wonders why the hell there's a grown man in a sleeping bag on school grounds, he has all his colleagues trained too well, or the kind of pause where someone wonders why the hell they thought being a teacher in a school for superpowered teenagers was a good idea. Nezu could sell water to a fish. This was the kind of pause where everyone took a moment to stare at whomever was at the door before turning to look in terrifying synchronicity at the person who was going to have to deal with it. Shoyuta was used to being that person. So he sat up, though didn't bother removing himself from the sleeping bag just yet. His first instinct, upon seeing Harry alone in the doorway, was to jolt out of the sleeping bag, give his best attempt at apparition to get to Harry's side, and then use his only slightly illegal key to the school's armory to unleash unholy hell on whoever had made his cousin cry. Shoyuta didn't do that. Instead, He gently and slowly removed his arms and upper body from the sleeping bag, never breaking eye contact from his cousin who was taking slow and measured steps towards Shoyuta. Despite the fact that Shoyuta was firmly focused on Harry and therefore not watching his colleagues, his professional paranoia allowed him to be aware enough of the room to know that Snipe would absolutely be down for some low-key murder, and Vlad King would probably help them hide the body. Shoyuta hadn't even known Harry had won over Vlad already. Cementos also got extra points since he already had the hot chocolate making underway, which was step 5 in Shuta's hastily constructed comfort Harry, find target, commit murder plan. First was a hug, which Shoyuta thought was right on track until Harry stopped a full foot away and just stared. His eyes were full of cracking ice and roiling salt, even if only the smallest stream of tears actually made it down his cheeks. Shoyuta hated those eyes, hated how they stabbed his heart with haphazard anger and sent tragic lullabies echoing in his skull. You dash. Harry fell silent. If his whisper had really counted as a noise at all. The anger sank like an anchor into Shuta's stomach. Shoyuta didn't know how he'd made his cousin cry. He'd thought they'd been doing well. He must have miscalculated. Somewhere. Shit. Hisashi normally caught him if he was doing something emotionally wrong. 20 students and a daughter made him better, but emotions were hard. Harry blinked, once, slowly, sending another trail of tears down his face, before lunging forward. Arms, still too thin, sharp and bony, locked around Shuta's neck as he caught his cousin and shifted until Shoyuta had a lapful of awkward teenager. Shoyuta locked his own arms around Harry's waist, conscious of not wanting the child soldier to feel trapped, but wanting even less the child to feel unwanted. Unwelcome, because this was the child soldier. This was the kind of moment when any of his strong yet traumatized students or his brilliant yet traumatized daughter would be sobbing great heaving sobs with the kind of tears that stole breath and birthed headaches or blackouts. Harry didn't make a sound. Shoyuta was only aware Harry was still crying by the faint trace of damp growing on Shuta's shirt. The damp, the faint tremors that racked Harry's body, and the pressure of Harry's forehead where he dug it hard enough into Shuta's shoulder that there'd likely be a bruise. Child soldiers probably weren't allowed to cry. Heroes weren't allowed to murder. But, well, Nezu knew the queen. Thank you. Shoyuta blinked, the tightening of Harry's arms the only sign that the boy actually spoken. What? Shoyuta asked once it was clear Harry wasn't planning to say anything else. Harry briefly increased the pressure against Shuta's shoulder before leaning back and looking down at Shuta's face. They said your class dash. Harry growled lightly when the words got caught rough spun and lodged in his throat. He took a deep breath of rattling bones and the tears stopped, eyes more ice than salt. You expel your students. An entire class, even. Shoyuta opened his mouth, probably to explain that the entire class thing had only been once, and that about half of those students had made it back to UA, though mostly in the general education department. His teeth clicked close when he got another hug instead. Thank you. I'm so tired of children's corpses. Harry whispered his words right by Shuta's ear, quiet enough to respect the graves cradled in his voice. Despite the volume, Shoyuta had no doubt that every teacher in the staff room heard that last sentence by some quirk of acoustics or magic. 3 distraught or panicking faces were more than evidence enough. Shoyuta shifted, slightly, and winced at the slight whine Harry produced before tucking his right arm more firmly around the young hero's back, kindly encouraging the kid to not ducking move because Shoyuta wouldn't be held responsible for his actions if he suddenly has both hands free to book a trip back to England. His left hand, Shoyuta used to butcher hand signals until Snipe got the picture that Shoyuta needed someone to cover his next class. Probably his next several classes. Shoyuta was not moving from this couch. Shoyuta didn't move from the couch until Harry woke hours later, a nightmare behind his teeth and wonder behind his eyes. Harry ran. He was the commander, of a highly effective combat force specializing in rescues, ambushes, and guerrilla warfare. He knew the value of running the duck away. Sometimes running was necessary in order to regroup. The moment directly after having some sort of breakdown in front of multiple witnesses, seeking comfort like a child, and then falling asleep on said comfort like a child was definitely one of those times. Harry thrashed in his nightmares. He knew this because people had told him, but also because of bruised knuckles and knees and walls. This was relevant because Harry had a nightmare while sleeping on Zawa and Zawa had stayed. Zawa had stayed and patted Harry's hair, and looked at Harry with tired understanding that wasn't pity. Aizawa had told him to go, if he needed to. Harry had needed to go. He had, however, before running the duck away, managed both a sound that was almost equivalent to a thanks and a tightening of arms that was almost equivalent to a hug. Hermione would be so proud of his progress, except now that he'd successfully run away and was facing the regrouping part of the agenda, he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to go back to his room and the walls there, but didn't really want to go wandering somewhere only to get lost and worry Aizawa either. Also, if he was being honest, which Neville seemed to think was important, Harry's head hurt. It also felt like he had one of Neville's really puffy plants in said head. The ones that Harry could never remember the name of but knew not to poke because of the sudden and fierce increase in size poking triggered. Harry felt like someone had poked the plant thriving in his skull through his eye socket. He also looked terrible. Face blotchy, eyes red, posture slumped. Unfortunately, he only realized this by looking at his reflection in a window. The same window where he met Midoriya's eyes and watched the slight widening that indicated the green bin had also clocked Harry's terrible appearance. Harry closed his eyes and leaned forward, pressing his forehead into the cool glass. Cool, yet nothing compared to the creep of the chill that settled his bones. The cold that Aizawa's attentions had battled and drowned and bound. The ice that seemed so much sharper now that he'd left those attentions behind in order to run away. Harry's shoulders tightened as the bell rang to signal the period's shifting, and he reached deep into his chest for his "do not duck with me asking questions counts as ducking with me" face. Shit. Midoriya swore and Harry blinked against the glass. Can I touch you? Harry blinked again and looked up into deep green eyes. Eyes that were closer, but still a respectful foot away. Eyes that were earnest and blocking the rest of the hallway that was starting to fill with far too many students. Eyes that were sparking with green lightning. Harry blinked one last time. Visions of training exercises where Midoriya jumped really rather far and also ducking floated dancing through his mind and threw himself forward. Hell yes. Midoriya stumbled a bit as he caught Harry's weight, but quickly proved his offer had been sincere as he tucked a hand behind Harry's knees and launched them out of the window that Harry had opened with a flick of his hand. They were about 10 stories up, which wasn't exactly high in Harry's opinion, but the wind was bracing, not cold. It was with gentle hands that Midoriya placed Harry on the ground by a tree, several hundred feet away from the main UA building. Harry's hands were not so smooth and briefly caught in the other boy's hair and collar as he tried to remove them from the around Midoriya's neck. Right.
Ooh, sorry.
Midoriya had faint trace of red along his cheekbones. Harry tilted his head. Why are you sorry? He then smirked weakly. I promise I'm not afraid of heights. Midoriya chuckled, quietly, and ran a palm through his hair. Yeah, the laughter kind of clued me into that. Harry though back and realized that yes, he had been laughing. Wildly. Midoriya, that wasn't a laugh. The other boy looked to Harry at the serious tone to his words, and Harry lasted all of 30 seconds under that gaze. It was a cackle. The smile that grew on Midoriya's face was slow and bleeding sunshine. Harry had no idea how to react to it, but felt a small smile of his own appear. Before the pause could become awkward or the smile could grow, Harry sighed. Thank you, by the way. No problem. I knew you were upset earlier with the way you left so abruptly and, well, I might have projected. There was another brush of a scarred hand through green curls. I know I don't really like people seeing me upset. Not that I don't count as people, or that I thought you'd be okay with me. I just thought, well, that you'd want out. Though, damn. I guess you could have done that yourself? With the teleporting. Sorry for overstepping. You're right. Operating hadn't even crossed Harry's mind, probably because he couldn't think of anywhere to go. Though, I'm not supposed to apparate when upset. Splinching isn't great. Splinching? Yeah, it's when you leave part of your body behind. Midoriya wrinkled his nose. Please don't do that. I don't really plan on it. Again. So thanks. You're welcome. It was kind of nice, actually. I hit my growth spurt last out of the class and I'm still not huge, so it was nice to carry someone without any awkwardness due to the size disparity. Harry opened his mouth to tell a joke. One of the ones that he always has floating in the air around him, considering his first friends include a literal half-giant and a behemoth of a redhead. Harry didn't tell a joke. Malnutrition. I think that's the problem. I've seen photos of my parents and grandparents, and they're all pretty tall. Wrapping his arms tightly around himself to try and beat the shivers back, Harry abruptly found the ground beneath his feet fascinating. Truly an exquisite shade of brown. Midoriya was staring up at waving branches and not at Harry, which was good, because Harry wasn't going to look up from the ground anytime soon. The awkward moment he'd so neatly avoided was back and stronger than ever. A sigh broke the tension, though Midoriya didn't look down. All Might and Recovery Girl were not impressed with my ability to follow a diet plan. I didn't know how to tell them I hadn't been able to eat lunch at school since the second grade. It's actually kind of impressive how many ways the same group of kids can steal or spoil the quirkless kid's lunch. Harry knew Midoriya had a quirk now, but he also knew that while 11 might be the age magic came in, that was awfully late for a quirk. Vernon had also preferred a quirkless freak to a magic one, even if accidental magic could have been passed off as quirk, so Harry understood. Intimately, I'm really not sure I appreciate how much we have in common. Harry heard the flatness in his own tone, but didn't really feel inclined to change anything. Midoriya simply snorted and looked at Harry from the corner of his eyes. Wrapping his arms around himself, briefly reminded of the pressure in his head, but unwilling to just walk away. For some reason, Harry continued, "It's not all bad. I'm a really good cook now. I quite enjoy it, actually." Harry paused, considering. He'd like to do something nice for Zawa after stealing the man for hours. And the whole tears, breakdown, nightmare, fleeing thing, though Zawa had stayed. Also maybe the class in general after walking out on them so rudely. I could make dinner for everyone. Midoriya peered at Harry through green bangs, entire body angled forward. Only if you want to. Harry finds himself smiling again. I want to. And he did. Now that the idea had presented itself to him, he really, really did. He'd take a headache reducer and get wrapped in food prep instead of his thoughts and do something nice. Helpful. Cooking for others always made him feel closer to Mrs. Weasley, too. Petunia had made Harry figure out how to cook on his own, but Mrs. Weasley had spent hours upon hours showing Harry the best way to prepare dishes and what needed to be magical or what didn't, and how ducking satisfying it was to make the people you love happy with something you'd provided. Midoriya looked happy. He was bouncing on his feet. Okay, the class would love that. I mean, most of us can prep food, but a lot of it's simple and not Western. Not that I'm assuming you'll cook Western. I can help? Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The laugh wasn't deep or particularly loud and aired a bit on the tired side of things, but it was more genuine than he would have expected 15 minutes ago. He reached up and patted Midoriya on the head, who pouted at Harry even as the other boy went slightly cross-eyed, trying to follow Harry's hand. Have you ever had homemade pizza? Harry asked. The pout fell away. No, not homemade. Harry studied the haphazard knot of Midoriya's tie as he thought. Pizza's pretty simple and good for large groups. We'll just make several different kinds. We can use whatever ingredients are on hand, too, mostly since I didn't stock up. Yeast might be a problem, though, and maybe toppings. I'll need to check the dorm stocks. Harry bit his lip. Midoriya started muttering, and Harry found himself rather amused as the boy apparently went through the contents of the dorm fridge, two of his classmates' mini fridges, and Aizawa and Hisashi's fridge before nodding. Yeah, we'll need some things. It's about time for a grocery run regardless. We could ask Aizawa-sensei for permission to leave? Harry blinked. Don't you still have class? The wave Harry got in response was cheeky. Just English is left today, and I'm fluent. My dad went to America and, well, All Might. The blush was back, and it made Harry smile. Besides, Mike Sensei will totally let it slide if I tell him I was helping you. Harry felt his own blush start to cross his cheeks even as he dug his hands into his pockets and turned slightly to the side. Midoriya wasn't wrong. Hisashi would totally cave for Harry, particularly after hearing about Harry's breakdown, and Harry didn't know what to do with that kind of certainty, that kind of care. Oh. Midoriya turned back to face the school. I bet I can beg a few things off lunch rush, Sensei. He doesn't really mind the occasional bit of helping out. Besides, after those cooking classes Aizawa-sensei had him give us, he'd probably be glad of the concrete evidence we're not starving ourselves. There's a moment of quiet before Midoriya looked back and Harry realized he was supposed to provide confirmation and not just hesitate. With a sigh, Harry nodded, then spoke quietly. You could maybe mention it's for me. Lunch rush, and I have started swapping recipes. He's promised to teach me to make some Japanese dishes. Midoriya opened his mouth, but Harry interrupted him as a thought crossed his mind. Wait, I'm not asking you to fetch things for me. Midoriya gave Harry a look. He wasn't quite sure what the look said just yet, but it was speaking very loudly. The look was similar to Hermione's look when Ron was doing something particularly dense, like trying to organize her research notes to be helpful, but was instead giving her another hour's work to fix the resulting mess. Do you want to go back into the school just to fetch ingredients? Harry's fingers clenched in his pockets, even as he felt his face even out into perfect blankness. There was a hum, and then, I didn't think so. I have literal super strength. I can handle some food. Besides, I tell Lunch Rush it's all to help you, and I'm sure I'll be good to go in no time. Do all the teachers love you? Harry needed a moment to get past the dizzying rush of warmth that laced through his stomach at how neatly they weren't talking about it, how they'd never really started talking about it. So he closed his eyes and breathed, before opening them to meet an open, patient face, an understanding, not pitying face. Well, his voice was only the tiniest thread unsteady. I haven't met Nezu yet. Izuku tilted his head to the right. Huh. That surprises me. I think Zawa wanted to attempt to control the chaos. I'm not allowed to meet him alone, at least the first time. Harry was starting to want that introduction, though, which had far more to do with the stories he'd been hearing about the principal than the genuine thanks Harry did want to convey to the creature. That surprises me less. You were also on the list. Harry let his features fall into the stern expression Zawa had been using. You aren't to be unsupervised with Nezu or the problem child, were his exact words. Midoriya's smile this time was a smirk, not a smile, and it was still slow, but bled satisfaction, not sunshine. It suited him. Good. I like you. The words slipped out before Harry could stop them, and he watched the smirk disappear amidst another encroaching blush. Midoriya rallied admirably quickly and frowned at him. Good. Making friends without extensive and mildly terrifying training exercises or life-threatening danger is hard. I was starting to worry I was doing it wrong, which, no, he wasn't. Harry was observant. He knew what Midoriya was tiring to do. Harry was just also scared and paranoid, also traumatized, but, well, window jumping might not be dangerous, but, I wouldn't mind being friends. It took 10 minutes after Midoriya left to beg ingredients off Lunch Rush for Harry to stop panicking about what he'd said. Another 5 on top of that to stop contemplating delighted, green eyes and sunshine smirks, and yet another 5 for Harry to realize he needed to move. He didn't want to go far and make it difficult for Midoriya, who'd left Harry to recover from all these emotions like needing time was normal and okay, to find him again. But Harry liked to move. He liked to fly and run, and not sit still where the bad things could get him. Unfortunately, moving was generally how he found trouble. Only Luna really seemed to understand this, that he didn't search for trouble and trouble didn't exactly find him. He just wandered right into it, unable to stop or sit or rest. So perhaps it wasn't surprising when he wandered around the tree, down the path a ways, and right into All Might sitting on a bench staring up at the sky. Harry almost turned around and walked back the way he'd came. Sure, the retired hero had probably noticed Harry, but Harry was somehow sure that he could leave and this encounter would never be acknowledged. Curiosity was always his biggest weakness. However, yes, he was self-aware. Thank you, Hermione. And Harry was cold. The ache in his head had spread to his bones, making the joints creak in a biting chill that he'd never felt in the winds, no matter how high he'd flown. Harry knew warmth was coming. He wanted the warmth in his stomach from sunshine smiles, the warmth in his hands from baking dough, the warmth in his veins from dark eyes that stayed, the warmth in the room from 20-odd voices all coming together. He wanted, but the cold was familiar in ways that warmth wasn't. Not an enemy, exactly, for all that the chill drove his restlessness and anchored his nightmares. Yagi looked cold. Young Harry. Clearly Harry had stood frozen too long for plausible deniability to work. No hero who'd actually made it to retirement would ever be so oblivious to someone's presence. Here for that conversation? Harry abruptly realized that he was here for a conversation, though not one based on missing his language. He took a moment to make extra sure he was speaking in Japanese. Zawa told me that all the number 10 heroes know about magic. Yagi breathed out through his nose before turning sunken eyes to Harry. That is true, yes. And you spent a lot of time in America and English-speaking countries. I did, yes. Yagi gave a slow blink. Not a dare, exactly, but resignation. So you know who I am. I do, yes. The confirmation was quiet, yet resounding. But you didn't say anything? Harry wasn't exactly sure who Yagi was supposed to have said anything to, though it easily could have been Harry himself. My boy. Neither of them acknowledged Harry flinch. You are, as far as I'm concerned, exactly what Aizawa has said you are, a hero. I know the difficulty of being two people in one, and not always being treated as the person you feel you are. Of not being sure who you are, except the person they see you as. As long as you wish to be Aizawa's cousin and not the boy who lived, then I will treat you as such. You know, Harry said, moving in slow and deliberate motions to sit next to the man with a skeleton form and ghosts on his shoulders. I thought you were like Dumbledore when we met. Now I wonder if you aren't like me. Or, I suppose that I aren't like you. I chose to be a hero. Did you? Harry was quiet for a moment, letting the breeze wrap around his wrists. No, and yes. If I was asked, Yagi said softly, I would say, yes and no. It makes a difference, doesn't it? Harry responded with equal softness. I imagine it does. Harry thought about that. Thought of his new coat and the warming charms he'd spent 3 evenings sticking into the lining and cuff. Thought about the shivers that trembled faintly, intermittently, across the skin of the man he was sitting beside, despite the fact that, objectively, it wasn't cold outside at all. Midoriya found them sitting on the bench pressed back to back, two thin shoulders pressing into a spine of sharp angles, talking about rabbits and vegetables and books in English. The boy paused for only half a step, arms laden with bags, before his smile grew even larger. It wasn't hard to persuade Yagi that pizza was required, though it was a little harder to convince Zawa that Yagi hadn't meant to drop the flour all over the dorm kitchen. The warmth was a prickling comfort, 100 needles awakening nearly frostbitten limbs, born of the knowledge that maybe he wasn't the only one not quite sure how to move in body that wasn't a weapon, despite bearing all the scars to the contrary. Wings. Chapter summary. Harry thinks about murder on a roof, has a really good fly, and brings a friend over for dinner. Zawa begins to understand the Potter luck. Chapter notes. Enjoy a bit of plot, lots of fluff, and dash of trauma. Your comments make me smile. A surprising number of you predicted / requested the guest hero in this chapter. Harry was thinking on a roof. Not one of the school building's roofs, but an office building in what could probably be called downtown. He was technically on patrol, or at least on ministry time, for all that his class on tracking. Spells ended over an hour ago. There was a folder of paperwork stuffed into one of the large, spelled inner pockets of his inner coat that he was ostensibly completing, but he hadn't looked at it once. Instead, Harry had thoughts of a serial killer dancing in his head, though the fact that said serial wasn't a Death Eater was surprisingly refreshing. The agents at his class asked a lot of questions about tracking down the Death Eaters. He'd been, not confused, but maybe a bit surprised. Normally, everything was about Voldemort. Here, the wizards were far more concerned with the straggling Death Eaters that Harry and Kingsley had rounded up with brutal efficiency. He understood better when Murata had slipped him a file to help Harry prepare for the questions during his next lesson. There had been a series of killings in the lower town. Violent, vicious things that always ended with the victims dead. The police were thinking it was gang activity, or at least a group, both because of the level of violence and because there was such a wide range of ages, genders, and statuses for the victims. They appeared completely random, though were always attacked in the middle of the night. There was also no sign of obvious quirk use or magic. The ministry, however, suspected magic, or at least a wizard, because almost a year ago there had been a series of murders in the magical world that resembled these crimes in violence and scope. The victims had all been killed with a variety of different spells, as if the killer was experimenting. The killer had never been caught. The file Murata had slipped Harry contained the details of several of the more prolific cases, including the killer's last, after which they just stopped, disappeared, poofed the duck away. The ministry didn't claim they'd solved the problem, which was pretty impressive by Harry's standards of ministry officials. The case was also clearly still on the minds of the agents, judging by the generally intelligent questions he'd gotten so many months later. Where Harry got stuck wasn't how the case was handled in the past, but the fact that the wizards were staying out of things this time around. Just because there wasn't proof that the same villain was behind the magical cases and these new attacks, didn't mean that they should duck right off and not provide the possible connection to the regular police force. A different mode of killing was unusual, but hardly impossible. Bellatrix had gone through phases where she preferred spells or knives. Yaxley had gotten meaner when he had the safety of the Ministry and anti-Muggleborn laws to hide behind. Dolohov had gotten more creative when old age had bent his spine into unforgiving shapes. Killers changed, and Harry's instincts said that the Japanese Ministry was sending the Muggles up a creek of blood without a paddle, much less basic first aid equipment, which meant Harry was going to interfere. He'd start with some questions. Maybe Murata would get him a few more files, but, well, he had a saving people thing. So did Zawa. Zawa might help even without evidence, maybe. Harry sighed. He tucked the cross-section of cases into his document pocket and leaned back. The open air wrapped around his spine and whistled around his ears, encouraging him to lean further and further over the edge. There was a disturbance, a flutter of air that wasn't the wind or Harry's magic, and he sighed again. Those look like some pretty glum thoughts. Without opening his eyes, Harry hummed. I promise I'm not planning on jumping, Mr. Hero. So your thoughts are full of daisies, then? Harry snorted, rather despite himself, but refused to open his eyes. Up here in the sky after an all-too-brief fly was the calmest he'd felt all week. He wasn't going to let a hero, who else, would be stupid enough to check on the weirdo lazing on top of a high-rise, well-meaning as he likely was, ruin that. Besides, it's not like falling would kill him. Not with Harry's flying skills and the shrunken broom that Hermione had attached to an earring for him, single-handedly reducing his anxiety to manageable levels by providing him a constant escape route like the genius she was. Though Zawa might be upset if he heard Harry was taking risks, it's not like his cousin had actually seen Harry fly yet. And Zashi might do that thing where he gets quiet and Eri would team up with Izuku to give sad doe eyes, which were Harry's weakness. So, he probably shouldn't blow off this hero. Harry sighed, again, before throwing his own hero license in the general direction of the voice. He waited till there was the quiet sound of plastic hitting fabric, hopefully gloves, and then spoke. Serial killers are generally more glum than daisies, but do need some thought to puzzle through. Don't get too many foreign transfers. Eraserhead's a good guy to be under. At least this well-meaning hero had good taste. Harry felt a smile tug at his lips. He's the best. Underground heroes don't generally spend too much time on rooftops this high up, though. Eraserhead does seem to like rooftops he can run between. But I've always liked to defy expectations. The other hero snorted and tossed the license back. Harry reached out a lazy hand and caught it, trusting the wind to tell him where to reach. I get that. Good thinking spots up here, too, Harry hummed, letting the wind flap his coat around him. Anything I should be wary about, serial killer-wise? Harry didn't sigh yet again, but it was a conscious effort. He let the cold from the concrete of the roof settle into his bones and opened his eyes to stare at the clouds. Nothing you're probably not aware of already. I just got introduced to the Midnight Monster. Ah, yeah. Not my case, but I've heard some things. Not anyone's case, apparently. Crosses too many neighborhood and jurisdictional lines. Harry let his bitterness disperse into the air for a moment, before closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose and yanking himself fully upright. Sorry, you didn't deserve that. Brought up some bad memories of other serials and incompetent officials. Have you ever wanted to set bureaucracy on fire? There was a strangled noise that was maybe a laugh. All the time. The commission is better than it was a couple of years ago, but I sometimes wonder if they know how lucky they are that I like the sky too much to be stuck in prison and am too lazy to properly plan how to get away with mass arson. Exactly. Harry opened his eyes and turned to beam at this hero who got it and then froze as his eyes met red. He blinked, but the red was still there, like Fox. The hero, Hawks, blinked back, sardonic smile in place on a tilted head, clearly waiting for Harry to get over his shock with well-worn bravado. Except Harry wasn't stuck in a fanboy haze and didn't care a whit about popularity. Wings. You have wings. Hawks looked bemused. Yup. They're how I got up here. There was a question there, but Harry ignored that promptly. Beautiful wings. Hawks titled his head in the other direction.
Thanks.
You're Hawks, the number 2 hero. Yup. You okay? Harry scrambled to his feet, showing far less grace than he was capable of and making Hawks step forward in case Harry pitched himself over the side of the building. So you know about magic and the wizarding world. Harry wasn't asking a question, but he did note the dawning understating in Hawks's face. Oh, yup. I mean, I haven't dealt a lot with them. Edshot takes a lot of those cases. Something about family connections? But yeah, I'm in the know. Harry bounced forward, absently impressed that Hawks only raised an eyebrow in response. Race me. He couldn't actually do anything about the serial killer until he talked to the Ministry and possibly Aizawa. Hermione also said that self-care was important. So,
What?
race me. Harry didn't so much jump off the building as take a flying leap. Harry brought Hawks, Kigo, home. He's never brought a friend home before, but Kigo already knew Aizawa, so it couldn't be that bad. Hawks had apparently just finished patrol when he spotted Harry on the roof, so they spent all afternoon to flying around and using their time well. Very well. Particularly once Kigo had learned that Harry's broom was fast, good at turns, and not subjected to several laws of physics. And then he'd learned that Harry could throw notice-me-not charms and some of the newer anti-radar spells on the both of them. They'd raced. Harry had shown Kigo the Ronsky feint. Kigo had shown Harry how to use winds to go faster. Harry had crashed into a building. Kigo had hit 3 separate trees. Harry had brought out a snitch. Kigo had cheated by using his feathers. Harry had retaliated with spells. They both landed in a pond. Kigo had also taken several photos and selfies to send to Mirko, claiming Harry as his new friend, which had made Harry blink and demand more lessons. He'd sent only one selfie to Hermione's phone, but was really proud of the aerial maneuvering it had taken in Kigo's wings, framing them in the background, and the first friend he'd made that had nothing to do with war or school or heroing. When the sun was setting, Harry had realized that he didn't really want the day to end. He felt like he'd played Quidditch all day at the Weasleys, all fun and freedom and flying. He was happy. Kigo had also seemed to be feeling something similar, staring at the disappearing sun and back at Harry out of the corner of his eyes, ducking down into the fluffy collar of his jacket. This had also been the first time since about an hour in where they hadn't been actively flying and the other man hadn't been talking. Harry had, somehow, stuttered out an invitation to dinner and felt a shocking jolt of warmth in his bones at the immediate acceptance and renewed bounce to Kigo's step. The quick phone call to Zashi, since Aizawa was scheduled to be in a meeting with Nezu, to confirm that Harry could bring a licensed hero over for dinner, also helped settle his nerves. Helped settle, not eradicate. Harry was maybe, just possibly, leading Kigo by the sleeve and babbling about food and what he should make for dinner as they headed to the kitchen in the 3A dorm. The surprisingly full kitchen. Harry was sitting at the counter with Aizawa and Zashi, helping her with some math homework, while the Deku squad was sitting at the kitchen table finishing off dinner and starting homework of their own. Momo, Jiro, Shoji, and Tokoyami were also playing cards off to the side in the adjoining common room. When Harry entered, Kigo at his heels, almost all heads turned to look. There was a moment's pause and Harry had to resist shrinking back under all the eyes. Or maybe he didn't resist all that well, because Kigo stepped forward until his shoulder knocked into Harry's and raised a hand in a sloppy wave. Yo, hell class. Aizawa leaned around Zashi to look at Izuku with ultimate sincerity. This level of acknowledgement is why Hawks is my favorite top 10 hero. Izuku nodded solemnly, even as his eyes sparked, before turning to beam at Harry. Welcome back. Tokoyami sidled up to Kigo, drawing the man's attention. Do you need something? Nope. Former intern. Just being treated to dinner by my new friend. Kigo made sure to ruffle a ducking Tokoyami's feathers. Aizawa sighed. Really, problem cousin? The number 2 hero? Hey, you just said I was your favorite, Kigo whined. It's a shifting scale. Harry? Zashi said it was okay. Harry blurted. Hisashi nodded from where Eri had crawled onto his lap. Course it is. Besides, Harry gave a small grin as he looked into Zawa's slightly worried eyes. You said I should make friends. Aizawa blinked. I did not. Oh. Harry ran a hand down his coat, playing with the smooth buttons. Right. That was Hermione. I feel strangely honored that you'd think I said something you equate with the same level of importance you give to anything Hermione tells you. Harry nodded. I would kill, die, and dismantle entire villainous organizations to make her happy. Yes, yes. Zawa waved Harry's comment away despite the fact that several of 3A were staring oddly. He even thought he heard a muttered, manly, from the common room. But Hawks. Harry reached out to grab the soft tan material of Kigo's sleeve and drag him forward a few steps. He has wings, Zawa. Wings, right. Should have expected that. I'm glad you've made a friend outside of the class. Zawa then wrapped the capture weapon that had been sitting on the back of his chair around Harry's neck. Harry let go of Kigo's sleeve to bury his fingers in the stiff yet soft material. Your turn, Zawa said as he turned to face Hawks, his expression a particular flavor of, answer correctly, or I'll turn you into target practice for my dangerous kids that made Harry's heart sing. Kigo stared back for a moment, until Dark Shadow nudged him in the side. Have you seen this guy fly? You can fly? Izuka dropped the book and didn't bother to pick it up, too busy staring at Harry, who just grinned back. Yup. The enhancing object's part of my quirk. Izuku's eyes immediately tracked to the broomstick earring. That's so on the nose, Harry laughed, throwing back his head and just barely catching Zawa's small smile. Branding is important, right? He actually had no idea. But Hermione had said it was, and she was always right. So what? Hisashi asked with laughing eyes. You two crashed midair and bonded over the skies? There was also a race. Or 9. Kigo then frowned as he thought back through their afternoon. Okay, maybe more than 9. I lost track after the second tree. Tokoyami made a funny noise even as Dark Shadow began to cackle. Harry just smiled, face warm under the weight of Zawa's scarf, and reached one hand out to pause about half a foot from Kigo's feathers. He has wings, Zashi, and can fly whenever he wants. How cool is that? Kigo gave Harry's head a pat, but, most importantly, let his wing fall forward enough that it brushed Harry's fingers. The feathers were soft as they traced across Harry's fingertips. Soft and red. Wings. Like Fox. There was a flash of light and heat and a series of sounds as things were dropped and weapons were grabbed. Harry absently noted Izuku's sparking and Hisashi, jerking Eri into the corner and Hawks grabbing a bladed feather in one hand and Harry's waist in the other. The gesture was sweet, but wholly unneeded, and he wiggled free and jolted 2 steps forward with his hand outstretched, palms soaking in the warmth radiating from Fox, now sitting in a charred circle on the kitchen counter. What the duck? Kigo was the one who spoke, but the sentiment was clearly expressed on multiple faces. Izuku had let the green lightning die down when he saw Harry reach for the bird, and tilted his head to ask, significantly before most people got over their shock, does the bird have a quirk, or is that something you did, Harry? Fox was the only reply Harry could manage. Harry loved Fox, had missed him. Fox had saved him, in second year, and again, later, when he'd snuck into the Gryffindor dorms to croon lullabies to Harry's insomniac self, had spent hours flying with him in the dead of night. Hawks was warmth and sunlight and fierce hope. Harry had also loved Dumbledore. Harry stood, about a foot away from a surprisingly ruffled and downtrodden phoenix, with his arms by his side and his happy mood drifting away. He heard Zawa muttering about how no one prepared him for a magical quirk-possessing bird, and if this was the Potter luck, then at least it wasn't a villainous magical quirk-possessing bird. Hopefully. He heard Zawa, and absently tilted his head to try and track the sound, but didn't feel grounded until he registered Izuku's calloused hand tentatively wrap around his wrist and Kigo's large palm against the small of his back. Fox, Harry said again, louder, and the bird lifted his head to trill back. I'm mad at your master, previous friend. He did not great things and lied and trained me for war without telling me, and Zawa would probably try to punch him in the nose, which says something because he only does that to people who deserve it, and I trust him even though it's only been like a month. So, I'm mad. Hermione says that's okay. Fakes lowered his head and gave a coo, long and low and mournful. The sound kind of made Harry want to cry. Instead, he took a step away from kind hands and scooped Fox up, dignity be damned, and cuddled the ball of fluff and feathers to his chest. A small sob maybe broke out, Hermione said that was also okay, when a beak butted against his chin. Yeah, I still love him too. You can stay with me, if you want, if you're lonely. Fox butted into his chin a couple more times, before hoping out of Harry's arms to settle on his shoulder, cuddling into his hair and letting his long tail swish across Harry's back. "You'll like it here. No one's even tried to kill me yet." There was a brief moment of silence where Fox started to preen Harry's curls that was interrupted, surprisingly, by Ida, who stepped up to Izuku's side. The taller boy was apparently trying to make a conscious effort not to throw about his arms and disturb Fox, if the way his hands twitched slightly was any indication. "Could you please explain that last comment?" Ida asked. Harry tried to look to Zawa, who had his eyes closed like he was asking for strength, and then switched to exchanging a, thankfully mutually, confused look with Izuku. Izuku was the one to, tentatively, say, "It's a pretty self-explanatory sentence. I will protect this sunshine child and his awesome firebird." Kigo met Harry's surprised stare with a surprisingly firm expression. Harry thought a minute, and still didn't particularly see anything off with his statement. He did, however, recognize several of the sad and slightly disheartened expressions around him that usually meant he'd revealed something about his childhood, or the war that wasn't exactly normal. Mrs. Weasley in particular wore Momo's current expression quite often. "Huh. Sorry? Maybe that's a child soldier thing." "Yeah, I get that," Kigo said, with that same serious slant to his mouth. Zawa slammed his palms down on the counter, making Fox start and all attention shift to him. "Right." He stalked forward to yank Harry into a hug, ignoring the not on fire but still very warm Phoenix entirely, then pulled back enough to stare at Kigo. Momo, the class president who'd been sniffing slightly beside Uraraka, firmed her stance and nodded, pulling up her sleeve. On it, Aizawa-sensei. She passed a small rectangle of plastic attached to a keychain with a little red bird over to Zawa, who passed it on to Kigo. The hero took it with a rather bemused air. "Here is your UA pass," Zawa explained. "Class dinners are every Friday at 6:30, and you're expected at least once a month, or you will be tracked down. Efficiently, and with no further warning. Welcome to the Hell class."
What?
Harry thought Kigo sounded quite similar to the moment before Harry had thrown himself off a building, though the addition of both Tokoyami and Izuku hanging off the man's arms was rather amazing. "You're being forcefully adopted," Izuku explained. "That's not a thing." Evidence to the contrary, Tokoyami muttered as he and Dark Shadow started shepherding Kigo to the counter to better accept Momo's tea. "At least it's not a kidnapping," Harry said, while cuddling his flaming bird. Kigo looked back over his shoulder to Harry. "This is not what I expected when you invited me to dinner." "No?" Harry blinked. "I've never had somewhere to invite people to. Is it no good? I mean, it's pretty in line with Weasley dinners except nothing's been turned into a canary or set on fire." Fox made a sound that sounded just a shade indigent, and Harry really didn't want to tell Zawa just yet that the bird also regularly caught on fire, but was interrupted when Todoroki, previously silent, stepped forward in all his polka-dotted hat glory. He handed Harry a candle that Momo had obviously just made for him, and waited until Harry took it by the glass-encased bottom before reaching over and very deliberately lighting the wick on fire. Harry stared at the flame for 30 full seconds before looking up around the room. "I adore you all." 8:49 p.m. Aizawa. "You didn't warn me about the magical teleporting bird." Hermione. "Fox?" Aizawa. "Yes, Hermione. He's a phoenix. They can also set themselves and other things on fire. But he likes to sing Harry lullabies." Aizawa. "Potter luck?" Hermione. "Probably." Aizawa sent a picture. Harry, cuddling Fox close to his chest, the bird bending his long neck to stare at a beaming Airy being held in Izuku's arms. Fox, standing behind Harry to the right, chin hooked over his shoulder to stare at the bird with the hero's own bright red wings opened just enough to drape over Harry's shoulder. Aizawa. "Izuku and Airy are besieging Harry with cuteness." Aizawa. "The Harry kidnapping squad now includes 70% of the faculty and 60% of my class." Aizawa. "Hawks just declared his undying protection unprompted." Aizawa. "I'll approach after dinner." Hermione. "The plan is proceeding well." Lessons. Chapter Summary. Harry doesn't teach, though Hitoshi might learn something. Nezu learns he needs some new students. A certain school learns that fire is dangerous. Chapter Notes. Okay, so this is longer than intended, but I really like it together so didn't get split up. Also, I've reached the end of my detailed notes and am going to have a busy few weeks, so updates might be a little slower for the next while. They'll absolutely still happen, because I have a long list of, and then this happened, just possibly not every week. I hope you enjoy this dose of serious followed by comfort and chaos. Harry stared at 3A as they sparred. Well, no. He stared at Izuku and Hitoshi as they sparred, with enough sweeping motions of Harry's head to appear like he was watching the entire class. There was a twitch sitting in Harry's hand, and he didn't like it, didn't like what he was watching even more. It took another 10 minutes for Izuku to put Hitoshi to the mat 3 more times. After the third, Hitoshi shook off Izuku's hand and stalked over to the side where he proceeded to guzzle a bottle of water and aggressively tie back wild purple hair. Izuku, on the other hand, stared after his friend for a moment before making his way over to Aizawa and Harry. There was a slight frown between his eyes and worry in his teeth. "Problem child," Aizawa said when Izuku was in range. "What's going on?" Izuku bit his lip. "I'm not sure, sensei. He hasn't used his quirk even once." They shared a look that was so clearly along the lines of, "I thought we'd gotten past this," that Harry had to blink for seeing Ron and Hermione in their faces. Izuku continued, "There wasn't anything. I don't know." "I do." Harry sighed when the two looked at him, realizing that he'd spoken aloud. "You were talking to Ron and Hermione until 4 a.m. You rolled out of bed 15 minutes before this class and only followed to try and steal my coffee. How could you possibly?" "No." Aizawa raised several good points. Izuku probably did too, since that boy kept a very solid eye on his friends and their potential triggers. Still, Harry knew. He sighed again before handling the successfully purloined coffee back to Shoyuta. "Give me 20 minutes. Hitoshi kicked the bag he'd returned the water bottle and began heading back to the mat he'd been sharing with Izuku. "Maybe 15. Harry took a few steps away, then turned to look at Aizawa. "This is not teaching." Aizawa hummed and drank the last of the coffee, not even wincing at the bitter dregs. Izuku smiled. It was a worried smile. The boy was kinder than Harry knew what to do with, kind enough to make Harry want to hide in a closet, but genuine in its amusement. "It's helping. Offering advice. Tutoring at the most." "Sure, problem cousin." Harry scowled at the both of them, but turned back to Hitoshi. He marched right up to the boy and settled into a stance that would allow Harry to move in almost any direction. Hitoshi didn't do the same. "Get ready. I'm sparring with Izuku." Hitoshi didn't cross his arms. He was more professional than to put himself in that kind of disadvantage of mobility, but a fist clenched in the capture weapon around his neck. Izuku had a concern he wanted to discuss with Aizawa. "You're stuck with me for the next 20 minutes. It wasn't a lie, because Harry never lied. Never was painted in spiky handwriting and inked in blood so stale that it painted across his skin and tongue like echoes of lightning. "Really?" Hitoshi almost sneered the words, nose turning slightly up, and Harry felt his gut settle. This was problematic, but clearly very necessary. Harry moved, a quick swipe of his arm followed by a punch and a rolling kick. Hitoshi moved back and quickly fell into a pattern of return hits and dodges, eyes narrowing in focus. Hitoshi was better. He had excellent foundations that put Harry's amalgamation of practical street fighting to shame, particularly considering the fact that Harry usually fought with his magic, had only learned to throw a punch after being disarmed one too many times, and realized how ducking satisfying it was to hit a Death Eater with his fist in the middle of a duel. Harry didn't use his magic this time. Hitoshi didn't use his quirk. Hitoshi should have been winning that particular fight, but wasn't. Harry started cheating when Hitoshi resorted to the capture weapon, a full minute later than Harry thought was appropriate. Harry let his magic flow from his core to settle in his limbs, to be ready and prepared and willing to go at a moment's notice. Luna had taught him this trick, though the Elder Wand and its odd propensity for wandless magic had really made Harry aces with it. He wasn't actively casting, but he was just that bit faster, more reactive, more clear-sighted. Most importantly, Hitoshi didn't recognize anything that couldn't be attributed to skill. "Stop going easy on me." "Who says I am?" Harry threw back. "You're not even using your quirk." Hitoshi bit out as he threw out the capture weapon in a particularly impressive set of loops. "Neither are you," Harry sung as he leapt over the cloth. Hitoshi grit his teeth. "I don't need to." He ducked Harry's kick. Harry's scared. "Hypocritical. You really think you don't need your quirk against me? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Harry was perfectly aware that wasn't the problem. He just wasn't entirely sure if Hitoshi was aware that wasn't the problem. "I need to work on hand-to-hand sparring. My quirk won't always work." Harry rolled his eyes at the excuse, watching as his lackadaisical response and shrug-like dodge made Hitoshi grit his teeth. Sure, sure. But the instruction was all-out spars, not skill training. What would you know? The response was slightly nonsensical and didn't actually fit the flow of conversation. But, well, that was thing, wasn't it? Harry did know. Izuku did too. Almost. Or parts of it. Shades, maybe. There was difference, however, between being told you were worthless so many times the letters were weights on your bones, and being told you were wrong so many times the sounds were poison in your veins. Harry knew this, because he'd experienced both, and the little freak in the closet was worthless but mostly alone, while Slytherin's heir, the attention-seeking glory hound, public enemy number one, was wrong but never alone. Was wrong and just kept coming back despite Harry's efforts to bury him deep where titles couldn't reach. Even when he was golden once more, since titles were fickle and ever-changing, even when there weren't whispers around corridors and scripts lacing newspapers, Harry couldn't get away. He kept digging up the bones no matter how wrong they were. No matter how uncertain he was that they were even his bones. Because what did it matter when he knew he was wrong? When the whispers lived in his mind and the scripts read themselves in his dreams. He clutched mirror frames so hard his fingers bled, eyes searching and roving and digging for the edges, for where he and Voldemort were the same tarnished coin. What was worse, always worse, infinitely worse was that Harry always found those edges. He could spend endless days comparing childhoods, possessive streaks, loneliness, scars, and find 100 similarities, 100 ways they were both wrong. It was easy to paint himself a villain, even easier on the days when the world wanted to do it for him. Hitoshi's fingers were bleeding from mirror shards, even though the other boy didn't seem to realize it. Or maybe he did. Aizawa and Izuku, while well-meaning in the best, most baffling of ways, were missing that it didn't matter what had happened. It didn't matter if Hitoshi had done this to himself in an endless cycle of self-doubt, or if someone had done this to him by means of harsh comments and old wounds. After a certain point, all the voices blended into the same thrum of your heartbeat. Harry closed his eyes as he slipped under a kick, absently hearing the indrawn breath of his opponent's frustration. Harry kept his eyes closed and thought of Draco. He thought of Dudley and Tom Riddle and Lucius Malfoy. He opened his eyes and began being cruel. Harry insulted Hitoshi's form, his speed, his control of the capture weapon. Harry picked on the fact that Izuku had left him, that Aizawa was watching him fail, that the class wasn't paying any attention at all. Harry used all of things he'd noticed as an instructor, as a commander, all things he would have spoken and prodded and encouraged and tore into the boy. Harry never called Hitoshi a villain, because there may be 100 ways Harry was like Voldemort, but he only needed one why he wasn't, and today, this line was that one. Aizawa was glaring the rest of the class away from listening distance. Harry could see him and a vibrating Izuku out of the corner of his eye. They might be disappointed in Harry, but Hitoshi was breaking. Hitoshi was breaking and Harry would make sure he broke clean. Duck off, Harry laughed. He threw back his head in an exaggerated manner and smiled wide. I don't dash. Lead flowed into Harry's veins, thick and molten, slowing down his thoughts and weighing down his limbs. Hitoshi panted, taking the moment to breathe and blink eyes that could be blocked by either sweat or unshed tears. Leave me alone. The words were quiet, hoarse, and strong. Harry blinked, smile softening though still slightly mocking. No. Hitoshi turned back in shock, eyes flicking over Harry looking for something. What? Harry crossed his arms languidly and then tilted his head. Wadash. He was absently impressed at Hitoshi's immediate response to try and trap him again. The teen would make an excellent hero. It still didn't work, though. Harry rolled his shoulders, refusing to let the gentle thrumming warmth of easy and safe and calm lull him into Hitoshi's order. Warmth was suspicious. Leave the mat. No. They stared at each other, neither taking the advantage. They stared from 3 feet apart, the fight shifting into tides and eddies around mountains and stone. The tune Harry began humming wasn't quite a song, more a half-remembered series of notes that kept him from bouncing on his heels. Hitoshi didn't seem appeased. There was caution now, finally, in Hitoshi's stillness. Harry wondered if the other boy was cold. Harry wasn't, but only because he was working. He could feel the chill building outside his body currently being beaten back by the magic flaring under his skin. Hitoshi tilted his head and actually considered. You're going to keep answering, aren't you?
Yup, dash.
There was a pause. The mind control butted into Harry's shields and clung on with soft, heavy tendrils, but it waited, held still for a command that took long seconds to actually come. Harry understood, could recognize a battle between not wanting something to work yet needing it to work, and then needing to want it to work so it would work. Magic and quirks were more alike than most people thought, if most people thought of magic at all. Sit down. Harry didn't say no. He didn't say no and saw the faintest flicker of disappointment flash across tired eyes. But he also didn't sit. The seconds drew out longer, full heartbeats of time, and he didn't sit. When Hitoshi's eyes widened, just slightly, Harry scoffed and crossed his arms. This was the tricky part. This was the part that might be teaching. Harry could tell Hitoshi that everything was a matter of will. Harry could tell Hitoshi that a quirk wasn't inherently heroic or villainous. Harry could tell Hitoshi that how you used any tool was what defined you. But Harry knew that Aizawa and Izuku and all of this magnificent, battered class would have said that already. Hell, he knew that Hitoshi would have said that already. Probably even believed it. Most days, your quirk is like night. Harry released his own arms, letting them swing back down to brush at his long, warm coat. Wadash, shut up. You tried speaking already. It didn't work. Harry stepped forward, once again impressed that Hitoshi didn't step back. Your quirk feels like night, like deep rivers and swirling waters that are absolute in their course. Your quirk feels like rest, like the absence of a lie. Harry's boots gave soft thumps on the mat as he stopped close enough to speak into Hitoshi's ear. Aizawa and Izuku could probably still hear him, but Harry didn't care. The words sat burning on his tongue. They tasted like ash. I've been under mind control, Hitoshi Shinso. I've had my head ripped into and torn apart by a hero in villain's robes, leaving us both flayed and shattered and untrusting. I've had a villain wrap thin fingers inside my mind like weeds and dig at the secrets there, leaving pain and nightmares and false memories in his wake. Harry tilted his head, lowering it just slightly so he could look at wide eyes and falling nostrils from an angle. He made me bow. He made me move like a puppet on a string. He tried to make me kill. Harry tilted his head back the other direction, staring up to the exposed beams in the ceiling. Well, I think that sentence is terrible enough if it ends there. The shadows above the fluorescent lighting were interesting and sharp and held Harry's attention for long enough to settle his racing heart. Long enough for Hitoshi to get impatient too. So you won't obey again. Hitoshi sounded subdued and a bit skeptical, also very tired. I won't, Harry agreed. That's not the point though. Harry let his head fall forward onto Hitoshi's chest and Hitoshi finally took that step backwards, looking like a startled cat. Harry huffed a smile, making the boy flinch again. The point, Hitoshi, is that your quirk feels nothing like that. The point is that I spent the last 10 minutes being cruel, deliberately and carefully, and you retaliated by telling me to leave. To sit ducking down. Harry laughed, and wasn't nearly as mocking as before. Hitoshi. Harry shook his head, black hair flying into his eyes. You're not bad. You're not even mean. You're certainly not evil. With an absent wave, Harry turned to walk away. And neither am I. He didn't expect Hitoshi to catch his last words. They were more of a muttered reminder, but Harry hadn't taken into account how Hitoshi had probably been training to listen and hear words and responses in fraught situations. Why? Because Hermione let him braid her hair. Because Ron preferred Harry's hot chocolate over his mother's and told her so last Christmas. Because Luna gave him radish earrings so they could match. Because Neville planted sunflowers under his window. Because Remus had trusted him with Teddy. Because Teddy turned his hair black every time Harry entered the room. Because Andromeda let Harry hold Teddy for hours, even if his arms shook and Harry got the boy's tiny blanket wet with Harry's tears. Harry turned back from an unsmiling Izuku and Aizawa that had white knuckles clutched around a not quite shattered mug. Hitoshi had both hands buried in the capture weapon once again wrapped around his neck. His eyes were shadowed, but also open with a shade of manic that spoke of desperation sprouting from hope. Because I don't want to be. And then Harry left. He didn't apparate. He didn't fly. He didn't run. His hands shook, but that felt like progress. 1:04 p.m. Aizawa. My class is blowing things up again. Can someone check on Harry? Hisashi. What happened to my baby cousin? Aizawa. Teaching. Getting stuck in memories. Shit explosions by. Snipe. I'm starting a shooting class. Any other class? Lunch rush. I have the second wave of lunch. Lunch rush. If you see Harry, you can send him to me? He likes cooking. Hisashi. Damn it. I've got 3 first eyes trying to throw fists. Nezu. I'm free. Vlad. Are you allowed to meet Harry yet? Didn't Aizawa have you under threat? Nezu. Sad face. Nezu. Aizawa requested to supervise the first meetings. Nezu. Which have happened. Vlad. I'm not sure introductions and passing him in the hall count as meetings. 13. Wait. What threat works against Nezu? 13. And I'm in Gym Theta. 13. Too far. Sad face. Hisashi. Refusal of Nezu's teaching rights for Sho's Hell class. Hisashi. Particularly Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. 13. Mean. Nezu. Found him. Hisashi. Nezu. Yagi. You can't stop them. Vlad. Accurate. Yagi. Nezu. Yagi. Harry's primary mentor was a combination of you and I. Nezu. Vlad. That seemed like a bad idea. Yagi. Yes. Nezu. Understood. Hisashi. Shit. Sho's gonna punch someone. Yagi. The mentor is dead. Yagi. And Nezu's pretty fast. Hisashi. It's cute how you think any of that will stop him. 1:47 p.m. Aizawa. Duck. Shoyuta had a sinking feeling in his stomach as he placed one palm on the door that led to their classroom. He paused a moment, perfectly aware that the 20 students behind him were starting to shift on their feet, and tried to figure out why his hero instincts were telling him to ducking flee. He turned his head to meet the confused green eyes of his problem child, then the red eyes of his other problem child. Bakugo scowled, but he'd been surprisingly well behaved today. The explosions earlier weren't even his fault. A quick glance over to Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, and their slightly singed eyebrows revealed them as unlikely candidates as well. Shoyuta sighed. Being a hero and brave, and all that sometimes sucked. But he opened the door because he was a good teacher. Damn it. He immediately shut the door. Nope. I'm not dealing with this. Instead, Shoyuta pulled out his sleeping bag from the special magically compressed pocket bag his cousin had made for him and laid down right there in the hallway. Shoyuta refused to acknowledge his class and their questions, but did look at them from under his hair and around the yellow fabric. The entire class was looking at the problem child. What? Asked the problem child. It's Harry, Ciro pointed out. Well, yeah, probably. Midoriya agreed. You're friends with him, nerd. You deal with it. Bakugo crossed his arms to emphasize his scowl, but Midoriya looked around. So are most of you? Uraraka was the one to respond this time, placing a hand on Midoriya's arm. Go swift. Midoriya sighed, but he opened the door. He also immediately shut the door. He didn't retreat to the hallway like Shoyuta, but Shoyuta did have to slide his eyes more fully closed when he felt the problem child's gaze linger on Shuta's sleeping bag. When Shoyuta opened them again, Midoriya was leaning his forehead on the door, muttering softly to himself. The moment directly before, as near as Shoyuta could tell, Bakugo would have exploded. Midoriya straightened his spine. You know what? He said to the door. Yeah, I'm in. He then sparked up green, opened the door, sped inside, locked the door, and yelled back, You can find your own way in, you cowards. The chaotic silence left behind was beautiful. Still not as dramatic as Harry's teleporting exit with the Ministry stooge, but Shoyuta was willing to give Midoriya extra points for composure. Ida sighed, and really, the class needed to do something nice for that poor boy. Maybe Shoyuta would assign a simple, straightforward essay, one where Ida could write about his brother. I'll go get a teacher. Someone with a key should be in the staff room. Ida returned 10 minutes later with both Hisashi and Snipe. Hisashi was twirling the key he got off of Nezu for when Shoyuta took naps in the classroom, and Snipe was clearly just along for the ride. The angle of his cowboy hat was radiating amusement. Really, Sho? Shoyuta opened one eye and raised his eyebrow at his husband. Yes. Hisashi gave a low chuckle and unlocked the door. Shuta's class held their breaths as the door opened, all crowding close in case Hisashi slammed the door shut, too. He didn't, and everyone slowly filed inside. Even Shoyuta decided he didn't really want to miss their reactions and gathered his sleeping bag in his arms so he could better lean in the doorway. Harry was sitting at Shuta's desk with Nezu on his lap. Harry was also dragging his hand through Nezu's white fur in an intermittent pattern. How long had it taken for his cousin's hands to stop shaking? The two of them weren't paying any attention to the students milling about the front of the room or slowly filing into their seats. Instead, they were focused on Midoriya, who was standing with his back to the class, leaning forward with one hand on the desk and the other gesturing to what appeared to be a full-sized blueprint. There were also two open notebooks, copious use of red pen, and a city transit schedule thrown onto the surface. The moment Kaminari and Ishido got within 2 feet of the table, the blueprint vanished and Nezu hopped down. "Hello, Aizawa. I'll be stealing Midoriya and Potter for private lessons every Wednesday." Shoyuta tilted his head, acknowledging bright black eyes and a twitching nose. "Yeah, okay. But I want 2 hours heads up for plan chaos and video proof when possible." "Perfectly reasonable. I'll prep the materials before this Wednesday, boys." By Nezu-sensei. At least 4 separate classmates looked unnerved by Midoriya's chippy response. Shoyuta wondered if he could give them extra credit. "Weren't you trying to prevent this?" Snipe asked, amusement now lacing his tone as well as his hat. Hizashi snorted loudly as Shoyuta left the doorway to approach the desk and sink his fingers into messy black hair. His heart didn't give a hum when Harry leaned back into the touch, eyes closing and head tilting upwards. Hizashi met the stares of the Hell class and Snipe. Look, he wanted to manage the chaos, not prevent it outright. Shoyuta smiled. His husband knew him so well. "Did you have fun, problem cousin?" Harry opened his eyes and gave a lazy grin. "Yup." Hizashi waved a hand in their direction. "See? Sho just didn't want too much at once for fear of it getting overwhelming. He'd never deny controlled chaos, particularly if it made his boys happy." Midoriya tapped his chin. "There's also the fact that Aizawa-sensei interned for Nezu-sensei during his 3rd year at UA." The class collectively whipped their heads to stare at Aizawa-sensei, who abruptly decided that head pats weren't enough and loosely wrapped his arms around Harry's shoulders and resetted his head on Harry's curls. His cousin laughed, the sound reverberating into Shuta's bones. "I didn't know that." Snipe sounded aghast, the amusement finally gone. "Really?" Hizashi asked. "But you were teaching here during that time." "Zashi." Shoyuta waited till his husband looked at him. "It was an underground internship. Most people didn't know." Shoyuta paused, then glanced down to the notebooks, talking a moment to partially parse the code. "And I have a list of average response times for that area, if you're interested. Possibly response team profiles, too." Harry and Midoriya shared a look, before Midoriya nodded. "Very interested. Thank you." Shoyuta grinned, all teeth, and somehow knew that his cousin echoed the expression. Izuku, half sitting on the desk, didn't have quite the same response. Instead, he smiled bladed. Sunshine. Shoyuta was absolutely giving extra credit to the students who shivered. Izuku hummed to himself the Thursday after his 2nd private lesson with Nezu-sensei and Harry. The class was slowly filling up, ready for the start of the day, and Izuku knew it was going to be a good one. Kaken entered later than usual, with only 5 minutes to go until the bell. He walked directly towards Izuku with controlled steps, which gathered a lot of attention, particularly when he proceeded to even ignore Kirishima. When Kaken slammed both palms, sparked, onto Izuku's desk, Izuku had to fight to keep his expression sunny. Laughter would give everything away, particularly when Izuku wasn't sure he could keep the sound from slipping into cackling. "Deku, why is our middle school on fire?" Izuku kept beaming. "I heard there were structural issues." "Dude," Kirishima interrupted. "Your middle school's on fire? Structural issues?"
Zevkoskiob.
Not lied. It wasn't a lie, though Izuku was good at lying, good at painting truths in different colors, swathes of misdirection hiding in similar tones and bleeding over edges. There was something wrong in the very structure of that building. After all, there was rot festering in the foundations that slowly grew and bred and dragged everything else down to its murky, putrid level. It grew in the education of the school's teachers with their blind eyes and grasping fingers. It bred in the setup of the school's rooms with their dark corners and heavy doors. It dragged in the minds of the school's students with their casual cruelty and blind morality. Kaken scowled. Structural issues. Izuku beamed so hard his eyes were almost closed. The news said something about faulty wiring and shoddy maintenance records. I wonder what else might be found. Izuku knew what would be found. He'd always known about the security cameras and the banks of storage, blackmail waiting at his fingertips if he could just figure out what direction to push. Nezu-sensei was good at providing direction, multiple, well-labeled directions that included health and safety laws, human rights groups, school boards, class action lawyers, and this one very normal-looking office worker who made Izuku's hacking look like toddler story time. Once the fires had burned out and a select group of very competent heroes, firefighters, and police were first on the scene, due to a quirk of fate or connections or hacking, quite a bit would be found. Aizawa-sensei and Harry had made sure of it. When their patrol last night had just happened to include Aldera's neighborhood, Aizawa would never plant evidence, would have been far too busy kicking down doors and leaving specific drawers conveniently open in strategic places, but Harry might do a lot of things. Harry didn't lie. For reasons that Izuku wanted to. No, but Harry was like Izuku and Izuku was Harry's friend. So, maybe Izuku didn't know everything they'd find at the school under rubble and broken locks and surprisingly intact filing cabinets. But Izuku knew enough. Izuku knew enough to drop the smile for the barest of moments, believing that whatever expression was left on his was something that Kaken would understand better than almost anyone else in this class. Something born of being failed so utterly in such radically, desperately different ways. Structural issues. That's what I heard. Kaken blinked again, then snorted. Good ducking riddance. He went to sit, shoving Kirishima in front of him, and Izuku let a different smile creep up. He wondered if he should let the class know they might have a slightly late start today. Harry and Aizawa-sensei seemed awfully busy grinning manically at a video on Harry's phone in the corner. The only one who'd been brave enough to approach either of them this morning had been Hitoshi, who'd handed a shocked Harry a cup of coffee before wandering off to his own desk to nap until class started. Izuku was proud of Hitoshi. And Harry. And maybe himself. Retrieval. Chapter Summary. Harry announces he's going to Australia. The Grangers get a little cold, and names are discussed. Chapter Notes. Hermione and Ron are back. I hope you enjoy some possessive golden trio. Harry was sitting on Izuku's desk when he felt the burning. He'd been talking to Bakugyu, taking advantage of the fact that he'd finished the assignment early, about breakfast recipes. The burning seared into his skin despite the minimal heat the battered coin was actually giving off, even as Harry's heart settled in his throat as he watched tiny, coded letters inscribe themselves across the surface. Spices? Bakugo didn't sound concerned, not yet, though there also wasn't the usual tone of mockery to the name he'd awarded when Harry had eaten a full bowl of the other boys' chili without flinching. The fact that Harry had used magic to cheat was irrelevant. Harry? Izuku didn't try to touch Harry, which he appreciated in a distant kind of way. I'm going to Australia. There was a moment of silence and Harry realized the entire class was staring at him, probably because of his very obvious jump to his feet and the frantic digging through his pockets to pull out a coin he suddenly stared at with deep and glacial attention. Duck. 20 heads pivoted to look at Aizawa, which didn't include Harry's because Harry was already staring as his cousin strode over to his desk and pulled an envelope out of the bottom drawer. How bad? Not bad. Because it won't. There was no war or battle or blood or death, but immediate. Because no war or battle or blood or death would keep Harry from his friends if they needed him, if they wanted him. The parents ducked up? Aizawa asked, coming to a stop a foot away from Harry, who'd returned the coin to his pocket and slipped his coat back onto his shoulders. Irrevocably. You'll want these then. Aizawa handed Harry the envelope, the paper sliding against Harry's skin as he tucked it without looking into an inner, very magical pocket of his coat. Bring our girl home. Harry had already taken 2 steps forwards when Aizawa finished his second sentence. Harry turned, saw the serious glint to Aizawa's eyes, and smiled. It wasn't a beam or a grin or a smirk. It was a tiny smile that made Aizawa blink in its sincerity, and Harry had no idea how to stop it, so he didn't. Just took another step, raised his arm and shouted, "Fox!" He flashed away in fire and sparks, Phoenix song trilling around him, knowing with an odd kind of certainty that he could come back. That he would, and that Hermione and Ron would be coming with him. The bungalow was large, the kind of large that spoke of money and prestige and wanting everyone to know it. Harry hated it immediately with the kind of vitriol he'd only ever attributed to number 4, Privet Drive. He knocked with deliberate politeness. There was the sound of quiet feet, and then the door opened to reveal a rather beautiful woman with curly hair and sharp eyes. eyes that held no recognition. Harry wanted to punch her. He didn't, because that would be wrong and Hermione would be sad. But Hermione also said he should acknowledge his own emotions and desires. This woman should recognize him. Hermione had returned all of her parents' memories, so she should recognize her daughter's best friend, particularly since Harry knew that Hermione had photos of them up in her room. He'd spent the better part of a weekend finding and practicing a spell that would keep said photos still so she wouldn't break the statue with extended family members. They'd also talked about her board of photos rather in depth shortly after they'd returned to Hogwarts in their third year. Ron and Harry had been a mite possessive after being separated from Hermione by means of a basilisk and then summer holidays. They tailed her everywhere once they were all back. They waited for her in the mornings, escorted her to class, sat crammed in the same seat or couch each night. They'd done this until Lavender called them creepy. Hermione had bitten Lavender's head off and scolded her so completely that the girl had cried in response, before dragging both of her boys by the wrist to an empty classroom. She'd then promptly burst into the kind of tears that had turned Harry into a panicked but clingy Cola and Ron into a panicked but determined mother hen. They'd missed curfew that night. Not that it mattered because Harry had decided the invisibility cloak was now a necessary school supply for all times, and had a rather heartbreaking conversation about friendship, about what it meant to have only family friends, who really had no specific interest in the child who wasn't brilliant, or athletic, or perfect, or funny, or a girl. About what it meant to be so obviously brilliant and so obviously strange that children had their pick of reasons not to play with you. About what it meant to live in a cupboard in a house with a bully who convinced everyone that hate was appropriate and deserved. About what it meant that none of the adults noticed. Not really. Not enough for things to change. They stopped being creepy after that, but only because they'd gotten permission from each other to be possessive and therefore were able to do it better. Ron gave them bracelets that his mother had used before the clock, stolen over the summer with a dash of cunning he'd pretended was impulse, so he always knew they were safe. Hermione had developed the prototype for their coin, theory written and crossed out in multiple battered notebooks labeled mathematics and never opened unless in her locked bedroom, allowing them to send messages to each other at all hours of the day. Harry checked the map for their dots at all times of the day, escape routes planned and practiced to the minute, and positioned himself close enough to always get to them in time. The point being, Hermione was possessive of her boys, and her parents should have recognized Harry, but they didn't. Harry entered with deliberate rudeness. Mrs. Granger squawked, which had Mr. Granger appearing from the kitchen with an impressive scowl on his face. Well, impressive for anyone who hadn't had classes with Snape. Just who do you think you are? Harry Potter. There was a beat of silence, throbbing and twisting as the recognition finally settled onto both of their faces. Recognition, anger, and fear. She's not here, Mrs. Granger said quietly, from behind her husband. Harry wanted to scoff. Hermione never hid unless it was to take cover to unleash something devastatingly effective. Instead, he marched past them and sat at the kitchen table, pulling out the papers Zawa had given him in one dramatic motion. Fawkes shifted a bit from foot to foot, claws scratching at the fabric of Harry's coat, before settling down again and sweeping his tail feathers across the back of Harry's neck and down over his shoulder. Harry always appreciated the bird's presence, but took a particular dark joy at the warmth seeping across his collar bones. He could see in the reflection of the china cabinet the burning coldness contained in the glare the bird was leveling at the Grangers. He didn't know phoenixes could glare, but it was a lesson he was happy to learn. Harry set the dollar store pin down with a faint click, cutting off whatever bluster a red-faced Mr. Granger was about to start spewing. Sign these, and you will never have to see or be connected to her again. This pile, Harry's hand hovered over the collection of parchment, will completely divorce you from the magical world. No matter what happens to Hermione, arrest, injury, death, you will not be contacted because your names will have been magically removed from all documents, including family registers. Harry paused a moment, but decided he didn't really need to look at them with Fawkes covering the intimidation side of things so well. These papers cover the approval of the magical removal with the English and Australian side of things. Hermione will basically be disowned and stripped from your wills and governmental databases. There will be no discernible record or connection. No need to file the paperwork on your end. It will be like she was never born. The Grangers looked at each other, but it wasn't to hesitate. It was to share a look of relief. They signed. Why? Mrs. Granger asked Harry as he stood up, limbs stiff from being held to perfect order. Why help us, I mean? Harry snorted as he collected the documents and tucked them into an inner pocket of his coat. I'm being greedy. He let out a deep breath, then turned to face the faces of the two people who were once Hermione's parents. He didn't want to ask, but Hermione might want to. No. One day. Why sign? Mrs. Granger's face twisted. Do you have any idea how hard it was? Raising a daughter with a mind like hers? So bright and inquisitive and demanding attention or knowledge all the damn time. It would have been worth it, though, to have a successor for the practice or even a different kind of doctor. A surgeon, maybe, but a witch? We couldn't tell people that. Couldn't say where all our work and money and time went. Couldn't even brag about a boarding school no one had ever heard about. And then she came back, Mr. Granger spat. Came back and trampled all over the only gift she could have given us. Came back with her demands for attention and her screaming nights and her hulking behemoth of a boy. How would we have explained that? A girl showing up out of nowhere claiming to be ours. Much less a broken freak of one. His glasses cracked as they froze, as frost crept up the windows and coated the fine china. As the pot on the stove and water in the kettle iced over. Harry was cold. Always so cold. But rarely did he feel so downright glacial. He hoped one of them bit into the frozen fruit and snapped their perfect pretty teeth. They hadn't even mentioned the war. He'd thought they'd blame him. It was Harry's fault, after all, that Hermione was involved in the war to the extent that she was not his fault because Hermione made her own damn choices, but his responsibility because she'd only made her choices because of him. They could have blamed him or her, either of them, for the danger the Grangers had been in while in England. Mr. Granger had called moving a gift. Forgetting a gift, Fawkes crooned, but kept his own heat wrapped around Harry's neck like an anchor or a chokehold. Harry blinked and was distantly, absently proud that nothing shattered. Hermione is a hero. She is a war veteran and a hero, and I mean that legally as well as figuratively. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. This morning you threw out an internationally recognized pro-hero out of your house. I hope you spend every neighborhood barbecue choking on all the times you could have told your petty little friends about your daughter's successful career, even if it wasn't as a surgeon. He pulled out his wand for the first time and took dark, twinning pleasure at the way both of them stepped back. Accio Hermione's things. Several boxes of things, mostly books, but a couple of knickknacks and, surprisingly, the entirety of the china cabinet, presented themselves to him to be shrunk and stuck into his pockets. What are you collecting Hermione's things? Including, I imagine, Harry said as he studied the fine design on a teacup, what her grandmother willed to her granddaughter after her death. He looked up, frost tracking down one cheek like tears even as Fawkes crooned in his ear. Let me make one last thing perfectly clear. Recant, change your mind, try to contact Hermione in any way, and I will hurt you. Badly. I'm not like Hermione. I'm a hero because that's what they decided to make me after I killed my first man at 11. He let his magic go, felt it creak across the room like slow-moving ice, and watched as both of Hermione's former parents began to shiver. Mess with my sister again, and I will rain damnation on your very souls. Well, Harry, Hermione's behemoth boy, an entire family of slightly feral redheads, a gaggle of war-torn teens, a sadistically sleep-deprived underground hero, and a principal she'd never even met. But Harry didn't tell the Grangers that, because a threat was one thing and giving the enemy a heads-up was entirely another. He walked through the front door purely so he could close it, not with a slam, but with a spell that turned their entire house lurid pink and a sticking charm that wouldn't let the color fade until they bloody well moved. 4:32 p.m. Harry, so, do you have queen-like resources in Australia? Nezu, of course. Harry, enough to cover up a murder? Or two? Harry, definitely two. Nezu, murders are so quick. 4:39 p.m. Harry, I need to completely destroy two people. Harry, but they can't be harmed or obviously targeted or experience any great shift in their station of life. Harry, yet they can never be happy again because they don't deserve it. Izuku, so max-level pettiness. Izuku, and all the plausible deniability? Harry, yes. Izuku, I have a few ideas. 4:50 p.m. Nezu, I expect a drafted plan and projected expense report for next Wednesday. He found Hermione and Ron sitting on top of a boulder in a surprisingly empty park. They were cuddled together, staring at the sunset and not saying a word. This didn't change when Harry popped into existence after honing in on the bracelets that they had maybe modified just a bit from Mrs. Weasley's original purpose. It also didn't change when Harry dropped down into Hermione's lap, her hands immediately starting to brush through his hair even as he reached up a hand to grasp Ron's wrist. Harry let the comfort and the rhythm of Hermione's hands melt the ice away, eyes sliding shut. The sun had set entirely by the time he spoke. "I'm thinking Black, not Potter," she asked, voice softer than he'd heard in years. "Not Weasley?" Ron paled when two heads turned to look at him with almost identical expressions of scorn. "Mate, that better have not been the best proposal you could come up with." Ron sputtered and Harry and Hermione turned back to each other. "Not Potter," Harry continued. "They're too nice. You've got the sneaky cleverness of the Blacks. Besides, it would piss them off if any of them were here to see it." Hermione smiled. "Except for Sirius. Sirius would have loved to see a mudblood adopted into the noble and most ancient house of Black." Harry nodded, despite the inherent difficulty of the motion when he was still lying down. "Especially because it's you." They were silent for another moment before Harry added, "And it gets you Aizawa." She laughed, and if there were shards in the sounds, neither Ron nor Harry cared. "I'm fine with anything that gets me a you." Ron snorted before leaning more heavily on her shoulder. "Like that spell in 5th year didn't already take care of that. Sworn siblinghood, bah. We've got your number, Miss Smarty Pants." She smiled and didn't deny it. The three of them stayed on that rock until their breaths matched with the stars. They stood as one, after a signal that even the stars wouldn't have been able to recognize, and left together. Enabling. Chapter Summary. Hermione and Ron meet the Hell class. An exercise is defeated, Izuku and Aizawa agree with Harry's plan, and the staff are slowly learning. Chapter Notes. One more for you all. Shoyuta watched Midoriya fall off a 3rd-story roof inside. "You're worried." Midoriya falls off buildings all the time. Even before Float, that wouldn't have worried him. Hitoshi gave what Shoyuta suspected was a truly excellent glare. Shoyuta couldn't be certain, however, because he was very deliberately not looking at his exasperated protege. Shoyuta heard the slight click of teeth that told him Hitoshi was about to say something else, but Midoriya interrupted. His arm guard was smoking slightly as he stretched said arm, finally shaking the limb to get rid of any lingering feelings of impact. He grinned at them as he approached, the smile sliding into something more sheepish when they both raised their eyebrows. "Oops," Hitoshi scowled. "He was on your team." Midoriya shrugged. "Kaken thought I'd see his plan and act around it, which I did. My reaction time was just a little off." There was another explosion, and Yagi's voice telling Kaminari that he was out. The exercise was almost over, only the pared-down remains of 2 teams left to clear the course. Shoyuta felt himself frowning, and then almost immediately felt 2 sets of intense eyes on him. "What's wrong, Sensei?" "He's worried," Hitoshi interjected before Shoyuta could do anything but scowl. Midoriya tilted his head before turning to studying the exercise, and, apparently seeing nothing wrong with Bakugu sailing off the edge of a building while a fist-pumping Uraraka turned to get back to business, smiled brightly. "You have nothing to worry about, Sensei." Which he didn't, because Shoyuta wasn't worried. Not about his students who were trouncing the record from Vlad's class for this exercise, and not about problem cousins who were gallivanting off in Australia. Then the knowledge that this was Midoriya flared a warning sign and shook his brain, reminding him that Midoriya had been spending an awful lot of time with Harry, and a not insignificant portion of that time was spent in conjunction with Nezu. "What do you know that I don't?" Izuku flashed an all-is-well grin that he learned from All Might. "That revenge is best served petty? Why do you assume I don't know that?" Both boys turned to look at him with what could only be described as glee in their eyes. The glee quickly faded as a sudden influx of heat had several of his students, Hitoshi included, falling into battle stances. Midoriya just looked at him for confirmation and then grinned harder. There was a bright burst of flame, emerald edges licking out, and 3 more teenagers were in the gym. Ron had a deceptively small backpack slung over his shoulder, Hermione a very battered messenger bag resting on her hip, and Harry a smug phoenix on his head. The bird flew off when Harry spotted Zawa, hesitated a moment, then took a couple quick steps and threw his arms around Shuta's waist. The breath Shoyuta released was not relieved, but he still didn't waste much time before bringing up his arms and running one hand through his cousin's curls. Have fun. Problem, cousin? Harry leaned back, though kept his arms around Shoyuta. I got to threaten someone's soul. There was a strange burst of silence that rippled out into the members of the class that had finished the exercise. Noise returned with Ron's grumbling. He'd slung the bag off his shoulder, buried his arm up to the elbow in one of the small outer openings, and finally pulled out 3 coins he placed into a smug, though tired, those shadows would not be allowed to stay, Hermione's palm. Thank you. Come on. I mean, bodily harm was too obvious. Yeah, but a little eternal misery was a perfectly reasonable bet. Harry stepped out of Shuta's space to stare at his friends, hands on his hips. Really? Hermione smiled softly, even as she tucked the coins into her pocket. You're a bit protective, Harry, particularly of me and Mione. True. Hermione nodded, and so did Shoyuta, though only Hitoshi and Midoriya noticed. You also have a bit of a temper, Ron continued, which is under control. Harry wilted a bit under their combined expressions, and Shoyuta tried not to snort. At least 4 people, Kaminari and Ciro included, failed in their own efforts. Now, yes, you've done very well. Hermione actually sounded proud, which made Harry look wary, which Shoyuta thought was valid, since he was pretty sure Hermione's hand twitch meant she was resisting the instinct to pat Harry on the head. Shoyuta did it for her, and got a scowl from Harry and a grin from Hermione. Ron just rolled his eyes. And that actually makes you more scary, mate, not less? He sighed. And you're absolutely mean enough to threaten internal inconvenience. You don't threaten what you're actually planning to do. Then it's a heads up which gives them time to prepare, and makes no strategic sense whatsoever. All head pivoted to look at Midoriya, who tilted his head in confusion at the attention. Harry just grinned and bounced on his toes. That's Izuku. We know, chorused Hermione and Ron, sharing a look that had remarkable similarity to one Shoyuta had shared with Hisashi on occasion, including the time they'd gone to say goodnight to Eri and found her, Izuku, and Harry curled up for a story time featuring Izuku's voices and Harry's illusions. Ah. Harry blinked, then turned to face the majority of the class and waved. I'm back, and I brought my siblings. Not legally yet, Hermione pointed out. Harry scowled. I do not care. Zawa got to adopt 20 teenagers. I can adopt 2. Logical. There was a pause where Shuta's students stifled giggles or sighs, before Ida and Yaoyorozu stepped forward to give formal introductions and welcomes. Hermione smiled again, and seemed to take comfort in the regularity of manners. She gave a little half-bow. I'm GRA. I'm Black Hermione, and this is my boyfriend Weasley Ron. Ron slid an arm around Hermione's waist at the slip. Harry had looked at Shoyuta in the same exact manner as Eri when she had finished a particularly tough homework assignment and wanted to be praised. Yeah, we're the ones who've been keeping this idiot alive since he was 11. Harry nodded solemnly. It was a difficult job. So you're a hero team, Jiro said. That actually makes a lot of sense. Hagakure threw in, clearly thinking of some of Harry's otter habits and tendency to turn and ask something of someone who wasn't there, only to get a softly sad look on his face. The 3 English veterans looked at each other out of the corner of their eyes. The paperwork that had been drafted to get them in Japan as foreign heroes hadn't actually specified them as a team, but formal teams weren't exactly common. Yes. Shoyuta was completely unsurprised when the 3 of them spoke in unison. Shoyuta took the moment as tentative greetings and more detailed introductions were going on for his own appraisal. Hermione looked exhausted, not so much in the face, though there were bruises under her eyes, but in her posture. Something had been taken from her, and it showed in the slightest hunch of her shoulders and the way she leaned on either Ron or Harry, whomever was closest. It also showed in the way that either Ron or Harry was always close enough for that lean. Harry had left her side to greet Shoyuta, who was not particularly happy and heart-warmed that he'd gotten a hug first thing. He wasn't, but had now completely migrated back to Hermione's side, and it really wasn't surprising his students had pegged them as heroes from the start. Harry had relaxed slightly, slowly, in tiny heart-stopping moments since he'd been here. Now with his seconds at his side, well, now with his threatened and not feeling entirely safe yet. Seconds at his side, that wasn't the case. They stood in a triangle position constantly, with one person always forward and the others watching their back. They never all spoke at the same time. One person always silent, his eyes roved over the space and categorized their surroundings. They touched all the time. One person or another offering quick little brushes of support, firm leans of presences, and detailed gestures of communication. Shuta's class, to his deep pride, caught on to this. Maybe not the specific signs, or at least not all of them, but they were accommodating. They didn't crowd or force conversations or wander behind the trio. It wasn't surprising, exactly, that his class recognized trauma-driven behavior and codependency, but he was proud of their tact all the same. Before Shoyuta could move from pride into active plotting, surely Harry would have left him something to do. The boy was considerate like that. Uraraka and Bakugu slammed into the ground several feet away, Kirishima, Sui, Tokoyami, and Yagi trailing behind. They were panting, but grinning, even as Yagi declared Uraraka's team the winner for clearing the course with the most remaining members. Uraraka strode over to put both her hands on Hitoshi's shoulders. Your sacrifice was greatly appreciated. Hitoshi grinned while Todoroki, the player that had been taken out of the field by Hitoshi's sacrifice, sighed. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to interrupt. Shoyuta jumped on Hermione's words, really not wanting her to take anything else onto her shoulders. You didn't. This was the waiting field for those already out, and we were wrapping up anyways. She nodded, taking him at his words, but Ron looked up from the screens around him. Obstacle course? Sort of, Midoriya answered. Your team needs to make it to several checkpoints throughout the city before meeting up at a central location. We ran it earlier in time turns. Then this round is a free-for-all where we could also interfere with other teams. Huh. Ron looked into the cityscape. So guerrilla fighting while balancing physical obstacles, checkpoint accessibility, and team distribution. Hermione studied the students and the damage to their costumes. Obstacles include fire, paint shots, and scattered interference. Robots are likely, giving UA's reputation and the difficulty of using human involvement for a low-tier exercise. She tapped her chin. Mapping, definitely, and target recognition. Moving shields instead of standard. Emphasis on speed, not strength. Harry blinked at his friends as they continued to discuss the field, to the general bafflement and occasional approval of the students. Midoriya looked fascinated. He then turned to Shoyuta, a question on the corners of his slowly smiling lips. Shoyuta exchanged a glance with Yagi, and finding him in agreement, nodded to his cousin. I don't have a problem with it if you're sure. It would even be educational. His students were good, particularly at teamwork, but they weren't a battle unit. It was rare that they got to see professionals completely the same exercises they did. Harry cocked his head, clearly thinking it over. It's fine. There's not a monster at the end, and I think we have some energy to burn. He accepted and read over a paper from Midoriya, that enabler. Before turning back to his still analyzing friends, Harry gave a whistle that was less demand for attention and more request for awareness. Both Ron and Hermione immediately turned to Harry, straightening up at his smirk. Fastest time was 22 minutes. 8 hidden checkpoints. Environmental, situational, and directed obstacles. You up for it? They didn't even look at each other, just lit up with matching gleams to their eyes, battle-worn weight slipping off their shoulders as the challenge nipped at their heels. Restrictions? Hermione asked. B-level power. Nothing wide area. Ron's right about the city, and I don't want Nezu or Aizawa billing me for damages. Ground-level focus. We don't have the equipment approval for. Rooftops or higher. Mission standard 4? He turned with a tilt in his head to Ron, who nodded in approval. Confirmed. Prioritize speed stealth power. Right. Hermione's on target and scoping. Ron on defense and area watch, and I'm versatile front and support. Shall we? They nodded as one, then turned to Yaoyorozu. Could you please show us to the entry location? She hesitated, glancing at Shoyuta, who nodded. Of course. I could take you to the change rooms first, if you'd like to gear up. Harry looked down at his long coat, fingers unconsciously dragging over the soft material and dragging over what Shoyuta knew was a series of hidden compartments. After a quick glance at Hermione and Ron and their battered bags and serviceable boots, he quirked an odd little smile that held as many weapons as his pockets. That won't be necessary. We're already prepared. Yeah, learned that lesson the hard way. Ron's parting words were muttered, but still perfectly audible. even as they followed Yaoyorozu out. All eyes turned to Midoriya, which was a bit of a relief, since Shoyuta was sure they'd focus on him. Midoriya also looked a little confused. What? Nerd. What are their quirks? Bakugo said. Midoriya just blinked. I just met them? And they didn't use their quirks at all? Hitoshi sighed and poked Midoriya in the forehead. But you're friends with Harry. Midoriya looked like he was starting to think patience was a myth. So are most of you. Yeah. Uraraka leaned on Hitoshi's shoulder. But when he talked about his friends, you asked. Midoriya closed his eyes for a moment. Fine, though he also looked at Shoyuta for confirmation, before nodding. Black's quirk is called cast. She's able to create effects based on set patterns she's ascribed meanings to, like self-creating a computer code but for her quirk. Harry says she can do this both verbally and in writing form. Ron's quirk is target and creates different colors of light that have different effects. He uses a support item to help direct his quirk. Izuku tilted his head in a way that Shoyuta recognized as the boy thinking at his most dangerous. Harry said they're part of the same family line quirk situation that Murata talked about earlier. At the mention of Murata, several shoulders tensed. The woman had really ruffled his class's feathers. Oh shit. All eyes turned to Kaminari, who simply pointed at the screens that were showing Harry, Hermione, and Ron proceeding through the city with ferocious efficiency. Yagi slid up to him, and they stood several feet back from the crowding teenagers. Shoyuta waited. There were several things Yagi could say, several things Shoyuta thought he might say, but he really wasn't sure what would win out. They're not okay. Shoyuta took a deep breath. He took a deep breath and watched his kids and their steadily growing awe and respect. He watched Midoriya stand stock still, a small frown on his face even as his friends flanked him in a way that made sure he wouldn't be interrupted from whatever he was seeing that they weren't. He watched Yagi and the man's tightly clenched fist. He watched Ron shoot light after light at robots from his spot on a low roof, manic grin hidden under bladed focus. He watched Hermione crouch, runes spreading out from a paper pressed into the ground to her determined delight. He watched Harry stand at her back, legs pressing into her spine, laughing as he turned an incoming drone into a rubber duck. Coals settled into his stomach, the heat a bruising warmth that was far from the burning, corroding worry that sometimes ate at his skin. We're working on it. When Harry walked into the apartment, Shoyuta felt a surge of warmth and affection, particularly when he walked right up to Shoyuta and leaned into his side. This feeling only faded marginally when Harry didn't look up. What's wrong?
Hermione is sad.
She's probably going to be sad for a while, kiddo. Hizashi responded and shook his place. Harry looked over, frowning at the other man over Shuta's head. Hizashi had been, ostensibly, marking like Shoyuta, but had really been reading a sappy novel on his laptop. Hizashi put the laptop down to focus on Harry, though, and gave the couch cushion in between him and Shoyuta a pat. Harry looked at it for a long moment, before getting up off the couch arm next to Shoyuta and tentatively settling in between Shoyuta and his husband. Hizashi gently placed an arm across Harry's shoulders, and then clearly had to suppress a coo when Harry leaned into the gesture. Shoyuta loved his husband so much. Hermione isn't allowed to be sad though. Hizashi blinked, but was well used to what was apparently the black level of possessiveness over their loved ones. Eri was too, and shuffled over in her apple-covered pajamas to settle into Harry's lap, a slightly awkward Midoriya following. He was still holding the picture she'd bamboozled him into helping her finish before story time in bed. Where are Hermione and Ron? Midoriya asked, which was a fair question, considering the three of them hadn't been apart much the last few days. They're on a date. Harry brightened, his arms now around Eri. They said they'd let me know when they get back, but I shouldn't hear from them otherwise unless they get lost. Which, since it's Ron and Hermione and not Ron and me, probably won't actually happen. She was really looking forward to it. See? Hizashi nudged Harry. It's just going to take time, but it's not okay that Hermione's sad. Harry hesitated and Shoyuta shared a look with Izuku. That was a dangerous kind of pause. I'm going to do it. Harry sounded very determined. Izuku nodded, slowly. I think you need to. Shoyuta sighed. If you must. Harry was right. Hermione being sad wasn't okay. Not at all. She deserved to be happy and occupied and engaged, no matter the headaches it would leave him. Hizashi stared at all three of them, before looking down to a nodding Eri. I honestly can't tell if you know what's going on. Airy Berry, or if you're just agreeing with your favorite people. Airy grinned up at him, all teeth, and Shoyuta was deeply, viscerally proud. A feeling that only compounded when Hizashi yelled, "Stop corrupting my daughter." Harry and Shoyuta both said, "No," in perfect unison. Izuku just tilted his head slightly in the other direction. "I have no idea what you mean." It was a very innocent expression. Top marks. Hizashi still pointed at Izuku with the hand not wrapped around Harry's shoulder. "I've been married to Sho for almost a decade, and I know exactly why you get along so well with this family." "Don't even." Izuku looked startled in a way that he very rarely was anymore, and reached up to rub the back of his neck with a soft, barely there smile. He didn't deny anything, though. Shoyuta sighed again. He loved his family so damn much. "Right. Hizashi and I are taking Eri to visit his parents tomorrow." The initial chaos would not be his problem. No, it would not. Hizashi pivoted to face Shoyuta, his blonde hair swinging and making Eri blow it out of her face. "We are." "Yes." Harry and Izuku looked at each other, complete understanding of this plan on their faces. "It is the weekend," Izuku said carefully, in the manner of people trying to avoid their own messes everywhere. "Do you want to come over for dinner? You could meet my mother." Harry nodded rapidly. Yes, I do." Shoyuta mentally added some time to his schedule tomorrow to talk down his cousin from panicking over a new social situation. Still, approved. Hizashi shook his head. What is going on? He received nothing but pitying looks. 4:24 p.m. Ron. I hate you. Ron. But thank Merlin. Hermione. You brilliant boy. Harry. Ah, I love you too. 5:01 p.m. Nezu. I've hired a secretary. Vlad. Okay. 13. That's wonderful. You're always so busy. 13. Are they nice?
Snipe, I'm suspicious.
Aizawa. Wise man. Vlad. Aren't you off campus? Aizawa. Yes. Yagi. Hermione is lovely. I'm sure you'll work well together. Hizashi. Oh. Hizashi. Hizashi. I suddenly get why we're visiting my parents. Vlad. What? Nezu. I'm very fond of the black cousins. Snipe. Called it. 13. Oh. You have another cousin? Aizawa. She was officially adopted this week. Vlad. Of course she was. Aizawa. She blackmailed a reporter at 15. Aizawa. Then did the same to a room of government stooges at 18. Aizawa. Hurt her, and Harry and I will rain damnation upon your very souls. Hizashi. You can't see it. Hizashi. But Sho is wearing his awake and serious face. Snipe. Shit. 13. I can't wait to meet her. Snipe. So no one is worried? Snipe. You know Aizawa only mentioned blackmail as a warning. Snipe. A tame one. Because he's not going to give up his cousin's best tricks. Vlad. You're paranoid. Hizashi. He's learning. Hermione. Thank you for the faith in my abilities, and I promise to live up to expectations. Hermione. I look forward to meeting you all the future as well. Vlad. You already gave her entry into the chat? Nezu. I did not. Aizawa. Unlikely. Vlad. I apologize. Snipe. Thank you. Nezu. Now if you'll excuse us. Nezu. The tea is ready. Hermione. Oh, excellent. Hermione. Have a lovely night. Yagi. See? So lovely. Visiting. Chapter summary. Harry meets Mrs. Midoriya, drinks some tea, and doesn't get ice cream. A villain gets punched. A phone call is made. Chapter notes. So, some emotion and some action in this one. Hope you enjoy. Izuku's mom was nice. Izuku's mom was nice and kind and genuine, and Harry had no idea how to deal with any of those things individually, much less together. So far, the best he'd come up with was a vague plan to invite both Mrs. Midoriya and Mrs. Weasley to tea and watch them merge into one giant force of comfort, love, and protective fury. Harry hadn't seen protective fury from Mrs. Midoriya yet, but he could see its potential in the lines of her hands around her cup, the tilt of her head as she listened to stories of UA, and the absolutely devastating edge hidden in her smile. He was sure Mrs. Midoriya and Mrs. Weasley would get along far better than any of their children would appreciate, even if they weren't the same kind of nice. Exactly. Mrs. Weasley was like one of her Christmas sweaters, cozy, comfortable, and just the slightest bit fussy. She was also motion incarnate, with energy constantly whirling around her even when she was still, like the eye of a hurricane made of hugs and bare roars. Mrs. Midoriya was like the tea Harry had been offered within 5 minutes of stepping through the door. Warm, sweet, and just the slightest bit smothering. She was also calm, incarnate with a focus constantly wafting around her even when she was moving, like a light mist made of heart and lion purrs. The both made excellent dinner, too. Harry really wanted to ask her for recipes, and Izuku clearly knew it, the smug sunshine bastard. He was so busy drawing comparison of Mrs. Midoriya and Mrs. Weasley, eating wonderful food, and having somehow very lovely and not stressful conversation, that it took till after dinner to realize something important. Harry was sitting at the low table, nursing his third cup of tea after being summarily banned from dishes, when he was hit with the sudden knowledge that he had probably been slipping as much as Izuku. Harry knew Izuku had offered this evening as an escape, both from the impending Nezu, Hermione chaos, and from the general stress Harry was under. Case-related stress. Harry had shared his concerns about the connections between the violent deaths in the lower town and the escaped magical serial killer with Aizawa. Aizawa had listened and agreed. He thought Harry was right and had said so. Unfortunately, neither had much proof at the moment, so their current course of action was to ensure Harry went with Aizawa or Hawks, who'd also been willing to listen and help on any patrols in targeted areas. Harry was not good at waiting, nor was he particularly good at accepting help, what with the general newness of actually being offered help from someone other than his friends and the DA. So Harry was tense. Izuku had clocked that, because of course he did. Izuku was just as observant as Harry, and possibly as protective besides. Izuku knew that friends were precious and delicate and could disappear for far too many reasons. Izuku hadn't actually asked what was wrong, which was excellent, since Harry would have had a hard time expressing the snarled mass of anxiety and paranoia sitting half-frozen in his chest, particularly since several threads of said mass came from things being too good, and the fact that Harry would have tried to explain if Izuku had asked was interesting. Izuku had simply stared at Harry with eyes that shone deeper and deeper with shadowed light, chopsticks set against in his chin, until enough time had passed for Harry to clock that Izuku knew something was wrong. The other teen had then proceeded to change the subject entirely. He trusted Harry, which Harry thought might be a mistake, because, yes, sure, Harry could be trusted to take down monsters and nightmares and serial killers. But Harry wasn't so sure he was worthy of the kind of trust Izuku had just casually thrown on the table over rice and tea. Sure, yes, Harry had asked Aizawa and Hawks for help with the Midnight Monster and the magical serial killer, but that was work. That was his job and their jobs, and Harry had still spent 20 minutes pacing outside an incredibly patient Aizawa's door. Harry didn't go to people about feelings, about himself. Hermione figured everything out on her own because she was Hermione. Ron slipped straight into a mother hen mode that made Mrs. Weasley fiercely proud. Luna gave him sweets and Neville ranted about plants, and Harry didn't have to talk about it. He never had to talk about it. Not first. Izuku was trusting him to take the bloody initiative, and Harry really wasn't sure he could do that. This trip to visit Izuku's mom had been an escape and a distraction, but it was also an offering. An offering born from the unspoken acknowledgement that trust wasn't free, and it shouldn't be uneven. Izuku had noticed, so he was letting Harry notice too. Harry might not have agreed to go if he'd realized that last bit earlier. Harry had learned so much by watching Izuku interact with his mother. So much from her quiet yet fierce joy at Harry being introduced as a friend. So much from the way they moved around each other in the kitchen, not effortless, but deliberate in that way that only a favorite blanket, well worn with carefully stitched repairs, could be. So much from the way that Izuku tried to gloss around the danger of his patrols only for his mother to narrow right in and pull the full story out of her son with a kind word and sharp eyes. Oh, those eyes. They had the same eyes. Forests of trees and winding paths hiding depths and sharpness and hundreds of whirling, falling, tumbling thoughts. It was those eyes that set Harry's hands shaking around his cup, certain that he'd been revealed just as much, yet uncertain in which ways. Izuku knew he was a war veteran, or well, a bloodied hero at a stupid young age. Harry had thrown out the child soldier thing when Hawks was over, too. He was pretty sure. Harry wasn't really trying to hide that. Didn't think he could hide something so intrinsically tied to his sense of self if he wanted to, and he didn't. There were things he'd rather hide. Other things. Harry had mentioned something about food to Mrs. Midoriya, hadn't he? Something about the age he'd started cooking, or about how he could love cooking so much and still forget to eat his own meals. Harry was certain he'd said something about friends as well, about Ron being his first when they'd met going to school at 11. Harry's attention was caught by a scuff on the table. No, not a scuff, but a series of small, finger-like dents that he was almost certain hadn't been there at the start of the meal. A slow, heavy weight was sinking in his gut. He'd mentioned something about rooms, about decorations, when Izuku had been turning red after his laughing mother had made him show Harry Izuku's all-might bedazzled room. Harry had just wanted to make the boy happy, too. Share that he thought the room kind of adorable, that Harry would have loved a hero like All Might to have looked up to. He hadn't mentioned the cupboard under the stairs. Harry knew he hadn't. But oh, those eyes. He probably hadn't needed to. Harry, dear. Harry jumped, but quickly refocused on Mrs. Midoriya standing a few feet away, soft smile on her face. Izuku and I were thinking of dessert. I know you two need to head back tonight, but there's a little ice cream place around the corner that's quite good. Her smile sharpened just slightly into what might have been a smirk, and it's close enough that Izuku might actually let me walk back alone instead of escorting me home. Safety first, called a completely unrepentant Izuku from the kitchen. Harry blinked, but then stood up. All right. They quickly gathered their things and shoes and actually made it to sidewalk in front of the Midoriya's apartment building before Izuku cut himself off mid-word and started patting at his pockets. Shoot, I forgot my wallet. I'll be right back. Mrs. Midoriya laughed as her son sped away, not quite sparking, before gently tucking her arm into Harry's and tugging him forward. They were silent a moment until Harry let out a sigh. You hid his wallet, didn't you? Harry asked. Yes. You looked like you had something you wanted to say. Harry sighed again. I said something I didn't mean to, didn't I? During dinner, Mrs. Midoriya gave his arm a light pat. You definitely said some things that meant a little more than you intended. I imagine that went both ways, though. Harry didn't turn to look at her, which she allowed with a kind of grace Harry envied. My son was quirkless, Harry. I wasn't about to let him be powerless, too. His mind was always so quick and clever, and needed training just as much as his quirk eventually did. Yeah, Harry agreed, thinking of Ron and the way Fred, George, and even Percy would always make time to play chess with him, even after third year when Ron almost always won. Mrs. Midoriya sighed, like she thought he'd rather miss the point. You're always welcome at my table, dear. I know Izuku will say so later, but I want you to know I completely agree. You're always welcome. Harry swallowed something back, some words that he couldn't predict, and was intensely grateful when Izuku bounced back into place beside them. He side-eyed their linked arms for the briefest moments, then grinned and looped his hand through Harry's free arm. Harry sighed, but also smiled. He could handle some affection and ice cream. They did not get ice cream. They cursed, is what they did, the non-magical kind. Harry cursed the Potter luck, while Izuku cursed what he called his villain magnetism. They had just rounded the corner, Izuku and his mother both trying to convince Harry to try their favorite flavor, when the first scream had sounded, sharp and shrill and more pain than fear. Harry and Izuku tensed at the same moment, closing in front of Inko before they froze, trying to get a scope on the situation. Well, Harry threw up the strongest shield he could cast in a wandless instant and then froze. It was a bit of a ghastly sight. There was a lot of blood, though in patches and fits that indicated a lot of mild harm rather than a massacre. Harry was more familiar with the latter, but not unacquainted with the former. There were no heroes on site, yet, and 4 villains. It took a moment longer than Harry would have liked to connect these 4 with the body part snatching villain, but, in his defense, he'd been a bit busy with a possibly magical serial killer, and last he'd heard there had never been multiple people snatching parts before. He spared another moment to curse his bloody luck, before he looked to Izuku and Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku was looking back, having clearly just finished his own evaluation and ready to go. But Harry's eyes were caught by the firm stillness of Izuku's mother. With a rapid blink, Harry decided to duck it and use Ron's support item story if need be. A flick of his wrist had his holly wand slipping into his hand, and he threw up the strongest, multi-purpose shield he could cast in a non-wandless instant. The magic settled into a yellow dome surrounding the 3 of them and flowing outwards, brushing gently against the walls of the nearest buildings before flashing once and growing still. You take evacuation. The shield will take non-combatants in and keep attacks out. I'll take offense. Harry could technically take evacuation, but apparition made muggles sicker than wizards, and a bunch of puking civilians, while better than maimed civilians would make triage a lot harder. Izuku nodded and was off in a green flash. Harry took a breath and blinked out of sight, operating directly behind the nearest villain and hitting him with an incarcerus before the villain even knew a hero had arrived on the scene. Unfortunately, the rest of the villains had adequate reaction times, and they'd spaced themselves out enough that Harry didn't have clear sight lines through the screaming civilians and general chaos. He threw a quick sticking charm at the man he'd downed so that one of the villain's friends couldn't double back for him, and then lunged into the crowd. Harry threw basic protegos as he went. Quickly finding their pale light was enough to stop most of the attacks or save the occasional child from being trampled. Another villain, this one whip-thin with his hands narrowed to knife-thin points, bounced of one of the shields only to turn and catch sight of Harry. A manic gleam that Harry was far too familiar with seeing in the face of battle-mad Death Eaters filled his eyes and brushed his now visible canines. Harry braced himself, one foot sliding back, wand raised, magic swirling around his free hand, and easily ducked the man's charge. Harry ducked a few more times, but the villain wasn't trained. He was just angry. He just wanted to hurt. There was a flash and a loud scream that Harry didn't look at, knowing from the color of the light that Izuku had just punched a third villain off a civilian as he continued to clear the street. Harry's villain got distracted though, particularly by the plastic baggies that went flying out that third villain's hands or pockets. Harry had seen worse than flying fingers and ears. He slammed his free hand forward without missing a beat, the silent stupefy knocking knife hands into a wall where he promptly found himself stuck and bound. Turning to do the same to Izuku's villain, Harry instead caught the sight of Black Whip and heard Izuku's yell, "Marauder, 3 o'clock?" Harry took off running. It took about 10 steps to realize Izuku had sent him after the fourth and final villain, a woman whose long razor-wire hair was thrashing as she turned a corner just up ahead. His tracker spell nicked her just in time, flimsy, but able to lead him across the unfamiliar streets. Harry's feet pounded on pavement, the sharp sound of screams and sobs fading away from distance instead of focus as he chased. He rounded into an alleyway, spells floating in the air and on his lips, and stopped as the air popped with a striking bang. Oh, duck, the woman was gone. There was nothing in this dead-end alley. Well, nothing but the faint residue of magic. Harry breathed out through his nose, expelling the scent of blood along with the sudden sharp jab of anger. He dropped to one knee, uncaring of the garbage that clung in a wet ooze to his jeans, and placed one hand on the ground where the sense of magic was strongest. Luna had taught him to sense magic, but Moody had taught him to track it. A quick series of spells had Harry mostly frustrated and partially successful. His initial tracking spell was a dead as a Dementor, interrupted and cancelled out, but the second set of magic, his second, third, and fourth, attempts at tracking were useless. The only magic that had been used here tonight was apparition, and apparition was notoriously hard to track. The success came in the form of a little glass vial, filled with what appeared to be nothing at all. Apparition may have been the only magic used here, but the magic user had been loitering in this alley for a while. If the extent to which their aura had saturated the area was any indication, the aura was thin and oily, resisting capture with a kind of wriggling slip that Harry had never experienced. He was certain he'd never experience it, but the feeling felt somewhat familiar, or at least recognizable. He tucked the vial into an inner pocket of his coat, one spelled against damage and leaks, and vowed to return to that thought when adrenaline wasn't coursing through his veins. He ran back to the initial attack site, not wanting to apparate and add more to the chaos, and gratefully found several paramedics and one police car had arrived while he'd been gone. Harry paused at the edge of a streetlight, just now turning on as dusk began to fade to night, and watched the dance of professionals. Izuku jogged up to him, catching his eye before running quick hands down both of Harry's arms and brushing a thumb against Harry's cheek. It came away red. "You okay?" Harry nodded. "Not mine. A civilian's probably, possibly spray black from the knife hands of the second villain." He hadn't felt the blood hit him. Regardless, Izuku shot Harry a look saying the deflection hadn't gone unnoticed, but allowed it anyways. "You? Your mom?" "I'm good." A soft smile. "So's Mom." Harry followed Izuku's hand, gesture to note Mrs. Midoriya. hair pulled farther back and directing civilians and paramedics alike with confident ease. One of the paramedics looked up at the yellow barrier of magic as they ducked through, nerves clearly showing in their settled shoulders.
Ah,
Harry looked to Izuku for confirmation before he waved his hand, not needing his wand to release the spell, and the whole thing fell with tumbling grace, shattering against the pavement in cascading light. That was a very neat trick, Harry grinned, stepping up to stand side by side with the other boy as they watched the police, including several new arrivals, take control of the 3 down villains. Harry gave another flick of his hand, this one only noticed by Izuku, and the sticking charms came loose so the police could actually move their still-bound captives. The ropes could be untied at their leisure. One of the police officers took several steps in their direction, but was held back by a weeping man clinging to his arm. Harry thought he recognized the officer as Zawa's friend. "That's Detective Tsukachi. I already told him we'd wait for the report." Harry crossed his arms and leaned against the building, bricks digging into his back. Fair enough. Izuku didn't lean, but he did shift, so he was just a little bit closer, his body heat an anchor at Harry's side. Harry had seen worse, much worse, but he'd maybe been rather enjoying not seeing worse lately. "Last one get away?" Harry sighed.
a complice.
"Teleporter. Couldn't find a usable trace." Izuku hummed. Harry looked over at the drawn brows of his friend. That was a thinking hum. That was a Hermione's about to cast a spell years above her level or a Luna's about to make a problem-solving observation hum. If there were 4 attackers, which rather supports Eraserhead and Nezu's idea that there have been multiple attackers all along that have been targeting different areas and victims, and 1 getaway villain, then there could easily be more. Harry, though, about it. He thought about the uncoordinated way the 4 villains had been fighting, the general chaos, the way the villain he'd been fighting had almost been panicked at the sight of the baggies of flying body parts, a courtesy he hadn't afforded Harry even as he soundly captured the man. There could easily be a mastermind then. It certainly wasn't one of these low-level fighters. Could be the accomplice, maybe, but Harry wasn't thinking so. Masterminds rarely lurked in alleys. Izuku frowned, the steel in his eyes flashing bright for one simmering moment. "How many ways can you think to use body parts?" Harry tilted his head. "Fingers, toes, and ears?" 16. But 14 were spells, and 11 of those were particularly dark, which might not be out of the realm of possibility considering the operating accomplice. He bit back a sigh. Spells seemed unlikely, though, because these spells were highly targeted against or for the owner of said part, and everything about these attacks read random for victimology. Izuku just nodded like Harry had said something important. "That's 5 more that Uraraka and Todoroki came up with. I tend to think a little darker than most people." Izuku gave a little lopsided smile. "Me too. But that's the experience talking, isn't it?" Harry opened his mouth to respond that of course it was, when he closed his teeth with a click. That wasn't Izuku's true point. "It's our experience of different quirks as much as different villains," Izuku continued. Harry ran a palm down his coat sleeve, smoothing out the cool fabric. "Their experience of quirks, or of quirks and magic. You can think of a much higher number, can't you?" Izuku closed his eyes. "I stopped at 29. The lack of supporting evidence was starting to get to me." "And that was your experience with quirks in general and analysis. You're suggesting that body parts are a requirement for some sort of quirk we haven't experienced, likely belonging to someone with a bit more brainpower than the 4 we saw here. Someone who doesn't even have a set motive or manifesto that can help us narrow anything down." "Pretty much." Izuku sounded tired, but also glad that Harry was taking the same leaps as him. He opened his eyes to meet Harry's and locked emerald gazes. "Well, shit." Inko watched her son and his friend talk to a police detective, that nice one with a kind smile and tired eyes and quirk that could tell truth from lies. She watched her son and Harry stand side by side, one always a step to the back, ready and wary and effortless in a way that had taken Izuku's other friends years of trauma to establish. She watched both of them check up on her every few minutes, 2 sets of emerald eyes flickering through the dark. She watched hands, gentle and hesitant and barely making contact, brush a shoulder or wrist before sinking back. Inko slowly reached into her purse for her phone. It rang twice before Toshinori picked up. "Inko, is everything all right? Do you need me?" He really meant. She almost wanted to tut at her silly friend, happy as always that her silly son had brought this man into their lives. But she had more important things to talk about. What do you think about Harry? There was a moment of silence where she imagined him thinking. She knew he would notice that she'd asked for his thoughts and not what he knew. She didn't need to know what he knew, not with all the information she'd gathered from the weeks of phone calls from her son, slowly filling up with more and more stories about Harry. Harry and his understanding. Harry and his teaching. Harry and his goodness. Harry and his pain. That had been evident from the moment the calm and collected young man had walked into her apartment, only to walk out shaken and stuttering, ruined and baffled by casual kindness. No, she didn't need to know what Tashinori knew about Harry. She could recognize a traumatized child by herself. Thanks. She'd spent years trying and failing to keep her own son from such a fate. Tashinori's shaky breathing interrupted her thoughts. Harry is what could have happened to your son if I was the type of man you'd feared I was. I think he is a broken child, which no adult until Aizawa has ever really seen. And he is a remarkable hero, which no adult until Aizawa has ever really let Harry see. And Izuku? I think that, if he stays on the current path they're on, Izuku will have a partner who will never let him face danger alone. Something hot and hard throbbed in Inko's chest, and she raised one hand up even as the other clenched around her phone. Her son already knew danger, had already faced the kind of danger that some pros never did. And the worst possible thing was that Inko couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't protect her baby from that kind of danger. He was so happy with his friends and heroics and helping people. To take that away, to attempt to take that away, because Inko didn't imagine she'd be entirely successful, no matter the elaborate plans she crafted in deep darkness when she couldn't sleep for her creeping, seeping worry, would take away a piece of Izuku's very soul. Izuku's desire to help was more intrinsic than that hateful, miraculous quirk would ever be. All Might had seen something in her son she'd always known was there, something she'd watched the world stomp down again and again and again. All Might had become Yagi when she'd watched the man nurture and fan that something back to life. Yagi had become Tashinori when she realized he cared as much for that something as for the quirk, and when she realized that everything that Izuku had faced, Tashinori had faced, too, and that he'd never forgive himself for that fact. So Inko did what she trained her son to do. She thought and she planned. She brought mass meals to the dorms. She made sure Izuku invited his friends over, and then watched for the ones that needed those trips. She helped her son with his homework. She wondered sometimes, if his classmates knew how often Izuku called for homework help, to have someone to ramble at, to discuss backup plans and manipulations and projected losses and come up with something that was socially acceptable, something that was correct, and something that he would bring up with Nezu or Aizawa-sensei, but Kuga did. But then again, after that relationship was repaired, she'd started getting the occasional call from him, too. It had taken a while to rebuild and modify the childhood games she played with her son, but the effort was worth it. She was proud of her son and proud of herself and proud of the changes their relationship had made, and proud of her job working with training and testing scenarios for heroes, a job that had been presented to her by a fiercely determined Izuku and politely impressed Aizawa-sensei. Nothing would stand in her way of protecting her boy. He was a hero and she'd support him as such, even if that support took the form of supporting those that supported him. At the end of the day, however, she wasn't a hero, and while being a hero was intrinsic to her boy's very being, that wasn't all he was. I wasn't asking about that kind of danger, Tashinori. I wasn't talking about his hero career. Her voice was just a little hoarse, just a little harsh. Inko, Tashinori responded, as slow and somber as frozen waves. Neither was I. Another visit. Chapter summary. Shoyuta has a talk in a police station. Izuku makes travel plans. Shoyuta gets angry, and a redhead gets kidnapped. Chapter notes. Hello. Thank you for your patience with the long wait. I was trying to get the sequel to Plan C meets Plan A going, which is up, and ended up taking a longer pause than I was intending when my computer went pop, and had to go get repaired over the course of another few weeks. Please enjoy the protective fury of Aizawa and his problem child. Shoyuta was unimpressed. Well, no, he was actually kind of impressed. His problem children weren't bleeding, breaking, or dying, but that was a damn low standard. He should have known that sending them out together was a jinx waiting to happen. He'd been sloppy. With a sigh, Shoyuta stood up from the doorframe where he'd been watching his problem children lean into each other on hard plastic police seats. He only got about 3 steps into the room, however, when Detective Tsukachi materialized in front of him. Eraser, detective. Thanks for looking after my brats. Tsukachi gave him a lopsided smile. I mean, they kind looked after a street full of civilians. But sure. Anytime. Shoyuta snorted. Careful what you say. Tsukachi crossed his arms, the fabric of his coat pulling at the wrists. Oh, I mean it, Eraser. You're raising a bunch of baby monsters, and I want to be on their good side. And by that, I mean I want to be on the side that enables my laughing at their various shenanigans and my colleagues' attempt to corral said shenanigans. Tsukachi paused, his voice softening and his eyes going back to Shuta's 2 kids. They're good. Shoyuta let out a breath through his nose that felt like it started 6 feet below ground. Yeah, they are. And they remind me of you and Yamada. Shoyuta flung a sideways look at one of the few men he'd call a friend, though not out loud unless properly bribed. Oh, don't give me that. I distinctly remember 2 freshly licensed heroes spending several hours in similar chairs with your shoulder being used as a pillow. That was one of the reasons I started trusting you. Shoyuta let his mouth close on whatever he'd been about to say, instead angling toward Tsukachi and raising an eyebrow at him. The detective didn't see it, since he was still looking at the kids, but Shoyuta must have conveyed his question by mere presence alone. Barely 2 hours past a double shift that contained both physical fighting and being given the station runaround, and you marched right back in to comfort a friend who was reacting badly to a child he couldn't have saved. That was the kind of hero I wanted to work with. Shoyuta scowled. He'd found a good scowl rather excellent at fending off the creeping warmth that his friends kept trying to force on him. It wasn't exactly altruistic. I later married that friend. Tsukachi barked out a laugh and turned back. I know. I was at Yamada's rather public confession, you'll remember. Shoyuta didn't. He didn't remember much about that night. They'd been working a bloody triple shift after a brutal fight that turned into a large-scale rescue operation when several very large apartment structures had been severely compromised. Zashi had been trying to get Shoyuta to finally clock out and look after himself, and Shoyuta was being stubborn. He could admit that now that he had children he would smack over the head and kidnap if they ever tried anything remotely similar. Regardless, Zashi, exhausted himself, had ended up shouting that, if you can't take care of yourself for you, do it for me. Because I love you and this hurts, damn it, show. The man had then used Shuta's shock to user him away from their also exhausted colleagues and home for a nap. Breakfast the next day had been awkward, though it had gone much more smoothly once Shoyuta realized the confession hadn't been an exhaustion-induced hallucination. Shoyuta blinked, but Tsukachi had already continued. Still, it's an interesting parallel. Do you think this will go the same way? Which, yes, Shoyuta suspected it rather might. Those 2 had far more in common than he would like, which was very many kinds of awful, but rather equipped them to actually keep up with the other. That was no one's business but his kids, however, and possible his, Zashi's, Yagi's, or Hermione's, since they were the ones most likely to get tapped for advice or handling the emotion panic. So Shoyuta sighed and went with being non-committal and hypothetical, tugging his capture scarf so it sat better on his shoulders. If they do, it won't be such a mess. No? Tsukachi was amused, but thankfully didn't call Shoyuta out on acknowledging his relationship had been a bit of a mess at the start. Shoyuta tilted his head, dark hair momentarily swinging in front of his eyes. Midoriya's smart. Viciously so, for all that he coats it in sunshine and warmth. Harry is a hero, but a hero second and a soldier first. You don't survive what he did without knowing exactly what you're willing to lose and exactly what you have to protect. Neither of them has ever been able to afford obliviousness. He stepped forward another 2 steps and watched Harry's head whip around to meet Shuta's gaze, despite the fact that Shoyuta hadn't entered the boy's line of sight or hearing range. Shoyuta felt this reaction rather proved his point, particularly when all it took was a light tap on Izuku's knee and the boy was raising his head from Harry's shoulder to cast bright and not at all sleepy eyes directly at Shuta's. Sensei, Izuku called, smile bleeding into worry. I swear, this wasn't our fault. We just wanted some bloody ice cream, mumbled Harry. His words were defiant, but his shoulders were ticked up just slightly, clearly prepared to take blame anyways. As Shoyuta felt Tsukachi pull up beside him, He couldn't help but wonder if the boys realized that Izuku had leaned forward and slightly in front of Harry, drawing more attention to himself even as he'd made sure to speak first. Then Harry's confused and tired eyes flicked to Izuku's frame, emerald shadows flaring before he ducked his head downward, and Shoyuta wondered if Izuku had realized what he'd done, because obviously Harry had, even if he didn't understand why just yet. Shoyuta took one more breath to study his students, then stepped forward with clearly telegraphed motions and hooked an arm around both of their necks. "I'm so proud of you both. Good work." He pulled back before the waterworks could start and studiously avoided looking in either of their faces. "Time to go. You can film me the rest of the way in as we go back to the dorms." "Oh, my mother?" Tsukachi smiled. "I'm being ordered home soon anyways. I'll personally make sure she gets back to your apartment safe." "Thank you." Izuku beamed. "I'll just go say goodbye now." Harry watched the boy run off and crossed his arms, shifting slightly when Shoyuta collapsed into Izuku's former seat. He leaned into the arm Shoyuta gently placed across his cousin's shoulders, sharp bones digging into Shuta's skin and sharp fingers clutching at Shuta's jacket. "That was shifty," Harry flatly stated. Shoyuta tilted his head. "We all know how much that boy loves his mother." Harry nodded slowly, then flicked his gaze up to Tsukachi as Harry's free hand made a series of subtle movements. "Yeah, kid. The detective here knows about magic." "Excellent."
Muffliato.
Harry flicked his hand and Shoyuta felt the cool lapping of waves that he'd come to recognize was a privacy shield. Tsukachi followed slight glow of Harry's palm and then snorted. "I have a lie detection quirk. I found out about the magical world 3 separate times before the ministry decided more forgetting spells might damage my mind. Shit. If it makes you feel better, I broke into my version of the ministry multiple times, causing not insignificant amounts of property damage. Zawa also basically told them to duck themselves and kidnapped me away from their grasping little hands." Tsukachi tilted his head to stare at Shuta's smug smirk. "You know what? That actually does make me feel better." "Good, because this probably won't. The woman who got away from me only succeeded because she had an accomplice who operat her away." He paused a moment as Tsukachi closed his eyes and Shoyuta ran a hand through his hair. "I can't track that kind of magic, but the good news is that I was able to get an imprint of their aura, which can be later used to confirm identity. Also, something was weirdly familiar about it. I'm not exactly sure how, but Hermione and I will take a crack at it over the next few days to see what we can come up with." Tsukachi opened his mouth, but got interrupted by Harry's soft, "Oh, and also good news. My agreement with the Japanese ministry basically gives me modified aura rights due to my past experience and hero license. You don't have to liaise with them at all. You can just go through me and cut out some of that stupid bureaucracy." He paused again, but this time looked down to his shoes. "I mean, if you want. If you want an aura, I can pass it over, too." Shoyuta gave Tsukachi a look that was at least 2 parts hurt my cousin and die, and 3 parts professionally. "This is a really ducking good idea." Tsukachi didn't even meet the look before nodding. "I'd much rather go through you, thanks. And that's only marginally based on the teapot incident. Send me a copy of your report to the ministry and keep me updated. I'll send you the consolidation of tonight's events when I get it." He smiled at Harry's expression, tentative in face of trust, given without hesitation, not to mention someone who didn't expect him to take responsibility all on his own. Tsukachi made to walk off. The man was better with emotions than Shoyuta, but they had a tendency to hide in dark corners together when coerced or blackmailed into social events for a reason, but turned back with all the dramatic timing of Nezu, or of Yagi's best friend. Before he ran off, Midoriya's chat log on his phone was open to a conversation with Nezu. He threw over his shoulder with a grin that was too bright for the time of night. "Shit." Shoyuta exchanged glances with Harry, who shrugged. After a moment where Shoyuta decided his cousin's confusion was genuine, he gave his own shrug. "I'll deal with it the morning." Shoyuta did deal with it in the morning. He had no choice but to deal with it in the morning because Problem Child showed up at his door at too damn early o'clock and proceeded to use a terrifying combination of puppy eyes, serious tone, and the good coffee to shuffle Shoyuta away from his apartment and into one of the empty dorm rooms that had somehow been designated as for important talks. "Do you remember that conversation we had about reporting and Harry and noticing things?" Shoyuta put down his coffee, the sunflower-patterned mug hitting the table with a soft clink. His stomach was suddenly and instantly filled with enough roiling serpents on its own. Thanks. Yes. Has he told you about the Dursleys? Not beyond that he used to live with them and they aren't close. Right. Izuku blinked green eyes. I took Shoyuta a moment to recognize the expression on Izuku's face as rage. The serpents grew worse, their teeth sharpening, but Shoyuta still had time for a momentary flash of gratefulness. He recognized that Izuku was trusting Shoyuta with an emotion the kid usually kept rather tightly locked up. Right, okay. So in an unrelated matter, Nezu said I need your approval to travel out of the country for any length of time. He also said the staff meeting this weekend is optional if you decide I can only go with supervision. Here's Uraraka and my signed permission forms. And the cookies my mom made for the trip. Shoyuta stared at the paperwork and the container of cookies. It was the container that truly impressed upon him the importance of whatever had been revealed over dinner with the Midoriyas. That was definitely one of Inko's containers, which meant that this mission had the woman's full approval. Her full approval was not easily won, Shoyuta knew. He'd been introduced to the woman slowly, through parent meetings at first, but then frequent drop-offs of food and comfort at the dorm. Shoyuta had seen what she was doing early on, but had been more than happy to let the woman mother his class a bit, and not just because she was good at emotions or analysis. The training scenarios she came up with had once made him cackle so hard Kaminari had actually backed out of the room. It was also because of the conversations. 3 conversations to be exact, that had occurred over bottles of wine about a month after Shoyuta had gotten full and legal custody over Eri. 3 conversations about children and villains and bullies in schools and acceptable versus functional parameters of recourse. Shoyuta trusted his problem child. He also trusted his problem child's other parent. Shoyuta nodded slowly. I need to make a call. Shoyuta wasn't mad. He wasn't mad, or angry, or pissed. He was incandescently furious. He was the kind of incandescently furious that made his vows as a hero feel like shackles weighting down each and every bone in his body. He was grateful for those shackles, though. Those shackles and the lapping eddies of sorrow that tugged and prodded him into stillness. Otherwise, he might have done something stupid. Something stupid and very illegal. Izuku's hand also helped. The kid hadn't let go of Shuta's hand in almost an hour, and honestly, he wasn't going to complain. Shoyuta really wasn't sure which one of them was holding the other back at any given moment. Uraraka and Hitoshi, who had shown up with a bag and coffee in hand and just plopped himself down into the car and, well, Shoyuta did have temporary guardianship of the boy, hadn't seen what Izuku had. They'd seen plenty. Seen the photos that didn't hold a single image of Harry. Seen the spare room with its bars and broken toys. Harry admired the broken, had a kinship with the broken, would have never simply let the broken to lie in the dust and the humidity and the taint of that house. Seen the locks on the kitchen cupboards, the closets, and the shed outside. They'd seen plenty. Heard plenty too, since they'd been in charge of the Dursleys. Shoyuta was proud of his kids, and how Uraraka had only stuck them to the ceiling after Hitoshi had casually mentioned his quirk, not as a threat, officer, nope, not his students, and the abuse had started pouring out. The officers were getting Mr. and Mrs. Dursley down now, Uraraka only pouting slightly, and Shoyuta was able, through the rage, to feel abstractly grateful that the son wasn't there. But then he wouldn't be. Harry had mentioned a couple of awkward conversations with his cousin who'd gotten out by means of boarding school and therapy, and had no desire to go back. It was a long time coming, and Harry had said he wasn't prepared to forgive Dudley, though he'd never mentioned for what, and Shoyuta couldn't decide whether or not he regretted not pushing the matter, but was willing to wait and see what Dudley did with himself. Dudley had been a kid raised in this ducking house. Shoyuta would trust Harry's judgment on the matter, though Shoyuta doubted he'd ever be forgiving a single Dursley, ever. Izuku wouldn't either. Shoyuta was sure. Izuku had caught Shoyuta staring at the cupboard under the stairs. There were 3 locks on that cupboard. 3. The kitchen and linen closets only had 1 each. But this one had 3. It had been George who'd opened it. George who'd led them to number 4, Privet Drive, with a laughing story of a great summer escape that he told with glass and voice. Grown-up George, war survivor George, knew what bars on windows meant better now than he had as a kid. Knew that telling an adult hadn't been enough. Not when the adults seemed so incompetent here on English magical soil. George who'd opened the cupboard and stared, wide-eyed, as Izuku dropped to his knees and turned on a bare bulb with a rusting chain. It had been Shoyuta that had leaned forward, hand skimming past flecks of dried blood, to trace the shaky lettering marking the cupboard, a ducking cupboard, as Harry's room. Izuku had latched onto Shuta's hand almost immediately after the man had closed the door. Shuta's other students didn't need to see this. Harry wouldn't want them to see this. Shoyuta would mention it once more to the police outside, and once to Hizashi, and then never ever again. Unless Harry mentioned it first. They were going to tell him what they'd done, of course, but not the details. Shoyuta didn't think Harry would want them. Uraraka and Hitoshi had eyed the clasped hands, but were smart enough not to mention it. Or ask. Shuta's firm grip on George's wrist also got a slight double take, which was fair, since they'd only met Harry's adoptive brother recently. Shoyuta had really only met George recently, too, since he hadn't had much time to interact with the Weasleys before spiriting his cousin away. It had been enough time, however, to mark the Weasleys as good, particularly when it came to Harry. Particularly George, too. The man had rage lurking behind his shattered laugh and protectiveness lining his desperate reach. He was young enough to understand what his sibling went through in a way that the older Weasleys just couldn't, for all their love. He was also a shade of a man. More bones than flesh, and Shoyuta refused to let go of a sharp wrist because he was somewhat afraid the man would collapse to pieces like a dusty skeleton. Self-recrimination was not good at binding oneself together, Shoyuta well knew. Shoyuta only let go of them once, and that was when the Dursleys had been marched past Shuta's spot on the driveway, Vernon blustering loudly and Petunia cringing from the neighbors. Wait. The police officers waited. Eraserhead had pulled full hero rank and Nezu had pulled something official, and also they weren't stupid. You'd have to be stupid not to hear the coiling, clanging rage in his voice. Shoyuta stepped forward, grin gaining teeth even as Izuku and George shadowed his back. Let me make one last thing perfectly clear. You deserve this. Shut up, Dursley. You hurt and abused a child in your care for no reason other than your own stupid opinions. Dursley couldn't speak, and Shoyuta wasn't under any impressions that this was because the man had nothing to say. It could have the fact that Shoyuta looked like he'd been spawned in hell and would drag this man down with him with nothing but a smirk. It could have been because Izuku was sparking literal lightning. It could have been because George had cast a silencing spell. Shoyuta would never know or care. He was looking at the woman anyway, studying her defiant cheekbones for any signs of remorse and finding none. She spoke, the first words she'd said since her head hit the ceiling. He wasn't a child. He was a freak. This is all that little freak's fault, like always, like Lily. She flinched, though Shoyuta wasn't sure why. His expression hadn't changed. Your actions are your responsibility. Try to blame Harry, contact him in any way, and I will hurt you. Badly, but legally. I'm an adult and a professional, and the kind of hero society doesn't like to see clean up their garbage. You get a lot of ducking leeway when you're doing the jobs one wants to see being done. He activated his quirk, felt it seep across his skin like pouring ash, and watched as both the Dursleys cowered. Mess with my cousin again, and I will rain damnation on your very souls. Well, Shoyuta, Shuta's family, Harry's family, a hero that liked sharp things and understood child soldiers all too well, a magical firebird, the entire staff of one of the best hero schools in the world, and a class of viciously protective teens who loathed nothing more than someone harming their own. But Shoyuta didn't tell the Dursleys that. He wanted it to be a surprise. It will stick, right? Izuku asked after the Dursleys were escorted away, and the police were flipping through a very extensive file folder of Izuku's collected evidence and analysis. Shoyuta hummed. Yes, Nezu's rather invested, and there are protocols for dealing with things in a hero's past that would damage the hero or society if came directly to light. The protocols are tricky, since I'm sure you can think of many ways they could be abused, but they're predominantly used for situations like this. Shoyuta looked at Izuku out of the side of his eyes, even as he reached back for Izuku's hand and George's wrist. I'm sure, problem child, that you're not unaware that people choose to become heroes for a reason, and it's not infrequent that said reason has to do with correcting a painful past or preventing the same for others. Izuku nodded, but didn't say a thing. They watched for a moment before Shoyuta hummed and spoke again. Thank you, George. George started, despite Shuta's soft voice, then scowled. Don't be daft. Of course, look. Thank you. Thank you for calling. 4. For caring. Uraraka interrupted the silence with a clap, having floated the rather large and once again protesting Vernon straight into a squad car. Good riddance. Her tone was darkly satisfied. Time to get back to the airport, Sensei? Hitoshi asked, the shadows under his eyes just a little deeper than usual. Yeah. Shoyuta looked down, working himself up to releasing George's wrist. Izuku turned, his eyes a green of the deep seas where monsters lurked, instead of their usual bright emerald. Do you want to come with us? So bloody much. George flinched after he spoke, as if he hadn't thought to hear his own voice. Done, Shoyuta said, not letting go after all, and starting to drag the other man forward. Get in the car. Look, said George, even as he didn't try to escape the hold. I don't want to mess anything up for my brothers. Shoyuta turned to stare incredulously at the redhead, the one with enough loudness and laughter etched into the lines of his face to know he was like Hizashi and should never be silenced. Even as Hitoshi slung George's bag into the back seat, Izuku took a more proactive approach and put Shuta's phone, which he had filched out of Shuta's pocket. Shoyuta both admired and questioned some of the skills his problem child was revealing he had, and put on speakerphone in Shuta's palm. Zawa, problem cousin. What's the deal with the really sad-looking redhead who talked about joke shops at the airport? Harry hummed, slightly staticky over the line. He is maybe about a month before Ron gives up on being subtle and kidnaps him to Japan. Why? Shoyuta smirked. Just trying to get my paperwork requests for Nezu in order. There was a very distinct pause where they could hear fingers tapping rhythmically against the phone. I want you to know that I don't believe you. I don't believe you and I have fully catoned onto your absence and the oddly concurrent absence of Izuku, Uraraka, and Hitoshi. I also want you to know that I am choosing not to care, because Nezu has chosen to distract me with Training Ground Omega, where I have spent the last hour watching Ron and Hatsum try to out Explosion Fox and Hawks. Izuku leaned over Shuta's shoulder. And you and Hermione have just been watching? Snipe will be here within the next 10 minutes, and we will prove our collective superiority. Text me your coordinates if you need me to pop you out of prison. Ta. There was beautiful silence, only broken by the muffled yelling of a man getting his due comeuppance. George used the silence to meet the smug stares of Shuta's 3 children before returning back to Shuta's raised eyebrow. So I'll just get in the car then? Bad day. Chapter summary. Harry has a bad day, meets a nuisance, and gets lots of love. There is also an explosion. The explosion is orange. Chapter notes. Your support for the last chapter was amazing. Thank you. I hope you like this chapter of support, a well-deserved rant, and maybe just a bit of mischief. Today was a bad day. Today Harry moved like he had ice in his veins and ghosts at the corner of every blink. He hunched. He hesitated. He hurt. He didn't know why today was a bad day. Not really. He and Hermione were working on the operating accomplice's aura. No one had been attacked in the last few days, and Zawa and his young cronies had returned from their suspicious trip with smug satisfaction and one lanky Weasley. Harry hadn't asked what they'd done. Not yet. He knew Zawa and Izuku would tell him. But he also trusted them when they said Harry didn't need to know if he didn't want to. He didn't want to. He'd been having a good week and just gotten several very excellent hugs. And sure, Harry supposed the knowledge that Zawa had returned to England for some reason, that reason was to defend Harry, and there were only a select number of things left in England that Harry needed to be defended from, might have triggered his bad day. He just didn't think that was true. Harry had woken up with lead-weighted bones and echoes of what could have been nightmares, or could have been memories rattling around in his throat. He knew from the moment he squinted open sore eyes and saw monsters at the edge of his blurry vision that it was going to be a bad day, regardless of reason. What was worse was that everyone knew today was a bad day. He knew they knew because they were hovering. Fox sat on his head the moment he sat up in bed and refused to go more than foot away as Harry dressed, an act that was made much harder by Crookshanks twinning about his feet. HD made it to breakfast, cat in arms, with Zawa and Zashi in time to vaguely register the two of them sharing some sort of married person look before being smothered in Zashi's favorite blanket and handed coffee in Zawa's favorite mug. Zawa had escorted him to class and deposited him at the very back of the room with Zawa's sleeping bag around Harry's shoulders. Zawa's sleeping bag, despite the fact that Harry had his own, somewhere. Momo promptly made him another blanket. Todoroki heated a hot water bottle, also produced by Momo. Uraraka glared the morning people into submission. Sato gave him a cookie. Bakugu gave him a thermos of ducking delicious soup. Izuku had waited for acknowledgement, then spent the time before the bell leaning heavily into Harry's side, while keeping up a low constant chatter that Harry couldn't remember a single word of, but would probably be hearing the cadence of in his dreams for at least a week. Izuku only stopped when Ron came in just before the start of class, with Harry's sleeping bag covered in suspiciously pink glitter, and went to sleep while learning on Harry's knee. Hermione had visited between every class to give him a hug, and Zashi had done the same before lunch. They were hovering. Harry didn't hate it. He was sandwiched between Uraraka and Hagakure now, the two girls having hooked their elbows with his after-a-battle-sworn sibling, who'd look with Izuku, and was being escorted to lunch out on the grounds. Their body heat was warm, and their words warmer, for all that he wasn't sure he'd remember them either. He also wouldn't remember exactly what the small purple-haired boy said, but the way that both Uraraka and Hagakure tensed was very memorable. They tensed like falling into battle stances, but battle stances they couldn't quite settle into, like ones that could shift to violence and protection, but would probably have to stick at endurance for reasons of politics time politness. Harry didn't like it. Then the meaning of the words permeated through his brain, slithered through the cracks in the ice that his family, maybe, and friends, possibly, had slowly been carving all morning, and found he hated it. "Excuse me." Harry wasn't asking a question. Uraraka and Hagakure stopped anyways, wary because they were intelligent and Harry was too ducking tired to keep the frost from his voice. "Dude, leave off." Harry blinked, surprised at Kaminari, before realizing the blonde was talking to the short purple boy. "Just ignore him, Harry." Uraraka chimed in. "We do," added Hagakure. "You're used to this." Harry still wasn't asking a question. Uraraka's hand on his elbow tightened briefly, but it was Hagakure that spoke. "That's my Netta. He was in our class and a total pervert." Aizawa-sensei caught him, though, and threw a huge fit. Uraraka sighed. "He wasn't expelled because he's related to a school governor, and was actually doing startling well in all his classes. He got transferred to General Ed, though, conditionally on the completion of UAL harassment courses." Harry blinked again. "They're not working. Come on. Clearly you could teach a couple classes if you've already got two beauties hanging off your arms." Mineta leered as he spoke. Harry wanted to ram a wand up his nose. "Duck that," he said instead. "Does anyone know where Hermione is?" Mineta looked confused while Kaminari and Ciro, who'd both stepped in front of a seething Mina and Sui, looked resigned. Uraraka looked both thoughtful and slightly malevolent. Aside from Momo, Uraraka had been the student who'd most quickly taken to Harry's adopted sister. "Meeting with Nezu about border restrictions and abuse laws, last I had." "Damn. Can't interrupt that for something this minor." "Oh, another beautiful girl?" Harry scowled and felt it echo through the rest of the students. "Yes. My sister. My sister who'd turn you into a teapot with ears for her lecture on consent, UAL harassment, and ducking decorum. But since she'd busy, I suppose I could give you to her boyfriend. I'm sure you've seen him around. Bright red hair, behemoth-like frame, 6 foot tall." He once spent hours listening to Hermione being tortured and not ducking, breaking. I mean, he'd only stare at you intently, because he's far too good a strategist to threaten you out loud in front of witnesses. Harry tilted his head and watched Mineta gulp under the weight of Harry's focus and maybe a tiny, little, minuscule ocean of magic. But he was supposed to be working with Hatsum today on their improved series of explosives. So he's busy. Harry tapped his fingers against his pocket in a descending rhythm, absently noticing that Mineta had enough survival instincts or training to know to follow that hand. The Elder Wand wasn't in that pocket. Harry didn't think, but he was pretty tired. "I suppose I could do it. I don't like people threatening my friends, and since Uraraka and Hagakure both deserve to be able to walk down the hallway of their school without feeling bloody victimized, I absolutely consider your behavior a threat." His hands stilled against the soft fabric, fingers splayed out. "You can find out why I was a murderer before I was a teenager, and an entire society thanked me for it." Harry smiled. And it wasn't Zawa's full-teeth grin or Izuku's bright-eyed beam. It was Voldemort's, except for the edges that were Snape's, and Harry didn't care. Harry raised his hand and watched the boy flinch as he tapped a thin finger against his chin. He sighed. "But that's so time-consuming. I'm tired, see, and really not teaching, not matter what Zawa says, so I'd really rather hand off the matter." Maybe professor. Excuse me, headmistress. McGonagall? She teaches professionally and Aizawa called her both competent and intimidating. She was head of house, deputy headmistress, and led a rebellion at the same time. Though no, she's obviously pretty busy. I mean, we could go with Ginny, my ex-girlfriend, because she's vindictive Luna, because she will never not be perfect, or Mrs. Weasley, because I've never seen a more badass fight as hers with Bellatrix. Now there's a woman who'd have straightened you out right quick. I mean, she's dead, and was also a crazy serial killer who killed my godfather. But then again, she was a cousin, and I don't think she'd have liked you much. Harry blinked, a sudden pang of homesickness tugging at his bones and overriding a sting of something he didn't have the energy to parse. I missed them. And it was true. He didn't miss England or the ministry to the Merlin's damned pressure, but he missed his people. You could just go back if you missed them so much, Minetta muttered. Dude, Aizawa-sensei already hates your guts, Ciro pointed out. Be rude to his cousin, one of Nezu's personal students by the way, and see how fast you're expelled. Try murdered. Sui had stepped forward to cross her arms and glare at the great boy. What's going on? Izuku appeared from around the corner and easily sidestepped Minetta to slide into the spot next to Harry that Hagakure had vacated in order to stand with Mina and compare their phones and possibly their recordings of the last few minutes. Harry blinked up at the boy, a small smile breaking at his lips and settling into his bones. Izuku beamed back, locking their elbows and starting to tug him away from Minetta and the hallway and the burbling anger and resentment that had broken so quickly at Minetta's words. We were discussing Aizawa-sensei's willingness to commit murder for Harry. Izuku turned wide eyes to Uraraka. She cleared her throat. Theoretically speaking, of course. Oh, haha, right? Of course. Harry stopped again. Maybe only 4 feet from the now cowering Minetta, who was trying to slip away and cower from whatever Mina was hissing at him. What? Harry received to sunny smiles that he didn't buy. At all. Does this have anything to do with your recent and sudden trip away for a weekend and the sudden arrival of one George Weasley? No, of course not. They chorused, which immediately made Harry 10 times more suspicious. So he was sitting comfortably at basilisk-level paranoia, which was better than dragon level. Ron appreciated a good 2 hours of notice if Harry was entering into dragon level. He had a protocol for it or something. Uraraka patted his arm before taking a step away. It was HKS business. I'm afraid I can't say more. She didn't seem very upset about the matter. Harry lunged, but she was already dancing away. Get back here. I started and ran a secret society under government persecution. Don't think I don't know what's going on. The sounds of Izuku laughing made Harry pause, but only because of the warmth that racing from his cheeks to the corners of his body, deepening the fault lines of the cold. He let his hand trace down Izuku's arm till he could grab the other boy's wrist and drag him to chase Uraraka down. In part because Harry wanted answers, damn it, but mostly because the girl had stolen Harry's bento when she grabbed his free arm as they'd exited the class. Maybe, just maybe it was a bad morning. Maybe the afternoon would be better. Maybe the day wasn't over just yet. There was an explosion and Shoyuta closed his eyes. In his defense, the explosion was coming from the direction of the testing grounds adjacent to the labs. Furthermore, he'd been looking at his phone at the time. Hisashi had sent him cute pictures of their daughter and a stray kitten, and thus seen Power Loader's usual all-clear-eyed just temporarily looked away from handsome text. Also, Shoyuta was used to explosions. His class was rather good at them, and their third-year homeroom classroom was also much closer than before to the testing fields that Hatsum blew up at least once weekly. This had been a rather large explosion, though, and he'd caught a glimpse of a bright, potentially sparkling orange cloud before his eyelids had closed out the light of day and trouble. He opened his eyes again when Harry sighed. Harry had been better after lunch, after a morning of being frankly smothered in as much affection as the boy could take. But better still wasn't good. That hadn't been an exhausted sigh, however. More like an exasperated one. This is your fault, Harry told Izuku. Izuku actually tilted his head in consideration, giving a soft hum before something clicked. My suggestion for occupying Ron. Yeah, probably. The remainder of the class, at about half full of chatting teenagers since the bell had rung 5 minutes ago, stared at Midoriya, clearly startled by his response. Shoyuta wasn't sure why. Midoriya was the problem child, and just because his problems didn't run to explosions as often as Bakugu's, Todoroki's, or Kaminari's, he wasn't disqualified from suspicion. Really, the class should be used to his level of shenanigans. Unless they were surprised by Izuku's willingness to admit being a chaos gremlin, Harry and Nezu had been liberating influences on the kid. Izuku stood up. "And you're the one who let it start while I was gone." He reached out and grabbed Harry's hands, tugging him gently up. "Up, up. Let's go." "My idea but your responsibility," Harry grumbled, but went, his long coat flaring dramatically as he swept out the door. Shoyuta followed. Because of course he did. Cleaning up the labs and testing fields were not his job. He could spectate without concern. The three of them stepped through a slowly swirling cloud of orange smoke after Harry had not surreptitiously checked for poison before encasing their heads in a large bubble, just in case. Ron had clearly held similar ideas, since he, Hatsum, and Power Loader were also equipped with bubbles. Shoyuta felt badly enough for the poor, slumped form of Power Loader resting, his head on a nearby table that Shoyuta actually gave the man his coffee. The groan Power Loader gave in response was low, and probably only understandable to someone who also had a problem child. Shoyuta patted him on the shoulder and turned in time to see Harry tapping his foot and waiting to be acknowledged. This didn't happen speedily enough, since Harry felt the need to interrupt their argument with a sharp, "Ron?" "Yes, boss." Ron spun sharply, spine ramrod straight and hand raised to cast a spell. He deflated slightly when he saw Harry's crossed arms. Shoyuta very deliberately didn't look at Power Loader, also now ramrod straight and paying attention to the form of address and interaction between the two former soldiers. "Toxic?" "Ah." Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "No, just hard to see through," Harry sighed, but let his spine loose its stiffness and quickly waved his hand and sent a whine through the room and out the windows Izuku already had opened. Hatsum blinked at the clearing room before spotting Izuku. 10 million. She flung herself at him, immediately brushing soot against his cheek in large swathes. "Thank you for my new testing buddy." There was a clank and a groan as Power Loader's head hit the table again. Izuku clearly felt Shuta's gaze of judgment because he looked out from under pink dreads and gave his best attempt at a shrug. Harry was looking for ideas about finding Ron something to do that wasn't school, wasn't fighting, and was actually helpful. Apparently, Ron is known for watching, thinking long-term, and coming up with ideas. He's also clearly not cowed by intelligent woman. So Hatsum. Shoyuta wondered if his tone was flat or resigned. Hatsum finally let FO of Izuku's neck to grin at Shoyuta. "Ron has such ideas. Might be cool if are my new favorite words." Ron just shrugged and gave a sheepish grin in Harry's direction. "It was a good plan, mate. She's like Dad, the twins, and Hermione rolled into one. I think I've convinced to the lab after dinner. George is on his way." He said the explosion sounds similar to that one over Christmas. Harry blinked then twitched. "Yeah, but that means he has an idea for a solution, or how to make it worse. You never know with him." Harry cocked his head before turning to look at Aizawa. "I'd offer to supervise, but dash." There was another sharp bang and the machine that had been seeping slow smoke into the room exploded further, though only in one direction. Harry ducked even as Izuku caught the largest flying chunk, and Harry returned the favor by grabbing onto Izuku's jacket so the momentum didn't force the boy out of the window. Harry looked at the metal in Izuku's sparking palm, and then back at Shoyuta. "But the Potter luck is real," Ron said with a shaking head. "What?" Power Loader sounded like he was about to retire. "Don't worry, Power Loader Sensei. I took Harry to Recovery Girl 2 weeks ago to test for a secondary quirk or lingering quirk effects." "What?" Shoyuta hadn't heard about this. "It was negative. Like mine," hung clear in the air after Izuku's words. Shoyuta didn't care. He stepped past a smirking problem cousin and placed one hand on each of Izuku's shoulders. "I have never been prouder. Such paranoia and planning. Good work, problem child." Revelations. Chapter Summary. Harry and Hermione identify a clue. Izuku identifies a feeling, and a flight is had. Chapter Notes. Reveal number 1. You've been waiting, and hopefully I did it justice. Harry and Hermione stared at the little glass vial and scowled. Harry scowled from the wall where he stood with arms and ankles crossed. Hermione scowled from her tall seat, tucked neatly into the lab bench, head resting on her arms. "It's definitely familiar." I just can't figure out how for the life of me. Harry huffed. Well, at least I'm not crazy. Not for this, at least. They smirked at the well-worn joke before Hermione reached up to run a hand through her hair. She had more success than she should have, since she'd already managed to pull at least a third of her hair loose from her bun. Harry huffed again, this time stepping forward while pulling a clip out of his inner pocket. Hermione smiled at him as she obligingly leaned slightly back and let him redo her hair. He kept his hands gentle as she went back to staring at the vial. It's a regular magical signature sample, as far as my spells can tell. Nothing at all to indicate why it makes my skin creep and fills me with a desire to chuck it at wall. Harry started to chuckle, a low vibration that was more shared gallows humor than genuine amusement, but froze. Hermione had moved her arms to mimic her words, hands subconsciously rubbing at her arms to soothe a non-existent chill. Her actions ruffled her sleeves just enough that tail end of her mudblood scar peeked out from behind the cloth. Harry didn't get angry at the scar much anymore. He still loathed the letters and the pain. Hermione had been in, but they all had scars and had learned to bear them with pride, learned to stop blaming themselves for each one, since that only made the bearer more sad. This time, however, he was filled with an unsettling tendril slowly unfurling in his stomach and winding its way to his newly trembling fingers. Harry? Harry couldn't find the words to answer her, so stepped to her side and slowly, gently, rolled up her sleeve and traced the letters with a single finger, secure in the kind of intimacy that hours of nightmares and days of tense had granted them. Hermione was not a stupid witch. She sucked in a sharp breath, dry as whistles in a boneyard. She's dead. We saw it happen. She's gone. But her eyes still tracked back to the vial. The thing was, Hermione was right. Of course she was. Bellatrix was long dead, Harry had checked, had stared at the tattered black tapestry until Ron had come to fetch him for breakfast and led him away by the hand. It doesn't have to be her, exactly, does it? Couldn't it be someone similar? Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it, her head tilted to the side as she studied him from the corner of her eye. Not related, she said slowly, but similarly immersed in dark arts. Harry nodded. And killing. We know from the Horcruxes that killing damages the soul, and I know for a fact that Voldemort's aura and magical signature was twisted the duck up. But how much of that was the Horcruxes or the revival ritual compared to the frequent bouts of murder? Bellatrix was a serial killer and took great pleasure from her kills, Hermione added as she followed his train of thought. We know that. Intimately. Her own hand ran up and down her arm before she pulled her sleeve down. And we know her magical signature was just as noxious as Voldemort's. I don't know the magical theory, Harry extended a hand to Hermione in a after-you gesture, but practical experience tells me that magical serial killers have ducked up auras. I can do some research. Hermione was already reaching for her bag and notebooks. She managed about a page of writing, a mix of theories and names to look up, when she realized Harry was still staring into the distance with a frown behind curtained eyes. Hermione reached out slowly, fingers brushing the line of his jaw. Harry? He didn't startle, but only because it was Hermione. I having a leap of logic. His tone was wry, and so was her expression as she registered his words. So you have a gut feeling. Is it likely based on your rather extensive experience of dark wizards? Maybe. Harry hoisted himself onto the desk and let his feet swing. That and snooping. I'm shocked. Hermione leaned sideways into his knee, anchoring him with a press of heat and hair. So I maybe went a couple places I shouldn't have when I was at the Japanese ministry. I repeat, shocked. Shush you. Harry poked her forehead, smiling slightly as she wrinkled her nose in response. The smile fell and he sighed. I was partly avoiding Murata and partly being nosy, but I took a wander through their evidence locker, and there were several samples of magical signatures. I didn't think much of it at the time. This was before I was actively looking into possible connections of their recent escaped magical serial killer and the Muggle Midnight Monster. But one stood out. It made my skin creep with oil, and I never turned my back on it. You think it's the same signature? Hermione wasn't asking a question. It makes sense. The signature was corrupted enough to remind me of Bellatrix and probably other Death Eaters, but I didn't jump to that because I was also trying to reconcile that fact that I recognized the individual signature, even if from only a distant interaction in such a small sample. Harry ran a hand through his hair. tugging on a black strand a little harshly. But, Mione, I also think it's the same person. As in, the part of the evidence locker I was in was for recent but not active cases, and I know they had a sample from their killer. So there's a good chance their serial killer was one of the signatures I sensed. I've never been to a scene of the Midnight Monster in time to get a viable signature sample and only have the parchment file for the magical killer, so I can't be certain. But there's a good chance. I think Dashi huffed. The magical serial killer is the Midnight Monster is the accomplice for the body part snatchers. She blinked at him and he noticed her tie, bright red and a gift from Nezu, was slightly crooked. Shit. You're going to have to go to the ministry and confirm. Yeah, I'll take our sample and get someone on their end to double-check my finding, too. We'll at least be able to get confirmation that their escaped serial is our accomplice, and that should get us approval for resources to have the Midnight Monster's scenes magically tested. Take Ron, Hermione ordered. Yes, ma'am. He leaned back, hands sliding across the cool metal-top table. I just can't figure out why. Why would a serial killer who was, by all accounts, doing quite well on his own, join up with a muggle body part snatching ring while also keeping up their serial killing, just on different muggles? He definitely wasn't taking parts from the people he killed in the lower town. Distraction would be my guess. Harry blinked at the steaming teacup being held in front of his nose, then blinked up at his smirking best friend. Hi, Ron. Heya, Harry. How long have you been eavesdropping? Not long. Ron stepped back after Harry had accepted the mug, now in a better position for Hermione to lean into his side. Just long enough to hear your conclusion about it being the same baddie. He waved a hand absently. Not like I need to hear your process anyways. I trust the two of you. Thanks, Hermione said wryly. But distraction? Ron hummed. Yeah. What's the greater priority? Brutal and violent deaths in a part of the city filled with rich people that consequentially gets a lot of media coverage? Or some missing fingers and ears that leave the victim otherwise completely healthy? Your serial killer is stealing the limelight. Intentionally, I'd imagine. Well, shit. Harry gulped down his tea and set the cherry blossom-patterned cup down with a clink. Why would they do that? Both boys turned to look at Hermione. Don't give me that look. Wizards often have a sense of superiority to them. I don't imagine that's much different here. I haven't met many who'd play second fiddle to a muggle, even one with a powerful quirk. Ron and Harry exchanged a glance. Family reasons would be my guess. He shrugged. We don't actually know the mastermind of the body part snatchers is muggle. Hell, he could even be a squib. I don't know how squibs are treated here, and I'm sure quirks have changed things regardless. But our experience says wizards seem to be able to manipulate family ties pretty damn well to suit their needs and justifications. Okay, this is interesting, but pure speculation. I'm going to go tell Zawa we have a lead on the Midnight Monster, who's likely also the accomplice to the body part snatchers, and that the mastermind of that duckery is definitely up to something. We'll go to the ministry afterwards. Give me an hour. His feet had barely touched the floor before he registered the warm eyes of Hermione and the smug smirk of Ron. What? Nothing, Harry, Hermione said innocently, lying all the way, just admiring the new you. Actually telling someone before you go herring off on an adventure. Look at how you've grown. Shove off. Harry brushed away the hand Ron sent to try and pinch Harry's cheek. He can update Detective Tsukachi for me. That man's actually pulling his weight. Sure, sure. Ron laughed as Harry ducked out, Hermione grinning all the while. The warmth of the sound was enough to settle across Harry's collarbones and web out across his skin, keeping the cold at a low hum. It was an interesting feeling, admittedly, to be putting the pieces together, Ron and Hermione at his side, and to have actual backup for the fallout. There was always fallout, and he knew better by now than to think he had all the pieces. But he also had skill and experience on his side, not mention skilled and experienced help. Harry was certainly more prepared for fallout than he'd ever been before. Izuku kept washing the blood from hands, even though the water had long run clean. He still felt it under his nails, however, though he couldn't see anything approaching red on skin. So eventually just let the water flow over his silently shaking fingers. He'd killed before. He was pretty sure his whole class had killed before in the debacle that was all for one in Shigaraki's grab for power. Izuku had even gone to therapy for it. He was absolutely sure his whole class had gone to therapy for it. Aizawa-sensei had looked, shattered in the crevices of his eyes after arranging that, even as his pride in their survival and resilience had shattered something in Izuku. There was something about tonight, though, something about fighting people with civilian faces that shook Izuku to the core. The first hour had been the worst, as he tried so hard to pull punches and suppress instead of eliminate. They were always supposed to go for capture, of course, even if the Nomu and certain members of the League had been exceptions of the kind most heroes never see. But these people, for all their destruction and ferocity, had been delicate. One tap and they'd collapsed straight to the ground, taking Izuku's heart with him until he'd looked around him and seen other heroes facing similar problems. There had been a lot of these apparently mindless people, and they seemed to come in waves, so every time the heroes thought they had the problem contained, another group of 20 or so would pop up somewhere. Word came out about the hour mark, which felt like such a damn long time but was actually fast enough that someone somewhere, Izuku was betting either Tsukachi's precinct or one of the hospital's recovery girl worked with, likely deserved a commendation. Regardless, the word was that the people were mindless. Mindless clones, to be exact. Several of the first batch had been identified, and then tracked to their lives where they were living as normal, or as normal as they could be with a missing finger, ear, or other small body part. Initial tests seemed to confirm that there was no intelligence, emotion, or soul in these people. They were copies that fought like rabid beasts and died quickly, falling apart like rotting, decaying puppets at some unseen signal or limit. That should have bothered Izuku more. The rot. The scent of the one that had been decaying even before he'd put his first through it, tracks of fetid blood, staining and otherwise perfectly pressed off his skirt. But Izuku was used to Nomu. He was used to monsters. He was used to war and death and consequences. He was not used to killing civilians, even if that actually hadn't been what he'd done. Izuku turned off the water. He stepped quietly back to his room, shutting the door with an echoing clack, and turned to stare at his bed and its oh-so-warm and yellow comforter. He stared for what must have been at least 5 minutes, before jolting into motion while grabbing his phone, a pen, and a notebook. After a quick text to Aizawa-sensei detailed his planned location, Izuku was hauling himself through his window and up into the air, letting float slowly take him gently into the sky. He rose past the roof in a seated position, as if he was meditating, and started to absently write using his knee as a table and the moon and flickering emergency lights to see. He wasn't frantic. This wasn't one of hero notebooks, and he wasn't desperately trying to get his thoughts out before they wafted away. This was more of an effort at organization. A page on quirk theory and how zombies, because that's what they were, zombies and not civilians, might be created or grown from fragments of a whole. A page on motivations and what someone would actually want to do with zombies in the first place. A page on his own reactions and the memories that were doing a merry jig across his brain. Maybe Izuku would try to get an extra session with Hound Dog soon. He was focused enough on writing and tired enough from the day that Harry got ridiculously close before Izuku felt a change in the breeze, looked up, and saw him. Izuku hadn't seen Harry since this morning, when the day had still been good. Harry had used the quiet hours after everyone had left the kitchen post-breakfast for their weekend activities to ask Izuku about England. About the Dursleys. Izuku had answered, as he'd promised he would. They'd stayed there, Izuku and his notebook and Harry and his baking, in complete yet comfortable silence. The silence had ended with a clack as Harry had placed one perfect mini cheesecake in front of Izuku, soft green frosting brushed across the top. Harry had smiled a smile of webs glinting in the sunlight, blood instead of dew beating their strands, before leaving with 3 other cakes. One pink, one purple, and one white with flashes of yellow. It had been a good morning. Izuku was pretty sure Harry's day had taken the same turn Izuku's had. Still, all his observations fell to a stuttering halt as one question took over his brain. "Are you on a broom?" Harry tilted his head. Which, fair, it was pretty darn obvious he was hovering on a broom, managing to float just in front of Izuku with just a little shifting backwards and forwards. "I thought we'd already covered that." Izuku's eyes tracked to Harry's earnings, one broom conspicuously missing, and let out a slightly odd laugh. The sound cut off abruptly when Harry's cool fingertips connected with Izuku's cheek, thumb brushing just under his left eye. "You should be in bed." Izuku didn't reply that should Harry, though the other boy really should have been. Harry might not have the shadows that Izuku was sure dusted his own eyes, but his eyes were deep green curtains with frost trails across his lashes. One stupid question a night was more than enough, however. Instead, Izuku leaned just slightly into that scarred hand. I don't want to meet the zombie civilians in my nightmares. Not where they could team up with the Nomu. Harry's eyes closed slowly before opening again, a motion longer and more deliberate than a blink. He looked away, then, but didn't move his hand. Inferi. Izuku pressed his cheek just a bit harder into Harry's thumb, grateful for the warmth that spread through his bones when it started sweeping against his skin again. Inferi were what we called the zombies my megalomaniac used. They weren't experiments like your Nomu, though, nor a major part of his plan. Just a tool, so he could use the dead too. They nearly dragged me and my mentor into a lake once. Izuku let his own eyes close to focus on maintaining the slow bobbing of float for several long moments. His voice was quiet when he next spoke. Can I walk you to Hound Dog tomorrow? I want to see if he has time for an extra appointment. Harry snorted softly, causing Izuku to open his eyes and see an expression several shades north of true amusement. Sure, and if he doesn't, you can share mine. We'll tell him we both want a meeting to discuss zombies, and the other is emotional support. Izuku laughed, the sound loud as a flinch in the night. I like that idea better. Harry smiled, an oddly lopsided thing, before a spark of mischief peeked through his eyes. He reached out to scoop Izuku's notebook away and into the pocket of his ever-present, logic-defying coat before holding out one steady hand. I have another idea. Oh, Izuku asked, trained by shared lessons with Nezu to fully appreciate that spark. Let's run away. Moonlight glinted of Harry's outstretched hand, the scars of words unreadable but starkly visible. Run? Izuku asked. Well, fly. I can fly. Harry looked at him flatly. You can float? Izuku took the hand, because of course he did, and they flew. Izuku understood Hawks' exuberance better now. They raced and dove and danced across the sky. Izuku had his arms wrapped tightly around Harry and anchored in surprisingly soft fabric. Izuku's head was constantly pivoting, however, absently wondering how this could be so different from float, and how much of that difference was the heartbeat under his hands. By the time Harry slowed, significantly higher than Izuku's measly few feet above the roof, Izuku had stopped thinking almost entirely. He felt so safe, and didn't think that had much to do with the fact that he wouldn't actually fall very far if he fell. Harry wouldn't let him fall. Harry's shoulders were shaking slightly, laughter bubbling up to Izuku's ears now that winds had calmed at their current speed. Izuku considered burying his face into Harry's back, wrapping himself in the scent of cinnamon ash and cooking smoke. He was calm and safe, and just the slightest bit overwhelmed and maybe not quite ready to deal with any of that just yet. So he went with the other thing. Izuku hooked his chin of Harry's shoulder and said, as clear as possible past the roaring in his ears, or maybe his heart, your non-quirk is really on the damn nose. Harry froze for half a heartbeat before spinning in place and reaching back to grasp Izuku's forearm and face him as front-on as possible. Izuku squeaked and then blushed as he remembered that not only could he float, but the broom had barely dipped at all. What do you mean? Harry sounded forceful, but oddly blank, like this was important, yet not important at all. His voice softened slightly when Izuku stayed quiet, searching Harry's face. Zuku, what do you mean? I mean that you don't have a quirk, not the way we do. That family lines and quirks don't work the way you say they do. That Nezu has been gleefully cagey, and you have a government official backing your incorrect story and several oddities in how your hero license is structured. Izuku paused, but Harry didn't say anything. He just sat there in the air with his palm gentle yet rough on Izuku's arm, an odd energy running through his extra straight spine. I mean a secret society. Izuku very deliberately didn't look down at the broom he was currently sitting on while in the sky. One centered around magic. There was another pause, this one sharper somehow, and Izuku briefly thought he'd made a mistake. Not that he was wrong, because he was not, but that he shouldn't have mentioned it, that he should have let his friend keep his secret, one that Nezu and Aizawa both clearly knew. Despite the raging curiosity that only grew in Izuku the larger he realized this secret was, and the more he realized he couldn't protect anyone from it if he didn't know the details. Then Harry gave a whoop, turning around and throwing them into a couple of arcing loops while laughing. a sound freer than even 5 minutes ago when they'd been dancing through the night at speeds that would make Ida envious. Of course, you put a weird quirk together with an entire secret society of magical beings. I'm a wizard, Izuku, and you figured it out. Harry didn't turn back around, instead just keeping them moving forward steadily. Zawa said you would. I'll file the correct paperwork tomorrow, and no one will get in trouble because you figured it out on your own. Huh. I can fill you in on the Midnight Monster now, and get your help with all the new connections, and take you to a bookstore, or at least to raid Hermione's library. Don't expect me to be able to answer all your questions. My theory and culture knowledge is crap. Harry kept talking. He kept talking about getting Izuku more knowledge and his help on cases, and showing him the best parts of his world, welcoming Izuku into his world. Izuku promptly gave up entirely. He buried his face into Harry's back and let the night and Harry's words wrap around his battered bones and shaking breaths. He pressed his helpless smile into the black of Harry's coat, cool cinnamon ash seeping onto his skin and warding even the thought of nightmares away.
2:43 Uhr nachts.
Izuku, I am so ducked. Ochako, bring out the force's duct or Izuku. Harry took me flying and I guessed a secret, and his response was to laugh and talk about all the ways to include me and how wanted me a part of it. Ochako, I see. Ochako, the officially smitten kind of duct. Ochako, wait, you can fly? Izuku, not like that. Ochako, huh. Ochako, want me to sneak over? Izuku, you should be sleeping. Ochako, after zombies? Izuku, please come over. Ochako, on my way. Ochako, make room under that ridiculously poofy comforter. 9:51 a.m. Ochako, progress. Ochako, so much progress. Ochako, I mean, most of it I can't discuss because of the best friend code. Ochako, but it's there. Promise. Hermione, excellent. Hermione, Harry will be trickier. His obliviousness is a very different kind. Hermione, I'd give it at least another month before we resort to the backup plans. Ochako, maintain plan monitor. Ochako, got it. Ochako, hey, want to come to girls' night tonight? Ochako, Momo also invited Hatsum. Hermione, all right. Should I bring anything? Ochako, what you got? Hermione, backdoor access from my position as Nezu's secretary that I'm not above using for a good reason. Hermione, and I can get Harry to make us cookies. Ochako, how? Hermione, by walking into the kitchen as if I'm going to make something. Hermione, only took a couple of exaggerated disasters and I had my boys trained. Ochako, I like you. Secrets. Chapter summary. Harry plans. Shoyuta does not coup, and a nightmare leads to a sleepover. Chapter notes. Have some fluff and some feels. Here's a second big reveal that I'm sure everyone knew was coming, along with some talk about the forest and trauma. Hopefully I do it justice. The next chapter might take a bit longer since we're leading up to the villain confrontation and inching our way towards the finish. This chapter is longer to make up for that though. Harry walked into the restaurant with a smile, humming as he tugged his Weasley behind him. George let out a laugh as they ducked a table on their way to the back, and the sound warmed something deep inside Harry. Not that Harry needed much warmth today. He had his coat and Izuku knew, and there was a meeting later to discuss the case so people could help in life. Was great. Slow down, little brother. The food's not going to run away from us. Harry slanted his eyes at George. Don't say that like it isn't a possibility. I've had meals with you before. George opened his mouth to respond, but Harry had spotted Kigo at a corner booth, defensible and with key sight lines to all exits, and almost tugged George off his feet. Once they made it to the booth, he shooed George and then turned to face Kigo and Kigo's very athletic-looking friend.
I'm Harry.
And this is my brother Weasley, George, Harry said to the friend. Harry then tugged on George's sleeve before turning to Kigo with a bounce, throwing out his hand as evidence. George, this is Kigo Takami, also known as Hawks. We're friends. Kigo gave a fond smile as George nodded but prioritized patting Harry on the head, which fine. Harry might be bouncing just slightly. He'd just gotten to introduce George as his brother and Kigo as his friend. Harry was ducking great. And this is Rumi Usajiyama, my friend, also known as Mirko. Nice to meet ya. Rumi gave a bounce of her own, so Harry felt he was excused. Lovely to meet you both. George narrowed his eyes at Kigo, which seemed rather odd, because Harry knew he'd told George all about his first non-danger-related friend. Hurt my brother and I will pluck out your feathers one by one and roast you like my mother's turkey dinner. Kigo blinked, Rumi guffawed, and Harry smacked George on the arm. He's my friend, not my date. George turned to look Harry in the eye, and was still looking down despite their seated position because Harry was too damn small to match any of the Weasleys. Damn it. I know. Don't think that Fred dash. George choked slightly before squeezing the hand Harry immediately put on his under the table and continuing. Harry was so damn proud. That Fred and I didn't have an entire speech planned for this eventual date. Or that because he's not here to give it that I won't do him justice. Harry tilted his head and considered this, not worrying too much about the spectators because Kigo's brain had yet to come back online and Rumi still hadn't taken a proper breath amidst her guffaws. George, Harry said calmly, I love you. But if you think that, between the two of us, I'm not the one who's giving the more terrifying shovel talk, you weren't paying near enough attention during the war. Oh, I'm counting on it, little brother. They shared a sharp grin, because they both knew that George had been paying so much ducking attention and only broke away when Rumi interrupted, having finally been able to start breathing properly again. Oh, I like him. Them. Good work, dork. Kigo looked slightly miffed but also rather pleased. It wasn't till after they'd ordered that George looked around the table and back to Harry. Okay, so I've got to know. Is this just a playdate? Rumi snorted again. I mean, I'd be okay with that. This idiot needs to get out more. Still running low on genuine social skills. Harry met Kigo's irritated acknowledgement with his own understanding nod. Being improperly socialized sucks. At George's lean into Harry's side and raised eyebrow, Harry told him, think Dumbledore with legal power and less attempts at morals. When George's hand twitched in the way that meant he was wishing for some of his more experimental potions, Harry realized that this really wasn't what he wanted George focusing on right now, or ever, though the new plan Harry could see forming in George's mind to befriend Kigo was excellent. Anywho, Harry leaned forward, palms flat on the table. No, this isn't a playdate. It's recruitment. I'm starting a secret society. Again? George asked at the same time as Kigo's wings twitched and said, but none of us go to UA? Rumi waited a beat as the two older men looked at each other before resting her chin on her hand. I'm not really sure which one of you to address first. Kigo snorted. Apparently you don't fully graduate UA until you start a secret society. I did some digging after Tokoyami's internship and Harry's terrifying Midoriya said something suspicious. Okay, first off, Harry started. The graduation thing isn't true. You just have to find and join a society. Successfully starting one gets you extra credit, and maintaining it over multiple years gets you put on one of Nezu's lists. Secondly, Harry pointed a finger at Kigo. Your fear of Izuku is valid, and I'm proud of you for noticing. Most don't, for some reason. Harry frowned, but left his train of thought when Rumi snorted. What? So the one the redhead said you already started doesn't count or something? Harry swung his finger around to George, who indeed had his mouth open. The man shut it with a clack at Harry's look and raised an eyebrow again, which was pointless, because Harry had only started the one secret society, and would argue that Hermione had done much of the starting. The second had been a restructuring of the DA, basically, so didn't really count. I'm not actually a student either. No graduating for me. I just got adopted by Aizawa and the staff, and the principal and the students. George had only been there a short time, but had already expressed great approval about their protective tendencies. And my entire family. You're very adoptable. Harry gave a tentative smile of baby sunflowers. Right. So why a secret society? Rumi asked. Kigo, on the other hand, had bright eyes and seemed quite willing to join. No questions asked. Harry loved him for it. Shits and giggles? Also petty revenge. Yeah, a lot of that. There's a particular society they're working very hard to keep me in the dark about. It's suspicious, and I'm planning to use this for ulterior purposes. Let's just say that doing something for only one reason is stupid and also boring. Kigo nodded. And none of us ever going to UA won't be a problem? Harry felt the teeth stretch across his face. Just means they'll never see it coming. There was a pause. Fair. Kigo grinned back. There's my devious little boss, George added. Rumi just cackled. I'm in. What's the society for? Harry clasped his hands together on the table, and let his best innocent expression settle on his face. George immediately stiffened in anticipation, and Kigo titled his head warily. A prank war on Endeavor. Well, all the top 10 heroes for cover, but mostly Endeavor. Kigo set the chopsticks he'd been absently playing with down with a clatter. Excellent. Harry and Rumi both eyed him out of the corner of their eyes, which Kigo waved off. Look, I can admire him as a hero and still admit he's a dick. An improving one. Sure, but still a dick. Also, Best Jeanist ate all my snacks at the last meeting, and I will have my retribution. Harry nodded. That was reasonable. I can't be directly involved with Endeavor due to things previously said out loud in company and the need for plausible deniability. Aizawa would still know Harry was involved, but it would be much harder to prove. But I insist on his hair being dyed green at some point. Kigo leaned forward on one elbow. I want that story. Harry just shrugged, feeling his coat pull across his shoulders. I promised his son. A while ago now. Harry tilted his head. Sometime after I made his hat. Kigo sat up fast enough that his wings flared, knocking into Rumi, who batted the feathers away with practiced ease. You made his funky hat. I want one. Harry froze, aghast. I haven't knitted you anything. I haven't knitted you anything. You have no knitwear. This will be fixed immediately. Can I get a scarf? Rumi shrugged. I feel like if we're going his secret society, we all deserve knitwear. I want a scarf. A big, fluffy one. Done. Harry pulled out his phone to search for stores carrying wool on their way home. He couldn't rely on Momo entirely. George drew breath beside him, and Harry absently flicked him in the nose. Your mom and I have been coordinating your gifts for years. Hush. George huffed and pretended like he hadn't been about to throw out his own request. I was going to say that I can do green hair. In fact, give me an afternoon with Ron and his crazy inventor friend, and I bet I can turn his fire green too. Harry peered up through his glasses at George, noting that crazy had sounded like a compliment from his lips. There was spark to George's eyes, and Harry went back to his phone, determined not to mention or indicate in any way that he realized this was the first time George had mentioned inventing something since Fred had died. Thankfully, Rumi leaned forward, eyes sparking. We'll have to prank each other, too. Avoid suspicion and all that. Oh, yeah. Harry put his phone down on the table to reach his entire arm into the pocket in the part of his coat draped over his knee. With a slight tug, he pulled a notebook, courtesy of Izuku, and set it beside the phone, flipping to a page with a system just barely sketched out. I figured we could use a point system. 1 point for any prank on one of you, 2 for any top 10 hero, 3 for anyone else you want to put a hit on, and 5 for Endeavor. I am so glad I stopped on that roof, breathed Kigo. You're a devious little shit, aren't you? Asked Rumi, ears flicking and teeth bared. Well, yeah. Harry leaned into George's warmth, the man's arm looping around his neck to pull him closer. I'm a marauder. And also, plus ultra. Shoyuta leaned in the doorway, hip pressed into the cool wood of the frame, and fought harder to keep his expression calm than he had in probably years. Izuku was clearly fighting the same battle, except for the part where he was losing miserably. The kid's freckles stood out more and more on his rapidly blushing skin, and Shoyuta was so glad when Hisashi appeared behind Shuta's shoulder. His husband could coo for the both of them. Izuku opened his mouth, but Shoyuta cut the problem child off with a shake of his head and a sharp, smug smile. In the practiced murmur of a hero used to the shadows and silences of midnight, Shoyuta whispered, "Problem child. Wouldn't want to wake them, would you?" T-Kid blushed harder and looked like he wanted to bury his face in his hands. Unfortunately for him, one hand was currently commandeered by Harry, who'd clearly fallen asleep on Izuku's shoulder then shifted downward slightly, and the other was buried in Aries' hair. The little girl sprawled across both the boys who'd started the evening leaning against her headboard. Tonight's story time had apparently ended earlier than most. Shoyuta wasn't particularly surprised, as Aries had spent most of the evening in 3's dorms running his hellions ragged. Harry, too, had a busy day running back and forth to the ministry, visiting the site of more zombie attacks, and doing whatever had him so smug with his lunch date with George and Hawks. There was the soft click of Hisashi's phone, and Shoyuta loved his husband so damn much. Now that Shoyuta knew the moment would be immortalized forever, He ducked out of the doorway and into the living room. He walked past his cats in their own cuddle pile on the couch with Crookshanks to grab the blanket off the back, made a detour into the kitchen and by the bookshelf, and was back in Ari's room in time to see his husband kiss their daughter goodnight. Ari didn't so much as twitch, completely safe in the arms of two of her favorite people. Shoyuta had no doubt that would kill, die, and dismantle entire villainous organizations to make her happy. He placed the water on Ari's bedside table, next to the unicorn lamp Harry had caved under puppy eyes to get her. The book he handed to Izuku with a raised eyebrow that Shoyuta hoped conveyed how much he was laughing at them all, and how much Izuku would very much not be moving. To his credit, Izuku didn't seem very keen on moving, smiling sheepishly despite his slowly fading blush. A bush that returned in full force when Hisashi took advantage of the kid's momentary distraction to kiss Izuku goodnight on the forehead. Which, really, Shoyuta rather thought the problem child should have seen coming. Shoyuta took his own advantage of the problem child's distraction to lay the blanket over his problem cousin. Izuku had done his best, but the other two had clearly fallen asleep mid-story, and thus Ari's comforter was mostly trapped under bodies, except for the edge Izuku had managed to drag up and over her small body. As Shoyuta smoothed the blanket out over Harry's thin shoulder, he leaned forward and once again used his superior whispering skills. Awfully clingy, problem cousin. Harry slowly opened one eye, because paranoia didn't let you sleep when two new presences were in the room, even if you trusted them, and gave the tiniest of grins before closing the eye and snuggling back down into Izuku's sweater. Shoyuta chuckled, ran a hand over all three heads, and then proceeded to drag out his husband so he could gain access to those photos. His daughter and cousin had the right idea, but he also needed time before bed to carefully choose which images would be sent to Hermione and Nezu. Should his eyes shot open a moment before his bedroom door. There was still light from Hisashi's lamp, so it wasn't that late, and the complete silence other than his husband's soft breathing told Shoyuta it wasn't a hero emergency or call-in. Those alerts were shrill as duck. Still, should his hero senses were freaking the duck out, and he barely had time to realize that Hisashi was tensing up beside him, book being placed on the bed, before their door pushed its way from mostly closed to mostly open. It wasn't their daughter who stepped in, as she sometimes did when a memory turned nightmare set her small limbs shaking. No, it was the problem child. It was a completely white problem child, wild eyes viridian beacons against his pale skin, dragging a still half-asleep and not panicking at all problem cousin by tightly clasped fingers. Harry seemed a little befuddled, a little disassociated, a little like he'd come out of his own nightmare. Shoyuta had seen him after more than one night, had made the kid hot chocolate as he stared into a distance that Shoyuta was never able to see. This didn't seem like a really rough one. That scared him more than anything because the problem child's reaction said bad. And did that mean Shoyuta had been reading the nightmares wrong this entire time? Sensei? Izuku asked, relief at finding them awake, at not being alone, seeping into the corners of his tone. Izuku, Shoyuta said, even as Hisashi let out a small, pained sound. He scrambled for his hearing aids with one hand and gestured them in with another. Izuku took a few more steps forward, but not enough to be even with the bed. Shoyuta wondered if getting up would startle them away like apparitions in the night. You told us to. We're supposed to come get you if something's wrong, and being really upset counts as wrong even if we don't know why. But I do know why, and also this probably most definitely counts as one of those warning signs we were watching out for, and I don't know what to do now and dash. Izuku burst into tears. Harry blinked sleepy eyes and burst into panic. Thankfully, like a lot of professionals, his panic translated to motion. He dragged Izuku the last few steps to the bed, urged him to sit, then looked to Shoyuta as if asking him to fix this already. Shoyuta barely registered this look, however, even as Harry's hands started an uneven rhythm across Izuku's back. Harry was panicking over Izuku. He thought something was wrong with Izuku. Shoyuta disagreed. Shoyuta couldn't keep his eyes away from where Izuku was holding onto Harry's hand and refusing to let go. The problem child's knuckles were white. Harry was probably going to have a bruise. Come morning, Shoyuta slid from under the covers as smoothly as possibly, desperately trying not to startle anyone at all. He sat cross-legged on the top of the bed, close but not invading the space of his boys. Hisashi was doing something similar, sitting behind and off to the side of Izuku and encouraging the boy to lift both legs onto the bed, which Izuku complied to without releasing Harry once. Shoyuta leaned forward and ran a hand each down Curly head and left his palms at the base of their necks. Izuku because he was crying, Harry because he was panicking. Also because Izuku was ducking clever and possessive and might just have the right idea about holding on to Shuta's cousin. It's all right, Shoyuta told Harry. This happens sometimes. Izuku's a crier. He's better now, but he still cries at the drop of a hat, which was true, except where it wasn't. Shoyuta figured Izuku would forgive him in the goal of comforting Harry. Harry didn't look comforted. Izuku didn't help when he turned his wet face towards Harry and tugged on their shared hands. You need to tell them. Tell them what? Harry's voice was slightly wild. From confusion, though, rather than obfuscation or anger. What you said? I don't know what I said. Hey now, how about you start with what happened? Hisashi was calm. Hiro calm. Practiced calm. Izuku only hiccuped. I don't know what happened? Harry sounded like he was trying not to snap and was rather aware he wasn't particularly succeeding. Izuku woke me up in Ari's room. Something about me having a nightmare, and we were leaving to crash in my room so we wouldn't disturb her, I think. I was still pretty much asleep. He then suddenly froze in the hall, grabbed my hand, and yanked me down here to your room. All eyes turned to Izuku, and the kid knew it. He drew in a great shuddering breath and released it through his nose. You said, dash. Shoyuta watched Izuku so steal into his spine and find the words he needed. You said something about a forest. A forest and a monster. Izuku was speaking to Harry, yet Harry was looking at his own trembling hands and Izuku was looking at Shoyuta. Izuku was looking at Shoyuta with eyes bleeding fragments of precious gems and bone and never. Not once as the boy was asked to shoulder another generation's duck-up had Shoyuta ever seen such a clear, desperate plea for help. You said that you didn't understand why Hermione and Ron were so upset. Dying was just like sleeping. After all, there was beat and deep echoing ice plunged itself directly into Shuta's stomach and started creaking and cracking and coursing through each and every one of his veins. He found himself looking away for the first time since the boys came through their door. The chill of terror echoed in his husband's gaze as they locked eyes over the both of them, shoulders on the bed in front of them. And Izuku was right. Of course he was. Because Harry slipped away from the hand at his neck, comforting, not restraining, and had one foot on the floor before Izuku's hold on his hand yanked him back, forcing Harry to half-sprawl across Shuta's lap, closer than before since Shoyuta had been scrambling, reaching blind to prevent his cousin from leaving. Because Shoyuta wasn't entirely sure Harry would have been coming back. The moment that second foot had hit the floor, Harry would have been gone. Would have operated the duck away. Oh. Hermione and Ron would have been able to follow him, would have tried to convince him to come back, but if they didn't succeed, they'd all just be gone. Shoyuta wasn't sure he could chase them, even for good reasons. Not when he knew they'd already been hunted. Shuta's hands latched onto his cousin, latched on tightly for all that he wasn't sure it was the right move. For all that he never wanted to force or contain or constrain Harry. Izuku reached his second hand out to place over his first, cocooning Harry's palm. Look, it's fine. It was fine. Harry was stuttering, tense, but not actively fighting them. He also wasn't looking at any of them for longer than a second. Shoyuta wanted to stab something. Possibly the Dursleys. For all he knew, this wasn't their particular duck-up. But then everything got worse. Of course it did. It was for the greater good. And yup, stabbing wouldn't be enough. Because Shoyuta knew that tone. Had spent hours trying to get certain lessons repeated back to him in that tone. That is a rote tone. An education tone. A tone of a lesson pounded into flesh and bone and young minds. Shoyuta was going to strangle the teacher who carved that tone onto his cousin's tongue, wrap them up in his capture scarf like a ducking fly, and bleed them dry. That's not how that works. How good works. Shoyuta only realized he'd spoken when Harry looked at him, an aching confusion warring with desperation and tired rust painted across his face. Yes, it is. You're a hero. Heroes defeat the monsters. Even when the monster is inside yourself. Shuta's hands spasmed around his cousin, because this was so much worse than staring at a lonely, broken child soldier across a table. This was Shuta's cousin. This was Harry Ducking Potter, the kid who got retired pros to bake. Race number 2 heroes across town, and played hide and seek with the invisible girl because don't you think she looked a little sad today, Aizawa? This was the kid who has such a deep and complex understanding of what it meant to be a hero, of the responsibilities of heroship, that it put pros twice his age to shame and occasionally had Shoyuta in awe. And worry. Worry that was apparently completely 100% legitimate because this was not okay. Because at the core, the ducking core, of that nuanced understanding was apparently this complete and utter nonsense. When Harry was tired and done, and not thinking clearly, thinking with the voices of Hermione and Ron and Teddy in his head, this self-sacrificial bullshit was apparently what he used to anchor himself. Shoyuta was so wrapped up in his horror, in his rapidly unfolding understanding, that he almost missed it. That part that was still so much worse. Izuku didn't. Izuku let out a broken, warped, cracked little sound that would have shattered Shuta's heart if it wasn't already in pieces. Izuku let go of Harry for the first time all night, only to lunge forward and wrap strong arms around Harry's neck. Harry caught him, but the weight sent them both crashing into Shoyuta. While Izuku took a moment to bury his face into Harry's neck, Harry turned to look at Shoyuta. Harry looked at Shoyuta like it was Harry's world that was being shifted on its axis, like he was confused as duck and expected Shoyuta to be able to help, trusted Shoyuta to be able to help. So Shoyuta took that trust and sent it along the frozen rivers of fear that used to be his blood. He used that trust to splinter and crack the ice into haphazard armor, creaky but movable, and just enough to allow Shoyuta to shift forward and support his kids properly. Just in time, too, since Izuku sat back enough to loosen his hold on Harry's neck and slide rough palms over Harry's cheeks, cupping his face and forcing him, with the gentleness of tides, to meet a shattered green gaze. "That's not how it works," Izuku said softly. Izuku tightened his grip when Harry tried to speak, fingers tracking small marks across cheekbones. "Tell me. Let them listen, because you trust them, but tell me. Tell me, Harry, me who has a quirk that's mine now, but wasn't always, and felt it creep through my blood and blast through my bones. Tell me, me who's had a villain's words echo through my head and multiple heroes through my soul, when I didn't know I was inviting any of them. Tell me, me who was once left on a roof after being told over and over again that jumping was the right thing to do." Harry stared at Izuku, and Shoyuta looked away. Shoyuta looked away from a moment that wasn't his to meet his husband's wet eyes. He knew he wouldn't like this story. He also knew that didn't matter, not in the slightest. Shoyuta tightened his hands around his cousin and leaned forward, hooking his chin over Harry's shoulder, present, but with no possibility of eye contact. Hisashi straight up turned to sit back to back with Izuku, spine pressed stiff and firm and anchoring. Some stories were easier to tell without the weight of eyes, particularly if you'd been bearing the weight of hundreds of thousands of eyes already. Harry took in a great and shuddering breath, a rattle of ice and bones brushing and colliding together, and didn't look at any of them. "I was a Horcrux. I didn't want to be." Harry woke up to warmth and the sound of 4 beating hearts. He woke up to Zawa pressed along his back, Zuka's legs curled into his, Eri clinging to chest, and Zashi's hand in his hair. Harry woke up, breathed for 4 heartbeats, and started to cry. They were soft tears, for all they felt like the melting of glaciers. They were completely unlike the shaking, muted sobs that he'd cried into Zawa's chest that day in the staff room. That day when he'd found out Zawa refused to let child soldiers become child corpses. They were also unlike the steady stream of tears that Izuku had cried last night, dead quiet but always present even as he stared calm and strong in there while refusing to let Harry go. Harry hadn't cried last night. Hadn't cried in the forest either. A warm hand began to move through Harry's curls, and he took a stuttering breath. The hand made no demands, however, just kept up its steady rhythm and let Harry keep his eyes pressed into the pillow and the scent of green lighting. If he looked, however, Harry was sure that Zashi would be sitting up against the wall, leg pressed into Izuku's spine, expression as gentle as his hand. Harry was equally sure that Zashi had deep shadows under his eyes, probably matching Zawa's. He was also sure that Zashi being awake despite those shadows wasn't happenstance, that there had been silent gestures and quiet looks and shifts, that the pair had been unable to stand the thought of one of them not watching over the night. Harry wondered, absently, as he refused to open his sleep and tear-heavy eyes, if Eri had her own nightmare and wandered over. Or if one of the men had left only for the time it took to scoop her up and bring her under the quiet guard of her family. He wondered a lot of things as that hand, large and rough with calluses and scars, seemed to assure him that he didn't need to get up. He didn't think he'd remember those things, though. He'd remember the feel of Hermione and Ron's magic entwined in calm, just a floor below him, and how it felt like Zawa's sleeping arm across Harry's hip. He'd remember the feel of the quiet thrum of energy of the 3A dorm. The wards still singing softly like Izuku's breaths on Harry's collarbone. You didn't go back to sleep in a tent when faded fabric was all that stood between you and the world hunting you down. You didn't go back to sleep in a room with other boys who sometimes believed you and sometimes didn't. A room that 2 murders, one real and one not, had already proven fallible. You didn't go back to sleep in a cupboard when the locks were on the other side. Harry cried, breathed in time with 4 beating hearts, and went back to sleep. Harry had lied. Dying wasn't like going to sleep at all. Backup. Chapter summary. The ministry gets uppity. Harry gets feisty. Ron doesn't sit in a chair properly, and Shoyuta gives the best threats. Chapter notes. Hello. I hope you like this chapter, its peaceful start, and Harry not letting anyone give him the runaround. There's some plot and a little break of the emotional heavy hitting. Smiley face. Your comments on the last chapter were wonderful. Thank you. Harry tucked the invisibility cloak around Izuku like a blanket, tugging the shimmering fabric gently and trusting the inherent warmth of the only gift he'd ever received from his father. He hesitated a moment, but then completed the movement by resting his hand in Izuku's hair. The other boy shifted slightly, pressing firmly into Harry's fingertips, but didn't wake. They'd certainly had a long enough night to deserve a nap. Harry didn't particularly want to dream, but there was a certain peace to sitting in the crisp air with Izuku's weight on his lap, the weight of Izuku's trust under his palms. The bell signaling the end of lunch had rung at least an hour ago, so this particular section of UA grounds was empty, even if Harry and Izuku hadn't been tucked behind some of the larger trees. Zawa didn't mind their truancy. He'd made that very clear both earlier that day and when Harry had texted him a picture of a napping Izuku. It seemed Izuku got the day off school and Harry got the day off responsibility. Though, to be fair, Zawa and Zashi had taken the morning off themselves. They hadn't planned to, exactly. Zawa, Izuku, and Harry had made it through homeroom by dint of Harry crashing in Zawa's sleeping bag at the front of the room, Zawa looming protectively, and Izuku staring intently. If the class wasn't aware something was up by the time they left for English, then they certainly were by the end of that class. Izuku still hadn't said anything at all, just kept blinking tiredly while always keeping Harry in sight. Izuku had reached out physically, however, holding out tired hands to run across the shoulders and arms of his friends. Even Bakugo had let Izuku lean into him without comment. The lack of commenting probably would have lasted, except when English class started they'd all collectively realized Hisashi was doing the exact same thing. Hisashi's eyes would track over to Harry every few minutes, and while the man normally paced as he taught, constantly gravitating over to run his hand through Harry's hair, over his shoulder, or along his arm was rather unusual. So the class knew, and knew that it wasn't quite like the previous bad day. Harry was grateful for their intelligence. He didn't feel like he was falling apart or on the edge of dissociation like during the bad day, but he was pretty sure he'd jump out of his skin if anyone other than Zawa, Zashi, and Zuku tried to touch him, excepting Ron and Hermione, who'd bookended him over breakfast and said they were proud of him and loved him and thought he'd done the right thing in talking, in trusting these people. Zawa had walked in after class, taken one look at the Zashi with his hand resting against the back of Harry's neck and Izuku's tired stare, and said to duck it all. The class had flinched. Zawa had sent them to Cementos for their next class, except for Ida, who he had run to the staff room to get someone to cover Hisashi's next class. Zawa had then taken Harry, Izuku, and Hisashi to Training Ground Omega. They didn't spar, because that would have been dangerous on a variety of levels in their current state, but they trained. They trained together. Harry operated everyone enough times to get them used to the nausea and disorientation. Izuku and Harry figured out how to use float with a feather light charm and speed them both around the room. Harry and Zawa figured out to fight back-to-back without spells bouncing off Zawa's capture weapon. Zashi and Harry figured out they shouldn't combine his quirk with a bombarda unless absolutely necessary. They ran exercise after scenario after game, trying to figure out how to play off and protect each other. It was exhausting and challenging and consuming. It was also fun, and maybe a bit of a relief. So Harry was exhausted, yes, but he'd fought in a war. He knew it was a kind of exhausted that wouldn't debilitating. His bones hurt. He had the equivalent of a magic sunburn from his own damned spells. He'd confessed what was arguably his greatest secret to what was probably his family. But he was okay. He felt okay. Okay enough to talk to Kuda when Harry and Izuku had run into the other boy at lunch. Okay enough to mention that he used to be able to talk to snakes as part of a quirk effect he'd been subjected to when younger. Okay enough that when Kuda left with the bell to let the class know that Harry and Izuku weren't falling apart or stumbling headfirst into another major villain battle, yet, at least, Harry wasn't even freaking out about the fact that he could apparently still talk to snakes. Even without that piece of riddle in his head, Harry was okay. Not great, but okay. And then Izuku laid on his lap like that was normal, and a little green snake looped herself over his ankle like Harry was the sun, and Harry realized that the only sound he could hear was the slow, tumbling cracking of ice. Harry was almost warm. Izuku was warm in his lap. The snake was warm in her mumbled hisses about speakers with gentle hands. The sun was warm where it fell between swaying branches. His phone was warm where it silently chimed with well wishes and cat photos. His bones hurt, but only because they weren't used to warm. That's not a magical snake, is it? Harry blinked, slow as Crookshanks in a perfect beam of light, and let his coat sleeve briefly drape over bright green eyes as Harry reached out to light tug a curly lock of hair. He then looked down at even brighter green scales and their faint blue patterns that were actually a fair bit darker than before the snake had draped herself across his ankle. No, Izuku snorted. You have no idea, do you? My education was not focused on the falsely symbolic root of all evil, no. Harry tilted his head and focused enough to hear the slight murmurings of Parseltown. She seems nice, though. Thinks we're both too skinny. We are. You have bony knees. You can move. Izuku turned onto his back, hair fanning slightly over Harry's thighs. I'd rather not. Harry stared at him for a moment, stared into deep forests that weren't forbidden so much as endless, and hummed. He ran rough fingertips through loose curls again, front to back, and smiled when Izuku closed his eyes. The next interruption wasn't nearly so welcome. The ping of Harry's phone was soft yet still very jarring. I thought you had that on silent. I did. Harry reached into his side pocket and pulled out both the Elder Wand and his phone. He scowled at the wand he could have sworn he'd tossed into his sleeping bag and shoved it into his boot. Mostly, Harry read Hermione's text and sighed deeply. He texted her a quick thanks for relaying the message the ministry had sent to the dorms and looked down at a significantly tenser Izuku. So, I know Zawa had basically given us most of the day as a write-off, but want to go yet at a governmental organization for incompetence? Izuku blinked, but that wasn't enough to block the spark of glee etching itself into his face. How bad is the incompetence? Just an utter failure of communication across jurisdiction based on nothing but laziness and bigotry. Huh. Do we get to play the "we're teenagers yet still doing your job better than you" card? Izuku asked. Harry stood up and offered his hand to an already reaching Izuku. What other point is there to being a child soldier and general savior of an entire society? I'm in. Izuku grinned sharp and feral, and Harry had to take one suspiciously long moment to make sure he wasn't smiling soppily back. The snake previously on his ankle helped quite a bit with that, since she rose up to her full foot-long length and hissed at them with great deliberation. Izuku tilted his head. If she's offering to poison anyone we're about to politely threaten, I vote we take her. Harry bent to let her slither around her wrist before lifting her to his neck, because Izuku was actually pretty close to accurate. Harry wasn't ready for another familiar after Hedwig, was generally quite content being Crookshanks's second favorite, though Zawa was absolutely trying to oust him from that spot, and Fox's human chick. But snake purrs actually felt kind of nice against his throat, all smooth rumbles and quiet flicks, and poison was always a viable option. Izuku's nose twitched with his grin. Does she have a name? Not that we can pronounce. She says we can give her a human speaker name. Izuku tapped his chin with a scarred finger. Don't tell Mina that, Harry snorted, lowering his hand from where it had been brushing against cool scales. Or Ron. We could always ask Gary. Izuku's smile turned sharp. but the kind of sharp that was more favorite cooking knife than boot dagger. You know, between Crookshanks, Fox, and this new magical snake. Harry's starting to think you're a magical creature whisperer. We don't know the snake is magic, Harry protested. Izuku gave Harry the look that deserved. Harry glanced away, towards the school. And besides, I've already arranged to take Harry to see unicorns the next time we go to England for non-relative threatening purposes. I'm going to be the favorite cousin. Izuku's look shifted into a disbelieving smirk before sliding into contemplation with an edge of delight. If I don't make the obvious comments, can I come, too? Harry snorted, but grabbed Izuku's hand. Izuku was still warm, and started tugging him towards the building. If you don't make the obvious comments, or the non-obvious comments, yes, you can. Harry already had plans to bring Izuku because Eri would like that. And maybe also Inko because she was lovely and Yagi because he deserved some uncomplicated wonder. Come on, Harry said as his thumb brushed over a deep scar across Izuku's palm. We need to get Ron because he's really good at looming in Aizawa because I promised I'd let him know if the chance came to threaten more stupid magical bureaucrats. Zawa enjoyed it so much the fifth time. Shoyuta was enjoying himself immensely. He was enjoying himself immensely, and he hadn't even gotten to threaten anyone yet. His cousin was doing quite well on that front all on his own. Shoyuta was proud, even if he wasn't actually in any way responsible for this particular set of skills, and also still kind of wanted to kick everyone in England in the shins for letting things get so out of hands that Harry had developed this set of skills. Problem Child stood next to Shoyuta a couple feet back, doing a mostly admirable job of keeping his expression firmly intimidating with a flicker of impressed instead of smitten. Harry was looming, which was really quite impressive considering his absolute lack of height. What he lacked in stature, however, he clearly made up for in magic. Every step further into the Japanese ministry, every runaround an official tried to give them, every pass off someone performed, and the kid let out more power. The veteran let out more power. The temperature in the room had dropped several degrees by now, and Harry's glasses had frost beginning to creep about their edges. Shoyuta had no problems, well used to his own quirk washing the area around him in a secondary field of floating power, not to mention a darkly throbbing feeling deep in his gut that felt predatory and pleased and protected. Izuku barely seemed to notice. Shoyuta had almost subtly reprimanded him for the sparks that occasionally flicked and froze around his skin before realizing the sparks lasted a breath too long, were the green of frozen waves instead of deep forests. Ron was ducking thriving. He stood to Harry's right and a step behind, all but bouncing on his feet in a way that should have made everything seem distinctly clownish, what with the discrepancy of size and energy. Instead, his magic was a series of ships threading lazily through Harry's mostly frozen whirlpool with potential and accuracy and violence all waiting for direction. Head or Ito shivered, and both soldiers smiled like they'd already won. Shoyuta figured they probably had. Harry stepped forward, his magic cracking into Ito's space as effectively as if Harry had slammed his hands on her desk, his hands that never left their clasped position behind his back. Where exactly is my file? There was a faint hiss to Harry's words that Shoyuta wondered at. Izuku didn't, if his smirk was anything to go by. Ito stood, though her height didn't really gain her anything. Harry raised an eyebrow, and she scowled. Potter dash. Hero Potter, Shoyuta inserted. The woman's eyes barely flicked to him, but the expression that flitted across her face at the squib speaking did her no favors. She seemed to realize that, for all Harry's expression didn't change. Ron's did, though, and his lack of ever-present smile was both jarring and heartwarming. Hero Potter, you will have to go through proper procedure for a formal information request, just like everyone else. This display is childish and unnecessary. You will wait your turn. Harry's blink lasted a small eternity. His head tilt was glacial. Like everyone else? But I'm not like everyone else. You made that very clear when you sent someone to fetch me from school before I'd even fully unpacked. Murata, to her credit, didn't flinch. To her further credit, she was also standing several feet away from Ito. Whether this showed a division amidst the staff or decent survival instincts, Shoyuta wasn't sure. Your insistence that I also take active cases when the initial deal was that of a purely educational and informational role until a time when the Hero Commission credited me as fully certified further indicates that I am not like everyone else. Congratulations, Hedora Ito, Harry intoned with solemnity. You got your wish. I'm working an active case. Harry didn't step forward, but his magic sunk instead of seeped through the room. As for waiting, no, Ito bristled. It was low, quiet move, but evident in the way she drew breath to puff right up and bluster some hot air. Too bad there was no heat in this room. Harry sliced right over her by placing, with surprising gentleness, an official-looking notice on her desk. Shoyuta recognized as one Harry had gotten off of Hermione before the young woman had waltzed off in a very different direction than their ministry lecture party. Ito started to flinch before she fully registered what it was. Then an ugly, petty little smirk started to grow across her face. If you've already been denied, Potter-Hero Potter, Shoyuta and Izuku intoned. She scowled, but Harry beat her to actual words. I have been denied, but you're going to overturn that any minute now. You're going to grant me full access to all your unsolved deaths over the last few decades, not just the ones you ascribe to the recent serial, as well as to your personal records involving the Midnight Monster. A muggle matter. Harry cut her off, and Shoyuta figured his own personal enjoyment was growing as rapidly as Ito's frustration at her inability to finish a sentence. You have records, Hedor. Your kind always does, even if just to cover your own ass. Someone was poking around just in case, and I want to know who and what they found. She didn't respond, which they all knew was as good as a confession. Her arms twitched, very slightly, as if they want to come up and fold into a crossed position. Her not inconsiderable experience prevented her from completing the motion, but Harry clearly saw it. If you want, Hedor or Ito. Harry's head tilted to the right and he didn't break eye contact. We can move on to the implications of this conversation. You were so eager to fall back on procedure earlier. Procedure would indicate that you work with the Muggle police, who I know for a fact submitted a formal information request, just like everyone else, months ago. You did not fill this request, nor did you pass along the information to the heroes, top 10 or otherwise, that work Moth Muggle and Magic case. Nor, perhaps most surprisingly of all, did you pass it to your own people who work as both Aurors and small-time heroes. You kept it your dirty little secret, and I'm not waiting. The police have waited long enough. Ito sniffed. Shoyuta thought that the bravest thing she'd done all meeting. Stupid, but brave. There was no solid evidence of connection. If the Hero Commission thought otherwise, they were the ones who could have requested the information. Ah. Harry grinned, its echo flickering on Ron's face. Yes, so glad you brought them up. Don't worry, they're also being dealt with. Hero Hawks is currently busy not burning them down. Harry shrugged. Hopefully Hero Nezu won't change Hawks' mind, but I look forward to their results either way. Harry reached up and adjusted his glasses, frost breaking off and fluttering to the floor in fractals. The information, Head or Ito. Ito wasn't the one to move, Murata was. Murata's lips were faintly blue, but she held out a large file folder that she'd pulled from her bag and offered it to Harry with shaking hands but steady eyes. This is a summary of the serial and a collections of unsolved deaths that aren't obviously connected, but share at least 3 markers of similarity. There's a timeline, too, and a list of all associated suspects and witnesses ranked by frequency, evidence, and political power. Murata kept her back to Ito and met Harry's raised eyebrow with dark eyes and darker shadows. I lost a cousin to the serial. We were close. I've been going through files, her eyes flicked to the side and back, that I legally have access to as part of my job on my own time. My direct superiors knows this. Ito clearly did not. Shoyuta flashed red eyes at her and she sat down, protests dying on her lips in favor for a truly elaborate scowl. As Harry handed Ron had the file, Shoyuta leaned over to the pensive problem child. Going to remove Murata from the class blacklist? Shoyuta asked quietly. Izuku tilted his head in an almost exact replica of a move Shoyuta had seen Fox make. I'll suspend her status pending review. Shoyuta hummed, figuring that was reasonable, then hummed again when Harry handed him several pages from the folder. Izuku pressed into Shuta's side, a finger tracing down the list of names. I don't see what you think you'll find in a truncated report prepared by a first-year Auror, not even off desk. Ah. The long pause afterwards fully indicated that Ron wasn't quite ready to speak yet, but had desperately wanted to cut Ito off. Again, here. Harry leaned over Ron's shoulder and the redhead continued. There are a lot of cases about a decade ago involving squibs. I know we were entertaining squibs as a possibility on the muggle side of things, but that's not the main reason I'm flagging this. I did some poking around when we first got here in consideration of your cousin. Ron nodded to Shoyuta. And honestly, Japan is much better with squibs than England, probably because of the higher level of integration with hero society. Still not wonderful, mind, but better. Yet these stats on unsolved squib deaths are worse than England's. Significantly so. Shoyuta hummed a third time, not letting Ito have a chance to speak. There are at least 3 names connected to major crime families on here. Izuku tapped a couple as well. And several involved in a couple major crimes, too, in the one-off media sensation type of thing. Harry smiled at Ito. A glacial certainly set under deep eyes. There you go. We'd better add information on squibs to our request, don't you think? Ito's mouth pressed into a thin line. But it was Ron who barked, "On it, boss." The redhead collapsed into the seat across from Ito's desk, one long leg flung over the arm of the chair, and pulled a red pin out of nowhere to start marking up the report. "I'll wait right here." Looking from Ron to Harry, still ignoring Ito, Murata firmed her shoulders. "I can get that." She visibly blinked away the last of her hesitation even as the blue faded from her lips. "And there's a map on the wall of one of the storage rooms 2 levels down. Any of the Aurors from your Tuesday night classes can help you find it." "Excellent." Harry nodded as Ito spluttered, clearly pleased at neither the Aurors initiative or their insubordination. He walked out of the room without a backwards glance, only calling out, "Make sure to pass along everything relevant along to Detective Tsukachi." "On it, boss." Ron repeated. Izuku fell into step beside Harry the moment they were both through the door. Both of their shoulders were back in a stance Shoyuta could be proud of, though Shoyuta admitted curiosity at the slow flick of color under Harry's collar. Shoyuta didn't follow immediately. He brushed one hand along Ron's broad shoulder, but ignored the redhead's questioning look. Instead, Shoyuta stared at Ito. Shoyuta wasn't ice and he wasn't lighting. He'd spent a lot of time in the shadows, though, and picked up a few things even as he'd watched shadows weave and creep and stalk their way into lives, for better or for worse. He stared with burning eyes and hair that danced in eddies of frigid water and banded ribbon. He stared until Ito flinched. He stared long enough to confirm that he'd officially and successfully threatened another stupid magical bureaucrat. Shoyuta pivoted on his heel with a nod and smirk, following calmly in his cousin's wake. Nezu stared across his desk and met shadowed green eyes without flinching, something he wondered if the boy in front of him was used to experiencing. Probably not. People didn't want to see those they failed, after all, and Harry had been failed as both a child and a hero. Nezu was well accustomed to people not meeting his eyes, to not looking, for reasons of fear, guilt, and the cruelty of deliberate blindness. He was just as accustomed to the idea that if they weren't going to look, to see, then they could not look because Nezu had chosen to make them deliberately uncomfortable. And nothing made people uncomfortable like power they knew you had but made no obvious move to use. Nezu wielded his reputation and his affable joviality. Harry wielded his magic and scars. Both were power. "Do you really think this necessary?" Nezu asked, genuinely curious. Harry blinked as if coming back to himself, and Hermione leaned more firmly into his shoulder from where she was sitting on the arm of his chair. She'd sat there immediately upon Harry entering, ostensibly a show of support for her tired friend, but really a show of loyalty. Nezu adored Hermione. He adored how she'd been looking from the very start, and adored her intelligence and her ferocity and her loyalty. He had several plans on how to earn that last, not above her brother Commander, because that would be the fastest plan to losing all 3, but a complementary loyalty. Nezu was surpassingly good at sharing talented people. "No." Harry grinned softly, the grin of a paranoid man who knew he was paranoid and cared not a jot. "Which probably means that everything's probably about to go to hell, and it definitely is necessary." He shrugged and leaned into Hermione's hand. "Honestly, I might just have bad associations with zombies, mass attacks, and madmen. Either way, it never hurts to have a backup plan or 2. Nezu clasped his paws together, mind flicking away to Nomu, rows of corpses that were just barely not his students, and a madman that none of Nezu's initial backups could entirely mitigate. His hand forced too soon regarding the commission and too late regarding the school. Nezu sometimes wondered if Aizawa would ever forgive him for not having just the right backup to save his students from even half the pain they'd endured. Those thoughts never lasted long, however. Inevitably, Shoyuta would catch Nezu staring at Shuta's leg, or a refinished building, or some other indication of lapsed attention that only Shoyuta could see. Nezu would then find himself challenged to chess in the middle of the staff room, or bundled into Cementas's newest book club, or caught in a staff-wide training event of Capture the Flag. Inevitably, Nezu would be reminded that Shoyuta was a teacher now, with his own failures, both real and perceived, carved into his bones. Shoyuta knew that you didn't have 100 backup plans because one of them would work, but so that when everything went to hell you had enough pieces to cobble something together to save as many as you could. Harry sounded tired and just the slightest bit nervous, clearly not used to asking for help he might actually get. I know it will be a lot of extra work. I can do it. Hermione's interruption was firm and directed as much to Nezu as Harry. I have every faith you could, my dear. They both tensed at what sounded like his refusal, not sharing glances or anything so obvious, but both minds clearly spinning to the ways they could work around him and move forward regardless. But it will go much faster together. Nezu's smile turned into a grin, and neither Harry or Hermione flinched at the teeth. Plans. Chapter Summary. Harry and Izuku go to get food and find some trouble, which doesn't surprise them in the least. It doesn't really surprise Aizawa, either. Chapter Notes. Hello. I'm sorry for the wait. I've been sick, not COVID, and have had absolutely no energy for anything other than work. Excepting one weekend when I randomly got inspired and wrote a completely independent Harry Potter dimension/time travel story, which is also up if anyone is interested. I spent some time on this story, though, and know exactly where it's heading. Also sorry for any posting troubles. I briefly had to delete and re-upload this chapter. Do you think this is enough food? Harry looked to Izuku, then down to the stack of takeout containers Harry had charmed light, then back to the stack that Izuku was using just the littlest bit of super strength to handle. Yes, Harry said. I do. Izuku grinned, hand twitching slightly before the weight of one of the bags reminded him that he really couldn't run a hand through his hair at the moment. Right. Guess so. There was a bounce to Harry's step as he carted the food around, one he couldn't quite get rid of despite it being an hour after dark and about 9 hours after they started going through the paperwork of two governmental organizations who couldn't ducking talk to each other. Izuku bumped his shoulder against Harry's and raised an eyebrow. Harry huffed, but readjusted his takeout boxes and looked up at the few brave stars that made it out past the city lights. After a moment, Izuku did the same. That was one of the things Harry liked about Izuku. He let Harry stall. Harry huffed again. It's nice. Needing this much food. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement, smiling growing as the snake that had refused to be separated from Harry's side slid across Harry's throat in what he was beginning to understand were snake hugs. Yeah, not being alone to work a problem is pretty great. Izuku then provided another thing for Harry to like, when he changed the topic away from emotions and trauma without another word. How's Princess doing? Any proof she's magic yet? Harry grumbled. But the soft hissing laughs didn't really let him off the hook. Other than the fact that she's highly intelligent and seems to like the cold, which really isn't a thing with normal snakes? Nope. No signs. Izuku laughed and Harry felt rather more accomplished than he probably should have. And she likes her name? With a sigh, Harry made a hand-waving gesture that didn't quite translate well with all the boxes and bags. She loves it. Loves. Hisashi is her new favorite person for suggesting it. I mean, I had to explain what a princess was, but once that conversation was over, she was sold. Wait, Hisashi? I thought Eri named her? Harry shook his head. Nope. Hisashi just looked so pleased. What was I supposed to do? Izuku laughed again, and Harry's step maybe bounced a little more. For about 10 strides. Shit, Harry said, sighing and running a hopeful comforting hadn't across Princess Scales. Oh, Izuku asked, shifting his feet. Yeah. Remember when we ducked out of the meeting without talking to Zawa so he couldn't forbid us to go together because of the villain magnet and Potter luck thing? Mistake? Mistake, Harry agreed. We can tell Aizawa-sensei it was an accident? Izuku asked even as he kept his eyes forward and surreptitiously freed one hand. Yeah, but was it? Harry flared his magic subtly, searching for an angle to threat he sensed incoming. Well, Izuku slid his eyes over to Harry. I don't think either of us expected to work. No, Wouldn't have bought so much food then. Harry barely had time to hope the preservation charms would hold, as he unceremoniously dropped everything he was holding in order to spin and throw up a shield charm against the incoming stunner sent their way. He felt Princess tighten around his throat briefly before sending a pulse of cool mint magic across his skin that felt protective and solid and grounding. So Harry's new snake friend was officially magic, and Izuku's food was probably a write-off, since he chucked it at their assailant while ducking and coming around to Harry's side. Maybe, just maybe, when Harry and Izuku had left for food, they'd stood outside the meeting room door for half a minute before Harry had suggested a place. Said place wasn't exactly near, but it wasn't like Harry knew many local restaurants yet. It made perfect sense for him to suggest a neighborhood that he'd heard about recently, even if he'd only heard about it in the context of a meeting about geographic profiles and crime scenes. Izuku certainly hadn't made a fuss, just tilted his head, considering, before nodding and leading the way. They weren't patrolling. They weren't searching. They weren't working. They were just getting food and walking through an area that a serial killer had hunted in after taking a route through neighborhoods that had similar profiles. Did Harry still owe Ron that cake? From the bet about his luck, if he was maybe taunting his luck into doing something, anything useful? Harry blinked and ducked out of the way of a heavy-handed spell that felt like the Japanese equivalent of a bombarda. The dented and collapsing street lamp behind him confirmed the fact. The magic that rushed over his skin also confirmed the identity of their assailant. The cool rot and corrosive shadows matched the alleyway from the ice cream incident. This was definitely the man who'd spirited the body snatcher away. So, the Not a Plan was a success. Time for Not a Plan Part 2. Harry was good at Not a Plan Part 2, since it was always the same for whichever Not a Plan he found himself in. Don't die. He sidestepped out of the way of a physical kick and felt his eyebrow rise. English wizards had a propensity for magic-only fighting, which meant they were completely susceptible to a good punch in the face or rock summoned to the head. This man was a wizard, a ducking strong one. If the way the air crackled and the Elder Wand hummed in Harry's boot was any indication, he was also a rather excellent fighter. If the way he exchanged blows and forms with Izuku was any sign. Harry tucked himself back out of the fight, lurking just at the edge of an alley so the shadows created by the recently broken street lamp could cover him. It was a completely non-magical move that Aizawa had taught Harry, and one that took very little time to master due to Harry's Dudley hiding experience. Izuku flicked his hand in acknowledgement and sparked up further, keeping the fight flashy and the focus of the midnight monster on Izuku. Harry took the time provided to study their opponent. The first thing that caught his attention proved that he'd spent too much time listening to ministry drivel before Zawa's rescue. The monster had tailored clothes, which included the deep hood the man used to obscure his face. While Harry was even further behind Japanese trends than he was English ones, he could tell the material was high-end. It was also worn in that not faded but not bright way that indicated many cleaning and repairing charms. The monster was also hurt. Not badly, not enough to make him less of a threat, but he had a slight limp in his left leg that had him compensating in a way that could become an advantage if Harry pressed correctly. And he would press correctly in just a moment, because there was one last thing that was creeping into Harry's consciousness the more blows he watched the monster and Izuku exchange. Izuku wasn't an expert at fighting magic, but he was excellent at combat in general, and had a very strategic mind for facing new challenges. Not to mention that since the training session/nightmare recovery session with Aizawa and Zashi, Harry and Izuku had managed to fit in a few spars specifically focused on understanding the basics of magic maneuvers. Izuku didn't need that for this fight. The monster was using magic, sure, but in a rather limited way. He hadn't even glanced at the wards Harry had thrown up to keep civilians out of the line of fire, and the fight somewhat contained. One of those wards was bright bloody pink, yet still attracted no attention from their opponent. There was a crash as Izuku sprung off another lamppost in order to get a new angle, but crashed into a hastily thrown-up shield. An overpowered yet basic shield. An overpowered yet basic and incredibly sloppy shield that Harry would have never tolerated in the DA, because it was easily routed and a complete waste of magical potential. Harry rocked back on his heels, the knowledge clicking into place even as he shot forward, a spell chain on his lips and his holly wand flicking at his side. He slid into step by Izuku's side, pressing forward onto the monster's left. Duck, dodge, stunner. Shield. Tap. Tap tap. A spell missed the monster's face, but his hand brushed the monster's cloak before changing trajectory to yank Izuku out of the way of the monster's knife. His plain, completely unenchanted knife. Regardless of weapon level, this was not a man who Harry wanted possessing either of their blood. They stood with about a body's length of space in between them, temporarily disengaged. Izuku crouched, one knee on the pavement and his back pressed into Harry's side as Harry stood in a modified dueler's position, wand front and ready. The monster was panting slightly, judging by the subtle movement of his shoulder, and he stood with the knife forward and ready. "Sister wants to see you." The midnight monster's voice was rough, but not magically altered. Izuku pressed back into Harry's knee, letting him take charge of the conversation and promising to keep on the defensive. "Why?" Harry asked. He wasn't actually sure, and did always like giving villains a chance to explain themselves. It made piecing things together so much easier if they outright stated their desires in a perfectly helpful monologue. The monster shifted his weight to his right foot. "Someone's made the ministry and the commission work together." Harry snorted. It was inappropriate, and he couldn't bloody help it. "Not so much working together as yelling over a really tall fence while I shunt information back and forth through a hole dug underneath. But sure, it would even be that hard to find out he was the one pushing through the information, since everything had been maintaining a pretty solid stalemate before Harry got to Japan and started throwing his weight around the ministry." Harry doubted even the body-snatching elevating to zombies would have forced much interaction, given the previous state of communication and complete lack of realization that the two cases were connected. Zawa was good, but he'd been missing a ministry-sized piece of the puzzle. Speaking of connection, Harry tilted his head. "Sister, huh? Don't suppose she's the psychopath stealing body parts for a zombie army? Sister has a vision. Sister has been wronged and will make them pay." And there was the mania. Harry didn't need to see the monster's eyes in order to know the kind of crazy that would be filling them. Sycophants had an aura of blind loyalty that was really easy to spot once you'd faced one or two, or an entire ducking cult. "Don't suppose you'd tell us what that vision is?" Harry asked. "You are unworthy." "Of course we are." Harry didn't pinch the bridge of his nose, but only because constant vigilance demanded that he didn't lower his wand for any ducking reason. He felt Princess slither around his neck and greatly appreciated the sensation as a reminder to keep calm and not curse the killer in front of him into figurative smithereens. He'd gotten good at smithereens by the end of the Death Eaters. Izuku snorted. "Sorry. We're unworthy to know the vision, but not to be singled out and kidnapped when so far you've only straight up killed or maimed." The monster bristled. Harry wasn't sure how he could tell, what with the complete coverage of a swoopy robe, but he absolutely bristled. Harry decided to make it worse. "Okay, see, that's a good point." Harry gestured slightly with his wand and saw the monster twitch, raising his knife slightly. "You've been killing it, maiming civilians, alone, untrained and unprepared. Know of which we are, which I think you clearly know. Do you really think you can take the two of us?" There was a long pause as the wind whistled down the street. Harry released his magic after about the 20-second mark, similarly to his temper tantrum in the ministry. He felt the magic swell and an ebb in ever-growing tides as it circled around him and Izuku. He also felt his magic lap against Izuku's presence, washing against the solid hum of one for all and visibly washing the occasional forest green spark with a shade of ice and murky water. The monster snarled at a particularly close spark and operated away with a pop. "Well," Harry lowered his wand only after he cast several diagnostic charms and confirmed the absence of their attacker. "That was rude. Didn't even promise to come back for us." Izuku stood up, stance relaxing and power settling around his shoulders with a quiet hum that Harry found absently soothing. Princess flicking her tongue against his neck was also surprisingly helpful. Izuku smiled. "Does the magic thing always work as an intimidation tactic? I mean, no? Ron told me it unsettled some of the baby English Death Eaters a while back, and I've been trying it out. Seems to be more successful here in Japan. I think it only works on magicals, though." With a hum, Izuku shook his head. "I really don't think so." "What do you mean?" Harry turned from where he'd been surveying the damage to the street and trying to figure out if he could make the mess go away with a couple of strong reparos. "I didn't bother you, did I?" "Nope. No. Perfectly fine. Felt a bit like being wrapped in flowing armor." So, you took longer in that pause in the alleyway than I expected. Notice anything important? Harry blinked at Izuku, and the faint flush of red against Izuku's cheeks, barely visible in the flickering light. Izuku smiled sheepishly back before turning away to grab the spilled containers of food. "You're not hurt, are you?" Harry asked. Izuku scowled over his shoulder. "Of course not." Harry hummed. Izuku waved a hand as he bent to study the containers he'd flung and started sorting them into a discard pile and a salvage pile. "Answer the question." With a sigh, Harry ran his fingers through his curls and cast his reparo, watching with distant satisfaction as the lampposts and disrupted pavement shifted back into place with a series of crunches. He'd have to get Nezu to flag the area for a check. Harry doubted that all the wiring and tech would simply be magically fixed, even if the basic structures were. He fought more with the knife and his fists than his magic. He's definitely a wizard, and a strong one at that, but he didn't fight like a wizard, didn't fight like he was magic, didn't fight like Ron, who'd grown up never realizing there was really another option for fighting, or like Hermione, who'd studied all the magic options possible, or like Harry, who fought like he had as much magic as ice and blood in his veins. Harry crossed his arms and looked to the inky sky. He's a wizard, but he's not trained, not properly. Or, hell, not improperly either, Harry said, thinking of hours spent in libraries and abandoned classrooms and fighting by flying by the seat of his pants. Izuku hummed, coming up to stand beside Harry and knocking shoulders. Princess hissed at him quietly, but it was a happy hiss. "Did you do it?" Harry looked at Izuku's smile out of the corner of his eye. "Of course. Excellent." The edges of Black Whip settled into Harry's view, holding a slightly glowing vial out for him to grab. "Because I planted George and Hatsum's magic impervious tracker and got the aura sample." Harry scowled. "I spelled that vial for you. And planted 3 different magic trackers, 2 of which I've confirmed are working perfectly. Not to mention fixed the street." He gestured with his wand to the clear sidewalk. Izuku hummed, Black Whip waving absently until Harry grabbed the scrap of fabric hanging in his face. "And I also tore this of his cloak. Looks like an emblem or crest of some sort, doesn't it?" "Damn it." Harry recognized the crest, not enough to name the family it belonged to, but enough to know it was in one of the books littering the table in the conference room. "Fine. I'll contact Aizawa." Harry jabbed his wand in the direction of the cartons of food he'd dropped earlier, letting them float behind him as he stalked off down the street, phone in hand. "But I'm texting him, and we're walking. I'm not chancing operating with the aura sample, and we need to give the monster some time to actually make it back to the base." "Fair enough." Izuku smiled, curls falling into his face just a bit. "I'm telling him this was all your idea." "Fair enough. I mean, he's not going to believe you. But fair enough." Shoyuta was proud of his children. He was proud of all of children, sure, but currently he was particularly proud of his problem children, Hermione and Ron included. He'd been sitting at this table for hours, enough hours that he could probably be said to have been sitting there for the day. Or at least in this room for the day. Thankfully it was Saturday and Tashinori was competent enough to watch the children now that their explosive habits had been somewhat tempered by age. He watched people come and go throughout the days. Tsukachi had been a frequent visitor, frequent enough that Shoyuta felt no desire to poke the man, despite the soft snores in the chair next to his. Hawks and Edgeshot had been there frequently as well, though only Hawks remained currently, caught in a low conversation with Murata about statistics, records, and suppressing the desire to set governmental agencies aflame. Hermione and Nezu were also having a conversation, one that Shoyuta couldn't quite decide if he wanted to be a part of for the sake of chaos, or nowhere near for the sake of plausible deniability. Ron was quietly studying a stack of genealogical records, which Shoyuta gathered was unusual except when the young man was buried deeply enough in a problem he could almost see the way out of. They'd been working hard. The inefficiency of the communication between the Commission and the Ministry had been staggering, if not surprising, so it wasn't exactly unexpected that once communication was an actual thing, they'd solve some cases even beyond the one they were working on in particular. 16 cases seemed excessive, though. Excessive in that it wasn't just the communication, but the skill of the people in this room, his kids, responsible. They'd pored over records and case files and unsolved documents, tracking down people who had committed a crime in one world and hid in the other, as well as crimes accidentally branching out without the perpetrator likely realizing they were in two jurisdictions. It had been satisfying to see the respect and understanding grow on the faces of Murata and Edshot, and several of the Orus and officers that had wandered through with deliveries and information. Ron's mind worked like a maze, using information upon detail to slowly build a picture until he presented a complete, and almost always correct, thought or plan. Hermione was all memory and the brilliance, able to piece together the most complex of puzzles and reverse engineer spells and crimes with terrifying ease. Harry was instinct and bird's eye view, and every inch the commander. He respected his people and always made sure they had whatever information they needed to work on their current problem. He kept them focused on the Midnight Monster and the Snatcher, but heralded every closed case as one less suspect and a win in its own right. Izuku was devious and clever and analytical, and everything Shoyuta knew him to be. What impressed Shoyuta the most, however, was how he fit into an existing dynamic like a river merging into a lake, natural and strengthening at the same time. Izuku watched and waited and worked in his notebooks, but constantly looked up to see who needed him, what Harry wanted. Shoyuta was proud. Tsukachi woke with a snort and brushed off Shuta's side eye with casual ease. Don't give me that eraser. I'm not taking judgment on naps from you. Wasn't judging the nap, was judging the posture. There's a couch at the back of the room, you know? The couch was possibly for napping purposes. Shoyuta and Nezu used this room a fair bit. Tsukachi just sighed and rubbed his eyes. I'll keep it in mind for next time. What did I miss? Ron solved 2 break-ins on the magical side committed by a criminal that we arrested over 2 years ago. They had a security breaking quirk that apparently worked on magical wards, as well as text so nothing registered as off to them. Hermione and Izuku identified a magical villain who is hiding among muggles. Murata sent a team to make an arrest. I'm going to poach your kids. You've already tried that. His kids were heroes, not cops, but he wouldn't be surprised if they had a better working relationship with the police than many heroes. And by not surprised, Shoyuta meant expected, because he'd taught his kids to be better in all ways, including basic ducking manners. Tsukachi smiled. I'm willing to try again. Where is Midoriya and Potter, exactly? Making their own arrest? Before Shoyuta could open his mouth to say that no, they'd better not be doing that, the Hellions. Hermione interrupted from across the table. Nope. I tricked them into getting food for everyone by telling Harry that Izuku looked hungry and Izuku that Harry forgets to eat when he gets absorbed in work like this. Tsukachi just blinked, even as Hawks started to laugh. I love my cousins, Shoyuta told the bemused detective, gratified by Hermione's beam at the inclusion. His phone beeped even as Ron let out an aha and leaped forward to grab an old and large text on family bloodlines. I've seen this crest. I know I have. Come on. Yes. A branch of the Ishikawa almost died out too. Murata reached over to look at the family page before scrambling in her own pile of loose parchment. We have record of the last 2 descendants. Both were recorded as squibs, though that got retracted later when one was proved to have magic at a later date. She frowned. I remember them because there was some big hype when the grandfather died. There were rumors of dark magic and abuse. Hawks nodded from the corner, placing a laptop down in front of Murata. I have a conviction file for a non-magical Ishikawa, a woman accused of the attempted murder of both her children. She called them monsters. Well, that would be a trigger, Hermione said softly. Tsukachi opened his mouth, probably to ask what had triggered the chain of connections, but got cut off when Shuta's head hit the table with a solid thunk. Goddamn problem children. 6:49 p.m. Harry. So, we're okay. Harry. And it's not our fault. Harry. But we maybe got attacked by the Midnight Monster. Harry. While getting food. We were trying to be good. Harry. He got away. But, Harry. We hit him with trackers and Izuku got a sample and a family crest. Harry. I sent the crest to Ron already. Harry. We didn't spill your coffee? I charmed it the moment we left the shop. Aizawa. This is Hermione. Good job, Harry. Thanks, Harry. Harry. Is Zawa mad? Aizawa. No, but he's muttering about grounding, detentions, problem children, and sleep. I stole his foe. Harry. His coffee will be there in 20 minutes. Aizawa. Make it 15 and I might forgive you, problem cousin. Aizawa. Might. Aizawa. And you're telling Hizashi. Harry. Mean. Aizawa. You deserve it, Harry. Izuku says that's fair. Good heroes. Chapter summary. Shoyuta and Harry have a talk. So do Harry and Izuku. Chapter notes. So, no final battle just yet, but I think these interactions have been a long time coming. I hope you enjoy. Shoyuta found Harry on the roof. The roof was the first place Shoyuta had tried. Once he'd noticed his cousin was missing from the preliminary briefing, and he was rather proud that he knew his cousin well enough to guess where the boy would go. Shoyuta paused for a moment, possibly to see if Harry would turn around from his perch on the edge of the building. Harry didn't, which wasn't really a surprise. Instead, Shoyuta walked forward and draped himself right over his problem cousin's back, letting his arms loosely hang over the kid's shoulders. With a hum, Harry leaned backwards, pressing the side of his head into Shuta's skull. I wonder if I could have ended up like the Ishikawas, Harry said. There were several responses Shoyuta could go with here, particularly since he was certain Harry wasn't just comparing himself to the Ishikawas. The boy had a long list of villains he'd seen up close and personal. After all, you wonder if you could have turned a bunch of people into zombies in a mad plan that seems to include murderous removal of civilians in general and squibs in particular? I can answer that for you, kid. No, you could not, Harry huffed, but didn't pull away. You're being deliberately dense. At least I'm not being deliberately stupid. The records indicate the Ishikawa siblings experienced significant abuse, yes, that their grandfather was a blood supremacist and their mother was a Muggle mafia enforcer, that they both went through some awful shit that should not have happened, before resorting to murder and chaos in their efforts to work out some well-founded issues with both the magical and Muggle worlds. But that is them and not you, Harry. Yes, you went those shit of your own. Yes, you could have become a villain. The same could be true of me, or the problem child, or Bakugo, but we didn't. Shoyuta tightened his arms, briefly, careful to be strong and sure and not constraining in the slightest. We didn't, and that's what matters. Harry continued to look out over the city. I'm not always sure it matters enough. Then come find me, and I'll remind you that not only did you not become a villain, but you became one of the greatest heroes I've ever known. Harry flinched, finally tuning to look at Shoyuta, though only out of the side of one eye. You can't say that, Zawa. I know. I mean, you're so important already. He huffed, crossing his own arms but not throwing off Shuta's embrace. It hasn't been long enough for you to be able to say that. Shoyuta figured the kid's stuttering already indicated he knew he was being hypocritical. Both Shoyuta and Harry had jumped on the not actually awful cousin thing with the kind of possessive desperation that was very quick and very dependent on the fact both of them had some truly shitty family members. But blindness wasn't part of that. They both had abandonment issues and a crap ton of family issues, sure, but those issues had been beaten into usable form, most days at least, and were part and parcel with their hero careers. They're highly successful hero careers, and as highly successful heroes, they both navigated each other with wide eyes and cautious hearts. Shoyuta wasn't going to let Harry minimize what was actually a lot of hard work and terrifying trust falls. Yes, Shoyuta had fallen into a protective stance for his cousin damn quick, and yes, his hell class might have something to do with his heightened adopting tendencies. But quick didn't mean hasty. Shoyuta sighed, the sound likely barely reaching Harry before it was stolen by the wind. I'm not an idiot, problem cousin. I love you because you're a good person, because you made airy unicorns and my class pizza, because you can keep up with Nezu and the problem child, and me, because you fit into my family in ways I never even thought we needed, because you make a surprisingly good cup of coffee for someone who never drinks it unless it's stolen. Shoyuta loosened his arms even as he dropped his face to Harry's stiff shoulder. I respect you because you're not a villain, and you have every right to be. Because you have people who would follow you into war in other countries without hesitation, and they wouldn't do that if you hadn't earned it. Because you put civilians first, always, and are willing to listen to professionals when they tell you something you don't know. Because you're willing to tell professionals to duck right off when they're not listening to something you do know. With closed eyes, Shoyuta breathed out deeply, just once, nose pressed into Harry's coat enough that he could faintly smell tea and sparks and frozen seas. You're a hero, Harry, and a rare kind at that. Harry's breath was shaky, and his only response was a tilted head. Shoyuta released his cousin and stepped back. Not far. Not enough to count as leaving, just enough to be separate. just enough that he felt he was giving the commander inside Harry room to step forward. "You're a leader, problem cousin. It comes through at odd moments, to be sure, like when you're planning stupid yet well-thought-out plans to attract villains, or staring down officials twice your age yet half your competency, or when you're not teaching yet every student is watching your every move. You're a leader, yet you're not leading in this operation." Shoyuta tilted his head in the reverse direction to his cousin, thinking for the space of several breaths as he tried to articulate precisely what he wanted to say. Harry could read people, yet he didn't always get the right meaning behind their words, particularly when the words weren't threatening. Shoyuta would lose his other goddamn leg before he threatened Harry, even accidentally. "You could, if you wanted. Lead. Take command of one of the teams." Nezu's oversight may be mainly based on his presumed neutrality between the police, the ministry, and the commission, but that's stupid. He's neutral between them only because he's on your side. "We'd back you up." Harry slowly blinked emerald eyes that seeped truths like tears and revealed just how much the boy had never wanted to lead. Most certainly had never wanted to be good at the task. Shoyuta knew that already. Knew that boy had never wanted the skills and the responsibility, even as he needed the recognition of those skills because they were damn hard-honed. So, Shoyuta kept standing and not flinching and not stepping back from the eyes of a man who'd won a war with a staggering number of his own people still intact. Shoyuta knew the names of the people Harry couldn't save. Shoyuta had sat and listened to their names after nightmares and dreams and dissociations. But he also knew the names of the ones Harry had saved, had gone to Hermione and Ron for names that could be anchors in a safe harbor instead of anchors at the bottom of the sea. Shoyuta understood and respected the soldier, the commander, the hero even as he loved his cousin. He just wasn't sure his cousin always understood that. Harry blinked twice more before he straightened his head and spine from their casual slouch over his own knees, and then from the roof's edge with sharp grace. By the time he was completely standing, the frosted glass of his gaze had melted into a small yet absolutely devastating smile. Shoyuta didn't know what to do with that smile, not when it didn't have nearly so many edges or echoes as usual. "I know," Harry said, and Shoyuta didn't know what to with that either. The space between them disappeared in one easy step as Harry wrapped both arms around Shuta's torso and tucked his face into the fabric of Shuta's uniform. The hug lasted long enough for Shoyuta to wrap his arms around Harry's shoulders and for Harry's magic to swell one last time along Shuta's spine. When Harry let go, he retreated only a half step, tucked his arms behind his back and falling into a stance that was sunlit ice and dark-at-ease calm. "But I'd rather back you up and duck." Shoyuta spun on his heel and started back towards the roof access, fully aware that Harry was walking that same half-step behind. Shoyuta was about to face one of his least favorite enemies in the form of politics and paperwork and 3 agencies screaming border disputes, and then he was going to go find a zombie-creating villain and try to literally stare them into submission. Shoyuta didn't have time for ducking tears or emotions, not when they were his own, even if one of them resembled something awfully close to pride and another something only a shade away from awe. They stopped at the door and Shoyuta drew a deep breath without looking at his cousin. "Stop sparking at me, problem cousin." Harry laughed, loud and free, while sea-green sparks popped and settled bracing shivers into Shuta's skin. For separate people flinched at the ice in Shuta's smile when they finally entered the meeting room, even as Nezu met the grin tooth for tooth. Their plan for taking down the Midnight Monster and the Snatcher was good, and no amount of political bickering was going to change their defeat. Shoyuta had a hero at his back. After all, the meeting ended with only marginal grumbling, mainly on behalf of the Ministry and the Commission who'd both been steamrolled right over by Nezu, Shoyuta, and a surprisingly cutthroat detective Tsukachi. Harry was impressed and a little discombobulated that he hadn't had to do anything other than stand behind Aizawa and look mildly threatening. Harry had been part of the planning process, of course, and despite what the Ministry and the Commission likely still thought, most of the plan had been drafted over a UA conference table half buried under slightly squashed takeout containers. Information from the trackers had come in consistently, and the teams of underground heroes and actually useful aurors, whose existence was less shocking when Harry realized how many had been in his classes, desperate to learn more and use whatever tools possible to make a difference, had confirmed the location of a main hideout and several stashes of weapons. If weapons meant zombies, the plan basically consisted of 3 groups. The first group consisted of several teams of sweepers placed throughout the city near the found stashes of zombies and in areas where the trackers had lingered, even if they didn't stay for very long. Most of Zawa's class were part of these teams, partly because many of them had prestigious internships, partly because even the commission recognized that Zawa's class was full of badasses. The second group included Hawks and Izuku. They were going to attack the main base of operations, a warehouse that fit all the stereotypical checkmarks, with precision, power, and as much noise as they could manage. They were the distraction and the lure, and the ones hopefully fighting the midnight monster. Zawa and Harry were part of the third group, the quiet dagger in the night. They were also going to the warehouse, but were going the sneaky route in the effort to corner the Snatcher, all but confirmed to be the elder sister and squib Ishikawa. Zawa was going to try and cut off her quirk based on the assumption, Izuku's and Nezu's after pages of calculation and analysis, that she needed to have it constantly at a low-grade power level in order to maintain the zombies and keep control. In the event that didn't work, Zawa and the other heroes accompanying him were all experts at capture, a skill Harry's track record with Death Eaters assured he could match. It was basic, solid plan. Cover the bases, distract the enemy, lure the best fighter, hit while they were blinking. Harry agreed with the plan, and was also sure the plan would fall apart at some point. They always did. What his plans didn't always have was a series of terrifying minds crafting backup after contingency. Harry trusted them, even as he didn't trust the Ministry or the Commission, which was why he only had one backup plan of his own. Harry locked eyes with Hermione for all of a moment as people filed out of the room to take up their roles. He nodded in a way that only Nezu would clock as confirming a different set of instructions, before smiling at Ron, who waved as he went to coordinate several sweeper teams. Harry ducked out after tapping Zawa on the shoulder in a promise to return. He slipped on his invisibility cloak right before he went through the door so he wouldn't get accosted by nervous Aurors or shaky heroes. The two groups were really far too much alike for how little they talked. Izuku didn't startle when Harry found him in the hall, and closed cold flingers over gloved skin. Flaring his magic subtly had apparently been enough to let the other boy know Harry was approaching. Izuku had compared Harry's magic to flowing armor, and he'd never had anyone describe feeling his magic as anything other than powerful or abrasive. Izuku gave the faintest shiver at the brush of magic, and Harry would have tensed and pulled back, except the shiver ended with Izuku relaxing, with loosened shoulders and relaxed spine. Harry's murmured disillusionment charms once again sent magic seeping deliberately over Izuku's skin, and his smile only grew when Harry pulled them into an unused and hastily warded room and pulled off the cloak. Hi. Izuku's smile was at odds with his full battle gear, guard hanging low on his neck and the heavy material of his gauntlets tugging at Harry's skin. Both suited the other boy, though flickers of sunlight and storms through weathered forests. Hi, Harry replied, leaning forward to press his forehead into Izuku's collarbone, just below the guard. He hummed softly when Izuku placed one hand on the back of his neck, the weight a slowly rooting anchor. Are you worried? That was an interesting question, and Harry had to take a minute to really think about it. On the one hand, this was probably the most prepared and certainly the best supplied and supported he'd ever been when going into a conflict. On the other hand, it was a conflict. I don't think I've ever been this prepared before, Harry ended up saying, fully knowing Izuku wouldn't miss the evasion. A Nezu Aizawa plan is a terrifying thing. Terrifying, Harry agreed while meaning the complete opposite. There was a beat of silence, a beat that wasn't pointed so much a coiled, before Harry took a half-step closer and curled his ungloved hands into fists pressed into the fabric of Izuku's suit. No and yes. There was a puff of air on Harry's cheek and then the brush of curls against his eyelid as Izuku shifted slightly, head tilting. I see, and he did. Harry was certain. Harry could leave it there, and everything would be fine. He would be understood. That was the problem, though. That was the truly terrifying part. The understanding. The being understood. The shorty. Harry lifted his head without stepping back, lifted open hands to cup Izuku's face, and watched the other boy lean into to cool fingers, eyes calm and assessing as they looked over Harry. I'm not worried, Harry whispered, because this is the most prepared I've ever been. I'm not worried, because the monster and the Snatcher are awful, cruel people, but they aren't terrorists or cult leaders or nearly so clever as they think they are. I'm not worried, because we are more than capable of handling anything they throw at us. I get that. Izuku wasn't whispering, but his words barely carried it all. Harry's fingertips tightened briefly, thumb brushing a faint scar that cut across just under Izuku's eye. I know. That's why I said it. I wouldn't have, to anyone else. Not even Zawa. Because he would have reminded me to be careful, to be prepared, to not underestimate my opponent, and I love him for that. For caring enough to say things like that. But it's unnecessary. Izuku slid the hand, not resting at the base of Harry's skull around his back, the arm a band of security and warmth that almost set Harry shaking. Because there is no underprepared. Not anymore. Never again. Constant vigilance, Harry said, the words frigid on his tongue, sharp along his spine. They can always take something from you. It was a leaded paranoia that the two of them shared, that had been dropped and dripped and drowned into their souls by tyrants with delusions of grandeur and the power to force their delusions true. Harry was scared and paranoid, also traumatized, and not alone. We're heroes, good ones, Harry said, like he wasn't perfectly aware that was the first time he'd called himself a hero out loud and didn't want to scourgify his skin of the wizarding world's expectations. Like the words weren't Zawa's echoing around his skull. Great ones, possibly. If we take the Oris and Commission Stooges as the benchmark, so we'll be fine. Harry believed that, completely, and saw the same certainly in Izuku's gaze. But Harry also saw the same shadows lurking in Izuku's eyes that settled and creaked in the gouges ice had carved into Harry's bones. Good heroes, great heroes. Izuku interrupted with a small grin that wasn't stopped in the slightest by Harry's fingers slipping over Izuku's mouth to prevent further interruption. Great heroes, Harry allowed. Know that shit happens. His fingers slid down, slightly, framing Izuku's jaw and brushing at the corner of his mouth. And that you don't leave unfinished business behind. Oh, good. Izuku beamed even as both of his hands just barely tightened. Is this where I get to kiss you? Harry barely got to huff a laugh. Yeah, he managed to get out, before warm lips were on his. This kiss was lovely and very sweet, but the sense of safety was what Harry was going to remember. He'd remember the feel of lips against his, an arm across his back, a hand guiding his head, and warmth creeping along his skin. Lighting was hot and piercing, but by the time it was coated in cold and tumbling waves, all Harry could feel was warm. Izuku pulled back first, nose dragging along Harry's cheekbone before the boy pressed one sparking kiss to the eye beneath the lightning bolt scar. You'd better not even think about leaving me behind, Harry. I'm literally part of the attack force, while you're the flashy distraction. I'm going to leave you in my magical dust. Eventually. They had at least 5 more minutes before Harry had to return to Zawa. He'd been cold for so long. Harry had earned this bit of sunshine and storm breath. Chapter summary. Harry ends up as a distraction. There are at least 2 rescues, and several people find themselves unconscious. Chapter notes. Hello. So I know I've been slow at updates lately, but hopefully this chapter is worth it. You'll also be happy to know the next one is mostly written, so it won't be nearly as long a wait. The one after that is also mostly plotted out, and will likely be either the last or second last. Thank you so much for going on this journey with me as I hurt and help these characters and eventually get them the happiness they deserve. Harry breathed. He breathed deep and calm and steady in a pattern that he only fell into the moment before a storm. The moment before movement. A glance up had him meeting Eraserhead's gaze on the other side of the doorway, and Harry almost smiled at the realization that his cousin was breathing on the same frequency. When the boom came, Eraserhead rolled his eyes and Harry could see a thin veneer of professionalism stop the man from muttering about unnecessary explosions. It worked as a signal, though, and Harry slipped up the hood of his invisibility cloak and they both crept. Inside the door, they were quiet. They were as silent as the dead with Harry's muffling charms and the sound-canceling quirk one of the 3 underground heroes behind them possessed. They were so quiet that they could hear the muttering of the presumed snatcher and the rustling of papers as brothers and zombies and Oris were cussed out. They could also hear the shrill alarm of a magical ward being tripped. Harry was betting it was one of the hero aura pairs that had started to circle around the other side of the cliché but well-maintained warehouse. It certainly hadn't been him or Eraserhead. With a sigh that was more shoulder-slumping than breath, he gestured for Eraserhead to continue skulking. They didn't have a clear sight line, and the others certainly hadn't been able to get into optimal position just yet. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes, but nodded. "Hello," Harry said, as he canceled one of his silencing spells, the one directly on himself, and strode forward around a crate after tucking the invisibility cloak into a pocket. His coat swished, and he absently twirled the Elder Wand in his hand, trying not to frown because he could have sworn he grabbed his holly wand. "Hello," the Snatcher replied. She leaned back against the table she'd been shuffling papers on, a city map half uncoiled behind her. Her lip twitched, as if she had maybe tried to smile, but her long face seemed too tired to complete the motion. Her cloak did not swish. They stared at each other for a moment, lights flickering above as the occasional sound of fighting could be heard in the near distance. Izuku and his team were clearly being an adequate distraction for the midnight monster. They'd have to share notes on technique later, since Harry was also apparently being slated to fill the distraction role, which probably meant saying something. "Crap. Ishikawa. Oh? Do feel clever, little wizard? I suppose the question is whether you were clever enough not to come alone?" "I'm not alone." He gestured to pink flames that flared briefly in the windows right by the ceiling at one of the warehouse's distant walls. The monster was, unsurprisingly, putting up a fight. The Snatcher hummed and maybe crossed her arms, though it was hard to tell under the dull purple cloak. "Clearly. But are you alone in here? You're a magical, so you could certainly be arrogant enough to think you could take the poor lonely squib on by yourself. And you can't even cast a spell to check?" Ishikawa raised her eyebrow. That was poor antagonism. Harry fought not to wince because he knew that. He was really good at pissing Death Eaters off, but he disagreed with them on a fundamental level. He disagreed with Ishikawa on an execution and methodology level. "Ah." Ishikawa tilted her head, seeing something in his silence. "You don't actually believe the weak little squib theory. Guess foreigners do things differently." Harry blinked at her, both because the non-magical UA was full of the best people he'd ever met, and because he hadn't, though Ishikawa was stupid. "Exactly. You do realize that magical England just finished a literal war based on exactly that kind of blood supremacy?" She waved her hand at him, and Harry tried not be offended as she dismissed his entire hellish experience. "Blood war is the ultimate nonsense. At least they all had magic." Harry nodded, slowly, oddly glad to see the flare of her eyes. He was used to the stark, raving madness of Voldemort or the blind fervor of cultists. This clam dialogue was actually kind of freaking him out, just a bit. So the flash of angry, logic-defying belief was a return to form. The Ishikawas, both of them, had experienced toxic blood supremacy from their grandfather as well as anti-magical sentiment from their mother. The Snatcher knew, in ways that many who hadn't been entrenched in England didn't, the realities of that ultimate nonsense. Then again, Japan had hardly been calm itself, what with All for One and the way he'd ravaged the populace. The Snatcher, equating magic with power and everything else with nonsense, certainly ignored the realities of her own country as well. "I suppose it always comes down to wanting power others don't have," Harry said quietly. Not quietly enough, however, because Ishikawa whirled back to the table, cloak still barely moving, and slammed her palms on the battered metal, which, honestly, seemed like a really stupid move considering how that opened her up to being ducking sniped. "I just wanted the power others already had," Harry snorted, trying to eye the runes he could see carved into the floor surreptitiously. Runes weren't his specialty, but he spent a lot of time with Hermione, and they were one of hers. He'd already figured that he couldn't directly attack Ishikawa without some really awful bounce back, but he'd been counting on non-magical means being able to get through the barriers and shields. Now, with her apparent confidence, he wasn't so sure. Whatever else could be said about the midnight monster, and there was plenty, he was also a bloody strong magical. If that were true, Ishikawa, Harry spoke after a moment spent idly wondering how long it took people to get into place, then you would have been satisfied with your, frankly, really bloody strong quirk. No need for the rest of this nonsense. A villainous quirk. Fair. Because it was, despite the 3-hour-long rant Izuku had gone on about medical possibilities and organ restoration. Image was still brutal, and Harry didn't need Hitoshi's example to know that when he knew the feeling of walking into the Great Hall and having every student turn away to whisper, "But your brother?" Oh, there was always something just a little off with him. Grandfather didn't help much, and then, when his magic came in, I made it worse. The guilt, you understand. And yes, as his aunt's greedy, bitter eyes filled his mind, Harry did. They wanted to separate us, would never have let us stay together. She sneered. Neither of us wanted that. The Magicals were cruel and the Muggles stupid. Like separation is doing any good. Harry was suddenly very tired. Certainly too tired to chase the twisting logic and trails of anger that he could almost see flickering around Ishikawa. Yeah, I agree. The magic world should come out. They're both corrupt and leave people to flounder in the cracks. Do you have any idea how easy it was to operate in the space between? To commit crimes and let one world think the other was handling it? She should have been pacing to match her tone. The stillness was odd. Dangerous. Harry nodded again. Anyways, he'd technically headed a vigilante group in the space between, so he couldn't really say anything, even if he wanted to. Yeah, I agree. And the squibs, content to live in that between, content to live off scraps and shadows and crumbs. Weak. Hey now, that seems harsh. And wrong. Arabella Figg was weird, but she'd spied for Dumbledore for ducking years without no one knowing a damn thing. Good to confirm, however, that self-hatred and rage was what was driving Ishikawa and her entire plot. Though, really, it was a plot because of the scope and the fierce if fractured intelligence behind her actions. Otherwise, it would just be a temper tantrum. Her brother had been right when he'd told Izuku and Harry that his sister would make them pay. In the absence of their grandfather or mother or any concrete outlet, the Snatcher had decided that them was everyone and gone about it with ruthless efficiency. She had no goal other than pain and payment. Ishikawa narrowed her eyes at Harry. You're awfully agreeable. Who the hell are you? Harry Potter. She blinked. You're ducking with me. Nope. Harry often wished he was, but no such luck. Huh. Harry tilted his head and spun his wand around in the other direction, watching as Ishikawa tracked the movement and checked her location in the wards. I thought you knew that. You sent your brother to kidnap me. I sent him to kidnap the interfering busybody that was making the ministry and the commission and the ducking police work together. Yeah, that was me. Huh. You knew the face, not the name. Usually it's the other way around. There was a loud thump followed by a series of soft bangs. Ishikawa's lips tugged upwards even as an uneasy feeling sunk downwards into Harry's stomach. That had sounded much closer than the fight at the second warehouse with the monster should have been. It was also decidedly inside the silencing ward. Harry had cast to try and keep Ishikawa unaware of the heroes sneaking up on her. Your name isn't going to save you now. Harry had held back a snort because his name had literally never saved him even once. Rather the opposite. Usually, heroes aren't the only ones who can use a villainous monologue to stall for time. An ugly smirk grew across her face, all razor teeth and plummeting angles, as she moved a step to the right to reveal the shattered remains of a device that Harry didn't recognize but could extrapolate was a magical help beacon. She must have triggered it when she slammed into the table earlier. There was a loud pop that forced its way into the quiet, followed by a cut-off scream and a piercing cry of, "Sister." One of the heroes who'd been sneaking around was flung to the ground as the midnight monster flung himself forward and to the table, his magic lighting up the wards and runes for one perfect moment. Harry had gotten pretty good at gaining as much information from a single look as possible, so he was easily able to take advantage and confirm that the magic matched the Ishikawa standard. Crude but strong as duck. He was also able to confirm that the hero was alive, just bound in fraying magical rope and very nauseous. That couldn't have been a smooth introduction to apparition. Sister, the monster repeated. You're all right? There are many heroes attacking the base. Shoo. She actually reached out to place her hand on his head. It's all according to plan. Does your general plan include an exit plan? Because I'm really pretty great at those and I'm not seeing one. Harry asked. He'd really just meant to break them up a bit, not let the siblings get into the full swing of their partnership, and he succeeded, because the monster spun to face Harry with a snarl on his lips. The Snatcher, though, she turned slowly, a smile on her lips. A smile, not a smirk, and as Harry studied her pale face with its narrow cheekbones and lanky hair, he was suddenly, viciously aware that her expression was the exact opposite of Tom Riddle's. Ah, Harry said, which made the monster mad and the Snatcher's smile wider. I see. He flicked his wand in an abrupt finite, both Ishikawas flinching slightly as the nearby sounds of a creaking warehouse crashed back into being. He used their flinch to reach up and turn on the earbud that Hatsum and George had developed. The technology should stand up to magic, but they were uncertain to the actual time limit of success. It was still experimental, but he had been promised they were 70% sure it wouldn't explode. For that reason, he left the comm off previously, since it had seemed foolish to waste some of that time with it being exposed to a silencing dome, particularly when any noise over the comm ran the chance of alerting the Snatcher. The moment the comm was on, Eraserhead's voice was in Harry's ear telling him that several of the immediate backup was down. There was a larger-than-expected influx of zombies to Izuku and Hawk's position, and that Heroes and Oris were being pulled from the tertiary positions because several of those has been red herrings. Eraserhead was also in position. Ah, Harry said again and felt all eyes turn to him, even the hidden ones. So this is where the plan goes to shit. He breathed frozen waves and reached into his own pocket, crushing a small coin that wasn't the DA coin, at least the original, as he went. He opened his hand to let the magic and dust drift to the concrete floor. Before the dust even settled, he lunged forward, just to the side of the protective rune circles, confident that the monster would meet him. Harry knew monsters. He knew monsters that lurked under the skin of men and had violence inked into their blood. Their duel fell into a steady pattern easily, each breath a spell or counter or dodge. Harry could hear Eraserhead hitting the ground behind him, hear the thwop of a capture weapon flying through the air and sharp, sporadic laughter as he was aided by the green-haired underground hero the man had seemed the most familiar with. It was good to know that not all of their immediate backup had been taken out. In flashes of vision gained as he ducked under colorful light, Harry saw the two heroes were impeded by the magic circles, but not completely stymied. The physical barriers were clearly not quite as effective as the magic ones. A quick study of the monster's face, awash in a rictus of rage, confirmed for Harry that the man was fighting on instinct and experience, not clear forethought. It was easier than Harry had hoped to start leading their fight as if it was a dance, letting the man's own misfired spells slowly destroy the protections he'd encased around his sister. Oh, Harry helped, sneaking in an overpowered finite and a couple of Hermione's tricks here and there. But it was always easier to destroy your own work than someone else's. Just as Harry was beginning to think things weren't going to get completely out of hand, they did. In both the most predictable way possible, and in a way none of them had ever seen coming. Particularly the Midnight Monster. The predictable part was the zombies. The Snatcher yelled a command somewhere behind Harry and the monster grinned, yelling his own garbled spell and popping the sides off every crate in the warehouse. Zombies, naturally, began shuffling forward. Harry took the moment of distraction but didn't cast at the monster. He wanted to, badly, but the angle was off, and there were at least 3 unconscious Oris and heroes littering the ground by the table, not to mention Aizawa and his friend. Instead, Harry apparat with a pop to the border of the fading rune circles, crouched just over a fallen hero, and threw up a series of shields. He included the yellow dome from the ice cream run, because it was fast and decent against physical intrusions, and there was no need for subtly whatsoever. He also augmented with an overpowered Protego because that spell was a classic for a reason, as well as a chain of others that he'd gotten Moody to teach him one summer in the basement when everyone else was asleep. The part that they didn't expect came into play. The monster stopped grinning at the chaos and finally tracked the original, non-zombie version of his sister down, likely to share a triumphant look. Instead, he realized she'd ordered him to open the crates because she had Zawa's capture weapon wrapped around her ankle, and Harry saw the exact moment everything clicked into a horrible place because the man's face paled dramatically. Several of the zombie people were blocking Eraserhead's sight line, so the Snatcher's quirk wasn't erased, but her mobility was still greatly cut off. Her cloak was also pushed back, revealing a frankly emaciated body, an arm cut off at the elbow, and missing fingers on the remaining hand. Harry wouldn't want to take the bet that she was on the ground mainly because her balance had been off from yet more missing body parts. The monster hadn't known. That much was obvious. Harry had suspected, at least from the moment he'd realized she had no exit plan. Tom Riddle had wanted to live at all costs. The Snatcher wanted to cause as much pain as possible on her way to death. For an impossibly long moment, The only sound was that of the zombies shuffling ever forward and the snatchers cackling. It was quickly joined by the monster's scream, mournful and awful and seeping, but still not nearly the worst thing to happen. The worst thing froze the breath in Harry's lungs and a scream in Harry's heart. The worst was the monster lunging forward, magic arcing faster than the man in a pure, wild, accidental form that no one with anything close to actual training would ever be able to produce. The magic, slick and sick, an oil spill in deep waters, roared in crashing waves towards his sister, towards Eraserhead. It raced and tumbled and screamed forward, and all of Harry's battle experience, hard-worn and hard-earned, told him that there was nothing he could do, that no spell or apparition would get him close enough, fast enough, even without the fact that Harry's magic was currently keeping the zombies from crashing over their damn heads. They could always take something. Shoyuta knew his kids were coming. He knew his kids were coming with a bone-deep certainty that had nothing to do with the support worker in his ear, telling him that several of the sweeper teams were being redirected to his location. There was no indication of which sweeper teams, so he shouldn't be that certain. But his kids always found their way back to each other. Harry counted. Shoyuta wasn't sure Harry knew he counted, understood the concept beyond a basic level consisting of Izuku's clinginess and 3 as steady war of inclusion, but he did. Shoyuta also counted, though he generally pretended he didn't know that. So they were coming, and now, after 3 years, their imminent arrival gave actual comfort instead of the precursor to an ulcer. His kids were great heroes. Shoyuta just wasn't sure they'd get here in time. He and Ms. Joke were holding their own, which meant they were taking down zombies left and right and just barely managing to keep afloat. They'd been doing much better against the Snatcher, but neither Shuta's nor Ms. Joke's quirks worked on the horde of zombies she'd summoned, and hand-to-hand combat only worked so well on beings that didn't feel pain. He hated zombies. He hated zombies that were replicas of the villain and made things that much more difficult. He also hated the wall of magic that he could suddenly feel heading his way. Shuta's first thought was thanks that he and Joke had been separated, since he had never actually figured out if he was more sensitive to magic as a squib thing, or if everyone could feel the licks of power that flickered around stronger magicals. This was an oversight he would be fixing, but for now he was simply glad his maybe friend but definitely co-worker was out of range. His second thought was this magic wasn't Harry's. He'd already registered that, or he wouldn't have been glad Joke was out of the way, but it really wasn't like Harry's. Harry's magic had been constantly seeping and surging and ebbing around Shoyuta for months now. His magic was frost and mint and surging torrents of protective waters. This magic was rainbow toxicity, not so much seeping as frothing forth. It felt dark, like the shadows Shoyuta hid in had been poisoned, and it was large, inevitable, angry. Even as Shoyuta pivoted and jumped of a zombie's back, capture weapon arcing forward to try and grab a crate and propel himself that much faster, Shoyuta knew he wouldn't succeed. He knew with a bone-deep certainty that had nothing to do with Shuta's battle experience, hard-worn and hard-earned, and everything to do with the look on Harry's face. Harry also wasn't close enough, or fast enough, or free enough. Not unless they wanted the rest of the ducking zombies to crash through Harry's barrier, and there had been a lot more crates on the outer edges of the warehouse than near the table they all still orbited. Shoyuta watched as Harry's eyes froze in slow motion, watched as his cousin accepted, adjusted, raged, and would never be the same again. Izuku was fast enough, and Shuta's took a breath as a green sparks flooded his vision and an iron band wrapped around Shuta's chest and dragged them on top of a crate outside of the range of oily magic. They watched, he and Izuku from their crate and Harry from his stance over a pile of unconscious heroes and Aurors, as the monster screamed and the magic burned. The zombie constructs that had been fighting Shoyuta crumpled when the magic hit, crumpled and warped and burned. If Shoyuta wasn't already sure that his cousin's frozen eyes were going to be the feature of any nightmares formed from this event, he would place his bet on the sound of screams unable to fully build in throats that didn't quite work. This escalated oddly, Izuku said. Shoyuta nodded. You have no idea. Good timing, Deku. Thanks, sensei. Izuku didn't remove his arm from Shuta's back, and Shoyuta didn't protest when Sparking Green Kid really was the fasted way to move of the moment. Hawks is fighting more zombies than expected at the site where we're previously fighting the Midnight Monster, who obviously got away. I pursed once enough of our class got redirected to his aid. There was definitely some grave robbing in addition to part stealing, and we may have also underestimated how many the snatcher can make out of a single part. Right dash Shoyuta was cut off as one of Harry's domes flickered. Shuta's cousin had wasted no time in lunging after the monster and sinking back into their duel. Their duel was no less impressive this time around, but was certainly more frenetic, though Shoyuta couldn't tell if the underlying edge was more angry or mournful. Unfortunately, Harry's perfectly legitimate reaction and attempt to shut the monster down. Shoyuta didn't want that magic anywhere near himself, his problem child, or his problem cousin, but he figured Harry was most equipped to deal with it, meant the snatcher had time to react. Still cackling, the woman crawled toward the scuffed and singed runes carved into the floor and used her own blood, seeping from an old bandage, to draw over and obscure several of the marks. The next series of events Shoyuta was going to need Hermione to explain to him, but even though the snatcher was a squib, her messing with the runes seemed to short something in the magic out, and there were a series of flares of that dark, oily magic like a chain reaction. The Ishikawa's protection at the center of the room completely frizzed out, but so did several of Harry's shields in a patchwork series of holes and openings, including one right beside Shoyuta and Izuku. Damn it, dash! This time Shoyuta was interrupted by a glowing yellow shield of much softer light than his cousin usually produced. The magic felt like daisies and sunflowers and high-piercing winds. Izuku had stopped his jump the moment before he took off, but remained tense as a young woman with wild blonde hair called up from the ground by their crate. "Are you okay up there, sensei?" Radish earrings and airports flashed through Shuta's mind before he snagged on the right name. "Yes, thank you, Luna," she hummed, before turning and sending out 3 bursts of colored light through her shield, each felling a zombie as they converging through the opening in Harry's flickering shield. "Sensei," Izuku spoke with deliberate and targeted judgment, "did you adopt more kids without telling us?" Shoyuta opened his mouth to say that one hardly counted as more, and also no, he did not. "Thanks very much," when there was another series of pops and he realized just how many kids were now in the warehouse. I think they adopted me." "Quite right." A red-headed girl popped up by Luna, the two of them frightfully efficient as they sent more light into the masses. "Can't let the boss man lose his only living non-awful family. Now can we?" Both Izuku and Shoyuta looked over at Harry, who was now grinning wildly as he exchanged blow after spell with the tiring monster, ducking around flashes of light that didn't belong to either of them, like he knew where each and everyone was coming from and going to. Shoyuta blinked. "Get me a clear line of sight to the woman crawling on the floor, and I should be able to end the zombie parade entirely." "Can do," Ginny shouted. Happily. Didn't like zombies when they were inferi and dead ambling bodies. Don't like them now that they're quirk constructs and not alive ambling bodies. "I don't know," Luna said, ducking a flailing arm with surprising grace. "I think they're quite relaxing enemies, really." "Right," Ginny agreed, if rather skeptically. "Come along now, sensei." Both Izuku and Shoyuta follow, going in here and there as the two young women cut a direct path across the intruding zombies that showed a familiarity with zombies that made Shoyuta want to punch something. Thankfully, he had many opportunities nearby. The flashes and sounds continued throughout the warehouse, announcing the presence of several other teenagers, and overall it was quick work to get back to the center of the room. They all had to duck a gout of flame that flared widely and was edged in black. As the flames crackled out above their ears, they heard a shout from Harry, who was regaining the monster's attention. The monster was panting and his spells were going wide more often than not, but they weren't weakening. "Harry's fine," Ginny said, in what was probably an attempt at comfort. "Of course he is," Shoyuta replied. "But that doesn't mean we're not going to help him anyways," Izuku finished. Ginny blinked, but Shoyuta had just found the opening he was looking for. The monster's back was to them, unfortunately too far away to make a sneak attack effective, but that meant Harry was facing them, though even farther away. Shoyuta held up his hand in a short series of moments that they had developed that morning after secrets and nightmares and memories. Harry grinned, recognizing it immediately, and sent 4 short sparks into the air with an absent hand as he danced around a flash of light that turned one of the crates into a pumpkin. Shoyuta breathed once and felt Izuku do the same beside him. On the 4th breath, they both moved. Izuku shot forward, knocking out several of the zombies guarding the snatcher with a green fist and flinging several more away with black whip. Shoyuta ran in his wake, capture weapon flaring but ignoring the zombies he passed. Several loops settled around the struggling snatcher, and he pulled them tight, quirk flaring and hair rising. He didn't look away, didn't blink as he closed the distance amidst falling bodies and knocked the woman out in one practiced move. Because he didn't look, he didn't see the midnight monster lung for Shoyuta the moment the man had reached the zombie guard surrounding the snatcher, or Izuku pivot away to meet the predictable attack, or even what exact move he used to punt the monster back into Harry's waiting grasp. When Shoyuta did look up, unconscious villain trussed at his boots, he saw an equally unconscious villain at his cousin's feet, likely from a sleeping spell, being wrapped up in 3 different kinds of wrappings and what looked like a boatload of sticking charms. Young people, most of whom Shoyuta had never seen, were wandering out from the depths of the warehouse, reporting in to Shuta's cousin and asking about how he wanted the collapsed bodies disposed. A trio of intimidating women were strongly advocating fire. No one seemed particularly thrown off by the green sparking shadow that was Izuku guarding Harry's back. Harry looked up when he felt Shuta's eyes, an arm around Luna's shoulders as she dangled off his elbow. They were too far away to read easily, but Shoyuta felt a wash of magic surge against his skin. Shoyuta took a breath as he felt clear water and bracing currents wrap around his bones. It was enough to wash away the oily residue that had lingered after the Ishikawa's wards had broke, and to get him moving towards the door to find someone of his own to provide a report. He certainly couldn't use the earbud. If it hadn't futzed out with all the magic from the fight, it certainly had now that Harry's magic was settling about him like 1,000 fractal shields. Alright, chapter summary. The DA and 3A are introduced. Someone who didn't actually fight says something stupid, and a plan is born. Chapter notes. Thank you for all your kind words on the last chapter. I hope you enjoy some fluff, support, and things coming together. Less than an hour was needed for the entirety of 3A to congregate around the warehouse that had once been the Ishikawa's base of operations. Shoyuta didn't mind this as much as he might have said, since it allowed him to check each of his kids over surreptitiously. All his kids knew what he was doing, but that was fine. There was a system where they didn't point out Shuta's worry, and he didn't ask what their actual orders were, or how they'd all known to come to this particular yard. Hitoshi smirked a lot though, the bastard, which was what Shoyuta got for taking a personal student. Said personal student was currently focusing on Harry, however, who'd clapped and somehow ended up with the attention of every teenager in the vicinity. Shoyuta knew teachers who'd murder for such an ability, mostly heroics teachers, despite the moral complications. Okay, so, DA, this is 3A. 3A consists of my cousin's kids who have all somehow decided to befriend me and are also all ducking excellent heroes despite the fact their government says they need to graduate first to properly hold the title. And we all know how much respect governments deserve. 3A, this is the DA, who are my secret society. Uraraka interrupted with a short nod. Well, yes. Harry tilted his head slightly and put his hands in his pockets, though not so much a secret anymore. This is Belle Katie, Spinette Alicia, Johnston Angelina, and Jordan Lee. The redhead is Weasley Ginny, Ron and George's little sister, and a meaner fighter than either of them. Damn straight. And the blonde prat is Malfoy Draco. He's our Bakugu, so ignore anything he says. It will probably be mean.
Oi.
Scarhead. Standing next to the prat is Zabini Blaze, Abbott Hannah, and Bones Susan. Over by Hermione and Ron is Longbottom Neville and Lovegood Luna. They're my favorite. There were several exclamations and several laughs and Luna nodding regally because that was her due, before Spinette stepped forward with sly look on her face. Lovely to meet you all and everything, but what we really want to know is who the Green Shadow is. Harry looked confused for a moment, and Shoyuta briefly wondered if he needed to get his cousin checked for a hit to the head. Thankfully, the rest of his class were more on the ball. Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka replied with a smirk. Jordan, who'd attached himself to George with great determination, gave an infection's grin. Excellent. Now where is he? He was sticking awfully close to the boss man earlier, and we have a very particular induction process. No, we don't. Harry narrowed his eyes. Literally the only requirement is not to be an evil bastard or a pushover, and honestly, we're pretty flexible. We let reformed evil bastards in. Anyways, he gestured to Malfoy, who gave an imperious sniff but didn't otherwise argue. Shoyuta was sure that even the most oblivious of his kids caught the guilty shuffling and surreptitious looks Harry's day gave each other. And Harry wasn't oblivious. Ducking Merlin. You have an initiation process. I'm not picking up anyone from the hospital or bailing anyone out of prison. He got a pitying look from Jordan. First of all, mate, yes, you totally would. Second of all, don't worry. We have that all sorted. Whatever you do, Harry told Izuku, who had in fact been talking to Tsukachi over by the police vehicles and was just now walking over with the detective. Do not listen to them. They are lying. Oh, Izuku asked. Did I miss the start of the embarrassing stories? Shoyuta missed several enthusiastic replies because he was too busy reaching out and grasping Tsukachi's wrist when the man appeared to be leaving after escorting Izuku over. Do not leave. I need an adult. For what? Tsukachi tilted his head, justifiably suspicious. Moral support, Shoyuta said in a quiet tone that he hoped conveyed his sincerity. Tsukachi looked over 3A and the DA and at all of the battle-worn teenagers and gave a slow nod. You know what? That's completely fair. He then looked over at the knot of officials congregating over the spot where the Ishikawas had been driven off to jail over 40 minutes ago. And I think I'd rather be here anyways. Should his internal battle of whether to say out loud that the detective would probably regret that choice, and thus run the risk of the man coming to his senses and leaving, was interrupted by a large outpouring of noise and catcalls. He turned just in time to see Problem Child giving Problem Cousin a chaste kiss on the mouth, and nearly groaned into his hands. Shut up, Shoyuta told a grinning Tsukachi. Just shut up. Tsukachi did, but with a cheeky grin. When did this happen? Uraraka was shaking Izuku by his arm to the approval of most of 3A. Recently? Izuku replied, head bobbing from the shake. How recently?
Details, Mann, Details.
Ishido shouted. Was it dramatic? I bet it was dramatic.
No?
No. Oh, come on. Not everything I do is dramatic. Izuku ended his sentence with a wounded little sound when both Ida and Todoroki gave him a look of flat disbelief. Harry couldn't come to his new boyfriend's rescue, however, because he was also getting besieged. Oh, well done, boss man. Leave the country and get yourself a badass boyfriend. Ginny was nodding as she spoke. Badass? Asked Johnston, foot tapping slowly. Yup. Ginny nodded again. Threw a bad guy right across the warehouse. Okay, Lee Jordan interrupted, hands in the air and watching as Izuku's classmates continued to tease the boys with a side of genuine congratulations. But Harry can also do that. Harry is like the definition of badass. The real question is, will he hurt Harry? There was a slowly tricking silence that unfolded from that question as the teenagers, who had been quietly intermixing with an ease Shoyuta had never seen from his brats around other students or pros, started to prepare to shift into their original sides. Izuku and Harry looked a mix of perplexed and irritated, so Shoyuta sighed and figured he'd help just a little. He did actually have something else for them to focus on for just a moment. After all, if I can temporarily redirect your hostility? Shoyuta asked, eyeing the ministry stooge, Ito, who was gossiping with a commission stooge. There was a gasp, and Ishido flailed. Wait, Sensei, it was always Ishido. He turned and raised an eyebrow. She didn't even flinch, just grinned brighter. Who are you going to give a shovel talk to? It's your cousin and Problem Child. Why was Problem Child said like a title? Izuku asked. Because it is. Shoyuta was a bit proud of how almost his entire class responded in unison. Izuku blinked. Shoyuta sighed, but didn't think he was getting out of this. The stooges weren't done talking yet, either, so he probably had a moment. He looked at Harry and Izuku, who both straightened, though didn't let go of each other. I'm going to tell my daughter that her favorite hero and favorite cousin are together, and that she needs to wish them well, then allow her cute joy and genuine happiness to subtly convey the message that if they hurt each other, they will also be crushing her pure little heart. There was a beat of silence, and then Ginny whistled. I can see the family resemblance. You're definitely Harry's cousin, all right? Harry glared at her. We're not actually related. You're not related to us either, Bazo. Doesn't matter. That's so mean, Sensei. Uraraka sounded almost awed. If his daughter is the little gray-haired girl that we keep being sent pictures of, then I think that might be the most effective shovel talk I've ever heard. Lee Jordan said from where he was still anchored to George's arm. Harry just groaned and buried his face in the back of a smiling Izuku's shoulder. Shoyuta smiled at the moment and the good-natured teasing. The hostility was well and truly redirected, even if that hadn't been Shuta's intention. Unfortunately, the moment was short-lived because the Stooges had finished conversing and demand attention like a damn 3-year-old. "Arrest them," said the commission stooge. There was a long silence before Detective Tsukachi, who'd been lingering beside Shoyuta possibly to enjoy the chaos, possibly because Shoyuta wouldn't judge Haim if he fell asleep standing up, apparently decided that he couldn't just ignore it no matter how much he wanted to. "I'm sorry, what?" "These interfering upstarts are part of a vigilante group from England. Arrest them." The vigilante group from England didn't seem particularly ruffled. Tsukachi stared at the clusters of battle-dressed teenagers lounging across the courtyard, and the way only the ones from 3A were bristling. As in, slipping into protective battle stances for these kids they'd known for less than an hour. But their interference was really ducking helpful? Which was probably not the stance a detective was supposed to take. But the man hadn't slept in his own bed for almost a week, so he could probably be forgiven. The commission stooge continued to bluster while Ito, the ministry stooge, continued to scowl smugly from his side and Harry's side. Immediately, all eyes under age 25 and anyone associated with UA were watching him. He stood up slowly from where he'd been draped over Izuku's shoulders and started walking towards the man whose words slowed with each of Harry's steps. Shoyuta grinned, all sharp teeth, and saw approving looks from several of the DA. Shoyuta did so love watching his cousin mess with stupid magical bureaucrats. Adding a commission stooge and an entire audience who would jump the officials at the slightest word would only make the experience sweeter. Izuku was conflicted, since he missed the warmth of his boyfriend, and they really needed to have a longer conversation about that, though he still felt pretty confident in the term, but recognized that the cool creak of Harry's magic meant this would be fun. No one peeled off from the group to walk behind Harry, which was a good thing because Izuku figured the commission stooge would have probably fallen down. As it was, he simply took a hasty step back and made a face like he regretted everything. Harry accepted a folder from Hermione, who was standing conveniently along the most direct path to the official, and didn't even blink at Nezu trying not to chortle on her shoulders. Harry stopped less than a foot away from the man, somehow managing to look down at him, despite being shorter and having to peer up through his glasses. Harry smiled, and the official took another step back. Harry waited until the man slowly held out his hands before placing the now open folder in the official's palms. "Not according to Bloody Queen of England, we're not." With clear and concise language, he proceeded to go through the folder page by page, handing each explained document to a red-faced Ito. As he described hero registration papers, team, establishment forms, passports, UA exchange program records, and a number of additional documents Izuku had never heard of but would be looking up immediately, Izuku felt Achiko lean into his side. "So, if I'm getting this right," and her tone said that she absolutely was, "then your boyfriend not only started and ran a secret society, but turned that society into a fully functioning vigilante organization, only to get the English government to legitimize said organization before uprooting and transferring everything to Japan." "I love him so much," Izuku responded. "Yeah," Achiko said almost pityingly. "You didn't stand a chance." Izuku watched Harry calmly destroy a man's arguments and possibly his career for a couple moments longer. He let Achiko's warmth seep down through his gear and settle in his bones, reminding him that he was there and his people were safe. After a moment, he stood up, dislodging his friend with a grin. "I'll be right back." "And where are you going?" she asked with an equally mischievous grin. "Oh, just to be a supportive boyfriend," she cackled, completely disbelieving, which was completely fair. Harry didn't even break stride when Izuku made it to his side. Izuku didn't touch him, quite happy to listen to his tirade, but instead casually reached through the papers that had been handed to Ito. The ministry work was furious, but completely boxed in and knew it. With a hum, Izuku kept back one of the agency establishment forms and a temporary active permit with both Nezu and Detective Tsukachi's signatures. He read through them quickly to confirm they were the documents he thought they were, before looking up and smiling when he realized that Harry had progressed to the silent stare part of becoming the man's worst nightmare. "Since you're finished," Izuku tossed out to the stooges with a smile, he'd copied off of Nezu as he stepped to Harry's side. Marauder, and I need to report in with Eraserhead and Nezu. Since, we're still under their supervision to learn how to be better at our jobs. He hoped his smile conveyed exactly how much better they already were at said job than the Stooges could ever hope to be at theirs. The amused roiling of Harry's magic said that Izuku had probably been successful, so he linked his hand with Harry's and tugged him over to their teacher. Halfway across the yard, Harry started leaning his weight onto Izuku. So did you come to whisk me away before I completely froze the bureaucrat either metaphorically or literally, or did you just want to get in a pot shot of your own? Well, both. Izuku smiled when Harry huffed. And a little of something else entirely. Can you do that silencing spell for a moment? Harry moved his fingers in a little wave. In my sleep at this point. Which Izuku would be coming back to because Harry better not have been implying he was silencing his nightmares. Okay, Izuku started, trying to order his thoughts into a logical argument before realizing this was Harry, and he didn't actually have to. How do you feel about creating the first fully integrated hero magic integrated agency for DA who want to get the duck out of England and 3A who don't want to duck around with heroes who don't know the first thing about teamwork? Harry stopped dead in the center of the yard, yanking Izuku to a stop and drawing several pairs of eyes. Or, well, causing the eyes to be more obvious because everyone was a worrywart and had already been keeping watch. Green eyes looked into Izuku's, steady glaciers and lasting deeps. Positively. Very ducking positively. Aizawa-sensei sighed as he approached and entered the boundary of the silencing spell, dragging Tsukachi along by the wrist and carrying Nezu and his capture weapon. That's a problem child plan. I can feel it in my bones. Yes. Harry grinned at his cousin before latching onto the man in a hug. It wasn't their first hug since they'd gotten out of the warehouse where Aizawa-sensei had almost been hurt, but Izuku thought it might become the longest. Harry was burrowing. Izuku crossed his arms. It's going to be to the benefit of our people while screwing with both the ministry and the commission. Aizawa-sensei tilted his head before wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. Proceed. Tsukachi laughed. Anything we can help with? Nezu was gratifyingly eager. Yes, said Harry again, and Izuku was maybe a little proud at how easily Harry was accepting the offer of help. Okay. Izuku tapped his chin, papers he'd taken from Ito bumping against his arm. So at least half of 3A has surely catoned onto the wand thing, and is at least most of the way to the magic conclusion. A third, but that includes Yaoyorozu and Hagakure. So the whole class will know the full story by Monday at the latest. Aizawa-sensei finally released Detective Tsukachi's arm in order to run a hand through his hair without letting go of Harry. Izuku shared a look with Harry and nodded, because that was reasonable. And if we've learned anything, it's that the ministry and the commission and the police can't communicate worth shit. Also, Izuku hurried on when Tsukachi frowned, that the heroes don't know what to do with our class. Momo and Tokoyami were tragically underutilized. 3 of us were outright ignored when we provided correct information, and 5 of us got unnecessary injuries due to improper support. What? And that was Aizawa-sensei's danger voice. Minor injuries. Promise sensei, and they're all already treated. The man gave a slow nod before exchanging a look with Nezu. We've been discussing options. Izuku was actually rather comforted by that, since he'd been pretty sure Aizawa-sensei and Nezu at least were aware of the problem, but hadn't been sure they were going to do anything about it. Everyone had challenges when entering the workforce, after all. Izuku held up the papers. But have we considered the option of a fully formed, yet not established agency willing to take on a bunch of new heroes and not treat them like newbies? It was Detective Tsukachi who responded first, letting out a low whistle. And an agency built to cater to a deficit in the system with a staff that already know the magical secret and have direct experience. That would give you some leverage. Nezu clapped his hands. There is some precedent of an advisory committee made of seasoned pros for agencies headed by young heroes who have experience as a pro but not as an administrator. And Harry would definitely qualify with his foreign experience. Harry gave a smirk. So do Hermione and Ron. And honestly, probably Neville, Luna, and Ginny, though we haven't started the full registration process for them. Aizawa ruffled his cousin's hair. I refuse to be in charge of you Hellions longer than necessary, but Hizashi would help. Harry blinked. So would Hawks. I think. Wait, he's supposed to be nearby. Fox. darling." The phoenix flared to life in front of them, cooing at Harry before settling on his shoulder. "Can you grab Hawks for me? And maybe Murata." It took all of an instant for Hawks to be dumped at their side with barely a stumble. Whoa. He saw Harry first. Good work on the takedown. He then looked over Harry's shoulder and blanched. "If this about the timing, I swear, I did it before muster."
"What?"
Harry asked, before spinning around and catching sight of 3A in convulsions while Todoroki stood awed, staring at his father talking with some official sorts while completely ignoring the green fire licking his face. "Oh, well done. Definitely extra points for the timing." Hawks preened slightly, even as Izuku shared a look with Aizawa-sensei and acknowledged they'd have to change the odds for the betting ring taking place around the top 10 prank war. The look was interrupted by Murata flaring into existence next to them, landing a little more wildly than Hawks. "Is that a phoenix?" "Maybe," Harry answered as the phoenix landed on his shoulder and started preening his hair. "So we're thinking of starting a joint hero magic agency staffed with Izuku's class and my people, and we'll need some big-name heroes to say we're not idiots and some support from the ministry to actually put us to use." "Thoughts?" "Duck, yes." Everyone turned to Murata, even Hawks, who slowly closed his mouth. "Look," Murata continued, "I know this has been a shit shot, but we're not all idiots, really, and I don't want another midnight monster on my conscience. I'm in, and while I'm really not that important, I know who is, and I will get you those names and put them in a damn spreadsheet with a color-coded scale ranging from actually helpful to utterly useless if it's the last thing I do at this job. I'm officially removing you from the blacklist." Izuku couldn't stop himself from saying. Murata blinked at Izuku, then let a crooked smile form. "Yeah, I completely screwed up my introduction, didn't I?" Aizawa reached over and patted her on the head, which she actually seemed to take as the compliment it was. "That's all right. It can be really hard to be competent when everyone around you is aiming for mediocre at best." "Thank you." Murata might have been tearing up just a bit, and Izuku might have been slightly worried they broke her. But then Hawks was saying he was game, and Ed Shot would probably be too, and Izuku was getting what he wanted, and everything was excellent. "Here." Tsukachi handed his card to Murata. "We have a competent law enforcement support group every third Thursday." He shrugged at the raised eyebrows he was receiving from the heroes. "What? If you're allowed to make inroads, so am I." Murata started crying in earnest and Nezu patted her hand. There, dear. It's all right." Thin, strong arms wrapped around Izuku's waist, and he felt a face press into the back of his suit. Harry was shaking slightly while clearly trying not to laugh. The zombies were gone. His class, his friends, his family were going to be safe and happy and strong, and they had help and a plan. Izuku rather thought everything was much better than simply all right. Dinner. Chapter summary. Harry gets a Weasley hug. Yagi gets a colorful scarf. Aizawa gets some blackmail. Chapter notes. Woo. So this is the second last chapter. It was supposed to be the last, but I was pretty sure it wouldn't be, and surprise, it wasn't. Smiley face. I hope you enjoy some good family bonding and the results of the prank war. One more to go, and I can't thank everyone enough for coming on this journey with me. Izuku had warned Harry that the DA and 3A had taken over 3 as common room. He had warned Harry that a massive dinner of some kind was being prepared. He had warned Harry that Midoriya Inko was going to be in attendance. He had not warned Harry that Mrs. Weasley was going to be in attendance. Harry. Mrs. Weasley had a warm, welcoming expression on her face. The same one she always wore when Harry stepped into her kitchen at the Burrow and was reminded that homes were safe and kind and somewhere he was allowed to be. Harry blinked at Mrs. Weasley as she bustled over, then looked to a grinning Izuku, then back to the other members of 3A interspersed with the DA, and all mixed in across the common room. Still blinking and possibly short-circuiting, Harry held up his hands to Mrs. Weasley as if he was showing her a trophy. "This is my new familiar, Princess. She's a magical snake. We think. Hermione's been a bit busy solving all my other problems to help figure out what kind." Mrs. Weasley had been the one to find him in the middle of his first really major panic attack about the loss of Hedwig, and also she was just a wonderful person. So she didn't comment about his deflection or how he completely skipped over any pleasantry or greeting whatsoever. Instead, she gazed down at the snake that had coiled herself in Harry's palms with a tail wrapped firmly around his wrist, and nodded. "Oh, she's quite lovely, Harry. Beautiful coloring." Mrs. Weasley smiled. "Hello, Princess. Thank you for helping to look after our boy. It can be quite the task." Harry blushed, but Princess hissed happily. "She says she'd happy to help." Princess whipped around to lecture Harry soundly, and he groaned at Mrs. Weasley's raised eyebrow. Okay. She said she happy to help, and added some detailed complaints. "I will not be repeating about how it would be easier if I didn't leave her behind when going off to fight monsters." "Yes, I rather know that feeling." Mrs. Weasley then reached over and gave Harry one of her famous hugs. Harry may have melted right into it, Princess sliding down his arm and into a new custom pocket of his coat. She pulled back slightly after a long moment, one just long enough for slow, trickling warmth to begin rolling through his veins, before placing one palm on Harry's cheek. "You did good, Harry. You did good, and I'm so proud of you." Harry would have felt foolish for tearing up, except Mrs. Weasley was tearing up, too. She also kept looking back at George, quick, brief moments that only occurred when her son wasn't paying attention. George, who was avidly talking with Hatsum, Lee, and Ron. George, who was gesturing wildly about some invention or plan, or something else entirely that Harry was firmly staying out of for plausibly deniability purposes. George, who was laughing, quieter than before but laughing all the same. Harry decided the only possibly acceptable reaction was to bury himself back into her hug. No one would notice the tears then, except for Mrs. Weasley, and she'd never tell. He felt Mrs. Weasley's surprise, which only confirmed that she'd always been very conscious of his limits and comfort levels with physical affection. She normally gave Harry lots of hugs, yes, but always after intervals of time, or when she was hugging another of her children, so it would feel like Harry was simply included because he was one of them, which was fair, because Harry loved her hugs. But they always kind of scared him. He couldn't feel the ice and bones when in them. He also could never really see them coming. He never expected them, because he never had reason to expect hugs until Mrs. Weasley and Hermione and the twins came into his life. And also surprises usually didn't work out in his favor. But Aizawa was surprisingly keen on physical affection, and Zashi was a hugger, as was Izuku, Eri, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Hawks. There'd been a lot of hugs recently. Mrs. Weasley deserved all the hugs. Harry breathed in deep as her arms settled back around his neck, the cinnamon that laced Ron's magic floating into existence, along with a fierce tang that was all Mrs. Weasley and Gryffindor read. The hug lasted until the explosion, at which they both disentangled to stare at the table, where Ron was magicking away some smoke, George was banishing some metal, and Hatsum was furiously writing in a notebook Harry suspected she stole from Izuku. They also all looked up, along with the other students that had been watching them, to cringe under Mrs. Weasley's eyebrows and Harry's hand on his hip, which was a mistake, because it was Midoriya Inko who took advantage of their distraction to swipe the notebook, shuffle the rest of the debris into her sheepish but waiting son's arms, and level them a disappointed mom's stare. Harry knew it was a disappointed mom's stare, because he'd seen the expression on Mrs. Weasley, practiced the expression in the bathroom, and used it on his team with great success and ruthless efficiency. Not on the table when we're about to eat. Once she was sure they were suitably chastised, Izuku's mom walked back into the kitchen after her son, a smirking Bakugu following close behind. "I like her," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. A sharp smile. Harry was helpless against that smile. "I had a vague plan to invite both you and Mrs. Midoriya to tea and watch the two of you merge into one giant force of comfort, love, and protective fury." Her eyes were laughing at him, but Mrs. Weasley just gave him one last squeeze before starting to tug him forward. "I think that's an excellent plan." She tilted her head as Hawks and Mirko bounced through the door, shedding equipment and slipping into Kigo and Rumi before collapsing against George and draping themselves over his shoulders. "I think I rather like all of them," Harry hummed, torn between staring at the two newcomers and contemplating how Aizawa and Mrs. Weasley would finally be able to share adopting notes. Kigo and Rumi won his attention once they started being poked at by George and Hatsum, one bemused and the other plotting. The four of them had bonded over the prank war, which had been a very large point of the society, to be honest, but Harry hadn't quite anticipated how quickly Kigo and Rumi would decide to band together with George once they realized Harry had invited more than just those at lunch into the prank war. Hatsum had then quickly become the only UA student actually in Harry's newest secret society, which George was calling Marauders International. He possibly owed someone somewhere an apology, though he wasn't sure who. Like hell was he going to apologize to the commission, and Nezu was having a blast. Harry certainly had to admit that delaying that one commission-organized event by doing the more technologically and magically advanced version of plastic wrapping every door in the building was pretty damn great, particularly since the meeting was bureaucratic nonsense, and none of the heroes wanted to be there anyways. Also because the four instigators had managed to play it off as a technological mishap that was all the commission's fault. Not that was enough for them to win, however. Harry smiled as Mrs. Weasley sat him down, Izuku's mom doing the same with her son, so he and Izuku were side by side. Apparently neither would be allowed to help tonight. Thought Bakugu's shouts for the extras to get out of his Auntie Inko's kitchen certainly made it seem like the other boy had helping well in hand. The wink Mrs. Weasley gave him had Harry blushing again, but he reached for Izuku's hand anyways, cool fingers brushing scarred palms. Mrs. Weasley was right after all. Harry had done good, and, just maybe, this time he was proud enough to show off a little. Shoyuta was maybe enjoying dinner. It was loud and there were far more people than he generally appreciated, but he actually liked most of these people, to varying extents. He liked his problem cousin to a greater extent, and Shoyuta was definitely enjoying the kids' smiles as various Weasleys and DA members sat and joked around the room and various tables. Several flat surfaces had been commandeered from various rooms to ensure everyone had somewhere to put their plates, though a good third of 3A were sitting on the floor. While Shoyuta had no part in the Harry, Hermione, and Nezu scheme to bring as many DA members as were available into the country, he was far more complicit in getting Mr. and Mrs. Weasley over for a visit. His cousin deserved all the hugs. Midoriya Inko also deserved a friend who would understand how pride and worry were two sides of the same sharp coin. Judging from the way the two had only left each other's side in order to fuss at various children, Shoyuta felt he could mark that plan as a success. He was less sure how he felt about being invited to tea with the two women, but that hadn't stopped him from saying yes. Mr. Weasley had also been quite happy to see and hug his sons, though hadn't gotten to Harry yet since Yagi had taken the man on a tour of the school. They had also hit it off pretty well, but Shoyuta knew from his access to security cameras that the two were delayed because they had met Hajime on the tour, and the teacher had very easily been talked into explaining his workshop and everything in it. Only Harry had been informed of this, his eyes dancing with mirth, and that was because Harry had started to worry. The two men could explain their tardiness to Mrs. Weasley and Midoriya Inko in their own time. Shoyuta was a firm believer in facing the consequences of your own actions, which would be rather soon, since they had just entered the common room. Mr. Weasley wore a sheepish smile that quickly bled into a joyous beam the moment he saw Harry. Yagi wore a massive multicolored scarf that made rainbows seem monochrome. Mr. Weasley made a beeline for Harry, wrapping the boy in a hug before he even had a chance to stand up. The man then turned to Izuku, who'd been sitting quite closely at Harry's side, gave the blushing boy a very piercing once-over, before patting him dead center in his green curls and unleashing a beaming smile. Rumi interrupted the moment, probably unintentionally, when she stood up with a shriek, one finger pointing at an affably smiling Yagi. "You, me," Yagi said cheerfully. "And how are you doing, Mirko? That was a wonderful takedown earlier today." Of course it was, thank you. But you, where did you get that scarf?" "Oh, this?" Yagi ran a large and gentle hand over the wool, which was easy to do because the thing wrapped around his neck 3 times and still trailed past his knees. Harry had to work some untangling charms into the lightning charms he'd included into the project. He'd been cursing it thing for a solid week on Shuta's couch. "I won it in a contest. Everyone in Marauders International and everyone in Shoyuta and Izuku's betting ring." So the entire damn room turned to stare at Shuta's cousin. The boy ignored them all to pass a plate of food to a grinning Izuku. George started. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Mrs. Weasley, of course, chose that exact moment to walk over to the table, several dishes piled high with dessert in the air behind her. "Oh," she said, staring at the colorful monstrosity wrapped around the man next to her husband. "Well done, Harry. You've really got the color changes down pat." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Harry sung. He turned back to his society, looking them dead in the eye with an earnestness Shoyuta quite appreciated. "No idea what you're talking about." They started sputtering, Shuta's class getting involved as they all figured out exactly what was going on. Shoyuta leaned back, small smirk on his face. He met the problem child's eyes and had to look away to make sure he didn't laugh. But, unfortunately, landing next on the problem child's mother's amused gaze wasn't much better. Midoriya Inko was one of two winning bets about the final victor. They all turned back to a blithely smiling Harry and a calmly disinterested Yagi as they waited for the fact that Yagi had won the prank war to sink in and for them to realize Yagi had won the prank war. Kigo got there first. He wings half extend, knocking into Rumi and George, who both batted them away. Wait, does this mean All Might was behind the prefecture's pink uniform? There was a beat of silence. Oh my god, breathed Hagakure, even as Uraraka fell into helpless cackling. What the duck? Shouted Rumi. What about the ducks in the commission fountain? Ishida wanted to know. No ducks were harmed in any prank that may or not have been part of the prank war that may or may not have been taking place. Several incredulous looks were sent to Harry, who ignored them to nod at a smiling Koda. And the paperwork snafu that had several extra heroes patrolling next to and helping clean up that sewage overflow? That was Ida, which was reasonable, since Shoyuta knew that his brother had been tasked with cleaning up the paperwork side of things and spent almost the entire time laughing and screenshotting the best complaints. Oddly enough, only the really arrogant heroes had gotten tapped for that mess, or the murals that kept popping up on all the agency windows of fallen underground and lesser-known heroes. We never figured out who did that one, Kigo mused. And worse, it was tasteful, so they couldn't take them down right away, and we weren't really sure it was one of ours. Or that thing with Kemui Woods' salads. Or Ryukyu's TV special. Man, even she thought that was hilarious. Kirishima nodded to himself, clearly remembering watching that as a group. You must tell me where you found that much glitter, Yuga pleaded. Don't forget about Gang Orca and the fish, Karo, Tsuyu added. Yagi just kept smiling, one hand entangled in his scarf, while a very smug problem child brought his mentor another cup of tea. Harry used the chaos to lean into Shuda's space, and Shoyuta shifted to better accommodate the weight. You think they'd have realized that the man had connections to every agency out there, a shit ton of people who owe him favors, and literal decades or repressed shit disturber to make up for. Shoyuta said, but he said it with a smile. So, Harry started, after a long pause of watching the chaos. If I use the back fortune dash, which you can because it's entirely yours and I want no part of it, to make up any difference, do you think we could use what you and Izuku made in your little prank war gambling ring to fund a class trip? What gambling ring? Shoyuta asked, refusing to look up from his phone, which he was maybe using to take surreptitious photos of his students and colleagues loosing their collective shit. Nezu was probably chortling in his office and saving the security feeds. But it never hurt to have your own blackmail. Harry poked him in the cheek and gave Shoyuta the look that deserved. Shoyuta sighed. Funding-wise, sure, but you'll have to get approval from Nezu. He titled his head. Get Hermione to ask. She's his favorite. Wouldn't be surprised if he handed her his job one day. Harry poked him in the cheek again. Hermione is my favorite and is going to be way too busy making sure our future agency doesn't sink into the ground. I might be persuaded to loan her out to Nezu's eventual successor, however, if he's nice to me. I have no idea what you're implying. Sure. Harry flopped over so he was half in Shuda's lap. But you're also not making an exit plan. Shoyuta flicked him in the forehead, but didn't leave. Couldn't, even if he wanted to. What with the war hero sprawled over him, he didn't really want to. Flight. Chapter Summary. 3A goes to England. Shoyuta has 2 talks involving emotions, and Harry meets an old friend. Chapter Notes. Wow. So we're here. Thank you all so much for your support. I had no idea this story would be enjoyed so much when I started with a protective Aizawa and a couple of sarcastic interactions. I also had no idea this would be my longest work by far. I have known exactly how this was going to end for a while, so I hope you're ready for some final comfort in flying. Shuda's kids were confused when he announced the field trip. Well, mostly confused. Several of them, namely those who had already been to England with him rather recently, looked suspicious. Aren't we trying to keep Harry out of England? Hagakure asked, hand in the air, but before she'd actually been called. There were nods and shouts all around. Harry snorted. More away from certain segments of the English government. But where we're going they won't dare to interfere. He placed his bag on Zawa's desk and grinned merrily. Zawa was so proud of the uneasiness and fear that Grin instilled in his kids. Bakugu scoffed after a long pause. Gonna tell us where that is, Spices? Hogwarts. What the duck is a Hogwarts? Bakugo demanded. My former school. Harry rocked forward on his heels. So we're going on a field trip to another hero school? Ashido asked, clearly uncertain if that was exciting or not. Nope. We're going on a field trip to a magical school. There was a beat or two of silence before the class exploded in noise. Magic. Like, magic? Kaminari managed to yell over the general commotion. A commotion that included the exchange of several different amounts of money and remarkably little disbelief. Harry nodded and stuck his hand into his back, shoulder disappearing. He talked as he pulled several items out of the very small opening. Magic like wand-waving, broom-riding, cauldron brewing, pointy hat-wearing wizards and witches, yes. He twirled his two wands in his hands in a tada motion as he finished. Pointed hat tilted sideways in a way that Shoyuta was pretty sure meant it had almost never been worn. Shoyuta took the brief return of the silence to look at the cauldron skeptically. What was in there last, and do I need to be concerned it's on my desk? Harry waved off the comment. Do you really think Hermione would let me practice improper equipment care? Which no, Shoyuta didn't. Nerd. Yes, Kakin? Izuku asked, only slightly resigned. Bakugo had twisted around to place both hands on Izuku's desk. You knew. I mean, yeah, of course. But look, there are secret societies, and then there's an entire secret society. I couldn't just tell you. The scowl on Bakugo's face only grew. But you were told? Please. Hitoshi waved as he leaned forward. He figured it out. Izuku blushed. So had most of you. Well, sort of. Hitoshi tilted his head, purple hair swaying. I mean, there's things not adding up, and then there's an entire magic society. How long, exactly, did it take you to make that jump? A while? Ah. Urarika smacked a fist into her palm. The night of the first zombie attack. With the flying and the texts and the being smitten. Harry raised an eyebrow when Izuku didn't deny anything, but instead banged his even redder face into the table. I chose to work with teenagers. Shoyuta told no one in particular. Harry patted his arm in a gesture that was not at all comforting. Sensei, may I ask why we're learning about magic officially now? Yaoyorozu asked. She also didn't look very surprised. Shoyuta sighed, but it was Harry who answered. Because the Ishikawas were part of that society. The class immediately sobered. Because the holes in the law enforcement of both worlds were large enough for them to operate for years. Because there are going to be some new approaches to communication and crime regarding both worlds in the next year or so. Because one of those approaches is going to include magically aware hero agencies that are going to need to hire magically aware heroes. And which agencies are those? Hitoshi asked. Harry grinned. Izuku grinned. The entire class grew suspicious. Shoyuta stamped down on his growing pride and turned to the board. Enough on magic. There will be books for you back at the classroom and practical lessons with the DA at Hogwarts. He ignored the protests and the shock that he was blithely moving on from mother-ducking magic, sensei. Today's lesson, agencies. We will be discussing in greater detail the different agency models, the politics they face, and how to build and maintain success. I expect you to take excellent notes. He expected them to be excellent, but they already knew that. They hadn't let him down yet, and he rather doubted they ever would. You all right, Zawa? Shoyuta turned to his problem cousin, who grinned abashedly at Shuta's expression. You are not the one supposed to be asking that question. I'm allowed to ask the question, Harry deflected. Shoyuta hummed and Harry ran a hand through his hair. Enjoying your date? Shoyuta asked. Harry clearly didn't appreciate the change in topic as much as Shoyuta, who just grinned sharply at him before they both turned to where Eri had bounced over to Izuku and thrown herself into his arms, as if they hadn't just seen each other at lunch. Harry and Izuku had been, much as Shoyuta and Eri, walking along the quiet edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was a Saturday, and while many students were out enjoying the cool sunshine, they were mainly over by the lake or closer to the school. Eri occasionally still got overwhelmed by large groups of people, so Shoyuta had been giving her a bit of a break while spending some quality time with his daughter. Somehow, he imagined Izuku had similar motives for taking Harry on their own stroll. Harry watched Izuku swing Eri around subtly away from the two men and sighed. It's a lot. It's good. but also kind of a lot, which was absolutely fair. The level of hero worship Harry got even from the Hogwarts kids was a little hard to believe if Shoyuta hadn't seen it himself. He'd almost hugged Yagi when the man, in all his rainbow-scarfed glory, had pulled Harry aside to talk about it. Popularity was not a conversation Shoyuta felt equipped to handle. He could handle this one, however. Good, Harry huffed, before coming to stand beside him so they could stare at the castle and not look at each other. Yeah, good. Everyone's been good about it, about being back. They're patient if I get tripped up in a memory or stuck at a spot where someone died. And I like showing 3A Hogwarts. It feels like I'm reclaiming my home. He shook his head, sending black hair flying, and ran both hands through it, this time, jarring his glasses when he dragged his palms back down his face. I mean, it's not my home. It never will be again, and that's fine. Objectively, some really awful stuff happened here, and I love Japan and what I'm building there, but, well, some really good stuff happened here, too. And when I'm showing Hagakure's secret passageways, or introducing Koda to pygmy puffs, or showing Kaminari the kitchens, or watching Momo stare in awe at the library, it's easier to remember that. The happiness. Harry didn't look back, but Shoyuta didn't need him to. Not really. Shoyuta knew his cousin had oceans in his eyes and carried his loved ones like ships in the ice melt of his veins. Shoyuta could also see that Harry's stance wasn't the trembling steel lattice that had been barely holding the boy up all those months ago when he'd stood between Shoyuta and Ministry wands. Righteous fury and desperate one last hope stamped into the line of his spine. Shoyuta placed a palm there, on Harry's lower back, and stepped closer to so his cousin could feel Shuta's warmth. He didn't have anything to say as response to Harry's confession. Was pretty sure there wasn't anything he could or should say. But he had something to offer. Grandfather Marius raised me. He never hid magic from me. Never hid the darkness in people, either. He came so far, did so well for someone who had to rebuild his entire world in an entirely new society. I think that the kind of people that my parents turned out to be, that his daughter turned out to be, almost destroyed him. He saw the black family in her, and couldn't help wonder if that was its own kind of curse, one he'd inflicted by thinking he'd escaped. Harry half-turned, but was stopped by Shoyuta hooking his chin over Harry's shoulder. It felt like a gift. I wanted to be a hero for many reasons, but it always felt like a gift. Like something I could offer him as proof that he did better, that we could be good. He didn't live to see me get my license, but he never once doubted that I would. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so proud as the day I got transferred into the hero course. Shoyuta let Harry go, but only to step in front of him, blocking the castle from easy view. You feel like a gift, Harry. Like my grandfather's last gift. A reclamation of the blacks as something good, as something worth being part of again. Shoyuta cupped his hands around Harry's face. And I couldn't be more proud of you. Harry threw his arms around Shuta's back and buried his head into Shuta's chest. There wasn't a sob or a sound, but there didn't need to be, not with the magic that tumbled and weaved around them, softly swirling eddies and life-giving depths. They stood like that, breathing together, for a long moment before Shoyuta briefly tightened his arms and prepared to let go. Harry beat him to it, but not before a whispered, "Thank you," reached Shuta's ears. "Can we go look for more unicorns?" Eri asked eagerly as she pulled Izuku over by the hand. Izuku looked sheepish at having failed in his distraction attempts, but relaxed when both men smiled at him. Hagrid had already provided several lessons on magical creatures, including the unicorns that Harry had apparently promised Izuku and Eri. Eri had been enthralled. The lesson had also emphasized unicorns could be approached by the pure of heart, rather than any other metric, which was useful later that afternoon when they'd broken up into smaller groups. Yagi had looked like he was going to cry the entire time he was being followed by a unicorn foal, and Shoyuta was 90% sure that a picture of the foal trying to curl up in the large man's lap was Izuku's new phone background. Yagi had only stopped looking so weepy when he was firmly and inescapably taken under Headmistress McGonagall's tartan-colored wing. That was a friendship that Shoyuta admitted scared him just a little. He was glad Nezu had stayed in Japan. Not that distance would actually stop the creature. Shoyuta also knew they were going to look for more unicorns. He absolutely recognized that he was wrapped around his daughter's finger, but it was always amusing to see others capitulate just as fast. and Harry and Izuku were the fastest of them all. He was a little surprised, however, when Harry looked from Eri to Shoyuta and picked her up with a twirl. "Why don't you let Zuko and I take you, Eriberry? I haven't spent nearly enough time with my favorite little cousin this week." Left unsaid, but deeply appreciated, was that Shoyuta might need a few moments to recover from emotions before going to wrangle teenagers for this afternoon's practice duels. "Sounds good to me," Shoyuta said with a look to check in with his daughter. Eri was quite happy with this plan, since she was happy with any plan that let her spend time with her favorite people. And also unicorns. Shoyuta stepped forward to ruffle the problem child hair, kiss his daughter's cheek, and then kiss his startled problem's cousin's head. "Love you, problem cousin." "Bye," Shoyuta said, before walking away in a move that was far less dramatic, but just as definitive as the time Harry apparat himself and Murata to the ministry. He could hear both Izuku and Eri laughing at Harry, and smiled as he ambled further into the woods. Shoyuta had said those words before, but only as part of larger conversations, and Shoyuta wasn't always sure Harry heard them. Besides, it was always good to be reminded. He wasn't planning to go far into the woods, as both Harry and Hagrid had mentioned exactly what lurked here. Shoyuta wasn't too worried about wandering along the edges, though. Harry had made sure to mention that there were wards to keep the more dangerous creatures away from said edges, and that forbidden for an untrained 11-year-old wasn't quite the same as forbidden for a professional adult. It took less than 10 minutes to realize he was heading deeper than he intended, and come to the realization that this was not entirely by choice. Shoyuta stood in the quiet, yet not completely silent woods, listening to the sound of wind running through leaves and birds swooping through branches. He kept going. He kept going because he was curious, and he knew dark didn't always mean malicious. He kept going because the magic that was calling felt like Harry's. Not entirely. Shoyuta doubted this was one of his cousin's spells, but the sudden drop in temperature and the ringing, peeling peace was something he'd only felt when Harry had let his magic go free. The pull stopped in a patch of forest that was like any other, and Shoyuta stopped next to one of many trees. He was about to lean back on it and start calling himself several kinds of idiot when he saw the cracked stone nestled in a crevice by the roots. Shoyuta picked it up because it was Harry's. He picked it up, turning it over in his hand a couple of times to get a better look, and suddenly dropped to his knees as his cousin's grief and a crippling, harrowing calm washed over him in frozen waves. "Yeah, I imagine it's a bit of a doozy." "Deep breaths, mate." Shoyuta took the breath, because that was really sound advice, and clenched his fingers around the stone. He wasn't incapacitated. He knew all he had to do was release his grip, let the stone hit the moss below, and the magic would end. He couldn't do that, however. He couldn't let go when he felt like he would be abandoning his cousin to face this pain alone. But he hadn't been alone, had he? Gray eyes met Shuta's when he finally looked up. Kind, exhausted eyes set in a grayscale face bordered by long, lanky hair that Shoyuta saw any time he looked in a mirror. Serious black. Shuta's tone was flat. "Aizawa Shoyuta. Nice to meet you. Always good to meet family that isn't some combination of bloody monster or arrogant prat." Shoyuta blinked and sat back on his heels, hands still tight around the stone, but Harry's magic receding slightly. Or, rather, separating. Shoyuta could feel Harry's magic linger over his skin and reach out to wrap around Sirius's spirit. But there was a darker presence. This presence was deeper, emanated from the stone itself, and was recognizable only because traces of it were diluted in his cousin's clear waters. Sirius, because the man would hardly want to be called black, nodded as Shoyuta stood up, somewhat shakily. "The resurrection stone. Supposedly a myth, but not so much. Wasn't sure it would work for you, but I suppose it's only logical." The man smiled with his teeth and not his eyes, gray rippling around him, even as he made no move to step away from the tree he was pretending to lean against. "The stone is Harry's, even though the bright lad threw it away. No need to linger with the dead, even if you're the master of death. Sorry you can't see your own dead, I suppose. But you don't have enough magic yourself to power the stone, and I'm merely a remnant of Harry's." He glanced around, looking at something Shoyuta couldn't see. "In the blacks, I suppose. Potent stuff. Black blood and black magic, for all the good it never did. Probably the only reason you can see me." There was a lot there, but only one part Shoyuta was really worried about. Master of Death? Yes, it was an accident and Harry doesn't want it. but the stone will always be his. Sirius hesitated, which looked odd on a ghost. Please don't give it back to him. I won't. Because wow, was that a bad idea? Particularly if Harry didn't want it. And Shoyuta absolutely agreed with Sirius that the kid didn't. Harry had never wanted power unless it was to protect someone else. And the kid had all the power he needed now. What with a very nice cross-section of Japan's most powerful heroes, current and incoming, being very attached to him. They stared at each other for a moment, and Shoyuta couldn't tell if the moment was awkward or ducking sad. When Sirius flickered and reappeared with a smirk on his face. You really want to punch me, don't you? Just a bit, Shoyuta admitted. The man had done his best under ridiculous strain and the complete shit show that was English magical society, but he had still left Shuta's cousin. Sirius laughed. It wasn't a kind sound. Fair. I wasn't always. I ducked up. Shoyuta sighed. He was not equipped for this and had already done the feelings thing today. You were also young with no support whatsoever, extremely ducked over by your ministry, as well as people you should have been able to trust, and a torture survivor. You can probably give yourself a bit of a break. I can see why he likes you so much, Sirius responded, then shook his head when Shoyuta went to speak. But this isn't my absolution. Then what is it? Because Shoyuta really wanted to know. A thank you. From all of us. Thank you for saving him. There was something about Sirius's expression in that moment that was all Grandfather Marius. He never doubted you loved him, you know? Shoyuta put his free hand in his pocket and made sure to look the ghost or spirit or whatever of his family in the eye. Not once. Not once from the moment he knew who you were did he doubt that you loved him and would have gotten him out if you could. They talked about, over her chocolate and midnights. Shoyuta curious despite himself about his family and Harry bursting with emotions and guilt and love. And for a kid living under that much uncertainty, betrayal, and cruelty, Shoyuta continued. That belief was an accomplishment beyond measure. You may not have been his hero, Sirius Black, but you were his family, and that's all Harry ever wanted. Shoyuta looked at the stone in his hand, cold seeping into his palms and tracing its way up his arm. And thank you, because that's also all I ever wanted. Thank you for giving him to me. Sirius laughed again, but this time it was a bark of rusty bells. I'd tell you to look after him, but I'm not that kind of idiot. Livewell, cousin. With a grin that was all mad delight, Sirius's form began to waver, and Shoyuta wondered if he was disappearing. Instead, the man shifted into a large dog that Shoyuta could somehow tell was black, despite the persistent grayscale. The dog barked twice before bounding around Shoyuta in a series of dizzying circles and leaping away, leaving nothing but a trail of echoing light behind. Rest well, cousin, Shoyuta murmured into the sudden gloom. He then turned to make his way back to the castle and find Uraraka, because space sounded like an excellent location for this rock and the threat it posed to his cousin. Harry had already beaten his past, and it was certainly the kind of past that had to be battled. Harry didn't need the reminder of his ghosts when his nightmares would do the job well enough on their own. Just as Shoyuta didn't need the reminder of Grandfather Marius's stories to know the dangers of tarrying with the dead. Not when he had more than enough of his own experiences as blaring warnings. He also didn't need the reminder to look after Harry. Of course he would look after his cousin. Blacks were all possessive little shits at heart. After all, Shoyuta and Harry were hardly the type to let go of something they wanted. Harry didn't let go of Izuku's hand as they walked deeper into the forest, Harry running several steps ahead but always circling back. Izuku didn't ask if Harry was all right, and Harry was grateful. He was grateful that Izuku already knew the answer, probably better than Harry did. Certainly better than anyone other than Hermione and Ron did. Not a single night had passed since they had returned to Hogwarts had Harry spent the night alone. He'd crashed with Zawa and Zashi occasionally, generally after being picked up from a couch or overstuffed chair, and had fallen asleep on Zuko at least twice. Most nights, however, he'd spent curled with Hermione and Ron in the large bed that had stood in the guest dorms that had been opened for the DA, right across from the ones for 3A. They'd actually done a fair bit of sleeping, but a lot more talking, laughing, and crying. They'd needed this return to Hogwarts, still healing as the building was, to settle something in themselves. None of them had tried to name that something, just as any mention of closure had been danced around like a snitch in the wind. But they settled. It hurt, yes, but that was why they had each other. Izuku had run interference with remarkable subtlety, somehow able to tell by the twitch of Harry's eyebrow or some other such nonsense exactly when Harry needed to be distracted or needed time with his thoughts, or needed someone to listen. They talked a lot about monsters these last few days, their voices frozen whispers released into the midnight air of the empty astronomy tower and its cruel, lingering memories. They talked about pain and scars, and the weight of belief that was not your own. They talked about titles that once donned could never be removed. They talked about fighting and stopping, and why the latter was so much harder far too frequently. Harry loved him. Loved the lightning forests in Izuku's eyes and the solemn strength in his fragile bones. He also loved the feel of Zawa's hand on top of his hair and Zashi's ringing laugh whenever he was amused by some innocent spell. He loved the way that Nezu had signed Mrs. Midoriya into this trip as a chaperone and the way the woman had taken to magic with barely a blink and a hum. He loved the way the DA and 3A were challenging each other and growing together. He loved the weird friendship that Bakugo and Draco were forging by way of ridiculous insults and the tiny smile neither of them would admit to wearing. He loved flying with Fox and Princess as far as they wanted under star-filled skies and the occasional company from bleary-eyed friends. He loved that Kigo had texted every day since they left and whined about his schedules and not being able to join the trip. Harry loved the tightening hold of Izuku's hand around his and the thump Eri made when she ran into his legs. Never had Harry loved so much. What are those? Eri asked, caution but not fear in her voice. Harry still let go of Izuku to immediately pick her up because his version of caution was perhaps a bit different from the standard. He was also very aware of exactly how deep they were in the forest and the events that had happened rather near this spot. His feet had not been taking them randomly in search of unicorns, and he resolved to pay better attention to their direction going forward. His shoulders, and thus Izuku's, relaxed however when he looked up and saw dark bodies and leathery wings. The smile that tugged his face as he watched the small herd play in a stream was completely involuntary and entirely genuine. He hugged Eri tighter, savoring the small arms wrapping around his neck. Thestrals, they're beautiful. Her voice was quiet. Harry hummed. I've always thought so. He knew many others wouldn't agree, often to the point of avoiding or harming the creatures. The prominent bones and skeletal figures could be disconcerting, he supposed, even without the superstition that surrounded them. Thestrals would always be beautiful to Harry, though, and not just because they were survivors and flyers, and so much more besides. They'd helped bring him to Hogwarts for years, after all, and that was a gift he would never forget. You can only see them once you've seen death. Izuku's hand twitched where he'd placed it on Harry's back. They watched for a moment as a small Thestral, clearly younger than most of the others, stumbled and was gently nudged back.
On two firme banks.
So they're special then, Izuku said. Like us, Eri replied quietly, before gasping and turning to press both palms to Harry's cheeks. If my hair is the color of unicorns, then yours is the color of Thestrals. She was so proud of her discovery and Harry didn't think he'd been so well complimented in years. Possibly ever. Did you want to go meet them? This herd is used to humans. One even gave me a ride, once. Really? She bit her lip. But that would mean no unicorns. Harry exchanged a glance with Izuku, because it would mean that. Only for today, Eri. Izuku brushed a hand through her hair. We do need to head back soon, but we can always return to the forest tomorrow. She hesitated, and the moment of quiet was what allowed the faint sound of breaking underbrush and branches rustling in something other than wind to reach their ears. Harry quickly handed Eri to Izuku, who took her easily, before stepping forward, arms slightly raised but wand not yet drawn. The Thestrals mostly ignored the sound, however, even as one sentry raised her head in curiosity and caution before flickering her tail and nosing a younger creature with a huff. Harry relaxed again, trusting the herd's assessment of their immediate surrounds, but sent his magic spiraling out in a detection spell that more instinct than deliberate craft. He laughed at what he found, startling both his companions and the herd. I have a better idea. Come on. Harry reclaimed Izuku's hand and tugged the other boy into a run. Even as Eri giggled and clung to his back. The stopped a short while away, Harry releasing his hold and indicating Izuku should put Eri down. There was a moment full of quiet breaths before a large gray shape stepped out from behind some trees and stopped barely a broom's length away. Harry laughed again, bowing lowly, somewhat distantly aware that Izuku and Eri were copying the motion behind him. Buckbeak returned the motion, rather quickly if Harry was being honest, then stepped forward to lower his feathery head. Harry pressed his own forehand to the feathered crest right above the creature's eyes. They stayed like that for one long moment as Harry breathed warmth and wind and freedom. Harry then collapsed forward, pressing his entire body into Buckbeak's and wrapping his arms as far around Buckbeak's neck as they could go. Buckbeak lowered his head and shifted on his front legs to bring Harry closer, and the feeling was like Hagrid and Sirius and Aizawa all together. Harry laughed again, perhaps somewhat wetly, as he turned to a softly smiling Izuku and a beaming Eri. "This is Buckbeak. He's a hippogriff and an old friend." They both came closer, and Buckbeak seemed particularly pleased with Eri's awe and careful hands. Pleased enough to shift sideways on prancing feet and look at Harry expectantly. Okay. Harry exclaimed when he apparently took too long and gray feathers whopped him gently in the face. "Wanna fly?" he asked Eri, knowing well Izuku's answer.
Yes.
Came her delighted shriek as she threw herself into his arms, and he lifted her smoothly onto Buckbeak's back. Izuku's hand rested briefly against the back of Harry's neck, tracing along the side as Harry turned to look at him. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked with a sheepish look that held genuine warmth and concern. A rough thumb traced under Harry's slightly damp cheek and Harry tilted his head. "Yes." Harry pressed in to give one fast, hard kiss. "Yes, I bloody well am." Eri giggled and whipped her head around to the other side, pale hair flying. "I'm not looking." Buckbeak, on the other hand, very much was, and Harry hadn't realized hippogriffs were capable of so easily conveying such amusement. Still, Harry leaned in for one more, slightly longer, kiss, letting the warmth of the hand once again at the back of his neck seep into his bones. After he pulled away, Harry placed a palm on Buckbeak and vaulted himself up and behind Eri with only the littlest jolt of magic. Izuku took another moment, lingering by Buckbeak's head and murmuring something too softly for Harry to hear. When he finished, a faint green glow appeared for the instant. It took the boy to send himself landing behind Harry. Harry leaned back the moment Izuku's warmth settled along his spine. "What were you telling him?" "The same thing I've told all your old friends." Izuku wrapped both arms around Harry, one going just a little farther forward to wrap around Eri, too. "Are we good to go?" Buckbeak clearly thought so, since he started forward, quickly speeding into a trot. Harry let his questions go as they moved, Eri's laugh dancing back and Izuku's body keeping him safe. He absently cast a lightning charm on himself and Izuku, just a small one, to make sure they weren't too much for Buckbeak, and got smacked by a tail in response. Harry laughed, brushing his own hair out of his face, and then leaned forward. Buckbeak, the magnificent creature that he was heading out of the forest before taking to the skies. Harry let out a breath that he was pretty sure he'd be holding for days, and placed his hand over top Eri's on Buckbeak's feathered neck. His fingers slipped a bit as they brushed over the soft warmth and buried themselves there. "There's a clearing back a ways. We can take off from there." Buckbeak's feathers twitched with something other than wind, but he did adjust course. Izuku's arms tightened as well, though Harry was sure if the other boy had understood. He might have. Harry would never underestimate Izuku. They hit the clearing at a run, Buckbeak's hooves pounding in the grass where Harry had once died with a sound that carried all the finality of a train on a one-way track. Outstretched wings beat cool air into Harry's face as they rose, freezing the lingering tears on his face. He wasn't worried. Harry knew that the lighting heat of Izuku's hold and the sunlight warmth of Eri's joy would thaw him long before they choose to land. Harry knew that when they landed, late but laughing, in the middle of the magic quirk duels taking place between the DA and 3A, Aizawa would smirk and call him problem cousin. Harry knew that they'd be all right. He'd make sure of it. Works inspired by this one. Restricted work by Bluebird 8683. Together is easier than apart by Hidden Writer 1028. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.